Chen Fan had believed that crossing into a new world meant he was destined for greatness. One moment, he was brimming with excitement, drafting plans for his meteoric rise, and the next he was slapped to death for accidentally uncovering the eldest Miss Chen's secret. Transmigrators die in all sorts of ways, but few endings are as humiliating as his. Just as his soul was about to scatter, an icy, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! 10,000 Realms Bank System activated. Chen Fan froze, then erupted with joy. The golden sheet he had longed for had finally arrived. Sadly, it had shown up at the very moment of his death. To his surprise, he did not vanish. Instead, he survived as a wandering spirit. His cultivation was pitifully low, yet he now had a sliver of hope. His consciousness entered the system's space, a vast, resplendent hall, solemn and mysterious, hiding endless secrets. Information cascaded through his mind. Host, Chen Fan. Class, Soul Cultivator. Realm, First Stage Yin Soul. Assets, 2 Yin Soul Puppets, 3 10,000 Realms tokens, and a stack of debt contracts. His heart pounded. A Yin Soul was an extraordinarily rare state, attainable only through extraordinary fortune, and he mortal a moment ago had gained it thanks to the system. Even better, he owned 2 puppets tailored for soul cultivators. When he checked, he discovered one was male and the other female. The female puppet was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure graceful, her eyes slightly vacant. Curiosity won. He slipped into the female puppet, and it immediately came alive. The dull eyes brightened, charm swirling between her brows. Yet he could only hide within the puppet's forehead, and controlling it in battle devoured spirit stones. Slightly disappointed, he entered the male puppet. Its strength was 9th grade Lingyu cultivation, far weaker than the female puppet's late Lingxian realm, but it required fewer stones to operate. Unfortunately, he was penniless. Where was he supposed to find spirit stones? With no better option, he turned to his other assets, the 3 10,000 Realms tokens and that mountain of debt contracts. The tokens were straightforward: send one out, and potential clients would be drawn to the bank's hall to negotiate loans. The contracts, however, were jaw-dropping, detailed debts owed by legendary figures from countless worlds. The more he read, the more stunned he became. Golden-eyed Demon Lord borrowed a pair of golden eyes from the bank, to be returned in 1,000 years. Default penalty: life forfeit. Fairy Lingmei borrowed Peerless Beauty, to be returned in 10,000 years. Default penalty: eternal servitude. War God Lei Tian borrowed 10,000 years of lifespan, to be repaid in 100,000 years. Default penalty: repay 100-fold. So these towering legends had all risen on borrowed power? The Demon Lord's famed golden eyes were alone. The celestial realm's unrivaled beauty was not her own face. Even the illustrious war god had borrowed his lifespan. Worse, every single one of them was overdue. The debts were astronomical. As the system's new heir, Chen Fan's first mission was to collect them. His pulse raced. If Fairy Ling Mei failed to repay, she would serve him forever. The thought set his blood on fire. But reality tempered his excitement. With his current strength, he could not face such titans. He needed an easier target. After a meticulous search, he found it. Xiao Sheng, governor of Lingyun Commandery, borrowed an early-stage Hualing realm female puppet as a wife. Loan term: 1 year. Late fee: 10 years of lifespan per year. Xiao Sheng was now 10 years overdue, owing the bank a full century of life. Everything clicked. A decade ago, Xiao Sheng had been a middling Lingdong realm cultivator. Then he married a stunning wife whose power vaulted him to prominence. With her aid, he seized control of Lingyun Commandery, commanded 100,000 Qin troops, and won the Qin king's favor. The wife everyone envied was simply a puppet from the 10,000 Realms Bank. The mighty governor people feared owed the bank 100 years of life. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His ascent truly began now. He never imagined that Xiao Sheng's beloved wife was already his. What's the saddest thing in the world? So many people owe me money, yet I don't dare to collect a single coin. Around here, debtors act like nobles. Chen Fan pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. He had just realized he couldn't even defeat Xiao Sheng, the weakest governor in Lingyun Commandery. Showing up to demand repayment would be suicide. He'll start small, he resolved in silence. Once I've saved enough, he'll go after Xiao Sheng. After repeated trials, Chen Fan had figured out how the system worked. Right now he possessed only 3 assets worth mentioning. 1. A stack of debt contracts, each signed and stamped with a fingerprint. 2. 2 mediocre puppets. 3. Himself, a disembodied spirit, severed from its flesh. A wandering soul has no lifespan, only soul power to barter with. By his calculations, he could spare at most 1/5 of that power. Any more would damage his foundation. System: use 1 trading privilege. System: expend a Wanjia token. He'll pay with 1/5 of my soul power. A dark gold token appeared before him, then vanished the next instant as if wiped away by an unseen hand. Great Qin, Yen City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Zhan, City Lord of Yen City, commanded 5,000 armored soldiers and ruled with absolute authority. Now he stood beside the sickbed, staring at his unconscious son Li Hao, veins bulging in rage. Who did this? Who wiped out Hao's soul? He seized the vice general kneeling by the bed and lifted him with one hand. I told you not to leave his side. How did this happen? The vice general trembled. My lord, the young master deliberately sent me away. When I returned, he was already useless. Die. Blinded by fury, Li Jian struck him on the crown. A sickening crack followed. Blood sprayed, and the corpse collapsed to the floor. The remaining attendants sank to their knees, paralyzed with fear. Out. All of you out. They scrambled away, leaving only Li Jian and the unconscious Li Hao. Clutching his son's icy hand, Li Jian rasped, Hao, wake up. Tell father who did this. He'll wipe out his entire clan. At that moment, a token materialized in midair. Dark gold, intricately carved. It bore two characters that glimmered faintly. Wanjia. Wanjia Bank, trading anything and everything. The solemn voice exploded in Li Jian's mind. Token and voice alike reeked of the supernatural, tightening his brow. If it can trade anything, it can save my son. Without hesitation, he grabbed the token. For his child, he would pay any price. Space twisted. In a heartbeat, Li Jian vanished, reappearing inside a grand hall beneath a vaulted ceiling awash in golden light. For colossal characters, Wanjia Bank dominated the center like towering pillars. So this is Wanjia Bank. Save my son. He'll pay whatever it costs, Li Jian shouted, wasting not a single heartbeat. A cold answer descended from the void. By Wanjia Bank's appraisal, the price of saving your son is beyond your means. Remaining unseen, Chen Fan's voice echoed through the hall. I can restore part of your son's soul so that he can speak and remain conscious. Really? Li Jian jerked his head up, joy exploding across his face. What price must I pay? Ding. Detected resources on Li Jian. 100,000 spirit stones, flowing body steps, shattering stone palm, 7 wives. The abrupt system prompt rang in Chen Fan's mind. When he heard 7 wives, the corner of his mouth twitched. In this world, power granted everything. Even the lord of a single city could keep 7 wives and concubines. 100,000 spirit stones, Chen Fan answered, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. 100,000? Li Jian's heart skipped a beat had saved exactly that amount. How could the other party know? Remembering the mysteries of Wanjia Bank, he grew even more wary. Fine. Without hesitation, he produced his Chinquan bag. A flash of white light filled the lobby as a small mountain of spirit stones appeared. Collect. At Chen Fan's silent command, the entire pile dissolved into motes of light. Li Jian's pupils constricted no figure in sight, yet the treasure vanished first. The stones are paid. When will my son's soul be restored? He swallowed his shock and spoke respectfully. Now. The word had barely fallen when Li Jian's surroundings blurred. In the next heartbeat, he found himself back in his own room. For a split second he froze, then lunged toward the bed. Howard. The boy on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Wanjia Bank can do this. Awe and fear mingled in Li Jian's gaze. Howard, how do you feel? Tell father, who attacked you? Ding. First transaction complete. Completion rate, 200. Settlement rewards. Soul Manual 1 Heaven Grade High Level. Exclusive to Soul Cultivators. Wanjia Tokens 100. Special Item 1. The rapid succession of prompts made Chen Fan's heart race. The higher the completion rate, the richer the reward. I've struck gold. He opened the reward list at once. 1. Soul Manual, a heaven-grade high-level technique, ready for cultivation. 2. 100 Wanjia tokens, a universal medium for future trades. 3. 1 special item instantly boosts cultivation with no side effects. Strength is everything. Without hesitation, Chen Fan activated the item. Host cultivation raised to Soul 2nd layer. Host cultivation raised to Soul 3rd layer. Host cultivation raised to Soul 9th layer. A vast tide of Soul power poured into him, each surge lifting his strength higher. Ordinarily, a 1st layer Soul cultivator could slay a grade 1 spirit cultivator. With each layer, the gap widened. At the 9th layer, he now rivaled a grade 9 spirit cultivator. Though he still lacked advanced soul techniques, the leap in raw power alone was a heaven-sent fortune. This item is downright broken. Ecstatic, he clenched his fists, elation blazing across his face. The deal had cost him nothing, yet his cultivation had skyrocketed. Chen Fan smiled coldly. Eldest Miss Chen, Chen Fan, am coming for my revenge. Chen clan, I'll wipe you from the earth. Li Jian's roar split the night sky above the governor's residence in Yanqing. You dared to harm my son Hao. Men, mobilize the troops. Surround the Chun estate, leave no one alive. Torches flared across the compound, anger thick as smoke. Moments earlier, the gravely wounded Li Hao had awakened and told the whole story. The hand behind the ambush belonged to the Chen clan, who wanted to force Li Jian to surrender control of Yanqing. Thud, thud, thud. Great Qin's elite soldiers moved like the wind. In a heartbeat, 5,000 armored men formed 5 long columns and swept through every city gate. A forest of cold steel aimed straight at the Chen estate. Warriors and commoners alike halted to watch the iron tide roll past. If the governor himself was marching, something monumental was afoot. Was it tied to the young lord's attack? Their eyes followed the troops until they saw the destination, the Chun clan in the northern quarter. Speculation buzzed, but curiosity soon outweighed caution. More and more townsfolk trailed behind, forming a long river of onlookers. Within moments, the Chun manor was ringed by spear points that sealed it tight. What are you doing? Do you know where you are? This is the Chun clan, the foremost family in Yinqing. Get out. Several Chun disciples stormed to the gate, arrogance etched on their faces, unaware that death had already arrived. A cold flash sliced the air. Before they could react, Li Zhan was there, sweeping his long sword in a single arc. Heads flew, blood spattering the vermilion gate. It's you Chen's I'm after. You struck at my son, an unforgivable crime. Kill them. Li Zhan's thunderous roar carried for miles. Kill, kill, kill. 5,000 soldiers answered in unison. Steps matched, blades bristled like a forest, and iron hooves pounded the stones as wave after wave poured into the estate. Blood sprayed across corridors, stone steps, and courtyards. The Chun clan's strongest fighters were only at late Lingxian realm, while Li Zhan had reached early Lingdong Realma gulf of power. With 5,000 armored soldiers against a few hundred retainers, the slaughter was never in doubt. From afar, the crowd watched the once lofty manor turn into a hellish battlefield in seconds. The Chun clan really had a death wish. In the crowd, Chen Fan curled his lip when he heard the tale. Isn't this the perfect chance to settle my own scores? In Great Qin, strength was everything. A governor with enough power held absolute authority over life and death. For Li Zhan, erasing a single clan was effortless, yet they'd still dared attack his son's sheer lunacy. The blood mist had yet to settle when Li Zhan and the Chun patriarch met before the main hall. Governor Li, what proof do you have that my Chun clan is responsible? Even as Yinqing's lord, you can't slander us without evidence. The patriarch forced calm into his voice, though his heart pounded. He was certain no one had witnessed the attack. How could Li Zhan possibly know? Still trying to deny it? Li Zhan snorted and motioned with his hand. For soldiers carried over a wooden pallet. Upon it lay Li Hao, face ashen. Li Hao glared at the patriarch, hatred nearly solid in his eyes. That hat's impossible. I destroyed your soul myself. How are you still alive? The patriarch's voice shook. Through the 10,000 Worlds Bank, I paid 100,000 spirit stones to restore a part of Hao's soul, Li Zhan replied, offering no concealment. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even departed spirits can be traded? What on earth is Wanjia Qian's Wang? Never heard of it. Yet it's this powerful. Exclamations surged, as though an invisible hand had clenched the air itself. Sweat streamed down the Chun patriarch's face. Everything unfolding defied his understanding. With death closing in, inspiration struck. He shouted, Wanjia Qinzhuang, I want to make a deal too. He'll trade everything the Chun clan owns for a breakthrough. Only by advancing can I survive. To deal with Wanjia Qinzhuang you need a Wanjia Lingpai, Li Zhan said, face like stone. Do you have one? Before his words faded, a breathtaking woman glided from the crowd, her voice sweet as syrup. Without a token, there is no deal. She was the female spirit puppet under Chen Fan's control. Stop. Who are you? Li Zhan's soldiers blocked her path with drawn blades, but every eye was snared by her beauty. A jet-black token rose beside Chen Fan, its carved lines shimmering the Wanjia Lingpai. Li Zhan's pupils narrowed. His manner flipped to deference. Are you a steward of Wanjia Qinzhuang? No, the woman replied, lifting her skirt and bowing gracefully. I'm merely my master's slave. The crowd trembled. Such beauty, yet only a slave? How formidable must her master be? My master is also the master of Wanjia Qinzhuang, she said softly, each word ringing clear. The Chun patriarch bowed repeatedly, but she raised a hand to stop him. No miss, call me little secretary. Xiao. He hesitated, then offered a Qinkuan pouch. Please grant me a Wanjia Lingpai. Here are 20,000 spirit stones. Chen Fan lifted a finger. No. The patriarch's face twitched. I'll add 30,000 more, 50,000 in total. No, Chen Fan said lightly. Offer whatever you like. I still won't give it to you, because he paused, eyes sliding to the Chun clan's young lady, lips curling in amusement. The master she serves is named Chen Fan. The young lady went deathly pale. Impossible. Didn't I slap him to death? He was just a Chun's servant. How could he master Wanjia Qinzhuang and have a slave like you? It does sound impossible, Chen Fan replied with a bright smile, yet it's true. And because of that slap, the Chun clan now stands on the brink of annihilation. Exciting world, isn't it? Tears streaked her ruined makeup. Please, spare me, spare the Chun clan. Wretch. The patriarch's face darkened, chest heaving. You have disgraced the Chun clan. Today I will purge our household. To everyone's shock, he struck his own granddaughter with a single palm, killing her on the spot. The patriarch of the Chun clan turned to Chen Fan, a fawning smile pasted on his face. Honored envoy, are you satisfied with our resolution? Chen Fan lowered her gaze to the eldest young mistress sprawled on the floor, her delicate features still frozen in terror and disbelief. She clicked her tongue twice, then looked up and patted the patriarch's cheek. Satisfied? Absolutely. My master was slapped to death by your granddaughter, and you paid her back in kind. It's ironic and it feels great. As long as you're pleased. About the universal token, the patriarch bowed even lower, grinning like an old dog begging for scraps. No, Chen Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. You. Rage twisted the patriarch's face. With a roar he lunged. Then we die together. A late-stage spiritual profound cultivator, he drove his palm at her chest with full force. The air exploded. Onlookers felt the shockwave and were certain she would be killed. Everyone knew Chen Fan emitted no trace of spiritual power. She looked like an ordinary woman. Bang! His palm slammed into her chest. Strangely, she didn't move. She simply lowered her eyes to the hand pressed against her and smirked. Could have thought the great patriarch of the Chen clan was just a lecher grabbing a woman's chest. The patriarch's face paled. That strike could shatter stone, yet it felt like smashing into black iron. He hadn't even ruffled her robes. Puppet warriors possessed incredible defense, felt no pain, and ruled close combat. Ghost-inhabited puppets kept all those advantages while a human soul lodged between their brows controlled them, allowing the use of combat arts and giving them monstrous power. If Chun Fan mastered high-level techniques, slaying opponents above his realm would be trivial. Even without them, this secretary body made him untouchable by anyone in the same spiritual profound stage. From the moment he stepped into the Chun estate, the outcome was never in doubt. Remember, in your next life, never grope a woman's chest. In a flash, she drove a meteor-like fist into the patriarch's throat. Crack! Half his neck collapsed. Eyes bulging, he clutched his throat, staggered backward, rasped twice, and finally fell flat, lifeless. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Guards and guests alike stared at Chun Fan in horror. Impossible. Lordly, she said, ignoring the others and turning to Li Zhan. My master ordered, leave no member of the Chun clan alive. Yes. Li Zhan jolted awake, clasping his fists as cold sweat streamed down his face. Chun Fan nodded, swung her graceful hips, and strolled toward the gate. The crowd instinctively parted, opening a clear path. Next stop, Cloud Sky County City. Time to collect what Governor Xiao owes us. After leaving Yin City, Chun Fan did not return to the Universal Bank. Instead, still driving the secretary body, he headed straight for Cloud Sky County City. On the way, he fished out a spirit stone and slipped it into her mouth. A normal puppet stored its energy core in the chest. Destroy the core, and it stopped. A ghost puppet had no fixed power source. Feed it a spirit stone, and the energy would flood its body, granting endless power and eliminating the weaknesses of ordinary constructs. Its only weakness was the Yin spirit. An opponent could pierce the puppet's defenses only by striking on that level. If Chun Fan's own Yin spirit were strong enough, he could shrug off such assaults with ease. Unfortunately, the secretary's invincibility extended only through the Lingxian realm, while Xiao Sheng had already entered early Hualing. As governor of Lingyun Prefecture, he commanded a 100,000-strong army and countless experts. Charging in blindly would be suicide. After a moment's thought, Chun Fan decided to make another major trade, stockpiling trump cards in hopes of drawing a heaven-defying reward. The instant the idea formed, his consciousness plunged into the Myriad Worlds Bank System. Now he possessed a top-tier heaven-grade, Art the Een Spirit Manual. With his soul power roaring, the pool of potential trading partners widened. At that thought, his mind stirred, and a Myriad Worlds token vanished soundlessly before his eyes. In the eastern reaches of Lingyun continent, countless kingdoms vied for supremacy and masters filled the land. The great Zhao dynasty stood unchallenged at the summit, universally acknowledged as the strongest nation. Beneath it, 6 powers led by great Ming remained formidable, their hungry eyes fixed on the throne. Deep within the Ming palace, a middle-aged emperor floated in midair, hands clasped behind his back. This was Zhu Tianlong, king of Ming. Since ascending the throne, his tireless reforms had driven the kingdom's power ever upward, yet his cultivation had stalled for years at the late Tongling realm, casting a shadow over Ming's future expansion. On a continent where might makes right, a nation's ceiling is set by its ruler's strength. Zhu Tianlong refused to let Ming pay tribute to Zhou forever. He meant to break those chains. If he could shore up his Een spirit and shatter his bottleneck, he might ascend to the Yuling realm and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Zhou emperor. If I can obtain an earth-grade Een spirit art, he'll pay any price. Hovering above his splendid realm, Zhu Tianlong's eyes blazed with resolve. Yet great Zhou had monopolized every high-level Een spirit technique since ancient times. Among the people, the highest available was mystic grade, and even those were rarities. Ming's archives held nothing beyond high mystic grade, leaving his Een spirit far behind his core cultivation. As he clenched his fists and growled in frustration, a jet-black token appeared silently before him. Even with his Yukong-level perception, he could not trace its origin. Myriad Worlds Bank, trading all things. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Zhu Tianlong's brow twitched. After a brief hesitation, he grasped the token. The lure of the unknown outweighed any fear of risk. In the next heartbeat, his figure dissolved into a point of light and reformed in the grand hall of the Myriad Worlds Bank. This. The sudden, unsettling teleportation drained the color from Zhu Tianlong's face. It felt as though an invisible blade had ripped the very fabric of space, residual spiritual ripples still quivering in the air. His first thoughts raced to a space-daring powerhouse or some high-tier array, countless guesses flashing through his mind in an instant. Steadying himself, he saw a black and gold stele bearing the four weighty characters Wangja Bank. He drew a deep breath, forced down his churning emotions, and treated this mysterious force with utmost caution. I'm looking for an Earth grade, Soul cultivation art. Does your bank have one? Zhu Tianlong asked, his voice low and controlled, as if afraid to startle the air itself. Earth grade is beneath our standard. We only stock heaven grade Soul arts. A detached voice echoed through the empty hall, and Chen Fan stepped into view. Heaven grade. Zhu Tianlong's pupils contracted. Ecstatic delight nearly exploded from within him, yet outwardly he remained impassive. What will it cost me? Every trade has its price, Chen Fan replied, tapping lightly in midair. Ding. A pale gold system screen spread out, swiftly listing all of Zhu Tianlong's assets. 3,000 concubines, 10 spirit veins, the movement art Ling Yu step, the combat art blazing palm, every entry glowing. Chen Fan's gaze locked almost instantly on the 10 spirit veins. One spirit vein can support an entire kingdom and nurture countless cultivators. The distant Qin kingdom flourishes on a single vein, while the Ming ruled by Zhu Tianlong possesses 10 spirit veins, Chen Fan said without preamble. Impossible. Zhu Tianlong's face shifted dramatically. If he surrendered all 10 veins, Ming's national fortune would collapse overnight. Spirit veins are a realm's foundation. Without them, further advancement would be impossible even with a heaven-grade art, and the cultivation of billions of subjects and the royal clan itself would stagnate. 9 spirit veins, Chen Fan countered, following the classic haggle, start high, then retreat. 10 million spirit stones. Zhu Tianlong offered through clenched teeth. You think a top heaven-grade soul art is worth only 10 million stones? Chen Fan's tone stayed even. Top heaven grade. A sharp glint flashed in Zhu Tianlong's eyes. Still frowning in feigned hesitation, he said, half a spirit vein at most. Chen Fan shook his head. 8 spirit veins no less. It was his second concession. Absolutely not, Zhu Tianlong shot back. 8 veins would ruin my nation. And how can I be sure you truly have a heaven grade art? You'll need proof first. King Ming, remember you're the one asking for a favor. Chen Fan waved dismissively. If we can't agree, you're free to leave. Wait. Zhu Tianlong bit down hard. 1 spirit vein, but I don't need the full heaven grade manual. Oh. Chen Fan raised a brow. After a brief pause, he offered a compromise. 3 spirit veins for the first level of the art. And, seeing Zhu Tianlong ready to object, he added, you must deliver the veins up front. Zhu Tianlong's brow furrowed. Chen Fan's terms were nearly coercive, yet he had no real choice. He needed the technique, and Chen Fan held all the leverage. Fine, I agree. Zhu Tianlong hissed. Once he broke through to the spirit command realm, reclaiming 3 spirit veins would be easy. The veins aren't on me right now. He'll return to Ming and retrieve them, he said, eyes already plotting the next move. This token grants access to Wangja Bank, Chen Fan said, tossing a talisman. But you wasted one of my tokens. Your blazing palm will cover the cost. Zhu Tianlong felt utterly stifled. In this deal, the upper hand was entirely in the other man's grip. Take it, he growled, inhaled deeply, and held out the secret manual he had treasured for years. Blazing palm. Chen Fan lifted his hand lazily, flicked his sleeve, and in an instant Zhu Tianlong was teleported away, manual and all. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Tianlong was hurled back. 3 heavy spirit veins filled his arms, and in front of him floated the first layer manual of the soul shade art. Rather than leave, he sat cross-legged on the spot and poured his true qi into the manual, making it clear he intended to inspect the goods. Chen Fan had no time for such delays. With a tap of his finger, he banished the man again, then eagerly called up his quest panel. You. Zhu Tianlong realized he was back in the hidden chamber on Daming's frontier, and his face darkened. If you won't let me check it on the spot, is he trying to cheat me? Yet the other party's unfathomable power made him swallow his worry. Please let it be a high-grade heaven-level technique, he prayed. He sat down, drew a long breath, and guided his qi according to the secret text. Moments later, Soul true essence surged through his body. Haha, excellent. It's genuine. Eyes blazing, he sprang to his feet and slapped the floor in excitement. At last I, Zhu Tianlong, have a chance to break through. Emperor Zhao, one day I'll join your ranks. He clasped his fists toward the distant sky. Many thanks to the Myriad Worlds Bank. Ding. Second transaction complete. Completion rate, 200%. Calculating rewards. 1. 10,000 female Soul puppets. Late spirit profound realm. 2. 100 Myriad Worlds tokens. 3. A special item that upgrades Soul puppets with no side effects. Chen Fan knew nothing of Zhu Tianlong's elation. His eyes were glued to the glowing reward numbers. Another 200%. He rubbed his hands in glee. I traded the simplest, weakest first layer of the soul shade art for 3 spirit veins, then a single token for blazing palm talk about a profit. He opened the details. Female in soul puppets quantity, 10,000. Realm, late spirit profound. Loyalty, absolute. Myriad Worlds tokens quantity, 100. Use, unrestricted transactions. Special item effect, fully upgrades in soul puppets with 0 side effects. 10,000 puppets, and every one of them female? An image flashed through Chen Fan's mind. 10,000 stunning in souls charging in formation. His expression turned odd. That's almost too beautiful. If he could control them all, he'd command a late spirit profound Iron Legion that would never betray him. Collecting debts would be easy. He recalled how, back when he was only first rank in in-soul cultivation, he could command a single puppet. Now, at 9th rank, handling 10,000 was no problem. Use the special item. Light flared as the item merged with his assistant. At once he sensed the change. Her eyes grew livelier. Her height increased by several centimeters. Her curves edged toward perfection, and beneath the alluring surface a subtle pressure radiated. Xiaomi, what level are you at now? With a single thought, Chen Fan sent his soul into Xiaomi to probe her cultivation. A moment later he sensed it clearly late spirit motion realm, a full level higher than before. Excellent. Grinning, he exited the system interface and slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The impact blew the earth open, leaving a pit over 3 meters deep. Dirt and gravel sprayed outward, and spiderweb cracks spread for 100 meters before stopping. What power! Chen Fan clicked his tongue, finally tasting the might to move mountains and overturn seas. All he needed now was a live target. Hiya! Hiya! Hooves pounded closer. Dozens of riders in black burst through the dust, aiming straight at Chen Fan or rather at Xiaomi. Their filthy shouts and chaotic formation marked them as bandits. Perfect timing. He flexed his wrist, stretched, and smiled. Boss, that's her. Gorgeous, right? At the front, a sharp-featured youth flattered a scar-faced chief. He bragged that he and the short fellow Little Six had spotted this woman Chen Fan in Disguisian Yinqing, were stunned, and trailed her here. Little Six nodded eagerly beside him. Good, very good. And pleased, the chief laughed, showing crooked teeth. 10 spirit stones for you when we get back. He added with a leer, and another girl. His eyes roved over Chen Fan. Thank you, boss. The sharp-featured youth rubbed his hands, desperate to impress. Lady, playing in a hole is dull. Come entertain our boss. Gladly. With a light tap, Chen Fan vaulted out of the pit and walked toward the bandits. Obedient little thing, the chief grinned. You too, go greet her. She honors me, I'll honor her. On it, boss. The youth and Little Six urged their horses forward, dismounted, and approached. The youth bowed theatrically. Madam, please mount. The bandits behind them roared with laughter. They'll skip the horse, Chen Fan said calmly. You, however, can start your journey. Crack. His right hand shot out, clamping on the youth's throat. Bones popped in rapid succession. The neck caved in, terror freezing on the man's face. Thud. He tossed the body into the pit like garbage, dusted his palms, and mused. Hope that hole is big enough for all of you. His gaze shifted to Little Six. The short bandit trembled, but before he could react, Chen Fan closed in and drove a compact fist into his chest. Crack. His breastbone caved in before their eyes. With a wet pop the air tore apart, and little Six's heart was smashed to pieces. Too weak, I can't even stretch my muscles. Chen Fan drew back her fist, shook her head lightly, and fixed her gaze on the distant bandit chief and his men. The whole sequence happened in a flash. The chief's party hadn't even had time to blink, much less to help. Well, so you're no obedient plaything after all, you're a little spitfire. But that only makes me like you more. Go. Don't lay a finger on our future bride. If she so much as loses one hair, they'll take your heads. The chief's fleshy cheeks twitched, the grin on his face showing he didn't care about his dead subordinate. She was far more interested in Chen Fan. Ho ho. With a bizarre laugh, the bandits surged forward, howling as they charged. Come on, then. Too lazy to mount her horse, Chen Fan strode out to meet them. Boom, boom. Fists and feet thundered. With her latestage Lingdong realm power against these Lingxiu and Lingshuan realm rabble, and with her intent on testing her full strength, the fight was over before it began. She rampaged like an unchained beast. Shattered bones and torn limbs marked her path. Bang! In under a minute the last bandit's skull burst beneath her fist, and she flung the corpse into the gaping pit behind her. Perfect, still room for one more. She turned to the trembling chief, eyebrow raised, a smile both dazzling and chilling. Will you climb in yourself, or shall I help you? The smile was sweet and effortless, but the pit crammed with corpses sent a chill up the spine. Hiya! The chief finally snapped out of it. His face went pale as he bolted was only early Lingdong realm, while Chen Fan had crushed them all. You can't escape. Whoosh! Chen Fan blurred and landed right behind him. The wind split at his back. The chief's jowls quivered as he begged. Heroine, spare me. I can give you gold, spirit stones, Bang. Before he finished, Chen Fan's fist punched through the back of his skull. Blood and gore burst forth, terror and regret frozen on his brutish face. With another dull thud, she swung the corpse overhead and dumped it into the pit. Do I look like I need your gold and spirit stones? Hiya. She landed on the chief's horse, squeezed her knees, and galloped off in a cloud of dust. From start to finish, not a drop of blood had touched her clothes. She left so quickly that even the scent of blood failed to cling to her. And what did that mean? The difference in strength was overwhelming. They had never stood a chance. The city of Lingyun Prefecture loomed ahead. Towering walls and a human tide marked the busiest political, cultural, and commercial center in the region. The instant Chen Fan crossed the gate, a deafening clamor washed over him like a blast of heat, brimming with vitality. A broad, straight avenue stretched before him, lined with closely packed buildings and a forest of shop signs. Peddlers brandished their wares, shouting until their voices cracked. Chen Fan slowed instinctively, taking in the scene he had yet to experience the local life of this world. Miss, have a look at my rouge, finest quality, lowest price. Miss, how about a painted parasol? Keeps off sun and rain, guarantees fair skin and stunning looks. Miss, candied hawthorn, sweet, nourishing, perfect for your complexion. Calls echoed from every direction, making Chen Fan's mouth twitch. With a flawless figure and breathtaking face, he drew every eye. Sure enough, a young noble who stared a bit too hard tripped, staggering straight into the arms of a woman who had to weigh 300 pounds. Young master, you touched me. I'm a proper maiden, you'll have to take responsibility. Everyone saw it, hee hee. She clamped him in a bear hug. Let me go? His wail floated down the street. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing. That smile, bright as a full moon, seemed to eclipse every blossom around him. For a heartbeat the street fell silent, even the walking mountain of meat and her unlucky captive froze. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought little secretary with me. I should have brought Little Hay instead. Little Hay was the system's only male ghost puppet. He had given it the name on a whim. What's going on? Why did it just get so quiet? Murmurs had barely begun when a sharp, imperious shout shattered the stillness. Out of the way. Thuds followed. Several people hit the ground clutching their chests, screaming, and chaos erupted. It's the prefect's daughter Xiao Shui. Clear a path. She's always arrogant. Best not provoke her. She claims to be Lingyun's greatest beauty? Humph. She's nothing compared to that one. Brows raised, Chen Fan took note. Xiaosheng's daughter? Perfectly meant to find Xiaosheng anyway. Then he saw Xiao Shui herself delicate and charming, yet her brow carried raw arrogance. Her gaze snapped to Chen Fan, pupils tightening. That face outshone even her own. Jealousy flared at once. Someone scar her face. How dare she look better than this prefect's daughter in Lingyun? How presumptuous. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Little girl, don't assume I'll spare you just because you're young and pretty. I suggest you behave. By the way, which of Xiaosheng's wives is your mother? Xiao Shui's expression turned murderous. My father has only one wife, me mother. How dare you question my status, you wretch? He'll kill you. She leapt herself, a slender sword aimed straight at Chen Fan's flawless face, eyes full of malice, clearly intending to leave a bloody mark. A puppet that can bear children? Chen Fan mused. Seems Xiaosheng went to great lengths to hide the fact his wife is a puppet. Chen Fan realized what she was up to in an instant. I only wanted you to take me to your parents, but if you insist on courting death, I'll oblige. With a single heavy step, he shot forward more than 10 meters, appearing in front of Xiao Shui in the blink of an eye. You dare, she began, her face paling, but Chen Fan's hand was already clamped around her slender neck. With nothing more than mid-stage spirit profound cultivation, she had no chance against him, and the nearby spirit movement guards didn't even have time to draw their blades. Crack! Xiao Shui's head lolled to the side as her neck snapped. Chen Fan's expression never changed. Dying twice before had long since hardened his heart. She killed the young princess. Kill her, or we're all dead men. Terrified, the guards threw themselves at Chen Fan, while bystanders screamed and scattered. Boom, boom. The newcomer, whom everyone saw as a stunning woman, smashed a guard's chest with one punch, blood misting the air in a grisly cloud. She killed the young princess. If we take her down, the governor will reward us. Several martial artists exchanged a glance and charged in as well. Thud, crunch. Bones shattered and flesh tore beneath Chen Fan's blows, bodies piling up around him. Inside this puppet body his defense was immense and fatigue non-existent. As long as spirit stones fed it, he could fight forever. Enough. Minutes later a thunderous shout split the din, and a squad of armored soldiers pushed through the crowd, surrounding Chen Fan. Slaughtering people in Lingyun County's capital, tired of living? Are you? The man in silver armor who led them, eyes sharp as blades, was the governor's foremost general, General Qian. General Qian? She killed the young princess. Someone shouted. What? General Qian's pupils shrank, murderous intent almost tangible. He had courted Xiao Shui for years to curry favor with her father. Now she lay dead before him, and rage obliterated his restraint. Die! With a roar he shattered the flagstones underfoot, releasing the aura of a mid-stage spirit movement cultivator. He had crossed blades with latest-stage experts on the frontier, How hard could a mere young woman be? Grab her alive. Hand her to the governor. Bask in glory, and she was a beauty besides. Steel flashed as he flipped his wrist, striking with the flat to keep her breathing. Clang. Chen Fan's left hand shot out, clamping the blade, and a twist of his wrist yanked the general off balance. Then, boom. His right fist crashed into General Qian's face. The gap in power was too wide. The general had no time to dodge. In the next instant, his head exploded before the horrified eyes of his soldiers, bone and blood splattering in every direction. Dead. Thud. Thud. Chen Fan strolled toward the governor's manor, crunching spirit stones as casually as if they were candy. With every step, the blue stone beneath his feet darkened with fresh blood. Shattered armor, broken blades, and mangled corpses lay piled on either side, forming a scarlet corridor that led straight to the main gate of Ling Yun's official residence. Inside, music and laughter never stopped. The spacious grand hall blazed with lamplight, and curls of sandalwood incense drifted through the air. At the head of the hall, Xiao Sheng, his bulk buried in layers of fat, lounged on a silk couch, while several scantily clad dancers kneaded his shoulders, pounded his back, and fed him wine. Eyes half closed, he tapped thick fingers on the brocade and basked in his own excess. All this decadence traced back to a single transaction. Back then, already past 30 and of mediocre talent, he had only just touched the middle stage of the spirit awakening realm, long past the prime window for breakthroughs. Watching his peers hailed as prodigies, he seethed with envy and resentment. Why should they stand proud above the clouds while I remain doomed to mediocrity? At that moment, a jet-black token etched with mysterious runes appeared before him. Thus began the deal. He borrowed from the Myriad Worlds Bank a female puppet indistinguishable from a living woman, one with power at the early transformation realm. Armed with this wife, he crushed all rivals and claimed the post of Ling Yun's governor, using her strength to silence every dissenting voice. From there, he exploited his office to loot cultivation resources, forcibly stacking his own cultivation until he finally stepped into the early transformation realm. He knew, however, that his foundation was hollow, his realm unstable, and further progress all but impossible. Even so, he was satisfied. Once he returned the puppet as agreed, he would still be a transformation realm cultivator commanding 100,000 Qin soldiers, more than enough to hold Ling Yun in an iron grip. Yet when the day of repayment arrived, he stared at the token in his palm and hesitated. With her at my side, I could squeeze into the imperial court. Even if I'm powerless, she can crush every threat for me. Greed smothered caution, and he chose to default. One day passed, then two, then dozens. The Myriad Worlds Bank made no move. Xiao Sheng's anxiety slowly turned to delight, then to outright glee. Maybe the bank has collapsed. He abandoned restraint entirely, drowning in pleasure day after day. His body ballooned, rolls of fat burying the frame that had once fit snugly inside armor. Just then, report. Governor, bad news, young mistress has been killed. A panicked voice burst into the hall. What? Xiao Sheng's flab quivered as he shot upright, face instantly dark. His only daughter, his dearest treasure, dead? Who did it? Find them. Kill Themno. Bring them alive. They'll make them wish they were dead and watch their loved ones die first. He roared, crushing a wine cup in his fist. The messenger could hardly breathe. Governor, Shish is already at the gate. Shi's strong General Qiansheng fell to a single strike. What? Xiao Sheng's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He knew exactly how formidable Qiansheng was. Otherwise, he never would have tried to make him a trusted lieutenant. Bring my wife here. Xiao Sheng jerked his head up, instinctively thinking of his fearsome spouse. Still uneasy, he barked more orders. Deploy the garrison to the city. Have the household guards hold that intruder at any cost. Go now? Yes, sir. The attendant accepted the command and sprinted out of the hall. Left alone, Xiao Sheng drew a deep breath, his knuckles whitening on the armrests. Anyone bold enough to storm the prefect's residence had to have something up their sleeve, and he had no intention of rushing out to die. After years of soft living, his belly had grown thick and his courage thin. Who would dare attack the prefecture? He rifled through a mental list of enemies. I haven't offended any major power lately. Is this Snow's doing? Or is it aimed at me? At the thought of a certain forbidden name, his face went ashen. A shrill scream suddenly rang out in the courtyard, and then, thud, a corpse sailed over the wall and crashed onto the flagstones, twitched twice, and lay still. Blood spread quickly, filling the air with a sickly sweet odor. Step. Chen Fan walked into the prefecture at last. She threw back her head and let out a long howl. Now that's a rush. Fighting her way here had loosened every joint, and she felt glorious. Her gaze swept over the guards. Intimidated by the killing aura that rolled off her, none dared step forward. Chen Fan locked onto Xiao Sheng at the main hall entrance and called clearly, You must be Xiao Sheng. I am the prefect. Xiao Sheng forced himself to stand tall, his voice ringing out. And who are you? To butcher your way into my home. My name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Xiao Sheng blinked. The woman before him was stunning, yet that name sounded unmistakably male. Not exactly. She laughed softly, hips swaying. I'm just the secretary. Chen Fan is my master. He sent me to collect the rest of your lifespan. Judging by your stance, you plan to resist? What? You're the dreadful suspicion in Xiao Sheng's heart solidified, and his face went paper white. But he forced himself to roar, I don't care who you are. This is my turf. Cause trouble here and die. Men, kill her. A reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Whoosh, whoosh 1,000,000 spirit stones was temptation enough to drown all reason. More than a dozen cultivators flung themselves at her, heedless of death. Die? Chen Fan's slim figure flickered like a ghost. Knife hand strikes, elbow smashes, and flying kicks flashed in succession. In a heartbeat, blood spattered and bodies littered the ground. As screams rang out one after another, Xiao Sheng's face grew even darker. He glanced at his newly arrived wife and snarled. She's gone too far, she even killed our daughter. Unforgivable. Kill her. He watched his wife intently, wondering whether the rumors were true. Would she defy him if she recognized an agent of the Myriad Realms Bank? Whoosh. His wife blurred into motion, a shadow hurtling straight at Chen Fan. Relief washed over Xiao Sheng. As long as his wife fought for him, he was safe. She was a puppet at early spirit-forming stage, her combat strength equal to a mid-spirit-forming cultivator. The intruder was only late chi maneuvering. She couldn't possibly be a match. The onlookers relaxed as well, convinced that Chen Fan was doomed. Chen Fan, I'm using one of your Myriad Realms Bank puppets against you. Bet you didn't see that coming. Xiao Sheng's lips curled. A heartbeat later, two dull blasts rang out, boom boom. The lady beside Xiao Sheng flicked her sleeve like a blade. Two crimson lines flashed. The throats of the guards attacking Chen Fan were cut clean through, and they collapsed in unison. Everyone in the courtyard blanched. You madam, you, Xiao Sheng gasped. Chen Fan raised a hand to halt the remaining guards, his gaze sliding to Xiao Sheng. Did you really think your wife still answers to you? She's mine now. With the lady intervening, Chen Fan slipped free and advanced on the prefect, step by step. The onlookers' hearts pounded. Was the prefect's wife seeing another man? Xiao Sheng stared at Chen Fan, grinding his teeth. Who are you? You already know. Chen Fan chuckled. I'm a bondservant of the current master of the Myriad Realms Bank. 11 years ago you borrowed this early spirit-forming puppet for 1 year. The term expired 10 years ago. You now owe a full century of lifespan. Today I've come to reclaim the puppet and the interest. An uproar followed. Myriad Realms Bank? The prefect's wife was borrowed? He defaulted on a debt. Their sense of reality shattered, yet no one could do a thing. Xiao Sheng forced himself to shout. I don't know what you're talking about. Guards, kill her. 1,000,000 spirit stones and 3 ranks for whoever does it. The fresh guards didn't understand, but the reward drove them mad. They roared, drew steel, and charged. In the chaos, Xiao Sheng spun and bolted toward the gate. He knew how frightening the Myriad Realms Bank was, and with his wife turned traitor, he had no chance. Running? Chen Fan frowned. The secretary body he currently controlled was only late spirit maneuvering realm too slow. He ordered the early spirit-forming puppet to pursue. Whoosh, stone tiles shattered under the puppet's feet as it streaked forward like a ghost, Chen Fan close behind. The once chaotic, blood-stained prefectural mansion fell silent. The remaining servants stared at one another, helpless. In the city, Xiao Sheng had barely reached the street when a tide of black-armored troops flooded in. Ecstatic, he yelled, kill those two. 100,000 Qin soldiers were his trump card. Even the 10,000 already here could stall Chen Fan until the rest arrived. Armor rasped. Murderous intent filled the air. Spears, shields, and crossbows advanced in layers, locking onto Chen Fan and the puppet. Xiao Sheng halted, sneering. Chen Fan, no matter how strong you two are, how will you break my 100,000-man army? Chen Fan eyed the oncoming black tide, his voice calm. There are fewer than 10,000 here now. So what? Xiao Sheng snarled. Before you break my lines, the rest will be here. Qin discipline is ironclad, I'm certain of it. Is that so? Chen Fan gave a quiet chuckle and flicked his sleeve. 10,000 female in-soul puppets appeared in an instant. What? Xiao Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly believe his eyes. Chen Fan had summoned an army with a mere wave of his hand. Hands clasped behind his back, Chen Fan's gaze was cold. Governor Xiao, you underestimate the Myriad Worlds Bank. I can elevate you to unrivaled power, or I can cast you into dust and ashes with a single gesture. His arm dropped. Kill. Are Great Qin's soldiers no match for a band of women? Absurd. Xiao Sheng roared, pointing his blade. Kill. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. Kill. Kill. His shout rumbled for miles, murderous intent soaring. Opposite him, Chen Fan's 10,000 Lingshuan realm female in-soul puppets stood silent in the swirling black mist, forming a razor-thin line. Boom. The two forces collided. Blood splattered. There was barely a struggle. Qin soldiers lost their heads before they could even scream. Both sides numbered 10,000, yet the gap in strength was colossal. In seconds, the puppets butchered over 3,000 Qin troops. At this rate, the camp would be a river of blood in less than 10 breaths. With a whoosh, Xiao Sheng's face turned ashen and he fled. After him, Chen Fan ordered, stuffing a pouch of spirit stones into Xiao Sheng's wife's mouth. Light flashed, and the puppet wife streaked after him. The little secretary was only late Lingdong realm and couldn't keep up, but the puppet wife was more than enough. Chen Fan merely shook his head and stood there, hands behind his back. 10 hours later, Xiao Sheng reached a barren mountain. His spiritual power ran dry, his knees buckled, and his own wife dragged him back. Another 10 hours passed. The puppet wife flung Xiao Sheng at Chen Fan's feet like a sack of grain. Madam, we've been married 10 years, will you abandon me so easily? Xiao Sheng pleaded, struggling to look up, only to meet her vacant eyes. This is my master. I do whatever my master commands, she said, her voice icy and emotionless. Xiao Sheng was speechless. Chen Fan looked down at him, his tone calm, yet unarguable. Xiao Sheng, what use are excuses now? Debts must be repaid, that's the natural order. Pay what you owe and borrowing again will be easy. You try to default. That's disgraceful. Still, your heartlessness won't make me unjust. I won't kill you. I'm here only to reclaim what belongs to my master, collect the interest, and leave. He tilted his chin. Hold him down. The puppet wife stepped up, braced her knee against Xiao Sheng's back, and pinned him to the ground. Only then did the citizens of Linyan Prefecture realize their governor had reneged on his debts, and even his wife was borrowed from the Myriad Worlds Bank. Now the creditor had come to collect interest, and no one dared utter a word. Endure, it'll be over quickly. Chen Fan crouched in front of Xiao Sheng and pressed his right palm against the crown of Xiao Sheng's head. No, Xiao Sheng roared. Yet his struggle was futile. Before everyone's eyes, his life force was visibly drained away. Wrinkles spread across his face, his spine bent, and his breath faltered, as though old age had seized him in a heartbeat. The watching soldiers gasped as one and instinctively retreated half a step. Could a lifespan really be stolen like this? The great Qin troops who had rushed up to save the governor of Lingyun Commandery froze where they stood, never having seen such a horrifying technique. Robbed of a century of life, Xiao Sheng's spirit collapsed. He felt death closing in, and the aftermath terrified him even more. A governor of Great Qin who defaulted on debts, was out of years, and lacked a wife's protection would lose everything. Once his title was stripped, the small fry he had scorned would come for revenge. His cultivation was no refuge. He had forced himself to early Hualing realm with rare treasures, leaving his foundation hollow. Years of indulgence had drained his vitality, and now, with his lifespan spent, his strength plummeted. He would be powerless against anyone. Facing such a fate, his eyes grew as dark as a sealed well. If disgrace was inevitable, he would drag someone down with him. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly lunged and drove a fist at Chen Fan's chest. You destroyed everything I had. Die. At this range, an early Hualing realm punch should have pulverized a mere late Lingdong realm torso. Chen Fan sensed the despair and fury behind the blow, yet his face remained calm. Life and death are not determined by rage. With a thunderous crack, the fist landed. Chen Fan grunted, staggered back a dozen steps, then steadied himself. You're unharmed? How can that be? Xiao Sheng was too stunned to flee. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, he shrieked, You're a puppet. You must be a puppet. Strictly speaking, I'm a Yin-soul puppet, Chen Fan answered coldly, his gaze treating Xiao Sheng as a corpse. I planned to leave you a sliver of hope, but you chose death. Since your wife made you what you are, let her end you. The puppet, wielding early Hualing realm power, raised its palm and struck. With a dull boom, Xiao Sheng's skull burst, and the once proud governor died on the spot. The crowd fell into dead silence. Ding. First debt recovered, completion rate 100%. Extra reward obtained. Reward settlement. 10,000 first-grade Divine Blast Talismans, 1,000 second-grade Divine Blast Talismans, 100 third-grade Divine Blast Talismans, 10 fourth-grade Divine Blast Talismans, and 1 fifth-grade Divine Blast Talisman. As the system prompt faded, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed. So many Divine Blast Talismans. The higher the grade, the more devastating their explosion. Under normal circumstances, a first-grade Divine Blast Talisman is enough to kill a cultivator at the Spirit Cultivation realm. A second-grade talisman can eliminate someone at the Spirit Profound realm. A third-grade talisman can wipe out a fighter at the Spirit Movement realm, while a fourth-grade one can finish off a master of the Spirit Transformation realm. A fifth-grade Divine Blast Talisman is powerful enough to blow apart a powerhouse of the Spirit Communion realm. Realizing this, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. The talismans in his hand were no different from a cache of giant bombs he could detonate at any time. Inside his mind, the system's cold voice echoed. Only the first debt recovery triggers an additional reward. Subsequent debts do not stack. Even so, Chen Fan had already made a fortune. The trove of Divine Blast Talismans he just received had become his true trump card. Crafting talismans calls for tremendous soul power. He was already at the 9th level of the Yin Soul tier, his soul force abundant, only one final step away from becoming a rune master. A rune master can inscribe sigils onto runestones, forging talismans that kill, form arrays, or turn the tide of battle. If he could reach the 9th grade, he could casually create talismans capable of moving mountains, draining seas, or leveling a nation. Unfortunately, his talent had always been mediocre. Repeated attempts had ended in failure. He could only pin his hopes on the Myriad Worlds system. If it could trade all things, then talent should be no exception. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Fan realized he still stood at the center of Xiao Myron's brow. Around him loomed an army of female in-soul puppets. Below, the soldiers, warriors, and common folk of Lingyun Commandery packed the streets, staring up at him in terrified silence. Disperse. I'm here only for the debtor. The rest of you are not involved. He waved his hand lightly, then turned and tore through the sky, eager to prepare his third transaction. News of Chen Fan's departure spread through Great Qin as if it had grown wings. The mysterious and faintly ominous Myriad Worlds Bank was etched into the minds of every major power overnight. He settled into an inn in the commandery capital, locked the door from the inside, and sent his consciousness into the bank's grand hall. Myriad Worlds token, appear. The crystal token materialized, and he began searching for a suitable customer. His available capital was now far richer than before, 100 years of lifespan, a full set of divine blast talismans, and his earlier savings. Everything was on the table. Great Qin's royal capital, Meng family residence. Deep within the mansion, Grand General Meng Tian lay on his bed. The iron-blooded warrior of bygone days now breathed only faintly. The hidden wounds he had suppressed for years with sheer cultivation finally rebounded in his old age, dragging him to the brink of death overnight. With Meng Tian's fall, the Meng family's influence plummeted. The once bustling gate of this military clan was now deserted, and even his command of the National Guard had become a prize for contending lords. Court intrigues surged, yet none spared the time to visit. Only the 9th prince, Qin Zheng, had come to see him. Your Highness Prince Zheng, I'm afraid I can no longer stand with you. Meng Tian sat cross-legged by the bed, his face ashen and his voice far weaker than usual. Looking at 9th Prince Qin Zheng, he let bitterness and helplessness flash through his eyes. You labor tirelessly for Great Qin, yet father refuses to do everything to save you. He's going to watch you die, even though you are one of his staunchest supporters. Qin Zheng slammed his fist onto the desk, fury shredding the composure he normally displayed. His sleeves billowed as if whipped by a violent wind. How can he be so cold-blooded? Does he know you've been backing me in secret? That's impossible. Meng Tian lowered his gaze, as though he had already seen through everything. Merit that outshines the throne. The 4 quiet words crashed onto Qin Zheng's heart like a mountain. He shut his eyes, knuckles white. After securing Meng Tian's support with such effort, he now faced losing his strongest pillar. If Meng Tian died and control of his troops was lost, Qin Zheng's bid for the throne against the crown prince would burst like a soap bubble. Given the crown prince's ruthlessness, Qin Zheng and the ministers who sided with him would be marked for death, and even Meng Tian's heirs would be swept up in the purge. The court would drown in blood, and the root of the disaster was Meng Tian's rapidly failing health. If I can save the great general, any price is worth it, Qin Zheng vowed in silence. Just then, a majestic voice exploded in his mind. Universal Bank, trading in all things. Universal Bank? Qin Zheng's eyes flew open as an ancient bronze token floated silently before him, its deep carvings glowing with faint golden light. He instantly recalled the sensational rumor from Lingyun Commandery. Prefect Xiao Sheng, unable to repay the Universal Bank for a single puppet, had been visited by its envoy and stripped of 100 years of his lifespan in public. Such story was true? Qin Zheng met Meng Tian's gaze, and hope flared in both sets of eyes. Meng Tian reached out and seized the hovering token without a second thought. It trembled, and a force that seemed to tear space itself swallowed him whole. Qin Zheng's pupils contracted, felt no fear, only wild joy. If this could truly extend Meng Tian's life, there was still a chance to turn the tide. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tian stood in a vast hall. The vaulted ceiling was etched with shifting runes, lamps burned as bright as day, yet there were no guards or servants in sight. Suppressing the blood surging within him, he glanced around warily. What manner of power is this? He muttered. Drawing a deep breath, he clasped his hands and spoke aloud. I am Meng Tian, and I wish to make a trade. At the same moment, a line of information surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Meng Tian, Great Qin's general of the nation, aged, 3 months of life remaining. Guessing the visitor's purpose, Chen Fan asked in an even voice, Meng Tian, what do you wish to trade for? The sound came from everywhere at once, impossible to pinpoint. A cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm couldn't sense the speaker's presence. Meng Tian's respect deepened, and his tone grew even more deferential. I want to buy lifespan. I heard the Universal Bank took 100 years from Shaosheng today. I want those same 100 years. His voice rang out, eyes blazing. With a century added to my life, my wounds will heal, and I'll return to my prime. Oh, very well. Chen Fan's reply was steady. What price are you prepared to pay? A line of data flashed through his mind. Meng Tian's assets: 10 million spirit stones, the tenfold force technique, 1 grade 4 divine blast talisman, 2 grade 4 divine shield talismans, 2 grade 4 divine movement talismans, 2 grade 4 divine strength talismans, an ancient jade key, a stalk of purple lingji, and a 1,000-year earth ginseng. Impressive. A true grand general of great Chen, Chen Fan remarked, raising an eyebrow at the inventory. A century of life is priceless, Meng muttered, gritting his teeth. He'll trade 10 million spirit stones. That sum equaled several years of Chen's tax revenue. Yet Chen Fan only shook his head. So a single year of life is worth a mere 100,000 stones to you? Meng frowned, hearing the disdain in Chen Fan's tone. How much do you want, Master Chen? He asked cautiously, unwilling to throw out another figure and lose further leverage. Chen Fan's smile was faint. The moment you entered Wanjia Bank, your entire net worth was clear to me. I want 10 million spirit stones, the tenfold force technique, 7 grade 4 talismans, and the ancient jade key. What? Meng blanched. Stones and the technique he could accept, but the man had named every talisman and even the jade key had found in a Tomban item whose purpose he hadn't yet discovered. The general suddenly grasped how terrifying the banker's intelligence network was. After a deep breath, he steadied himself. Fine, the stones and the tenfold force are yours. But a single grade 4 talisman costs millions and is nearly impossible to buy. I can't surrender 7, I need some to stay alive. Chen Fan remained unmoved. Which matters more, general your life or a few talismans? He'll give you 50 years for 3 grade 4 talismans. Deal? No. Meng refused instantly. A full century of life was invaluable. After a pause, he offered his limit. 10 million spirit stones, the tenfold force, the ancient jade key, and 4 grade 4 talismans. That's as far as I can go. Bottom lines exist to be broken, Chun Fan replied coolly. Last chance. My terms stand. Yes or no? Silence hung in the hall. Realizing there was no wiggle room and desperate for the extra century of life, Meng sighed. Yes. With a sweep of his sleeve, he piled 10 million spirit stones, the tenfold force scroll, the ancient jade key, and 7 grade 4 talismans in the center of the hall. The stones glittered, talismans pulsed with power, and the jade key glowed coldly. Store, Chen Fan ordered. Everything vanished at once, transferred neatly into the Wanjia Bank's vault. He closed his eyes and let himself relax. As a century of lifespan poured into Meng the transformation was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, his once graying hair regained a deep black sheen, and the deathly aura that had hung about him was replaced by vibrant, surging vitality. His sleeves swelled as he sensed true essence coursing through his body. His bones felt newly reforged, every muscle brimming with strength whose return was more astonishing than any spectator's gasp. Magnificent. Meng eyes snapped open, twin beams of light flashing forth as he struggled to contain his excitement. I'm back in my prime, and I've leapt straight to the late spirit transformation realm. In his best years, he had only reached the early stage of that realm. Now he had vaulted 2 major levels at once. More importantly, he stood on the very threshold of the spirit communion realm. One more step would extend his lifespan, yet again how could his heart not race? With that thought, the mighty Grand General of Great Chen gathered his aura and bowed deeply toward the bank of 10,000 worlds, fists clasped. Few people could make Meng lower his head. The gesture said everything. Behind the counter, Chen Fan's expression remained calm. No need for that, he said. Each of us took what we needed. Do you still feel shortchanged? Not at all. Meng straightened and shook his head, unable to hide his delight. I only sought to stay alive. I never imagined I'd advance as well. By any measure, I've profited greatly. He cupped his fists again. If you ever need me, just ask. In Great Chen, the name Ming still carries weight. The Bank of 10,000 Worlds deals in transactions, not favors, Chen Fan replied coolly with a wave of his hand. You may go. Meng didn't leave at once. May I know the proprietor's name? Chen Fan. The name was already public in Yen City. He saw no need to hide it. Oh, one more thing. Meng turned, then paused. Master Chen, I have news. Xiao Sheng was the crown prince's trusted aide. You killed him. The prince won't let this go. Is that so? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, then waved dismissively. To the owner of the Bank of 10,000 Worlds, even the most overbearing prince was no threat. With a casual gesture, space rippled and Meng vanished. Ding. Third transaction complete. Completion, 100%. Settling reward. 1 special item obtained. The prompt sounded the instant Meng disappeared. Chen Fan frowned. Only 100%? I underestimated the value of a century of life. He silently noted the lesson. Had he squeezed out more, the reward would have been richer. Even so, a special item was nothing to scoff at, though he still felt a twinge of regret. Let's see what it is. At his thought, a light screen appeared. Special item. Instantly grants full mastery of 1 combat technique. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he applied it to his tenfold force. His mediocre talent had long hindered both cultivation and technique. This item was the perfect remedy. Light sank into his body, and tenfold force flowed smoothly. The once clumsy intricacies now crystal clear. The special item had solved the problem perfectly. In the very next instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, feeling as though it had always belonged to him. Tenfold fist force completely mastered. Clenching his fists, Chen Fan felt blood roaring through his meridians. The tenfold fist force, an entry-level Earth-grade combat art, could erupt at close range and punch straight through flesh into the organs, its lethality terrifying. This was the signature technique that had made Meng Tian famous, and now it was etched into Chun Fan's muscle memory. If I could teach it to all my puppets, Chun Fan thought of the 10,000 melee puppets under his command, and his heart ignited. With 10,000 puppets striking at once, a single blow could shatter defenses of the same realm and even cut down stronger foes, sowing panic in every enemy. Crown Prince Chen, didn't you want revenge? Come at me. High-spirited, he was eager to test his new fists. Once his excitement eased, Chun Fan turned to the 7 fourth-grade talismans and the ancient jade key he had just acquired. The Divine Blast talisman detonates and kills in an instant. The Divine Shield talisman grows stronger with every grade. The Divine Step talisman stacks speed with no side effects. The Divine Strength talisman multiplies power just as safely. 4th-grade talismans sell for millions of spirit stones and are rarely found even when one has the money. Had he not seen it himself, Chen Fan would never have believed that the Grand General guarding Great Qin carried only 7 of them. Remembering their market value made them feel even more precious. The ancient jade key, cool to the touch and carved with archaic patterns, revealed no obvious purpose. The system had rated the trade as merely average, implying the key was of limited worth, yet Chun Fan stored it carefully. It might prove useful at a critical moment. Elsewhere, Meng Tian's figure reappeared on his sickbed. Compared with his earlier cadaverous state, his cheeks now glowed and his aura surged. Qin Zheng stood watch at his side. Seeing this, his heart leapt. It worked. Even his deep composure could not hide his delight. Before he could speak, Meng Tian whispered, I have gained 100 extra years of life, returned to my peak, and am likely to break through soon. The Spirit Link realm? Qin Zheng's pupils shrank, the words escaping before he could restrain them. That realm stood shoulder to shoulder with his father, the king. Once Meng Tian ascended, he would become Great Qin's undisputed strongest warrior. No one would dare touch him. Thoughts whirled through Qin Zheng's mind. The king favored the crown prince, so he could not sit and await doom. He settled on a plan in an instant, but Meng Tian narrowed his eyes and added, I have already warned Chen Fan, proprietor of the Myriad Worlds Bank, that His Highness the Crown Prince intends to cause him trouble. Oh, Qin Zheng's lips curled into a faint smile. This should be entertaining. Meng Tian's move both granted Chen Fan an enormous favor and, by borrowed hands, deepened the rift between Chen Fan and the Crown Prince. The enemy of one's enemy is often a friend, especially when that person commands a mysterious force like the Myriad Worlds Bank, certainly a relationship worth cultivating. In Daqin, military might is paramount, and a governor holds life and death power over an entire commandery. For such a figure to be slain is utterly intolerable. Rumor claimed he had refused to repay a debt, and many commoners swore they had seen it with their own eyes. Yet the Crown Prince of Daqin brazenly twisted the truth in public. Governor Xiao Sheng of Lingyun Commandery is loyal and devoted. How could he default on a loan? It is the Myriad Realms Bank that has bullied the innocent, murdering Xiao Sheng and abducting his wife. Such crimes must be punished. Encircle and annihilate the Myriad Realms Bank to uphold the dignity of the realm. The Crown Prince declared, his words echoing like thunder. The Qin King immediately issued a decree. 10,000 troops stationed around Lingyun Commandery, together with dozens of top-tier experts, were to assemble under General Gan Yue, the Crown Prince's trusted aide, and march against Chen Fan. For a century the blades of the Qin army had always faced outward and had never been drawn within the realm. This order shook the court and every faction alike, and all eyes turned toward Lingyun Commandery. Everyone understood that the Crown Prince was openly flexing his strength, and the king's consent meant the royal house now stood firmly behind him, even at the risk of civil war. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, the man named in the decree, paid the brewing storm no heed. Seated cross-legged in a quiet room at an inn, he spread out sheet after sheet of gold-flecked contracts. Drawing on ghostly power, he skimmed them at lightning speed, searching for debtors in the surrounding region. Collecting debts and doing business both require a strong hand, he muttered. Soon a newly signed and geographically closest loan agreement caught his eye. Borrower, Crown Prince of Chu Wushuang. Collateral, 3rd-grade talent. Term, 10 years. Penalty for default, forfeiture of appearance. 3rd-grade talent? Chen Fan's eyebrow jerked upward. It goes this cheap? And the penalty is just a face? He sifted through his memories. Talent ranges from 9th grade at the bottom to 1st grade at the peak. 3rd grade is already a once-in-a-century prodigy. Anywhere in the Eastern domain, such a genius is virtually guaranteed to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm so long as they don't fall prematurely. And all it costs is his looks? Think you're better looking than I am. Chen Fan stroked his own face. curious about Chu Wushuang's appearance, then concluded coldly, a debtor is a debtor no matter how handsome he is, I'm still collecting. That third-grade talent meant everything to him right now. Xiaomi's physical aptitude was poor and her cultivation painfully slow, and he urgently needed this talent to accelerate her progress. The problem was that Great Chu bordered Great Qin, and with Xiaomi's late spirit motion cultivation, even using a top-tier swift rune journey would still take half a month. Being weak is a nuisance, Chen Fan frowned. Either I secure a flying beast, or I raise my cultivation first, but I can't waste so much time on the road. With that, he put away the contract, rose, and pushed open the door. Flying beasts weren't rare in Lingyun Commandery. As long as you had spirit stones, you could buy one. The street outside bustled with traffic. Controlling Xiaomi's body and keeping his voice soft, he stopped a young woman in a blue dress. Excuse me, miss, could you tell me where I can purchase a flying beast in Lingyun Commandery? He knew he currently inhabited a female body, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, he asked women rather than men for directions. At the stalls near the west gate, the woman glanced at Chen Fan's breathtaking face, envy flickering in her eyes. She lowered her head and murmured, thank you. With directions in hand, Chen Fan set off at once. Every passerby's gaze locked onto the secretary's flawless face he wore. Realizing he was far too conspicuous, he bought a gilded mask from a street vendor and slipped it on, finally silencing the chatter. Before long he reached the Westgate Bazaar. Stalls crowded the lanes, offering pills, talismans, cultivation manuals, combat techniques, and even antique jewelry. Chen Fan didn't linger. He headed straight for the flying beast section. Compared with the bustle outside, this corner felt deserted. Only a few customers stood around, yet each wore luxurious robes or gave off an intimidating aura. After all, even the cheapest flying beast cost tens of millions of gold coins, or hundreds of thousands of spirit stones well beyond most cultivators. The yard was small. After one circuit, Chen Fan counted only 7 beasts. He finally stopped before a juvenile black plume eagle. Its feathers were dark as lacquer with a faint metallic sheen, while its beak and talons hinted at natural ferocity. By the cage stood a long-browed elder in black robes, hands clasped behind his back, a cold gloom radiating from him. The elder was haggling in a low voice. 1,000,000 spirit stones is too steep. I have only 870,000. Take that, and we're square. The proprietor shook his head. Impossible. This black plume eagle is famed for its speed, and it's still a juvenile. Once grown, its price will more than double. 1,000,000 spirit stones is already a bargain. Noticing Chen Fan, the shopkeeper asked casually, young lady, are you interested too? Being called young lady made Chen Fan's mouth twitch. He thought, this secretary's face is a nuisance. Next time he'll bring Xiao He instead. The long-browed elder snorted. Her? Even I can't afford it. How could she? Chen Fan stayed calm. 1,000,000 spirit stones? Exactly, the owner replied crisply. That's the minimum, no haggling. If you can pay, it's yours. If not. Before he could finish, Chen Fan tossed over a spatial pouch. 1,000,000 spirit stones inside. Count them. The pouch is yours. Clean the eagle and smooth its feathers for me. Head pocketed 10,000,000 spirit stones only yesterday, so spending this much didn't faze him. A sweep with the proprietor's divine sense confirmed the amount, and joy lit his face. The eagle had been sitting unsold for ages. At last a straightforward buyer had appeared. Certainly. Miss, please wait while we tidy it up. Hold it. The elder's icy voice cut through the air. Little girl, are you intent on snatching what I was about to buy? Yours? Chen Fan arched a brow and looked at the shopkeeper. Boss, does this eagle not belong to you? Trying to con me? The shopkeeper waved both hands. It's mine, all of them are. Every flying beast here belongs to my store. Good. Chen Fan's gaze returned to the elder, voice flat. I've paid, so it's mine. Elder, if you can't afford it, does that mean no one else is allowed to buy it? The long-browed elder's face darkened. Well, the long-browed elder in black robes fixed his gaze on Chen Fan, eyes like a viper locking onto its prey. The chill sank straight into Chen Fan's bones, and even his wraith shivered. Young lady, a girl on the road must learn to protect herself. Remember, never travel at night. His voice was as icy as water thrown into the wind. Thank you for your concern, senior. Chen Fan smiled lightly and stroked the cage's occupant. With my blackwing eagle, I won't be walking much anyway. The elder's eyelids narrowed, teeth clenched. He gave a cold snort, turned, and strode off, black robe billowing, killing intent still hanging in the air. Interesting, Chen Fan murmured, shaking his head. He can't afford it, yet won't let anyone else buy it. How overbearing. The shopkeeper sidled over, lowering his voice. Miss you. Call me Missy or Beauty, not Miss, Chen Fan corrected. All right, Beauty. That man's surname is Kayupal, call him Old Xiao. He's vicious with poison and never lets a grudge go. This is his 5th attempt to buy the blackwing eagle, and he's declared anyone who does buy it is his enemy. The shopkeeper drew a breath. He's famous. Word is he's in the late spirit motion realm, cruel, ruthless, no one dares provoke him. The bird's been stuck here because of him. If you hadn't come today, I'd have let him have it for 87,000 spirit stones. Its feed costs are bleeding me dry. So I overpaid? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Beauty, I suggest you ride the eagle straight out of Lingyun City and stay clear of him for now, the owner warned earnestly. I understand. Thank you. Chen Fan nodded. A cultivator in the late spirit motion realm who played with poison? Others might quake, but Chen Fan controlled spectral puppets immune to fire, water, and toxins. Nothing to fear, no need to explain. A sudden cry rose from the rear courtyard. Bossamething's wrong. The Blackwing Eagle just passed out. The servant who had been cleaning its feathers burst in, face ashen. What happened? The shopkeeper's face darkened. Head finally landed a big buyer. Disaster was the last thing he needed. I don't know. The servant fell to his knees, voice quavering. The owner turned back to reassure Chen Fan. Beauty, they'll do everything I can to save the eagle. Then he hurried toward the yard. That old bastard, Chen Fan muttered. Moments ago the eagle had been vibrant. Now it was unconscious. Xiao's poison, no doubt. The shopkeeper soon returned, complexion livid, teeth grinding. It was definitely Xiao. To strike inside my shop and poison my beast outrageous. Clearly the shopkeeper had weight of his own. Without it he could never run the only flying beast business in Lingyun City. Miss, I've stabilized the black-feathered eagle for the moment, but the toxin in its body is something I've never encountered before. Until I find an antidote, I can't say when the poison can be purged. With an apologetic look, the shopkeeper offered Chen Fan 1,000,000 spirit stones and a storage pouch. Chen Fan accepted the pouch, his brows knitting together. This old fox is wasting my time. Next time I run into you, they'll grind your bones to dust. Seething, he flicked his sleeve, turned on his heel, and couldn't be bothered to glance at the other flying beasts. All he wanted was to vent his frustration. Step. The moment he left the beast market, a black-robed, long-browed figure emerged from the shadows like a wraith. Narrowing his eyes, the elder spoke in a chill, rasping voice. Little girl, you dare spar with me? Such a pity your figure, your face. Tonight, it'll make you wish you were dead. Night fell. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, cultivating the Yin Soul manual, when a cold glint sliced through the air. A fine needle buried itself in his shoulder, bringing a flash of burning pain. Instantly, the black-robed elder Xiao Lao revealed himself. Soon your skin will rot, Xiao Lao hissed. Your face will erupt in boils, pus will drip, and you'll die in agony. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? Quite delightful, Chen Fan answered lightly. Though it'd be even better if it happened to you. Heh, Xiao Lao laughed. The poison needle's already inside you. Your meridians will be flooded with venom. Even a Hualingrium cultivator wouldn't survive. Feeling itchy yet? Kneel, beg me, spend the night with me. Hand over your resources, and the black-feathered eagle maybe then it'll let you die with a shred of dignity. Before he finished, Chen Fan's figure blurred and shot forward. Xiao Lao's eyes narrowed. You shouldn't even be able to move. Seems your poison isn't as potent as you thought. Chen Fan's voice was low, his body already pressing in. Humph. Whatever trick you used, you can't break my exclusive poison. He'll entertain you first. Confident in his cultivation, Xiao Lao swung a fist. Chen Fan didn't retreat. He clenched both hands tenfold force. Time to test his new strength. Boom. Their fists met heated. Crack. The snap of bones rang out. Xiao Lao's face twisted as his thin body was blasted backward. Bang. He smashed into the ground, spitting blood in a long arc. One punch had left him gravely injured. Chen Fan's stance didn't waver. He stepped forward, seized Xiao Lao's throat, and looked down coldly. Turns out you're useless with poison, and even worse in a fight. You impossible. Xiao Lao stared at him in disbelief. How can you still be standing? I saw the poison needle go straight into your skin. Xiao Lao stared in disbelief at the woman behind the golden masked Chen Fan. She curled her sensual lips into a faint smile, her tone cool and teasing. Confused? Take your time. I'm sure you'll figure it out. When you do, let me know. A Xiao Lao froze, completely unable to follow her logic. Still not getting it? Chen Fan arched a brow. In a flash, her wrist flicked, and a hair-thin black needle buried itself in Xiao Lao's chest. With a dull thud, the needle sank to the hilt. Xiao Lao's face went ashen. Chen Fan's right hand clamped around his throat, while her left slipped into his robes, pulling out his Chinquan bag in one fluid motion. Crack, crack. Bones snapped like dry twigs. Her fingers were iron pincers, shattering several of his ribs and joints. Xiao Lao's screams echoed through the gorge, his face twisted beyond recognition. Chen Fan tossed him aside as casually as discarding a rag doll, then sat cross-legged and resumed circulating the Yin Soul Sutra. Icy spiritual energy roared through her veins. The poison erupted almost instantly. Xiao Lao's entire body itched maddeningly as his skin festered, pustules swelling and bursting, yellow-green pus mixing with blood until he was drenched. He clawed at himself, so hard his nails snapped. His shrieks filled the valley. I understand now. You're a puppet. Only a puppet could ignore poison. Who's your master? Why target me? He suddenly grasped at the idea and groveled, voice trembling. Whatever you want. I can give it to you, just spare me. Why do you think my master wants you dead? Chen Fan opened her eyes, coldly tossing the question back. I don't know it, Ichiza. Help me, please. Xiao Lao's arrogance shattered. He babbled in panic. Then keep thinking. Chen Fan shut her eyes again and sank into cultivation. I know. I know. He screamed hoarsely. I shouldn't have tried to steal the black-feathered eagle. And I never should have poisoned it to paralyze it. Am I right? Where's the antidote? Chen Fan nodded, satisfied. Where is it? In my Chinquan bag. The little brown bottle. And could you also grab the antidote for corpse poison? That's the small blue bottle. Corpse poison? Chen Fan murmured. So that's what it's called. Fitting name, effective, too. She rose and turned toward the distance. Xiao Lao gaped at her. Wait, where are you going? I'm going to detoxify the black-feathered eagle. Senior. Ancestor. Could you cure me first? Sure. Chen Fan answered briskly and fished a small red bottle from the bag. No, that's 100-flower poison. It makes flesh bloom like petals, draining all one's blood and essence. Xiao Lao shouted in alarm. Chen Fan pulled out another vial. That's phantom spirit poison. It infects spiritual energy. Any cultivator who has it loses themselves in illusions forever. Xiao Lao's voice cracked in terror. This is the spring vitality pill. Swallow it and your mind floods with lust. Spiritual power can't suppress it tactually. It makes the effect even stronger. This one is corpse-stiffening poison. Once ingested, every limb locks up and you move like a walking corpse. Each time Chen Fan pulled a bottle from the Chinquan pouch, old Xiao rattled off its name, use, and even the side effects at a blistering pace. Chen Fan stayed silent, lining the vials in a neat row until the pouch was empty. Thanks for the explanations, he said coolly. As a reward, I'll let you die quickly. You'll never. Old Xiao's scream cut short with a dull thud. The drugs had already corroded his flesh into a riddled mess, bleached bone showing through. Disgusted, Chen Fan refused to touch him. He fished a sword from old Xiao's Chinquan bag, flicked its tip, and with a flash of cold light, pierced straight through the old man's throat. Tap! Chen Fan sheathed the blade and walked out of the inn. The night wind, heavy with the scent of wine, greeted him. Two drunken men staggered up and collided with his chest. The golden mask on his face flashed under the moonlight, catching their bleary eyes. Hey, pretty lady, where you headed? Need us to show you the way? One slurred, blocking his path. Chen Fan had no interest in tangling with them and was about to sidestep when his brows knit. The danger came not from these two, but from elsewhere. Show yourselves, he said, sweeping a glance across the shadows. Haha, what's the girl talking about? Must be drunk. Come with us, sweetheart. Oblivious, the drunks pawed at him. Swish, swish. Dozens of figures burst from alleys and rooftops, landing in a crescent formation. Huh. The drunks gaped, then scoffed. We're profound spirit realm experts. Think numbers scare us? A burly man at the head clasped his hands behind his back, eyes cold as ice. You're the little secretary from Myriad Worlds Bank. Prince Chen's people? Chen Fan asked evenly. Sending this mini expert straight for him made the answer obvious. Have your master come out, or you'll die in agony, the burly man rumbled. The drunks assumed it was an internal quarrel and swaggered in front of Chen Fan. Don't worry, gorgeous, we'll handle them. One stumbled toward the burly man. Back off before I. Puff. Blood splattered. His words died as he collapsed. The second drunk sobered instantly, face drained of color. Don't kill me, Too noisy. The burly man barely twitched. The drunk's neck broke with a snap, and he fell dead. Silence returned to the street. Wine fumes now mingling with the stench of blood. Have you decided? The burly man asked, turning to Chen Fan once more. No need to decide. Chen Fan lifted his gaze, voice calm. A trifle like this is well within my abilities. No need to bother my master. Sword intent flickered around him as he stared at the burly figure. So, do we take this elsewhere, or settle it right here in the county town? Since you refuse a toast to peace, don't blame us for drawing blood instead. As the words fell, murderous intent swept across the mountain road. Dozens of Qin soldiers raised their weapons in unison, cold blades glinting at Chen Fan. So you've chosen to fight here. Chen Fan's voice was calm as his eyes swept over the crowd, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Perfect. I didn't get to enjoy myself earlier. Try not to disappoint me. Opposite him, a burly, armored officer with a halberd held back rather than strike. His tone was icy. Where's the Wanjie Bank's army? Army? Chen Fan flicked his sleeve and tilted his head lazily. Oh, you mean those 10,000 female ghost puppets? I don't need them to kill the likes of you. Female ghost puppets? The hulking figure Gan Yui frowned. In his experience, puppet arts existed, but none divided by gender. Qin is a backwater, so it makes sense you've never heard of them. Chen Fan spread his hands, half explaining, half showing off. They're an upgraded model, virtually without weakness, and they belong solely to my Wanjie Bank. A mischievous glint flashed in his eye. By the way, have you ever met Xiaosheng's wife? She's one of them. He summoned a pale-faced, vacantied woman from the bank. Recognize her? Gan Yui's pupils contracted, his knuckles whitening on the halberd. I am General Gan Yui. I once met Governor Xiao and know his character. You claim he died over a debt and stole his wife? Unforgivable. Chen Fan paused, then chuckled. twisting the facts so confidently. Enough. History is always written by the victors. With a sharp crack, he shifted his footing and blurred forward, his fist tearing through the air. Gan Yue didn't retreat. Before his halberd could swing, his own fist shot out, killing intent made tangible. Boom. The air erupted. Both men staggered back more than 10 paces, stone chips spraying beneath their feet. Mid-spirit fusing realm. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. Even with the full power of tenfold force, he could only fight to a draw in. Gan Yue clearly held back. Gan Yue was just as shocked. Tenfold force. You've mastered General Meng's secret art? What is your connection to him? If the Wanjie Bank truly had ties to General Meng, the Qin court would tremble. None, really, Chen Fan replied. He made a deal with the bank. One price he paid was tenfold force, and I granted him 100 years of life. Ridiculous. Gan Yue sneered. Life can't be traded. Besides, you're in Lingyun Prefecture, and he's in the capital. When did you ever meet? I told you the truth. Believe it or don't. Chen Fan shrugged, arching a brow. Either way, let's fight. A frigid light flashed in Gan Yue's eyes. Even if you're a ghost puppet, you're no match for me. Swish. Gan Yue drew a supple blade from his waist, angled it toward the ground, and said coolly, what you saw was only an appetizer. I suggest you play every card you have now, or you won't get another chance. I may not beat you, Heathen, but I've got far more resources than you. As the tension spiked, Chen Fan quickly ran the odds. The gap in power was clear. Only a fool would fight him directly. He was carrying a whole batch of 4th-grade talismans. Though he had just taken charge of the Myriad Worlds Bank, his reserves dwarfed anything this general could muster. With a blur of motion, Chen Fan lunged at Gan Yue. Know your place, Gan Yue scoffed. His flexible sword quivered like a venomous viper, striking at Chen Fan with ruthless precision. This spirit-grade weapon could slice through the protective aura of a female wraith puppet. Victory felt certain. Boom. Before steel met steel, Chen Fan flung a 4th-grade divine blast talisman. Bang. The detonation thundered in Gan Yue's skull. Caught flat-foot, he tried to switch forms, but managed only a hasty spiritual barrier 1 heartbeat too late. Flame swallowed him. The shockwave scoured the street for hundreds of meters, hurling dust and debris skyward. Coughing in the settling smoke, Chen Fan pinched his nose and backed away. Right after tossing the talisman, he had triggered a 4th-grade divine shield talisman, escaping without so much as a singed cuff. Gan Yue and his Qin escorts were vaporized. Nothing remained. Pathetic, Chen Fan muttered. The crown prince will hear of this soon, and I've burned another trump card. Thump, thump, thump. The ground vibrated as a tide of footsteps rolled closer. Chen Fan vaulted onto the roof of an inn and looked down. Dust still swirled, yet black-armored Qin troops surged forward like a flood, roughly 100,000 by his count. All this for me. He clicked his tongue. You dare kill General Gan? 10 divisions of Qin, surround and kill him. A silver-scaled officer ordered. So they really did come for me. Chen Fan sighed, his voice carrying on the night breeze. They must think the Myriad Worlds Bank is easy pickings. His expression hardened. With a flick of the wrist, he summoned a howling gust. 10,000 female wraith puppets materialized. The lead puppet, already in the early spirit-forming realm, glared with crimson eyes that radiated bone-deep cold. Chen Fan gave a single command. Wipe them out. The puppets streaked forward like dark phantoms, diving into the Qin ranks. Kill, kill, kill. The puppets themselves made no sound, yet the Qin soldiers roared as blades and spears clashed. Blood erupted instantly. Wraiths darted among the troops, and soldiers toppled in droves. The slaughter had begun. Inside Lingyun County, every faction and household barred its doors and windows, peering through cracks in terror. They knew the envoy from the Myriad Worlds Bank was merciless, and they knew the Qin army's deadly reputation. No one dared intervene. The slaughter began, and Chen Fan's legion of female Insol puppets immediately seized the upper hand. The street was narrow, the night as black as ink. Pale blue soul flames danced through the seams of their armor, illuminating ghostly white faces. The Qin soldiers opposite them, disciplined as they were, could only fall back step by step, their shield wall intact for the moment, but clearly losing ground. Tenfold force. Chen Fan barked. At once the puppets moved as one. Their arm bones trembled, ghost-like coiled around them, and layer upon layer of Yin power burst forth. Bang, bang, bang. The front line of shields sprouted fist-sized holes. Flesh, metal, and blood sprayed in every direction. Some soldiers were blown clear off their feet, crashing yards away and never rising again. In seconds, the once orderly Qin formation was torn open. Lingyun's cramped alleyways left the Qin ranks no room to regroup, and the tide turned instantly. Restore. On his command, the puppets produced spirit stones, popped them into their mouths, and a flash of light surged through their bodies, recharging their strength at a terrifying pace. Chen Fan had prepared a mountain of stones. He could fight for days without running dry. Kill. The order fell, and the eerie wind rose again. Slash after slash resounded. Within 15 minutes, the street was carpeted with corpses and rivers of blood. Tens of thousands lay dead. Bereft of their officers, the Qin soldiers broke and fled in every direction. Pursue. Chen Fan meant to leave no survivors, and he showed no mercy. Arrows hissed through the air. Half an hour later, all 100,000 Qin troops lay dead inside Lingyun. Not one escaped. Night pressed down over the city, the stench of blood riding the wind. Those hiding beneath the eaves shivered in silence, witnessing once more the brutality and might of the Wanjie Bank. Everyone knew that after tonight, its name would echo across the Great Qin. Even the imperial court would hesitate before raising another blade against it. Withdraw. At that quiet order, the puppets vanished as if they had never existed. Step by measured step, Chen Fan approached the general who had ordered his capture. Thud. The man dropped to his knees, terror twisting his face. Spare me was only following orders. Swish. A soft sword slit his throat. Blood sprayed, and the general collapsed. With that, every commander involved in the purge was dead. Chen Fan sheathed his weapon, his expression calm, and strode toward the flying beast depot. Inside, the proprietor had been pacing all night, shaken to the core. When Chen Fan pushed through the door, the man stiffened, the carnage outside flashing through his mind. Fear shattered his composure. You're an agent of the Wanjie Bank? I am. Chen Fan nodded and handed him a jade vial. The antidote for the Blackwing Rock. I need to leave immediately. Yais, of course. Clutching the vial in both hands, the owner's eyes darted nervously. He could already guess Chen Fan meant to flee on one of his beasts after all. Slaughtering 100,000 Qin soldiers was tantamount to challenging the entire empire. It was easy to imagine King Qin's fury. He might even mobilize the entire realm for war. Chen Fan understood the stakes. If he intervened now, the king would hold a grudge. If he stood aside, the Black Plume Rock's poison would kill him even faster. In a split second he chose and nodded. Moments later, the scent of elixirs filled the hidden chamber. The toxins inside the Black Plume Rock dissolved, and its withered crimson gold eyes regained their luster. The shopkeeper produced a prepared soul sigil, speaking gravely. Brand this ghost seal into its sea of consciousness, and your minds will be linked. Its life will no longer be its own. Silver light flashed from Chen Fan's fingertips as he chanted. The sigil sank into the bird's forehead. The rock uttered a low cry, dark light bursting from its wings before disappearing. It bowed in submission. Once the pact was sealed, Chen Fan tossed the shopkeeper a spatial pouch laden with 1,000,000 spirit stones and vaulted onto the rock's back. Whipping winds howled as he steered the giant bird into the clouds, vanishing beyond the horizon. At the same time, news powerful enough to shake the world spread like a torrential downpour. The envoy of the mysterious Wanjie Bank had led a puppet army and, in mere half an hour, annihilated 100,000 Qin troops. King Qin, the crown prince, and the court ministers were the first to receive the urgent report. Outrageous. King Qin rose in the golden throne hall, the dragon seat booming behind him as murderous intent billowed out. The crown prince and officials fell to their knees, trembling. As a spirit link realm cultivator and longtime sovereign, his pressure was crushing. Even veteran cultivators struggled to breathe. After a moment he reined in the aura, though shock and dread still flickered in his eyes. Investigate Wanjie Bank. I want every detail about the power behind them. 100,000 soldiers had been obliterated, and their commander Gan Yueya mid-stage transformation realm master had fallen in 30 minutes. Such might could topple a kingdom. King Qin no longer dared to order an assault. Another clash could doom Great Qin itself. The crown prince's face twisted with rage. Father, Wanjie Bank slaughtered our army and slew General Gan. If we don't punish them, where's our prestige? Send more troops at once. Every word burned with killing intent. Are you instructing me how to rule? King Qin's gaze turned razor cold. Your son would not dare. Blood drained from the crown prince's face as he prostrated himself. Leave. With a flick of his sleeve, the hall's temperature plummeted. To him, true power could erase a nation in an instant. Royal authority was not invincible, and caution was vital. Elsewhere, in a secluded manner, Qin Zheng and Meng received the same report. They exchanged stunned glances. Wanjie Bank is far more terrifying than we imagined. We must not offend them, Meng murmured. Qin Zheng nodded, eyes bright. We need to befriend them, make them our allies. Befriend them? Meng shook his head. Their doors are open to anyone with coin. They will never pick a side. Our priority is to bring down the crown prince's faction and cut off his dealings with Wanjie Bank. Any further confrontation will only bleed Great Qin. Qin Zheng's pupils contracted. After a moment's thought, he gave a firm nod. Chu Wushuang is the crown prince of Dechu and widely hailed as the most handsome man in the realm. Tall and graceful, with sharply sculpted features, he even outshines the legendary Panin. Countless girls and married women lose their hearts the moment they see him. Yet 10 years ago this flawless man had one fatal flaw: his talent for cultivation was appalling. Back then, Dechu exhausted its supply of pills, manuals, and masters on him. But by his 18th birthday, he had only clawed his way to 6th grade spirit cultivator, the barest passable level. On a continent that reveres strength, Good looks mean nothing without talent. Even his claim to the throne was in jeopardy. Then, somehow, everything changed. That same year, Chu Wushuang exploded like a lit fuse. In 2 months, he leaped from 6th grade spirit cultivator to the early Lingxian realm. A year later, he reached its late stage. By the 3rd year, he broke through again, stepping into the early Lingdong realm and outstripping every young genius in Chu, earning the title of First Prodigy. 8 years later, after steady progress, he reached the late Lingdong realm. Today, he has entered the early Hualing realm and stands among the realm's finest. People call him the Chu's greatest talent in a century, and his fame has swept across the entire eastern region. Today is his wedding day. His bride is Princess Changel, the beloved daughter of mighty Dewei, second only to the Dezhou Empire among the 6 great eastern states. Marrying Princess Changel means Dewei will throw its full weight behind Chu Wushuang. Even more crucial, the king of Chu has publicly announced that once the ceremony concludes, he will abdicate and pass the throne to his son. To ascend the throne at 28, stand at the peak of power, and what a peerless beauty with terrifying backing. Everyone says Chu Wushuang is a man favored by the heavens. They expect him to harness Dewei's support, strengthen Chu, and achieve greatness beyond measure. Yet as he stands atop the highest tower of the royal city, Chu Wushuang's heart is anything but calm. The 3rd-grade aptitude he now enjoys was borrowed from Wang Deo. 3 months ago, Princess Changel told him she would only marry him if he reached the Hualing realm before the wedding. But at that moment, his contract with Wang Deo was set to expire, and by its terms he had to return the borrowed aptitude. For the sake of the alliance and for the princess who had captured his here, the chose to break the contract. A few days ago, he broke through as promised, winning Princess Chang's devotion. Chu Wushuang has calculated that as long as tonight's bridal chamber is consummated, even if Wang Deo reclaims his aptitude and strips away his looks, it won't matter. From tomorrow, he will be king of Chu, and Princess Changel will be his lawful queen. No one can change that. Hands clasped behind his back, he gazes across the vast lands of Chu while his thoughts swirl. Once the realm is under his control, who would dare defy a royal decree? Would Dewei watch its own daughter suffer? Of course not. They will pour everything into helping him revive Chu. At the thought, Chu Wushuang's eyes flash with sharp resolve. Even if Wang Deo sends envoys, they may not reclaim that 3rd-grade aptitude, much less his face. It had to be admitted, he really was handsome. Even with that shadowy look in his eyes, he radiated a unique charm that left the maids around him staring in a daze. Arriving early was nothing compared with arriving at the perfect moment. Chen Fan had already stepped into the capital of Great Chu. After listening to all the rumors about Chu Wushuang, one thought burst into his mind: marry a rich beauty, soar to the top, become the ultimate winner. Too bad everything Chu Wushuang is flaunting today used to be mine. How can he enjoy it with an easy conscience? Did he ever ask whether I agreed? Since no one bothered to ask, Chen Fan wasn't about to wait. He headed straight for the crown prince's residence, where the wedding was about to begin. 10,000 in-spirit puppets. 1 5th-grade divine blast talisman. A dozen 4th-grade divine blast talismans. These were the cards that let him stir up trouble in the heart of the royal capital. The streets rang with drums and gongs. The ceremony's starting. This is the biggest event we've seen in years. The whole kingdom is celebrating. Taxes are even being cut in half this year. The crown prince and Princess Changel of Great Wei really are a perfect match. A Wei princess marrying into Chush is sure to come out ahead. Every word of the buzzing crowd reached Chen Fan's ears, driving home just how grand this Wei-Chu alliance truly was. Inside the prince's manor, distinguished guests packed the hall, and festive music never stopped. Envoys from every neighboring state had come to offer congratulations. Even the great Zhao dynasty had sent a delegation. Recognizing the strength of Wei and Chu also meant acknowledging Chu Wushuang's talent. His Majesty the King of Chu. The auspicious hour has arrived. Under countless watching eyes, the bride and groom followed Chu's intricate rites step by step, bowing, sharing the nuptial cup, and completing each ceremonial act. Outside the gates, Chen Fan finally arrived. Invitation card? The guards crossed their spears to block him. None, Chen Fan answered. The crown prince is being wed. Strangers are to keep their distance. The guard's gaze sharpened. I have urgent business, Chen Fan replied calmly. What could be more important than the crown prince's wedding? The guard was baffled, yet couldn't help eyeing this fine-boned beauty whose skin looked like mutton-fat jade. A golden mask hid the visitor's face and lent an air of mystery. Remembering the prince's colorful past, the guard's stare drifted to Chen Fan's midsection. Was this person pregnant? Reading the man's thoughts, Chen Fan's expression darkened. I'm here to collect a debt. Collect a debt from the crown prince's manor? You must be mad. The guard's eyes turned cold, and he leveled his spear. Leave. I'm serious. His Highness owes me, Chen Fan insisted. The guard was about to strike when a richly dressed youth stepped forward and raised a hand. No bloodshed on the prince's wedding day. Your Highness, 8th Prince. The guards bowed. The young prince looked Chen Fan over, a brazen smile on his face. Beautiful lady, what debt could trouble you? Why not visit my estate? I'll help you sort it out. Unhidden desire gleamed in his eyes. He might as well have the words lust-crazed carved on his forehead. Chen Fan sighed softly. Entering peacefully was clearly impossible. So be it. Chen Fan had meant to collect the debt quietly and leave, but it was turning out to be far messier than Shed imagined. She couldn't even set foot inside, let alone ask for money. The vermilion gates of the Crown Prince's residence were shut tight. Halberd blades gleamed, and the guards' faces were carved from stone. Worse still, a lecher suddenly swaggered out of the doorway. Sweetheart, collecting a debt of love? I can. It was the 8th Prince of Great Chu, dressed in brocade, his gaze brazen. He reached for Chun Fan's slender hand. Bang! Crack! Chun Fan struck like lightning, her fist smashing the 8th Prince's Adam's apple in front of everyone. GG. Eyes bulging, he clutched his throat and staggered back, horror spreading across his face as death seeped through him. That's His Highness the 8th Prince. You dare kill him? Seize her. The guards blanched. At their shout, armored soldiers surged forward. Xiao. Chen Fan had no interest in wasting time on flunkies. She called out silently. Cree-cree. A black-feathered eagle shrieked and dove, stirring a violent wind with its wings. Thud. Chen Fan stamped on the flagstones, leaving a crater, and vaulted skyward. As her leap lost momentum, the eagle's talons slid beneath her feet. Whoosh. The bird climbed in a razor scream of wind, arrowing toward the inner compound and leaving turmoil at the gate. Someone's arriving on a flying beast. A guest? So young, what envoy is that? Inside, the wedding court sparkled with lanterns and silk. Envoys, high officials, and nobles looked up and whispered. The eagle hovered 100 meters overhead, wings barely moving. Chen Fan stood on its back, hands behind her, surveying the crowd. Frowns deepened. Everyone else was seated. Why should she tower above them? Identify yourself, someone called. If you've come to celebrate, come down and join us. I'm here to collect a debt from Chu Wushuang, Chun Fan replied coolly. I'm not here to congratulate anyone. What? Outrageous. His Highness owes you nothing. Officials thundered, yet Chu Wushuang's expression shifted. So they've come to 10,000 Realms Bank. The person above wasn't the one who'd signed the contract. A new envoy. And on this day of all days, he fumed. I haven't yet married Princess Changle of Great Wei, haven't yet claimed the throne. Whether Chu Wushuang owes me can be settled with a single question, Chun Fan said, her gaze steady. It was her first glimpse of him, and she had to admit his face was flawless, the most handsome she'd ever seen. The ministers suppressed their anger and turned to their prince. Slander. Chu Wushuang snapped. I don't know you, and I owe you nothing. Disrupting my wedding makes you an enemy of me, of Great Chu, and of Great Wei. He wasn't foolish. Knowing how terrifying the Myriad Realms Bank was, he immediately pulled Great Chu and Great Wei onto his side, and that was the source of his confidence. Report. Someone outside the residence has cut down His Highness the 8th Prince. It's her, it's her. The gate guard staggered into the hall, pointed at Chen Fan, and shouted in panic. So you've come to cause trouble? Do you even know where you are? You dare kill the 8th Prince? Whoever you are, you'll pay for it today. Angry voices erupted, and every face in the hall turned grim. Your Majesty, Your Highness, allow me to execute this woman and preserve the majesty of Great Chu. A burly general, towering like an iron wall, stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and clasped his fists. Granted. The king of Chu nodded calmly. Chu Wushuang added, today is my wedding day, no bloodshed. Take her alive. Yes. The general's voice boomed. Locking onto Chen Fan, he roared, which, surrender. He stomped, shattering the flagstones, and shot into the air. His fist crashed down with a howling gale. Spirit-refining realm pressure swept over the hall. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Too weak. To him, the man was merely a pawn sent by the king and prince. Tenfold force activate. 3rd grade divine strength talisman ignite. Without taking a step, Chen Fan punched upward. Bang! The fists met. Chen Fan's seemingly ordinary strike shredded the torrent of energy around the general's fist and smashed straight into flesh. Crack! Bone snapped. Boom! His knuckles sank into the general's chest. Blood sprayed. The general flew back several meters, hit the floor, left a pit a foot deep, and died on the spot. The clash was brutal and brief. Silence blanketed the hall. A spirit transformation expert. Impudence. Shouts of shock and fury mingled. Faces shifted in disbelief. The fierce general who dominated his peers had been killed with a single punch. The impact was staggering. She just used a 3rd grade divine strength talisman. A talisman master in the corner whispered. Eyes lit up. If she relied on an external aid, her true power might be far less terrifying. Even if she is spirit transformation, anyone who rampages in Great Chu walks the path to death. Your Majesty, please execute this witch and uphold our honor. We all request the witch's execution. The calls for blood filled the hall. Chu Wushuang's mind raced. If she exposed how I borrowed a 3rd grade talent, the consequences would be dire. She might not be that strong since she used a talisman. This is the time to kill her. In a flash he lunged at Chen Fan, his cold shout shaking the hall. Witch, prepare to die. She dared to disrupt my wedding. If I don't kill her, how can Great Chu maintain its prestige? Whoosh. True to his reputation as an early-stage, spirit-refining cultivator, Chu Wushuang managed to hover in midair. His robes billowed as he leveled his long sword at Chen Fan, who hovered opposite him. The roaring wind lifted his sleeves, and the wedding tassels sewn to his cuffs flashed sharply beneath the clouds. From the crowd below came waves of flattery. Our great Chu Crown Prince, a spirit-refining cultivation peerless among every kingdom's prodigies. His Highness bears a third-rank talent, a rarity in 100 years superior even to the great Zhao Prince. With His Highness making a personal move, that demoness is doomed. The uproar surged across the plaza like heat. Red carpets and lanterns along the eaves glowed against one another, making Chu Wushuang look like a war god descending to earth. Chen Fan's face was impassive. He glanced up and said calmly, Chu Wushuang, you've clearly decided not to repay your debt. Have you thought through the consequences? About to die and still slandering me. Chu Wushuang snorted. The tip of his sword quivered, and he barked, die? He lunged without hesitation, his blade tracing a crescent of cold light. Chen Fan shook his head. A spark flared inside his sleeve, and a grade 4 divine blast talisman spun between his fingers, its runes flickering. Chu Wushuang's pupil shrank, his body stalled. A grade 4 divine blast talisman could kill any spirit-refining cultivator outright. Unless someone carried a matching shield talisman or a defensive artifact, and who would bring those to a wedding? Not good enough, Chen Fan murmured, slipping the talisman back into his storage pouch. It would kill Xiao and ruin your face. That face is my interest. Blowing it off would be a loss. Chu Wushuang's expression darkened, yet he no longer dared to charge in. But Chen Fan moved first. Grade 4 divine strength talisman. With a low shout, he shattered the talisman. Tenfold force plunged downward like a mountain. Sword light erupted. Chu Wushuang roared, Tri-Essence Sword Art. A column of sword intent pierced the sky behind him, so sharp the onlookers below felt as if blades were slicing their skin. Their scalps tingled. Clang. Fist met sword. The boom shook the air. Blood sprayed as Chu Wushuang's chest caved in. He flew back like a cut kite, crashed through the hall's flying eave, and finally stopped. The Crown Prince's Tri-Essence Sword Art is said to cut down mid-stage spirit-refining foes, yet he was wounded in one strike. And that demoness is unharmed? The crowd gaped, unable to believe their eyes. Yet reality was plain. No sword intent could match the absolute power of a grade 4 divine strength talisman. A puppet. A figure flashed over King Chu, draped in golden-laid python robes. Catching his son, he hovered in midair and stared hard at Chen Fan. A grade 4 divine strength talisman, such nerve. And you, this woman's actually a puppet indistinguishable from a real person. Another wave of shock rippled through the plaza. First a rare high-grade talisman. Now an almost perfect human-shaped puppet. Who would have imagined the graceful lady before them had no flesh or blood? Chen Fan nodded calmly. Sharp eyes. King Chu narrowed his own. Who exactly are you? And why have you come to cause trouble? An envoy of the Myriad Worlds Bank, Chen Fan replied, pointing at the still coughing Chu Wushuang. I'm here to collect a debt. He refuses to pay. I'm here to collect. Perfectly legitimate. Where's the trouble in that? Myriad Worlds Bank? Chu Wang frowned. Clearly, he had never heard of this power. The feats Chen Fan had accomplished in Qin had yet to reach his ears. After all, the two realms were far apart, and he had lately been absorbed in arranging a marriage alliance. He drew a deep breath, his gaze razor sharp. What debt does Wushuang owe your 10,000 realms bank? Finally willing to listen? Chen Fan shrugged. If we'd talked earlier, we could have skipped the fighting. He raised his voice. 10 years ago, Chu Wushuang borrowed a grade 3 talent from our bank. It came due 3 months ago, and he's refused to repay. The hall erupted. How's that possible? You can borrow a talent? Nonsense. Talent's innate, how can it be loaned? Voices overlapped in disbelief. Which? You're clearly after Wushuang's gift. Princess Changle of Wei, silent until now, spoke coldly. She had doubted the tale from the start. The phrase borrow a talent convinced her Chen Fan was lying. Unruffled, Chen Fan went on, I'm not finished. If he defaults, Wushuang must surrender his appearance as interest to the bank. Absurd. Changle sneered. I've heard of disfigurement and skin masks, but stripping someone of their looks? Ridiculous. She turned to Chu Wang. Why waste words? Kill her. Her standing in the Eastern realm was so high that even Chu Wang had to grant her some respect. Her tone was harsh. Chu Wang's eyes turned icy. At last he acted. Which, do you think that Chu has no warriors? 3 thoughts guided him. 1. He had never heard of the 10,000 realms bank. It surely wasn't a major force. 2. If he yielded Wushuang's talent and face, the Chu's prestige would plunge, and the marriage alliance with Wei would collapse. 3. He could not let his son become a cripple, nor could he allow the realm's honor to be shamed. He weighed these and struck. Buzz. The aura of a transcendent realm expert exploded, murderous intent blanketing 1,000 li, locking onto Chen Fan and the black-plumed rock. A bone-deep chill spread. The rock shrieked in fear. Chen Fan's heart pounded as he muttered, a transcendent truly lives up to the legends. This was the power he craved. Die, Chu Wong spat. Spirit power flooded from his palm. The world's essence poured in like a torrent. One transcendent strike could raise a city. Under that crushing weight, Chen Fan stood firm. Suddenly, he lifted a hand and slowly drew a talisman from his storage pouch, waving it before him. Chu Wong, do you recognize this? Are you sure you want to keep going? In the next instant, Chu Wong's face drained of color. A 5th grade Divine Blast Talisman. You actually possess a 5th grade Divine Blast Talisman. King Chu felt thunder crash inside his chest. His face went ashen, and his eyes fixed on the dark gold talisman between Chen Fan's fingertips. Lightning-like veins flickered across its surface while tongues of flame curled around it. Even a single glance made every Spirit Link realm expert's hair stand on in the talisman could obliterate an expert at the peak of that realm. King Chu had plenty of hidden cards, yet he had only just stepped into the Spirit Link realm. If the blast touched him Hedon, he would not even leave ashes behind. More terrifying was the location, the royal capital of Great Chu. If a 5th grade Divine Blast Talisman detonated here, everything within 1,000 li would be reduced to scorched earth. The hall was packed with nobles, high officials, and foreign envoys attending the crown prince's wedding, including the extraordinarily highborn Princess Changle of Great Wei. If they all died together, Great Chu would be charged with murdering foreign dignitaries and would be torn apart by its furious neighbors. What? A 5th grade Divine Blast Talisman? Which, don't do anything rash. Officials and envoys below the stage cried out, their faces whiter than paper. Moments earlier Princess Changle had flaunted her arrogance, but now her proud expression faltered. She stared at the talisman in Chen Fan's hand and dared not speak further. You wouldn't dare, King Chu said, drawing a deep breath to suppress his fear. Wouldn't I? Chen Fan's lips curved in a faint smile. Am nothing but a puppet, one of my master's slave girls. If I die, the 10,000 Realms Bank loses nothing. But you? Caught in the blast, you'll all be dead. Care to find out? She gave the talisman a casual shake. Lightning threads danced over its surface, and scorching heat seemed to ignite the very air. Stop. Don't be impulsive. The envoys forgot all dignity, retreating in unison as they fixed their eyes on that orb of imminent destruction. Princess Changle could not help but shout, King Chu, if I die here, the iron cavalry of Great Wei will trample your kingdom to dust. King Chu's face darkened. Threatened in his own palace, he seethed but dared not act. What exactly do you want? He finally asked, resignation heavy in his voice. I told you, Chen Fan replied calmly. I've come to collect a debt and the interest. King Chu's chest heaved. Was he truly going to watch his only son, Chu Wushuang, have his talent stripped away and his look stolen? Innate talent and appearance are gifts at birth, he forced himself to say. How could you possibly trade for them? The 10,000 Realms Bank trades in anything and everything. There is far more you don't know. Chen Fan's tone remained even. 10 years ago, Chu Wushuang's talent was worthless. Even with the Empire's full support, his progress barely crawled. Then, all at once, he soared to greatness. Did no one ever question it? The hall fell silent as memories resurfaced. Indeed, everyone had assumed it was a late blooming born of steady effort, yet the more they thought about it, the more chilling that explanation became. What does steady effort have to do with one's innate gift? How could a late bloom change the very foundation of talent and destiny? It looks as though Chu Wushuang really did strike a deal with Wang Jieqianzhuang. Envoys from every nation burst into hushed debate, arguing over whether it was true. Though the Chu's high officials feared the might of King Chu and his son and dared not speak, their eyes betrayed deep suspicion. King Chu, how dare you and your son deceive Great Wei? At the front of the crowd, Princess Changle of Da Wei stepped forward, her voice frigid against her flawless face. Slander. She's falsely accusing me. I never borrowed a third-rank talent. Father, save Meihe just covets my gift. Barely conscious from his wounds, Chu Wushuang shrieked in panic, his former arrogance long gone. With Da Wei no longer protecting him, he would be helpless if Da Chu abandoned him as well. What are you waiting for? Chen Fan fixed his gaze on King Chu, his tone calm. I've wasted enough time. Let's see if I can take his talent and looks or not. Father, no. Help me. King Chu's hesitation pushed Chu Wushuang to the brink of collapse, his voice raw with fear. Whoosh. Chen Fan lost patience. In a flash he landed before Chu Wushuang, forcing the crowd to retreat. Stay back. Stay away. Chu Wushuang thrashed wildly, blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth, his entire body trembling. A moment later, Chen Fan pressed his palm to the top of Chu Wushuang's head. Hum. Chu Wushuang convulsed as if his life force were wrenched out of him, bone-deep pride crumbling into utter defeat. Faces all around paled. His talent had really been taken. You've already taken my talent, don't take my face. Please. He'll pay any price, just not that. Obsessed with his own beauty, Chu Wushuang begged frantically. Chen Fan shook his head. Your looks are the only asset worth anything. Wang Jieqianzhuang wants nothing else. You broke the contract. Now pay the price. Otherwise, where would the bank's authority be? Collect. With that final word, the onlookers watched Chu Wushuang's once handsome face peel away layer by layer, raw flesh twisting beneath. Ah! His agonized scream echoed across the plaza. Clutching his face could not halt the horrific change. Moments later, Chen Fan withdrew his hand. Stripped of his stolen visage, Chu Wushuang's features shriveled into a hideous mask, like a demon from the abyss. Even with both hands covering his face, the twisted outline was unmistakable. Noah, feeling the warped skin beneath his fingers, he let out a soul-rending shriek. Was the crown prince wearing a human skin mask? No, if it were, his face would return to normal once it came off. But his whole face. Whoosh, the figure of Chen Fan vanished. The king of Chu never made a move. He glared at Chen Fan's retreating back, at Chu Wushuang whose talent and beauty had just been stripped away in front of the crowd. Rage shook his body, yet he dared not lift a hand. One strike, he feared, and the entire kingdom of Chu would be reduced to dust. He could swallow the humiliation. Chu Wushuang crippled, the royal dignity in tatter so long as he himself lived, and the foreign envoys and Princess Changle of Wei remained safe. The state of Chu still had a sliver of hope. What he underestimated was Wei's fury. By forcing Princess Changle into peril and nearly ruining her reputation, Chu Wushuang had crossed an unthinkable line. The king of Wei thundered like a storm from the heavens. Ceding territory and paying indemnities became Chu's only escape. 8,000 li of land and tens of millions of spirit stones changed hands before Chu narrowly avoided annihilation. But that came later. A third-grade talent. Merge. The moment he left the capital, Chen Fan stepped into the shadowed halls of the Myriad Realms Bank and fused the newly won third-grade talent rune with his own without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible thread seemed to bind him to the world itself. Every breath felt smooth and intimate. Time to cultivate the spectral soul manual and see just how fast a third-grade talent can push my speed. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Send. Before the words had faded, he flicked his sleeve. Countless Myriad Realm tokens scattered like stardust into the void, searching for new customers. The king of Qin. For days he had dispatched spies, yet they found nothing. Every clue pointed only to a past operation by the Myriad Realms Bank in Lingyun Prefecture and nothing more. That void of information left him even more wary. He dared not provoke the mysterious guild again. Father, doubts are rising across the realm. I beg you to punish the Myriad Realms Bank severely. The crown prince urged, stepping forward in the grand hall. No. The voice belonged not to the king, but to the ninth prince, Qin Zheng. Bowing, he spoke gravely. Father, absolutely not. The Myriad Realms Bank is unfathomable, perhaps backed by power we cannot imagine. Great Qin is but one of many nations in the eastern domain. How could we clash heathen, offend them rashly, and our kingdom could be wiped out? Ninth brother, what are you saying? The crown prince snapped. Are you cowering before outsiders? A ruler must not act on impulse. Qin Zheng replied steadily. Everything I say is for Great Qin's survival. I beg father to think twice. Are you teaching the king how to rule? The crown prince's face darkened. I would not dare, Qin Zheng answered, dropping to one knee. I think you. The crown prince pressed harder. Silence. The king of Qin's roar echoed through the hall. Ministers knelt in panic, the thud of knees filling the air. With a cold snort, the king's gaze swept the frightened court before settling on Qin Zheng, eyes narrowing. Ninth, do you have a solution? He saw it clearly. The son who had always been silent now spoke with surprising confidence, daring to oppose the crown prince in public. What scheme lay behind it? And how much ability did he truly possess? Father, why not attempt to trade with the Myriad Realms Bank? Qin Zheng proposed solemnly. Impossible. The crown prince yelled. 100,000 soldiers dead, gone Yue and dozens of masters turned to a shift. We still trade with them. We show weakness before the world. Qin Zheng, have you no spine? The Myriad Realms Bank trades in everything, Qin Zheng answered calmly. They are merchants. Profit guides them. They have no eternal enemies, no true friends. Why shouldn't we do business with them? We're not ceding land or paying reparations. What does pride have to do with it? You, the crown prince, flushed with anger, momentarily lost for a retort. Inside the imperial study, the air grew stifling. The king of Qin lifted a hand, silencing everyone. His voice was low and commanding. Since the idea of negotiating with Wangji Bank was yours, you will handle the talks. Tell its master I intend to wipe out the 200,000-strong Chu border army, and ask what price must be paid. A spark flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. His father had not mentioned a single word about healing General Meng's injuries. In truth, Meng Tian's hidden wounds had already healed, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Only Qin Zheng and Meng Tian knew. Clearly, the king would rather let the general die than spend one bargaining chip. Drawing a steady breath, Qin Zheng spoke. Father, every transaction with Wangji Bank requires a Wangji token. The token appears only when one holds an overwhelming desire for a specific goal. Even if we find their envoy, the token may not appear. Oh, the king's brow furrowed. Qin Zheng continued. If a deal fails, a second visit demands a steep price to reacquire the token. My rank is insufficient to represent Qin. It would be safest for you to go in person. Qin Zheng, are you trying to endanger father? What are you plotting? The crown prince snapped. And how do you know all this? In Yin City of Lingyun Prefecture, the bank's envoy told me himself. Qin Zheng replied calmly. Anyone who digs a little can find out. Brother, father ordered you to investigate with all your strength, yet you missed such basic facts? The crown prince's face drained of color. He had pushed their father to act against Wanja Bank, but neglected a deeper investigation. A chill crept up his spine. He dropped to his knees with a dull thud that echoed through the hall. Father, I leave. Disappointment thickened the king's gaze, nearly tangible. He suppressed his anger. His voice was frigid. The crown prince wanted to defend himself, but the king's icy stare silenced him. He withdrew, a flash of venom glinting in his eyes. Ninth, you may go as well. I will consider how to approach Wanja Bank, the king said, flicking his sleeve. Yes, father. Qin Zheng bowed and quietly left. Far away in Yin City of Lingyun Prefecture, Chen Fan was oblivious to the turmoil churning in the Qin capital. A customer? A ripple of awareness stirred within him. Whoosh. A figure appeared before the counter. Her crimson robe flared like flame, midnight hair streaming behind. Skin like snow and flawless features framed cold, luminous eyes that held an aloof arrogance, tempered by a haunting, seductive undertone. Ethereal grace and dangerous allure mingled in her presence. Chen Fan's pupils contracted. Across 3 lifetimes, he had never seen such breathtaking beauty. The screen idols of his previous world could not match a tenth of her charm. The woman surveyed the room, then parted her red lips. Her voice was cool and clear. Is this Wanja Bank? It is, Chen Fan answered, gathering his thoughts and giving a small nod. She was clearly a woman with a story. She lifted her gaze, frost glinting in her eyes. I want revenge. I will pay any price. Su Kinju, a name that sounds like music. She was just as beautiful as her name, acclaimed as the finest woman in Great Qin, and her talent was just as dazzling, for she had been born with first-class aptitude. Yet she came from a remote mountain village, a family of modest means, with no patron to rely on. Her peerless looks were exposed to the world before she had the strength to protect herself, making her the prey of every power and ambitious cultivator. Su Qingyu never lowered her head to fate. Successive heirs of noble houses and emissaries of great sects arrived at her door, and she rejected them all. 3 days earlier, Mo Tianlong, young master of the Four Directions sect, had publicly proposed to her once more, and she refused him again before the crowd. The bluestone square pulsed with noise. Swallowing his shredded pride, Mo Tianlong made a final appeal. Qingyu, if you will be mine, no one will dare disturb you again. With the Four Directions sect behind you, reaching the spirit-condensing realm will be easy. They'll bring your parents to our sect, shower them in riches, even secure positions for them at court. She answered with eyes of glacial indifference and a single, cutting phrase. You are not worthy. That instant Mo Tianlong erupted. Sword light flashed. He cut down Su Qingyu's parents where they stood, then ordered his men to torch the village. Flames roared while screams tore the night. Had the mysterious pendant on Su Qingyu's chest not burst with light, cutting down several of Mo Tianlong's guards, and driving him to flee, she too would have become his captive. When the blaze subsided, only deathly silence remained. Her parents lay in blood, their faces frozen in terror. Familiar cottages had collapsed into charcoal, and the villagers' final struggles hung in the smoke like ghosts. Su Qingyu knelt at the border of blood and ash. Her robes dyed a ghastly crimson. Her killing intent was so cold the very flames seemed to falter. She stayed there, kneeling, for 3 full days and nights, until the ashes cooled and no life remained. A low hum arose. A pitch-black token appeared in midair, rimmed with faint light, the Myriad Realms token. Myriad Realms Bank, barterer of all things. The cold, clear voice detonated in her mind. Rumors of that bank had already swept through Great Qin, and even this remote hamlet had heard whispers. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyu seized the token. She wanted revenge. The instant it touched her palm, information poured in like a tide. Su Qingyu, birth name Long Yi, direct heiress of the dragon family in the central region of Lingyun continent. Far away inside the Myriad Realms Bank, Chen Fan watched the scene. In scorched earth stood a girl of haunting beauty, her blood-soaked robes snapping in the wind. Lines of text scrolled through his mind. Dragon family, central region of Lingyun continent. One of the 8 great clans, power at its apex. Chen Fan's pupils tightened. Though he had never set foot on the Lingyun continent, the dragon family's fame echoed across the realms. Now their heiress was hiding in Great Qin under the name Su Qingyu. Why were her parents so weak? Why mask her identity? In an instant he understood. The girl before him was anything but simple. You seek revenge? Chen Fan asked. Su Qingyu's voice was cold as frost. What will it cost? A list of assets surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Current assets of Su Qingyu. First-class talent, peerless beauty, flawless physique, 13 spirit stones, one mysterious pendant. Chen Fan blinked. Only 13 spirit stones? Seriously? As poor as I expected, yet her assets are impossibly tempting. Chen Fan lounged against the gilded counter, his gaze skimming over Su Qingyu's thin dress before settling on the potential that seemed ready to shatter the air itself. First-grade talent, breathtaking beauty, and a flawless figure, each worth a king's ransom. First-grade talent, he sighed to himself. On Lingyun continent, this was the pinnacle of aptitude, enough to carry a cultivator straight to the Saint Realm and the title of sage. Peerless looks and a perfect body were even rarer, gifts you met once in 10,000 lifetimes. For Wangdeo Bank, starved for premium resources, these three traits were a godsend. He drew a steady breath and shifted the conversation. What price are you willing to pay? Beauty, Su Qingyu answered without hesitation. She tipped her chin up and gave a self-mocking smile. Isn't that what men drool over? They'll trade my face for one chance at Revengedo cut down Mot Long with my own hands. Information about Mot Long flashed through Chun Fan's mind. Latest stage Lingdong realm, young master of the Sifang sect. Sifang sect's young master? Chun Fan raised a brow. Sifang sect is the foremost sect of Great Qin, second only to the imperial clan. Its master is a peak latest stage Hualing realm powerhouse. Your beauty could indeed buy you a shot at vengeance, he said softly. But with first-grade talent, a few years of cultivation might let you kill him yourself. Why bargain with Wangdeo Bank? The moment the words left his mouth, frost gathered in Su Qingyu's eyes and the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. I want him dead now. I don't want him breathing for another quarter hour. The murderous chill made Chun Fan's eyelids twitch, but he quickly nodded. Very well, we can trade. Booty don't want your beauty. Su Qingyu frowned. What do you want then? Freedom, Chun Fan replied calmly. Why? She was genuinely startled. She had braced herself to offer her looks and her body, yet he asked only for freedom. Chen Fan weighed his thoughts. Her first-grade talent was limitless. Wangdeo Bank lacked an official envoy. Every debt collection required his personal appearance, wasting time and hindering cultivation. If Su Qingyu joined, the resources he provided would let her power soar, and she would soon become his right arm. How many years of freedom do you want? She asked quietly. Revenge was all that remained to her. The future felt empty, and serving as Wangdeo Bank's envoy no longer sounded so terrible. A lifetime, Chen Fan said. Silence thickened the air, yet he did not rush her. If he was to pour resources into her, he would not let her go. Fine. After a long pause, Su Qingyu lifted her eyes and gave her answer. But I have one condition. Name it, Chen Fan said, certain she would agree in the end. Even if she later discovered the truth of his origins, being an envoy of Wangdeo Bank was an immense honor, especially for someone consumed by hatred and intent only on revenge. If I don't want to do something, you can't force me, Su Qingyu stated. Her voice was calm, but the resolve in it was unshakable. Agreed, Chen Fan said with a nod. A soul contract scroll glimmered into existence between them. Once signed, it would bind them instantly. Their prior negotiations were mere words. To become an envoy of Wangdeo Bank required a vow upon the soul. Break it, and both body and spirit would be annihilated. Ding. Side quest activated. Establish the Universal Bank, expand its influence, boost its reputation, and recruit emissaries. Reach the required scale to earn corresponding rewards. The instant Su Qingyu signed the soul contract, golden system glyphs flickered through Chun Fan's mind. A side quest? Nice. His eyes lit up. Restoring a physical body was urgent. If a reward was on the line, any quest was worth taking. Ding. First side quest triggered. Reward available. Tap to view. Ding. First emissary recruited for the Universal Bank. Reward available. Tap to view. The twin chimes sent Chen Fan's blood surging. He hit view, and the reward list spread out before him. 1. Sacred Flame Manual, a high-tier heaven-grade technique. Mastery lets the user become a sea of fire, birth holy flames, and burn all things. All fire arts gain multiplied power. 2. Special Item Time Card. Stores 100 usable years, can be split, and takes effect instantly on the holder or another person, accelerating cultivation. 3. Special Item Cultivation Boost Voucher. Immediately raises cultivation by a large margin with no side effects. Too generous. Chen Fan's breath quickened. Heaven-grade techniques were rarer than phoenix feathers even among ancient clans, and he had just been handed one plus a century of time on demand. Last time had misjudged the value of lifespan and missed his chance. He wouldn't waste it again. His gaze landed on the Cultivation Boost Voucher. Use it, he ordered without hesitation. Ding. Cultivation raised to Ean's Spirit, second layer. Ding. Cultivation raised to Ean's Spirit, third layer. Ding. Cultivation raised to Ean's Spirit, ninth layer. In a few breaths his spectral body condensed, and a torrent of soul power erupted. He was still short of rebuilding his flesh, but that leap in realm was frighteningly fast, filling him with joy. How should I use the time card? He pondered. Spending the whole century on himself was tempting, yet not the best option given his talent. Master, I've signed the soul contract. When will you help me get revenge? Su Qingyu suddenly asked. Chen Fan looked up and met the girl's cool, resolute gaze. Inspiration flashed. Putting the time card in her hands would be the perfect move. You want to kill Mot Long yourself? He confirmed. Exactly. Su Qingyu nodded without a hint of doubt. But you're only a third-rank spirit cultivator, far too weak, Chen Fan mused, then smiled. Still, I can give you 10 years to focus solely on training. With your talent and the bank's resources, 10 years will make you terrifyingly strong. With that, he split the time card's 100 years into 10 equal portions. He divided the century into 10 shares. We're running on fumes, so we've got to ration what we have. Chen Fan smacked his lips, eyed the time card in his hand, and finally decided to part with just 10 years. The other 90 had reserved for himself and for contingencies. At his words, Su Qingyu's delicate brows knitted, her voice suddenly icy. I want to kill Mot Long right now. She thought Chen Fan was reneging and wouldn't even give her those 10 years. You've got it wrong, Chen Fan said quickly, waving his hand. For you, the full 10 years will pass inside, but out here it's only an instant. Su Qingyu frowned even harder, clearly still confused. You don't need to understand it yet. Chen Fan tapped the card with a fingertip, speaking calmly. Just do as I say. You'll learn the mysteries of the 10,000 Realm Bank soon enough. First, prepare yourself. This is a heaven-rank advanced cultivation art, the Sacred Flame Sutra, and this is an earth-rank basic combat technique, the Blazing Palm. Train with them together. As he finished, 2 scrolls split the air in a flash of firelight. Before Su Qingyu could react, the time card pressed against her shoulder. Buzz. The world seemed to freeze. She found herself in a grayish ocean of time, the scrolls revolving before her eyes. Remembering Chen Fan's instructions and choosing to trust him, she crossed her legs and opened the scrolls to cultivate. Almost at once, she felt the qi in her body laboring. She still needed spirit stones. Outside, Chen Fan had just reached into his spatial pouch to pour out a heap of stones when a sharp pain stabbed his chest. Stones are too slow, gritting his teeth. He yanked from deep in his storage ring a crystalline spirit vein wreathed in mist. Su Qingyu, I'm bleeding myself dry-haired. Don't let me down. I only have 3 of these, and they cost me dearly in a trade with the Ming King. The moment the thought formed, the entire spirit vein coiled around Su Qingyu, flooding her with qi like a tidal wave. Boom. Her aura surged in the motionless world. 4th grade spirit adept. 5th grade spirit adept. Early spirit profound realm. Mid-spirit profound realm. Whoosh. An instant later, Su Qingyu's eyes snapped open, 2 tiny flames dancing in their depths, sinister yet regal, as though able to burn all things. Her blood-red robe split into countless flaming patterns, and she stood as if embraced by living fire. One glance from her made Chen Fan worry he might spontaneously combust, and his heart thumped hard. As expected of a first-grade talent, he couldn't suppress his excitement and called out. Crown Prince Chu Wushuang only had a 3rd-grade talent, and even with a 10-year stint he barely reached early essence transformation, starting higher than you did. You, though, have leapt straight to mid-soul-linking realm. Deck collection is going to get a lot easier. Su Qingyu was stunned. She had truly experienced a full decade, and the vast power within her was unmistakably real, yet out here it had taken no more than the blink of an eye. She stepped forward, cupped her fists, and said in a steady voice, Thank you, Master of the Bank. This time, genuine respect and gratitude colored every word. Su Qingyu knew very well that every change in her life was thanks to the Master of the Bank of Myriad Worlds. Go and take your revenge, Chen Fan said, hands clasped behind his back, his calm voice carrying unquestionable authority. As an envoy of the Bank of Myriad Worlds, you may enter and leave the main hall at will. Finish your vengeance and return immediately. I still have debts for you to collect. He had invested vast resources to cultivate Su Qingyu, so faced with her heartfelt gratitude, he merely inclined his head. Yes, sir, she answered, and before the words had faded, her figure blurred and vanished. As he watched her disappear, Chen Fan exhaled softly. A first-grade talent is truly terrifying. Her achievements owe much to the heaven-rank advanced techniques and spirit vein I provided. Yet even the finest methods require time and aptitude to master. With the aptitude I once had, 10 years would barely have let me touch the basics. Luckily, he now possessed a 3rd-grade talent. He'll spend 10 years cultivating as well, and see how far I can push the Shadow Soul art. With that, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes while the power of time slipped quietly away. 10 years later, Shadow Soul art, beginner level. Another 10 years, Shadow Soul art perfected. 1st stage of Yin Spirit. 10 more years, 4th stage of Yin Spirit. In the blink of an eye, 3 decades of training were compressed within him like a flash of lightning. Chen Fan opened his eyes. Their brilliance was electric, and the vast surge of Yin souls stirred his spirits. The 4th stage of Yin Spirit, only one soul technique short of equaling an early spirit taming cultivator. A 3rd-grade talent may not match a 1st-grade one, but it is more than enough. To maximize his gains, he refrained from burning more lifespan. He'll save the remaining 80 years for when I find a higher talent to merge with. For now, this cultivation is sufficient. He summoned Little Feather and patted its silver-white wings. Fly back to Great Qin. If I'm going to establish the Bank of Myriad Worlds, I should start from the place I know best. Within Great Qin, the Bank of Myriad Worlds had already gained some fame, making it the easiest ground on which to stake a claim. With a beat of its wings, Little Feather tore through the sky. Chen Fan shut his eyes and shifted his attention to Su Qingyu, for as the bank's master, he could share his envoy's vision in real time, turning a long journey into something far less monotonous. The moment Su Qingyu stepped out of the bank, she found herself back in the small mountain village that had been reduced to ashes by raging flames. Charred earth and crumbling walls told a silent tale of tragedy, the scene before her as unreal as a dream. She raised her palm. The flame mark upon it flickered, its scorching pain reminding her that she had truly transformed. Power surged within her, and her eyes grew cold, a tiny flame dancing in their depths. Mo Tianlong, today is the day you die. With her at the center, flames suddenly erupted across hundreds of meters. The sea of fire billowed, yet she stood unmoving within it, her robes fluttering without wind. Watching through the shared vision, Chen Fan's throat tightened. The sight was like that of a fire spirit stepping out of the blaze, bewitching yet deadly. He drew a deep breath and forced his mind to steady, taking it as a chance to temper his resolve. As the master of the Bank of Myriad Worlds, his will could not be found wanting. Swish! Su Qingyu flashed forward and rose into the sky. As a mid-stage tonelling cultivator, she had long since earned the right to walk on the clouds. Her hometown was only a remote mountain village far from Sifang sect, but to her current self the trip took barely 15 minutes. In front of the Sifang sect gate, a blood-red figure streaked through the air, and the sect's disciples all turned to look. She's stunning. That crimson robe is incredible. A mid-stage tonelling expert who can fly? I thought the king of Daqin was the only one at that level. Who is she? Whispers rose and fell, yet no one dared draw near. At the training square, Su Qingyu touched down lightly, her scarlet robe snapping in the wind and her gaze icy. She had come for one purposito kill. The force of her presence left Sifang's proud disciples silent and pale. Mo Tianlong, come out and meet your death. Her clear voice sliced through the air, echoing across the entire sect. A secluded trail behind the sect. Startled 3 days earlier, Mo Tianlong had since regained his composure. Leaning against a stone wall, he was flirting leisurely with a young woman in a blue dress. Fan Shimmy, don't worry about this month's stipend. They'll make sure you get the highest tier. Her dress fluttered in the breeze, and her delicate face held a timid charm. Senior brother Tianlong, about the purple blood pill. The purple blood pill, a second-grade elixir, could help a latest-stage Lingxian cultivator connect to the world's spiritual energy, raising the chance of breaking through to the Lingdong realm by 50%. Mo Tianlong rolled the bottle between his fingers, his eyes roaming over her graceful figure. This pill is in high demand, and I only have one. Her eyes flickered. You've already reached early Lingdong realm, senior brother. Why do you still need the purple blood pill? Haha, so Shimmy saw through me. Mo Tianlong chuckled casually. But since you want it, I might consider parting with it. As he spoke, he took her soft hand. Her hand trembled as she tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. What's wrong? Don't you want the purple blood pill anymore? He murmured. I heard you were badly injured a year ago, and your foundation was damaged. If you don't mend it soon, you may never advance. And isn't your family in trouble right now? His words struck every tender spot in her heart. If she failed to break through, not only her clan, but she herself would be doomed, and even hiding in Sifang sect wouldn't save her from men like Mo Tianlong. In truth, the moment she sought him out, her choice had been made. She drew a deep breath, bit her lip, then allowed a bright smile to blossom as she leaned toward him. Ecstatic, Mo Tianlong's fingers began to stroke her delicate hand even more boldly. Just then, Su Qingyu's crisp shout rang out. They're here for the young lord. Are they seeking revenge? The young lord has offended a spirit channeling expert? Then Four Directions sect is in for a disaster. Exclamations erupted as faces paled. Some were shocked, others suspicious, and hushed whispers filled the air. Swish! A gaunt figure shot out from the back of the crowd, his sly face and hostile eyes marking him as he Qingyun, the sect's notorious lackey. Who dares cause trouble in Four Directions sect? He shouted, unleashing the aura of a latest-stage profound spirit cultivator. It's He Qingyun senior brother he. That's the young lord's personal lapdog. If had seen that fairy walking through the air, he would have hidden in fright. Amid the murmurs, He Qingyun strode forward but froze the moment he looked up. He saw Su Qingyu. Stunned, his pupils contracted. She wore a blood-red robe, seductive and perilous, even more striking than the rumors. It's you, Su Qingyu. He Qingyun hissed through clenched teeth. As Mo Tianlong's loyal hound, he remembered being the first to discover her beauty in that mountain village and reporting it to the young lord, hoping for promotion. You dare come here? You even want the young lord to show up and die in person? Quite the nerve. He scanned her, confirmed she was only a third-grade spiritual cultivator, and felt emboldened. Su Qingyu said calmly, scram. She had no wish for needless killing. yet the hatred within her was close to burning through her reason. You courting death? He Qinjian's face flushed. Being rebuked by a mere village girl was intolerable. Before the words faded, he blurred forward, lunging at Su Qingyu. He did not plan to kill Heronly to seize her and present her to the young lord. Su Qingyu, I don't know why the young lord didn't capture you 3 days ago, but once I deliver you to his bed, he'll be thrilled. Closing in, he mocked her in a low voice. The moment the words left him, Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed and the air around her grew scorching hot. She remembered this was the man who had barged into her village and shattered her peaceful life. You're the one who ruined my quiet life. Her voice was icy, yet the air felt seared by invisible flames. That's right. I told the young lord about your looks. Peaceful life, my foot. With him you could live in luxury, you should thank me. He Qingyun sneered, then frowned as the heat made his breathing ragged and sweat trailed down his cheeks. Die? Su Qingyu said, uttering her second word. You think you can kill me? Know your place. He roared, cursing inwardly. What's with this damned heat? Buzz. In the next instant, two tiny flames flickered silently inside Su Qingyu's clear black eyes. He Qinjian's pupils shrank to pinpoints, horror spreading across his face. How could flames be burning inside a person's eyes? Immediately a scorching heat surged through his body, and the blood in his veins, even the spiritual energy in his dantian and meridians, seemed to ignite at once. Flames devoured him from the inside out, the agony beyond anything he had ever imagined. A shrill, piercing scream tore from his throat, and several nearby cultivators shuddered involuntarily. Boom! His charging figure suddenly burst into flames, turning him into a living torch. The crowd erupted. What's happening? Why did He Qingyun suddenly catch fire? The blaze is still spreading. Latest stage Lingxian. Where's his protective aura? Exclamations flew in every direction. More and more people gathered, yet none dared step closer. Someone cried out, it's holy fire. At those words, every face blanched. Holy fire could burn through anything, and even a latest stage Lingxian cultivator could not survive it for a single heartbeat. Chen Fan shook his head with a sigh. Who would have thought the first person the holy fire claims is merely a latest stage Lingxian lackey? Before the words faded, the blazing He Qingyun lunged at Su Qingyu, only to be consumed completely, not even ash remaining. Silence descended. Breath stalled. The horror in every eye almost solid enough to touch. The uncanny sight had shattered their understanding of the world. Whoosh! A sharp sonic boom announced Mo Tianlong's belated arrival. He had missed the burning entirely. All he saw were Sifang's sect disciples, faces ghost white, their gazes locked on Su Qingyu. He assumed they were awestruck by her beauty. In truth, he too was stunned. After only 3 days, Su Qingyu seemed reborn. 3 days ago she had been a pure white lotus, something one longed to pluck. Now she resembled an immortal high above the clouds, forbidding any profane thought. Mo Tianlong forgot the earlier strangeness and was utterly captivated. Mo Tianlong, you murdered my parents and raised my village. Until this debt is repaid, I will not rest. Su Qingyu's eyes went cold, flames flickering in her pupils as the temperature around her soared again. Mo Tianlong's heart trembled, but under the watching eyes he forced himself to bluster. Lies. Mo Tianlong, young master of Sifang's sect, stand upright and fear no shadow. How dare you slander me, witch? Courting death, are you? This was Sifang territory, and he was its heir. How could he retreat? Besides, Su Qingyu was only a third-tier spirit cultivator, while he commanded the Lingdong realm. Su Qingyu offered no further words. Die, she said, her voice like ice. Her jade hand flipped blazing palm. In an instant she formed seals, drawing in the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gigantic palm of fire condensed before her, its scorching wave washing over the crowd and draining the color from every face. Whoosh! The flaming palm roared toward Mo Tianlong. Moments earlier he had brimmed with confidence. Now his face turned deathly pale, and he screamed, help me. Mo Tianlong felt death closing in. An inferno slammed down before his eyes, dragging him into a furnace-like hell and shattering his nerve in an instant. With a sharp swish, a petite, yet lethal silhouette flashed through the billowing flames. Who dares run wild in my Sifang sect? The thunderous shout rocked the crowd. The third elder of the tribunal had arrived. Buzzing power filled the air as the elder's right hand wove rapid seals. Spiritual force gathered into a multicolored giant tiger whose roar split the clouds. Although the beast's outline was intact, its translucent flanks betrayed the weakness of its creator. Too weak. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Fan gave his quiet verdict. The tiger roared and hurled itself at the blazing palm rising from Su Qingyu's hand. Before the two torrents of power even met, the air between them was already ripping apart. Boom! Palm and tiger collided heat-in. The shockwave rolled outward like a sledgehammer striking a lake, sending ripples through space. Disciples of lower cultivation were thrown into the air, coughing blood as they hit the ground, while the stronger ones braced themselves with clenched teeth just to stay upright. Flames swallowed the tiger. Fire raced along its striped hide, and in the blink of an eye the beast turned into a ball of white-hot light, then vanished completely. You're at the spirit communion realm. The third elder's face went ashen. His only answer was the downward smash of the flaming palm. Ah! Fire tunneled straight into his body. His chest caved in, flesh ignited, and within seconds he was a man of living flames. Help me help. His shriek tore through the air as he bolted toward the nearby artificial lake. Splash! He plunged beneath the surface, yet the sacred fire refused to die. Before the watching eyes of the sect, the clear water glowed red-hot, and the burning figure still raged beneath a terrifying sight. Moments later the flames went out, leaving nothing but the elder's ashes. Silence gripped the lakeshore. Every breath sounded painfully loud as the crowd stared at the scorched lakebed as if they had seen a ghost. Tap! Soft yet unflinching footsteps broke the hush. Su Qingyu walked forward, her long silver dress spotless, her face still serene and beautiful, though in every onlooker's mind 2 new words had been etched: merciless and lethal. Stand in my way and die. Her voice was calm, each word edged with ice. Mo Tianlong's soul nearly left his body. He turned and fled, screaming, "Father, save me. Die." Su Qingyu raised a jade-white hand, spiritual power gathering once more as a blazing palm formed above her. The heat rolling off it bleached the color from every face around her. Enough. Another figure cut through the air. "Father." Mo Tianlong clung to the hope like a drowning man to driftwood. "Save me." Sectmaster. Disciples all around cupped their fists in salute. The newcomer was none other than the master of Sifang's sect, Mo Wuyan, Mo Tianlong's father. Landing in the arena, he cupped his hands towards Su Qingyu and spoke with respectful courtesy. "Miss, I am Mo Wuyan, sect master of Sifang's sect." Su Qingyu's terrifying display of power had already stunned the entire Sifang sect. "Give me 3 days to uncover the truth, and you'll have a proper explanation. Well, overlook everything that happened today," Mo Wuyan called out, reining in his aura and trying to negotiate. "Mo Tianlong dies today." Su Qingyu's tone was calm, yet left no room for doubt. Mo Wuyan's brows knit together. After a brief pause he darkened, raised his palm, and struck Mo Tianlong squarely in the dantian. Bang! Mo Tianlong let out a shrill, duck-like scream and collapsed to his knees, features twisted in agony. Everyone in the sect was shaken. Mo Wuyan had crippled his own son's cultivation. "I ask no further questions. Let this settle the matter between us," Mo Wuyan said, voice low. Crippling Mo Tianlong was already a tremendous concession. Mo Tianlong must die today. Su Qingyu remained indifferent. Do you really think the Sifang sect has no one to stand against you?" Mo Wuyan's face grew utterly dark. With a hum, flames surged from Su Qingyu's hand, condensing into a crimson giant palm that slammed toward Mo Tianlong. "Move." Mo Wuyan barked, forming seals with both hands. 7 figures shot in from every direction. Including Mo Wuyan, 8 peak Hualing experts instantly formed a battle array, their various energies roaring to meet the fiery palm heathen. "Even if you've reached the Tongling realm, you won't run wild in my Sifang sect." Mo Wuyan roared. Blades of energy, palm imprints, lightning, and whirlwinds intertwined into a dense offensive. The oppressive aura drove the surrounding disciples back, robes flapping wildly. Across from them, the flaming giant palm flickered with tongues of fire. It looked less showy, yet was as solid as molten rock. For a moment it seemed the sect had seized the upper hand. 8 Hualing experts against Su Qingyu. What a show of force. In the crowd, Chen Fan crossed his arms, calm as an old hound. He knew Su Qingyu cultivated a top-tier heaven-grade art and earth-grade combat skills, and she was already mid-Tongling realm. If these old codgers couldn't stop her, they were hardly worthy of representing the Bank of 10,000 Realms. While that thought flashed through his mind, the 2 attacks collided. Boom. Flames and shockwaves stalled, seemingly evenly matched. Another boom. In the next instant, the 8 elders' power began to dim before everyone's eyes. "Look, the flaming palm is devouring, it's burning away the sect master's energy." A disciple cried. Their spiritual power was being roasted away and dissipating rapidly. If the stalemate continued, their attack would burn out. "If we lose here, we're all dead. Give it everything." Mo Wuyan growled. The 7 elders answered in unison, pouring in another surge of energy. The flames on the giant palm dimmed slightly, its force easing for a moment. The battle turned into a contest of endurance, yet if they could feed their attack, so could Su Qingyu. Her spiritual power, purer and more abundant, far surpassed that of the 8 Hualing experts. She clearly had no intention of dragging this out. She wanted the quickest Retetto kill. Mo Tianlong. Flames burst to life in her eyes, exploding like fireworks inside her pupils. At the same time, the giant hand of fire hanging in midair swelled, waves of flame rolling between its fingers as scorching heat surged outward. In an instant the blazing hand, radiating annihilating heat, ripped apart the barrier forged by the 8 Hualing experts. With a thunderous boom, the hand split into 8 burning imprints, each one a miniature sun screaming through the air towards Xifeng sect's 8 top elders, swift as a shooting star. What? An elder on the outer perimeter cried in terror. Turtle shell shield, grade 4 divine, shield talisman. Another shouted, hastily activating his charm. A crystal shield formed, yet scorch marks appeared the moment the flames touched it. The sect master and 7 remaining elders blanched. They had never imagined Su Qingyu could shatter their combined attack so easily. They could still picture the 3rd elder being burned to ash moments earlier. If these 8 fiery palms found their mark, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! The sky darkened as a hand large enough to blot out the heavens appeared from nowhere, its shadow black as ink. It slammed down, pinning the 8 fiery palms in place. The searing heat was sealed. The flames shrank into the massive palm and died out at once. Tongling realm? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, weighing the situation. Rumor said Sifang's peak was late hualing. Now a Tongling shows up. This is beyond expectations. Forefather. The sect master bowed deeply, answering Chen Fan's unspoken question. Forefather. The 7 elders echoed, hurriedly paying their respects. Forefather. The disciples stared in confusion before exploding with joy. The sect truly had a Tongling powerhouse in residence. The withered forefather of Xifeng stood in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice hoarse yet domineering. Demoness, do you intend to sever the roots of my Xifeng sect? I only want Mo Tianlong. Su Qingyu replied, fury blazing, her voice itself seeming to scorch the air. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The temperature around her soared, distorting the atmosphere. Buzz. Her blood-red robe billowed without wind, and the flame patterns on the hem came alive, turning into countless fist-sized fire sprites that giggled as they shot in every direction. Wherever they passed, roofs ignited, halls cracked apart, trees combusted, beams exploded, and stone melted, as though the entire sect were about to become scorched earth. What the crowd blanched again, a chill gripping their hearts. They had never seen such a bizarre technique. Even the forefather's brow furrowed, his gaze grave. If those sprites scattered, the entire sect would become a living hell, and ordinary water arts would never extinguish them. Impudence. The old man roared, raising his palm once more. Buzz. Within several kilometers the spiritual energy churned violently, sucked dry by that single motion and condensed into a sky-covering hand. It plunged from the clouds like a black storm, the crushing pressure making space itself tremble. Disciples of Xifeng, obey. Attack with everything you have. The sect master commanded, determined to erase Su Qingyu with the sect's full might. Yes. Hundreds of disciples responded in unison. Spiritual power, talismans, and artifacts wove into a sea of light that crashed towards Su Qingyu. Convinced she was doomed, no one dared disobey. Su Qingyu, you overestimate yourself. Mo Tianlong sneered, hands clasped behind his back, lechery gleaming in his eyes. The forefather is my ancestor, and he'll kill you for sure. Too bad I won't get to enjoy a beauty like you. How shameless, Chen Fan murmured, eyes narrowed. An entire sect ganging up on one woman, what an honorable deed. Su Qingyu, can you survive this? At that moment, Su Qingyu was pinned under a suffocating pressure, as if Mount Tai itself were crashing down on her. A hum echoed. 2 wings of solid flame burst from her back, every feather a blazing crimson. She looked like a phoenix reborn from fire, noble and undefeatable. With a single sweep of those wings, she vaulted upward, hurling herself at the giant hand that blotted out the sky. Fire danced in her eyes. In the next heartbeat, she was wrapped in sacred flames, a blazing meteor. She smashed Hedon into the hand and the barrage behind it. Fire collided with spiritual force in an ear-splitting roar. The instant they touched, she froze in midair, transforming into an even fiercer blaze that melted through the incoming attacks and scorched the palm itself. With a thunderous crack, she shattered the hand and struck the Xifeng sect patriarch square in the chest. His scream ripped through the air. Hundreds of meters above ground, the flames around Su Qingyu scattered into thousands of sparks, pouring down like a crimson rain and painting the sky in fire. That breathtaking rainstorm spelled annihilation for the Xifeng sect. Run for your lives. Chaos erupted below the mountain gate as the fire spread, leaving carnage in its wake. Mo Tianlong looked up, paralyzed. His legs buckled and he crumpled to the ground, forced to watch as the patriarch, his father, the elders, and thousands of disciples were devoured by flames. Screams rose and fell until only charred corpses remained. This can't be how. His lips trembled, reason fracturing. A dark stain spread down his trouser leg. Terror had made him wet himself. High above, Su Qingyu gazed down with icy indifference. Her eyes glowed blood-red, burning with hatred and contempt. Die. The single word slipped from her lips, and the flames in her eyes flared. A moment later, Mo Tianlong ignited, his shrieks splitting the night. All this ruin for one piece of trash, how laughable. Chen Fan stood at a distance, watching the sea of fire engulf the Xifeng sect. Countless lives burned away, Yet he only shook his head and turned aside without a trace of pity. A flicker of movement. My lord. Su Qingyu appeared in the grand hall of Wanjie Bank. The flames around her faded. With vengeance spent, she seemed lighter. Chen Fan nodded once and handed her a new debt collection order. 10,000 li from here, Yin Dan, Prince Regent of the Great Yin Dynasty, borrowed the spirit weapon blood blade from our bank, pledging spirit veins as collateral. The contract says every 10 years overdue forfeits 1 vein. He's 90 years late 9 veins, not 1 less. Retrieve them, and do it fast. More debtors are waiting. Yes, sir. Su Qingyu accepted the order and withdrew, lingering no more than a heartbeat before flashing back to the burning ruins of the Sifang sect. After tying up loose ends, she vanished again, streaking toward her next target. Meanwhile, Chen Fan continued searching for the perfect site to build the main office of Wanjie Bank. Sifang sect's instant annihilation at the hands of a mysterious woman rocked the entire state of Qin. When the news broke, countless cultivators were stunned. The woman had stood before the sect gates for less than 10 minutes. Yet in that brief span, she beheaded the Tongling Realm Patriarch, slaughtered the 8 leading Hualing Realm experts, and left not one disciple alive. What did Sifang's sect represent? It was Qin's foremost sect, second in power only to the royal family. Even the Qin emperor treated them with courtesy. Their disciples were posted in every commandery, with governors and city lords among their number, roots so deep they could sway the imperial court. Now the sect was ashes, and people in every alley cried that it was sheer fantasy. Who was that demoness? Where did she come from? Why destroy the entire sect? The question buzzed through taverns and tea houses. Meanwhile, a cup shattered inside the crown prince's residence. The prince's face contorted as his furious roar shook the hall. He was stunned that a colossus like Sifang's sect had vanished overnight and enraged because the sect master's daughter was his consort. Sifang's sect had backed his bid for the throne. With that pillar gone, cracks spread through his claim to succeed. I can't just sit here and wait to die. He paced the room, agitated. With Sifang's sect behind him, no one had dared rebuke him even for grave mistakes. Now that protection was gone, and court opinion flipped in an instant. Worse still, new intelligence reported that General Meng's injuries were healing. If that man regained military command, every trick the prince had used to seize the command token would come back on him. The danger ahead was plain to see. What do I do? How do I kill Qinzheng? I must become king of Qin. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. A cold gust swept through, and a black gold token appeared in midair, its edge etched with intricate sigils. Wanjie bank dealer in all things. The majestic voice exploded in his mind, making his scalp tingle. Wanjie bank? The prince's pupils shrank. Xiao Sheng, lord of Lingyun Commandery, and once his confidant had died at the bank's hands, and he should have hated them. Yet killing Qinzheng was now his only path. If they trade in all things, can they sell me Qinzheng's life? The idea struck like lightning. Resolve flashed in his eyes as he snatched the token. Light and shadow twisted, and the prince found himself inside a vast ancient hall. A glazed dome scattered prismatic beams, and walls carved with scripts of myriad races exuded mystery. This uncanny transit upended everything he thought he knew about Wanjie Bank. What would you like to trade? A calm voice echoed. Chen Fan stood behind the counter, one brow arched as he eyed his visitor, an old enemy. Yet business was business. I want Qinzheng dead, as quickly as possible, the crown prince said without hesitation. Wanjie Bank is not a hired killer, Chen Fan replied, but I can offer a way to grant your wish. Chen Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. He knew exactly why Crown Prince Qin wanted Qinzheng dead, just another palace intrigue, and he had no interest in meddling. He opened his doors for one reason only, business. But what price are you willing to pay? He asked calmly, raising his eyes. The moment the words left his mouth, a system panel flashed across his mind. Qin Heist, current assets. 80 million spirit stones. Burning Heaven manual. Black iron palm. 3 grade 4 divine shield talismans. 1 grade 4 swift step talisman. 10 night illuminating pearls. 12 beauties from the western regions. What a ridiculous mix of goods. At least he stocked up on defensive talismans must value his life, Chen Fan muttered to himself. The 80 million stone figure made his brows rise higher. The prince had clearly lined his pockets, yet he lacked any real diligence. Dreaming of becoming an enlightened ruler was sheer fantasy. None of that mattered to Chen Fan, though. The only items that interested him were the 80 million spirit stones and a few grade 4 talismans. 1 million spirit stones. Crown Prince Qin raised a single finger, speaking with absolute confidence. Silence hung in the air for a heartbeat. Chen Fan blinked and then let out a low laugh. Are you joking? 1 million spirit stones for Qinzheng's life? Qinzheng was the 9th prince of Great Qin, surrounded by cultivators at the spirit-forming realm and loaded with talismans and protective treasures. Did the crown prince really think murder was as cheap as groceries? You do mean Qinzheng, the 9th prince of Great Qin? Chen Fan confirmed. The prince lifted his chin arrogantly. In the lands of Great Qin, Qin is the imperial surname. Anyone else who bears it either changes their name or dies. There is only one Qin Zheng. Since you acknowledge his royal blood and hold the throne in such regard, do you actually believe his life is worth a mere million spirit stones? The prince was momentarily speechless. Then he coldly raised the bid. 1.5 million. Satisfied? Chen Fan chuckled. Another half million? That's adorable. Face darkening, the prince snapped. What are you laughing at? Bring out your bank's master. I want to see just how greedy the Myriad Realms Bank truly is. I am the master, Chen Fan replied, dropping all pretense. My price 80 million spirit stones, plus 3 grade 4 divine shield talismans, and 1 grade 4 swift step talisman. Otherwise, no deal. What? The prince's pupils contracted. The bank had named every last chip he possessed. Drawing a deep breath, he stifled his shock and let out a scornful laugh. 80 million? Why don't you just rob me outright? So there's nothing to discuss? Chen Fan asked mildly. The prince clasped his hands behind his back and looked down his nose. 2 million at most. His tone suggested charity. Chen Fan didn't bother replying. He simply stepped aside and gestured to the door. See yourself out. The crown prince started to retort, but Chen Fan raised a hand, silencing him. The next instant, the prince vanished from the Myriad Realms Bank's main hall. Dream on. He actually wants 80 million spirit stones, plus every 4th grade divine shield and swift stride talisman I own. Qin Taizi snapped the ledger shut and strode into his study, the heavy vermilion door slamming behind him. Dim candlelight flickered across his ashen face, anger and gloom entwined. He didn't mourn the failed deal, but the other party's outrageous price felt like an attempt to skin him alive. Meanwhile, in a quiet room of Wan Jiechinzhuang, Chen Fan closed the jade slip and shook his head. A crown prince of Qin, yet a mere 80 million spirit stones and a handful of 4th grade talismans had him paralyzed. What a miser. If that price could remove his strongest rival, he would secure the throne and one day ascend without opposition. How could he balk at such a bargain? If he distrusted the bank, he could have suggested paying a deposit, but Qin Taizi was willing to part with only 2 million spirits to Nesso. How did he expect to make a deal? A complete waste of one universal token, Chen Fan thought, a chill flashing through his heart. The last few transactions had yielded no new tokens. Each remaining piece was precious, and losing even one hurt. He flicked his wrist. Blacklist him. No sooner had he spoken than a new message lit up in his sea of consciousness. A fresh customer was calling. Qin Wang. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. The mirror of consciousness showed a towering man in a golden robe, radiating sovereign might, the ruler of great Qin himself. Father and son coming one after another, one scheming against his child, the other plotting against a neighbor. The Qin royal house was lively indeed. He drew a slow breath and spoke from on high. Wan Jiechinzhuang trades in all things. Qin Wang, what do you want to barter? Qin Wang's eyes were wary, his voice low. Great Chu has 200,000 troops at our border. I want them gone. Again with the make them vanish. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, then replied. The bank arranges deals. We are not hired blades. I can give you time, battle techniques, even help you break through. After that, whatever you do depends on your own strength. Give me time. Help me break through. Qin Wang's gaze sharpened, distrust deepening. He had been stuck at early Spirit Link realm for 8 years without a hint of progress. If it were that simple, had have broken through long ago. He labeled Wan Jiechinzhuang all show and no substance, yet he still weighed the risks. This was indeed the best moment to strike at Chu. Now is exactly the right moment to move against Chu, Chen Fan said softly. What do you mean? Qin Wang frowned. Chu Wushuang owes Wan Jiechinzhuang a grade 3 talent and missed the deadline. Yesterday my slave crashed his wedding, reclaimed the talent, and as punishment also took his appearance, Chen Fan explained. Worse, he nearly harmed Princess Changle of Wei. The Wei King is furious, and Great Chu is in turmoil. March now, and Great Qin can seize new territory. Is that information accurate? Qin Wang's eyes were sharp as blades. Within 3 days the news will reach Xianyang. Wan Jiechinzhuang has no reason to deceive a mere Qin Wang, Chen Fan answered, hands clasped behind his back, voice indifferent. The arrogance unsettled a ruler accustomed to looking down on the world. Yet Qin Wang had to admit the man's confidence was formidable. After a long silence, he met Chen Fan's gaze, every word ringing like tempered steel. I want to break through to mid-Spirit Link realm. I wonder what exactly does Wanja Bank want from me? Qin Wang finally asked. His voice was calm, yet it carried the authority of one who ruled the world. Dissatisfaction churned in his heart, but his face remained unreadable. He still could not discern whether this so-called Wanja Bank was merely putting on a show or was truly powerful beyond comprehension. The resources Qin Shang could presently marshal were laid out before Chen Fan. For spirit veins, the Fun Tianju, 70 million spirit stones. Bagua Step, Xian Tai Palm, 2 4th grade divine explosion talismans, 3 4th grade divine might talismans, 2 4th grade divine shield talismans, 2 4th grade divine movement talismans, and 3,000 women in his harem. Chen Fan glanced at the list, an odd look crossing his face. It was almost ironic that the mighty king of Qin owned fewer spirit stones than his own crown prince. 3 spirit veins, Chen Fan said evenly, his words ringing out like a struck bell. Impossible. Qin Wang's expression darkened. A spirit vein was the bedrock the royal house of Great Qin had spent generations accumulating. He could never surrender 3 of them. 40 million spirit stones. Qin Wang raised a hand, laying more than half his personal reserves on the table in a single breath. 2 spirit veins. Chen Fan remained unmoved. Qin Wang knew all too well how priceless those veins were. A slight twitch flickered at the corner of his eye, yet he kept calculating. If this is only for a breakthrough, that offer still falls short of a spirit vein, Qin Wang said in a low tone. 60 million spirit stones is my limit. If the deal succeeds, we are even. If it fails, I will walk away. Chen Fan caught the doubt in the king's eyes, but ignored it. Very well, they'll take one more step back. 60 million spirit stones, 2 4th-grade divine explosion talismans, 3 divine might talismans, 2 divine shield talismans, 2 divine movement talismans. In addition, the entire Lingyun mountain range is to be ceded to Wanjia Bank, and within half a month a Wanjia branch must be built on its highest peak. The Lingyun Mountains were treacherous terrain. Chen Fan had surveyed them many times and found their qi and geomancy perfectly suited to his plans. Qin Wang's pupils contracted. After a moment's hesitation, he still shook his head. The summit of Lingyun is a maze of jagged rocks and roaming spirit beasts. Erecting a grand bank there in 15 days would cost a fortune. I can meet every other demand, but I can only spare 30 million spirit stones. Hearing that the king's only difficulty was the stones, Chen Fan thought of the crown prince and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, with Great Qin's wealth, spirit stones are no problem. Arrest a few more corrupt officials, and the gap will vanish. 60 million, not a coin less. Qin Wang instantly understood the target of Chen Fan's remark and frowned. Master Chen, you mean? Client confidentiality, Chen Fan replied mildly. If we exposed our patrons, who would dare visit Wanjia Bank? Now, shall we return to the deal? I will break through first, and pay you afterward, Qin Wang said, his eyes flashing. Agreed. A slight smile curved Chen Fan's lips. Inside Wanjia Bank, he was akin to a god. No one could ever default on their debt. King Qin came to the deal with one purpose: to gauge the background and strength of Wanjia Bank. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed that Great Chu was on the brink of upheaval and smelled an opportunity for the rising power of Great Qin. If he could ride this storm, Qin would advance another step. Whether Wanjia Bank was mere bluff would be clear after a single transaction. If it truly helped him break through, any price would be worth paying. He'll give you 10 years. Chen Fan, the bank's proprietor, spoke little. With a wave of his hand, he bestowed 10 years of time upon King Qin. Buzz. Before doubt could form, King Qin's vision flipped. He seemed to be hurled into a motionless silver sea where every ray of light froze in time. An illusion? He frowned, closed his eyes, and tried to grasp the laws of heaven and earth. Chen Fan chuckled. With your talent and cultivation, you dare touch the laws of time? Indeed, King Qin sensed nothing. He began to run, yet his feet forever touched the same blank ground. All creation halted. He walked alone across an endless white plain. King Qin, if you waste this time and fail to break through, don't blame me. The voice echoed from every direction, impossible to trace. Left with no choice, he put his faith in this eerie art. 1 year, 2 years, 9 years passed. Suddenly the power within him boiled, his aura surging higher and higher. Boom. The bottleneck shattered. His realm advanced. Chen Fan exhaled in relief. I thought even 10 years wouldn't be enough. I was almost ready to spend more resources. During the final year, King Qin stabilized his cultivation. He considered drilling battle techniques, but wary of the bank's scrutiny, he focused solely on firming his new realm. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. King Qin opened his eyes to the familiar counter and Chen Fan, stunned. I really broke through? The roaring power inside him could not lie. Only one word remained in his mind: terrifying. Now, the payment, Chen Fan said. King Qin immediately produced 2 4th-grade divine explosion talismans, 3 4th-grade divine power talismans, 2 4th-grade divine shield talismans, 2 4th-grade divine movement talismans, and 60 million spirit stones. Then, with solemn respect, he added, when Wanjia Bank's headquarters is complete, I will come in person to offer my congratulations. No need. Chen Fan waved him away. The moment the words fell, King Qin vanished. Back at the palace, he touched the familiar eaves and stone steps, and drew a deep breath. Only then did the cautious King Qin fully believe it had all been real. The revelation left him even more stunned. The unfathomable power and untouchable nature of Wanjia Bank rumbled through his mind like rolling thunder. Even more exhilarating was the news that the bank intended to plant its first branch in Great China, heaven-sent opportunity for the realm and its king alike. Come. Qin Wang sprang to his feet, a keen light flashing in his eyes. Mobilize the finest craftsmen in the land and send them to the summit of Lingyun Mountain at once. Summon both chancellors and the heads of the 6 ministries to attend me immediately. His voice was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority, and imperial edicts shot out of the palace like military orders. Ding. The 5th transaction is complete. Completion rate, 200%. Dispensing rewards accordingly. Reward settlement. 1. Protective formation for Wong Deo Bank 1, small. 2. Fortune card 1. Alters the user's luck value, luck modifier, 5 stars, tradable only. 3. Special item 1. Instantly upgrades a Een soul puppet with no side effects. The familiar electronic chime faded, and Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Only 2 words echoed in his mind: jackpot. A 200% completion rate meant the rewards were piled sky high. The formation solved the bank's security issue. The fortune card was priceless at a glance. And in the system, the label special item was practically synonymous with beyond value. Wait, the 5th transaction? He froze. Had the deal with Su Qingyu been counted as well? Yet no separate reward had appeared. He guessed the system had already paid out when the side quest triggered. Satisfied, he stopped dwelling on it and opened the details. So the fortune card can only be traded and can't boost me? Chen Fan clicked his tongue, amused that the system would actually limit its host. He brushed the thought aside. The formation could wait until the bank was built, but the special item demanded attention now. Use it on Xiaomi. At his command, the special item turned into a wisp of dark light and shot into the girl's body. Buzz. A torrent of spiritual power erupted around her, hurling her from the late Lingdong realm straight to the late Hualing realm in a heartbeat. The gulf between those tiers normally impossible to bridge was obliterated. 1 full realm per use? That's insanely overpowered, Chen Fan thought, suppressing a surge of joy. The higher the cultivation, the harder the climb. That made this item worth its weight in eternity. He then set out for the summit of Lingyun Mountain. Xiao, give it all you've got. Chen Fan patted the deck of the flying vessel. This was the first branch of Wong Deo Bank, and he had to oversee every detail himself. Would likely be living there for quite some time. Would Qin Wang give his full support? Chen Fan had no doubt. The king was ruthless yet decisive. Once he saw value, he committed completely. Great Qin's current glory owed much to him, and working with such a man posed far less risk than opposition. Besides, after the lesson of Chu Wushuang, the king would never dare break their agreement. A few days later, Su Qingyu glided through the air and reached the capital of Great Yin. What met her eyes was a city even grander and more prosperous than Great Qin, towering buildings, bustling streets, and an unmistakable air of peace and security. Who could have imagined that just a century earlier Great Yin had been on the brink of ruin? Civil wars erupted one after another. Foreign enemies circled on every side, and the kingdom could have fallen at any moment. Worse still, the Yin king died of illness, leaving a 5-year-old crown prince on the throne and plunging the court into chaos. So few believed the nation could survive. At that critical moment, the regent prince, Yin Dan, made a secret deal with the Bank of 10,000 Realms and borrowed a spirit weapon known as Bloodblade. Possessing its own sentience, the weapon was razor-sharp, and its power multiplied with the wielder's spiritual energy, allowing its master to cut down opponents far above their level. Across the entire eastern domain, only the state-guarding artifact of Great Zhao could match it, a testament to Bloodblade's rarity and dread. With Bloodblade in hand, Yin Dan quelled rebellions in a flash, repelled invaders, and intimidated every schemer, reinstating stability in a nation that had been hanging by a thread. After decades of painstaking governance, Great Yan's strength surpassed its former peak, and its capital flourished beyond its neighbors. Yet towering merits bred ambition. Without me, Yin Dan thought, there would be no Great Yin today. Why must I still bow to the Yin King? Once this idea took root, treason became inevitable. Supported by mid-stage Tongling realm cultivation, years of prestige, and a network of loyalists, seizing the throne should have been effortless after all. Yin Dan carried royal blood. But the Yin King was no fool. Having grown up under Yin Dan's shadow, he had long been vigilant. At 18, he began cultivating his own faction, small, yet firmly in his grasp. And, more importantly, he had clung to the great tree that was Great Zhao. To restrain Yin Dan and ensure a compliant Great Yin, the Zhao Emperor personally intervened. A princess was wed to the Yin King, several Tongling realm experts accompanied her as guards, and a dowry of hundreds of 4th-grade Divine Blast talismans and a handful of 5th-grade ones came with her. Meanwhile, the Zhao army massed on the border, swords drawn and bows bent. Under such pressure, Yin Dan dared not move, and the court settled into a long stalemate. Time flew by, and the loan period for Bloodblade expired. Yin Dan had no way to repay it without the spirit weapon. He could never stand against both the Zhao Emperor and the Yin King. Fortunately, 90 years passed, and the Bank of 10,000 Realms never came to collect, as though it had forgotten him. Then, just as the tension seemed about to snap, a chance emerged. The Ming King broke through to the Yuling realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Zhao Emperor and qualifying to proclaim himself emperor. Great Zhao suddenly had no time for Great Yin. Every spearhead pointed at Great Ming. A second emperor in the eastern domain would be a direct provocation. And if the Ming king took that title, Zhao would mobilize the nation for war. Today is the moment Yin Dan has awaited. If he delays any longer, everything could shift in an instant, and his opportunity will vanish forever. The prince's residence blazes with light. Trusted ministers gather in a hidden chamber. Armor clinks and murderous intent fills the air. My lord, everything is ready. A confidant kneels on one knee, unable to hide the fervor in his eyes. We stand with you, ready to forge a new golden age for Great Yin. We are ready to follow your highness and usher in a new golden age for Great Yin. The rest of Yin Dan confidants answered in one thunderous voice, their vow shaking the hall. Yin Dan gaze cut like lightning, his thin lips curved. Good. He had waited long enough. Move out. An instant later, war horns split the sky. Under cover of night, blades flashed across the capital, screams rising without end. In moments the broad avenues ran red. Flames and smoke billowed. Gates, alleys, market squares, nothing was spared as firestorms shot toward the heavens. To leave nothing to chance, Yin Dan donned a black battle robe, clenched his blood-streaked blade, and headed straight for the palace. Droplets struck the steel with a crisp patter. His stride was unhurried, yet every step splashed into scarlet puddles. Outside the imperial study, lanterns snapped in the wind. The doors blew wide, and Yin Dan slipped in like a lone wolf. Regent, what do you think you're doing? Yin Wang sprang to his feet, face drained of color though fury still rang in his voice. What I want, can you guess? Yin Dan brow lifted in a smile colder than ice. Yin Wang's fists tightened until the knuckles whitened. You're my own uncle, father's younger brother. Must we really cross blades? He knew why Yin Dan had come, yet clung to a last thread of hope. I'd rather not. Yin Dan's smile lingered, but murder flashed in his eyes. Yet you're squatting on the throne that should have been mine. What choice do I have? Ridiculous. Yin Wang roared. Since when did the crown belong to you, Yin Dan? When I say it does, it does. Yin Dan's face hardened. In a ghost-like blur, he gripped Yin Wang's throat and hoisted him off the floor. Everything you own, I placed in your hands. Without me, you'd be nothing, dead and buried long ago. Now I'm simply reclaiming what's mine. Where's the crime in that? Yin Wang's face purpled as he choked out. This is treason. An unpardonable crime. Our ancestors will never forgive you. Yin Dan sneered. In my hands, Great Yin will only grow stronger. If you hadn't groveled before Great Zhao and opposed me at every turn, our kingdom would already have risen. Its decline rests on you. He lifted his blade toward the rafters. And on my foolish brother, your father. Were it not for him, Great Yin would never have weakened. You two are the real disgrace to our ancestors. If you kill me, Yin Wang rasped, the Zhao dynasty will crush you. My queen is their princess. Yin Dan burst out laughing as if hearing the world's worst joke. Yesterday, the Zhao emperor pulled back every spirit realm guardian he sent to protect you. To throw Yin into chaos, he left you a single 5th-grade divine explosive talisman. It should be on you, yes? Pity it's already been switched. What? Yin Wang's pupils shrank. He turned on the eunuch he trusted most. Xiao Deji, was it you? The shadow-faced eunuch stepped forward, hands clasped, and bowed to Yin Dan, a smile playing at his lips. The regent promised to restore my dragon Yang and make me a man again. His hoarse voice trembled with glee. I recently savored consort Yang's charms, intoxicating, truly. The regent also pledged to appoint me minister. All that your majesty could never give. With that, Xiao Deji produced the 5th-grade divine explosive talisman from his robe and offered it to Yin Dan. Your Highness, this is Xiao Deji bowed low and presented a grade 5 divine explosion talisman to Yin Dan. Yin Dan brows tightened. Your Majesty, it's a grade 5 divine explosion talisman. Xiao Deji hurried to explain, head down. The Zhou Emperor hopes it will stir up civil strife in Great Yin, yet he's really handing us a generous gift. Hearing the words generous gift, Yin Dan finally nodded in satisfaction and reached out to take it. The next instant, every heart seized as though death itself had arrived. Bang! The talisman burst in a blinding white flash. It's the Zhou Emperor, he means to wipe out the Yin royal house. Yin Dan's face went rigid as his true essence exploded outward, trying to throw up a shield too late. Boom! A thunderous detonation swallowed all sound. The shockwave ripped across thousands of li, turning the land into a sea of fire and ash. Even Yin Dan, mighty as he was, managed only to raise an arm before he was vaporized. In Great Yan's capital, at the very top of Watch River Tower, the city's highest point, once reserved solely for the Yin king, the queen of Yin now stood alone in a phoenix robe, features delicate, bearing regal. She also bore another title, Princess Taiping of Great Zhou, Zhou Tianyao. Looking down at the city, she watched Regent Yin Dan cavalry hunt the king's loyalists and saw Yin Dan charge into the palace. Yet her expression never changed, as though none of it had anything to do with her. Then a deafening explosion rocked the palace depths. Flames shot skyward, shockwaves swept out like a storm. Halls crumbled, walls shattered, and countless soldiers, cultivators, and civilians were hurled away, consumed before a scream could form. In Zhou Tianyao's phoenix eyes, the destruction was merely sweeping away her enemies and, by extension, great Zhao's, whether the regent Yin Dan or her own husband, the Yin King. Years ago she had married into great Yin for one purpose: to place her son on the throne, rule from behind the curtain, and turn Yin into a vassal of Zhou. The Zhou emperor, her father, had entrusted her with that mission. A gust of night wind. A shadow dropped to one knee and offered up a blood-red long blade. Princess Xiao, this is the spirit weapon blood blade. Zhou Tianyao's slender fingers closed around the weapon. Her eyes sparkled with the crimson glow that pulsed along its edge, and a faint smile touched her lips. So this is Bloodblade, said to rival great Zhou's own national treasure. Behind her, the crown prince of Yin stood chalk-white, staring at the mushroom clouds still boiling above the palace. His voice shook. Mother, father is still inside. In his shock, he never noticed that Bloodblade had found a new master. Liner, your real enemy is the regent, Yin Dan, Zhou Tianyao said, slowly stroking the blade's edge, her voice cold as ice. He blew up your father and destroyed the Yin royal line. The crown prince shuddered and lowered his head. Yes, mother. Yet deep within his downcast eyes, rage and hatred rose like a tide. He was no fool. If Yin Dan truly meant to kill the king, why rush into the blast and die with him when victory was already his? Why had his mother, who rarely set foot outside the palace, insisted on bringing him to Wangjiang Pavilion today? The crown prince of Yin stood by the window, quietly assessing the scene. His mother was present in person, and every spirit link realm expert Zhou had stationed in Yin was here as well. The truth was obvious. His father, once cherished, had been abandoned in this power struggle, and the grandfather he had never met was its architect. Yet he was too weak to change anything. He could only watch as Zhou stole Yan's future, bitterness churning in his chest. Tap! A flash of crimson strode down through the air. She had an oval face, willow leaf brows, a straight nose, and cherry lips. Silky hair cascaded to her waist, skin as smooth as porcelain, legs long and straight, her figure flawless. The blood-red robe snapping in the wind only sharpened her cold, uncanny aura. A fairy? The crown prince prided himself on having seen countless beauties, but he had never encountered one like her. He was momentarily stunned. The newcomer's aura was overwhelming. She was a spirit link cultivator. Who are you? Zhou Tianyao stepped forward, brows knitted, eyes wary. Behind her, for spirit link experts, tinsed 3 early stage, 1 mid-stagethier, chi locking onto the woman in the air. Su Qingyu, envoy of the Myriad Worlds Bank. I'm here to collect a debt. Her tone was icy. Myriad Worlds Bank? A debt? Zhou Tianyao shook her head. I owe no one. You're mistaken. The debtor is Yin Dan, regent of Great Yin, Su Qingyu replied evenly. He borrowed a spirit weapon from us, a blade called Blood Edge. Zhou Tianyao's face darkened. Her jade-white fingers tightened around the weapon in her hand, so the target was this blade. I don't care who you are. In the Eastern Domain, no one challenges Zhou, and no one takes what belongs to us. Her voice chilled. Kill her. The 4 spirit link fighters lunged, their force rending the air. Zhou's foundation truly ran deep. Outside the pavilion, inside the Myriad Worlds Bank, Chen Fan watched the crisis unfold through a secret light screen, seeing Su Qingyu's plight instantly. Flameburst palm. Fire exploded in Su Qingyu's eyes. Sacred flames roared in her palms, their power surging skyward. Flameburst palm. Zhou Tianyao's heart sank. The Ming King's signature art. So Ming really is after Blood Edge, to counter our nation-guarding weapon? I've never heard of this Ming King, Su Qingyu said calmly. I am an envoy of the Myriad Worlds Bank, here to settle a debt. Hand over Blood Edge, and I won't kill you. Absurd. You think you can kill me? Zhou Tianyao snapped. Slay the witch. Boom. The two sides slammed into each other. Boom. The shockwave tore Wangjiang Pavilion apart in an instant, reducing it to rubble. Su Qingyu was a powerhouse. The sacred flame she cultivated from a high-grade heavenly technique was terrifying in its own right, and when paired with her blazing palm, it became downright lethal. Scorching streams of fire spiraled around her fingertips, each strike ripping the air apart. With such a foundation, she far outclassed peers at her level and could trade blows with latest-stage spirit connection cultivators without flinching. Tonight, however, 4 spirit connection experts blocked her path, one already in the mid-stage. Worse, her only trump card was the blazing palm. She had no talismans at all. By contrast, the 4 were loaded with defensive skills and attack talismans, layers of radiant shields flickering around them. Within a few breaths, the clash had become a deadlock, firelight colliding with spirit barriers amid ear-splitting detonations. A refined technique beats a dozen mediocre ones, Chen Fan muttered in the shadows, a frown creasing his brow. But 4th-grade talismans are game-changers. If this drags on, with the terrain against her, Su Qingyu will lose for sure. Sweat purled on Su Qingyu's forehead as the flames in her palms grew unbearably heavy. She bit down on her silver-white teeth, still fighting at full tilt, even ready to trade blow for blow. I have to finish this mission. It's the Manor Lord's first task. Failure isn't an option. Gratitude toward Chen Fan filled her heart. Without him, she could never have avenged her family. She would have remained a helpless victim, perhaps already someone's plaything. Now her revenge was complete, and her loved ones were gone. It was Chen Fan who had given her a new purpose. Without it, she would have drowned in emptiness. Resolve flashed in her eyes. Dropping every defense, she poured all her strength into the blazing palm and blasted it straight at the mid-stage cultivator. Boom, boom. Waves of fire rolled out, peppering the arena-like floor with charred craters. Caught off guard, onlookers cried out. An instant later, Su Qingyu was hurled 10 yards back, slamming into a stone wall. Her face went pale, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. The mid-stage cultivator, however, stood untouched. A 5th-grade divine shield talisman shimmered gold around him, blocking every ember. Commendable courage, Zhou Tianyao sneered, but your tricks are far too limited. If you'd had a 4th-grade divine power talisman, he'd already be dead. Fiery wings unfurled behind Su Qingyu, their beat halting her slide. She wiped away the blood, forced her body upright, and shot forward again, stubborn determination bordering on madness. Courting death? Zhou Tianyao's eyes turned frigid. She drew her bloodblade, killing intent surging. Didn't you want this sword? Tonight this princess will cut you down with it. Murderous intent erupted as she stepped out, a scarlet-clad phoenix of wrath. The 4-spirit connection guards shadowed her, spiritual pressure rumbling. At her peak, Su Qingyu could barely hold 4 opponents to a draw. Wounded, she now faced 5, one wielding a spirit weapon. By any measure, she had no chance. Yet she still charged in without hesitation. Loyal indeed, Chen Fan nodded, knowing that if he didn't act now, Su Qingyu would not only lose, she would die. Whoosh. At his thought, a Myriad Realms token slipped from his sleeve and vanished into the void. Myriad Realms Bank, where anything can be traded. The next moment, a voice of absolute authority thundered in every ear. Zhou Tianyao's eyebrows arched sharply. Then she let out a scornful laugh. Can't win, so you turn to cheap tricks? I thought the Bank of 10,000 Realms was supposed to be impressive. What a waste of my time. Enough, let's finish this. Spirit of the Bloodblade, heed me. Cut down all who stand before me. She raised the blade high. Scarlet light pulsed along its edge, crimson liquid surging across the steel. In the next instant, a beam of blood as thick as a mountain ripped through the sky. The heavens darkened, crimson clouds churned, and the land below was dyed a fearful red. Across from her, Su Qingyu hovered in midair, black hair whipping in the wind, eyes calm and steady. She was certain the master of the bank had already intervened. Therefore, in her mind, Zhou Tianyao and her 4 spirit connection realm guards were already dead. One last chance, Su Qingyu said, her voice icy. Hand over the blood blade and yield 9 spirit veins. Do that, and you may live. Hatred had hardened her heart, but it hadn't erased her limits. She was no indiscriminate killer. Where does your confidence come from? You're about to die and still dare to boast. Zhou Tianyao sneered as though she had heard a grand joke. I don't need your mercy, only your life. Which die? She lunged with the blood blade. Su Qingyu sighed softly. Buzz. The blood beam suddenly reversed course, slashing toward Zhou Tianyao's party. Shock flooded her mind. The beam was turning on her. Impossible. The blade already recognizes me as its master. She shrieked. Bloodblade, you are mine. What sorcery is this? A scream tore from her lips as the blood light thundered through her waist, severing her in two. Dull, wet cracks followed, accompanied by the guards' anguished screams. All 5 crashed to the ground, blood splattering across the charred earth. Su Qingyu descended slowly to stand before them. Help me. Save me. Zhou Tianyao wailed, her face twisted in pain. Take whatever you want, just spare my life. But blood gushed like a fountain. Even as she tried to seal the wounds with surging spiritual power, her life slipped away. Death's shadow was already closing in. I gave you a chance, and you threw it away. Now face the consequences. Su Qingyu's voice sounded as if it rose from the abyss. I'll die. All of you die with me. In despair, Zhou Tianyao clawed handfuls of 4th-grade divine explosion talismans from her spatial pouch, her expression contorted with hatred. Mother, don't. The crown prince of Yin cried out, but she ignored him completely. You're of great Yin, your death means nothing. If I can't control Yin, they'll plunge it into chaos. Unable to seize power, she would sooner wipe out the dynasty's last heir and leave great Yin in turmoil, forever incapable of threatening great Zhou. Mother, you, the crown prince felt an icy chill sink into his bones, leaving him speechless. Detonate. Zhou Tianyao screamed, a savage grin spreading across her face. Bang, bang. Dozens of explosions tore through the air at the exact same moment. More than 40 grade 4 divine burst talismans detonated overhead, their blinding white fire surging together like a furious sea. A single talisman could kill a Hualingrium cultivator outright. Unleashed in such numbers, their chain reaction resembled heavenly judgment. Even someone at mid-toneling would struggle to escape. If the shockwaves spread unchecked, everything within several hundred, perhaps a Thessanli, would be reduced to a dead zone, and no living creature, Su Qingyu included, would survive. Zhou Tianyao's face twisted with madness. while the crown prince of Yin was already drowning in despair. In that split second, whoosh, a rain of crimson light dropped from the void, completely enveloping Zhou Tianyao. No, she had only just screamed before every talisman around her went off at once. The blast was so fierce that her body never even had time to break apart. Within the scarlet glare, not a trace of flesh remained. She was erased from existence. Thunder still rolled as the shockwaves ravaged the surroundings. Yet the crimson veil had come from a spirit weapon. Though it dimmed quickly, its superior grade sealed away the remaining force. When the dust finally settled, the red glow flowed back into the blood-edged saber, forming a thin crimson vein along the blade. Hum. The spirit weapon hummed softly. Su Qingyu raised a hand and caught it, letting it rest in her jade-white palm. Thud. The crown prince of Yin watched in horror, his legs giving way as he collapsed. Sweat soaked his robes, and his breath rasped like a bellows. Yin Dan debt will be paid by the state of Yin. Su Qingyu glanced at him coolly. The blood edge is mine now. All that's left are 9 spirit veins. I'll give them to you. He nodded frantically, not daring to resist. Great, Yin had suffered one blow after another today, and even its national spirit weapon was gone. Its former glory was finished. Of the 10 spirit veins under his control, his current power might let him keep one at best. If he would lose them anyway, he might as well cut the flesh now. Still, he coveted one thing: the spoils in the great Zhou cultivator's storage pouches and the treasures in Yan's own vaults. They were the key to reclaiming his throne. I only want what belongs to the Myriad Worlds Bank, Su Qingyu said, piercing straight through his thoughts. Thank you. Relief flooded his face. Not long afterward, Su Qingyu stepped into the bank with a Myriad Worlds token in hand. Master, here are the blood edge and 9 spirit veins, she said, presenting them with both hands. Excellent. A genuine spirit weapon. Chen Fan stored the 9 spirit veins in the vault, then took the blade and examined it with interest. With spirit stones, or better yet, full spirit veinstone nourish it, its power will only continue to rise. Su Qingyu bowed her head. I mishandled this collection and forced you to act personally. Please punish me. Chen Fan's brow lifted. You're not at fault. Still, this battle showed that your foundation is too shallow. Master, Su Qingyu interrupted, holy flame dancing in her eyes. I have just comprehended a defensive technique based on sacred fire, guided by spiritual power. Chen Fan fell silent for a moment. So this is what a first-grade talent looks like. She opens her mouth and creates a new technique. He swore that one day he would obtain a first-grade talent or something even better. The thought only stoked his urge to trade and to collect debts. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed out 3 jade slips. These are loan contracts. All overdue. All in the eastern domain. Go deal with them. Chen Fan promptly relayed the 3 loan contract terms to Su Qingyu, and she immediately left to collect the debt. Watching her disappear, he swung onto the black feather rock, and with a powerful sweep of its wings shot toward the summit of Mount Lingyun. Channeling spiritual energy the entire way, he pushed for greater speed. After a full day in flight, the rock skimmed above the cloud sea and landed on the highest peak. The mountaintop had already been cleared into a sprawling work site. Master craftsmen hammered at stone, martial artists brimming with force patrolled the perimeter, and waves of heat and thunder echoed without pause. King Qin certainly works fast. Chen Fan looked around, satisfied that the king was taking the project seriously. Working with a clever man was always easier. Had it been Crown Prince Qin instead, endless troubles would have followed. A sudden footfall reached his keen ears. At last, another customer. Dust billowed as a young man stepped out of the mountain path. Sharp brows and chiseled features spoke of iron resolve, while the depth of his aura was unfathomable. An information pulse flashed through Chun Fan's mind. Long Xian, a spirit venerable, tormented by love. A spirit venerable. Chun Fan's pupils contracted. In the Lingyun continent, the strongest known cultivators stopped at late Emperor Spirit, yet the spirit venerable realm stood above that. Even more startling, the newcomer looked about his own age. Long Xian halted before the stone gate of the Myriad Worlds Bank, his voice hoarse and urgent. Is this the Myriad Worlds Bank? I will give everything I have to bring my wife back to life. The calm of a venerable was gone, replaced by desperation on the verge of collapse. Chen Fan's thoughts raced. You'll give up everything? He asked in a low voice. Yes, me life, if need be. I don't want your life, I want your talent. Chen Fan's tone was steady, yet every word rang out. The Myriad Worlds Bank trades in all things. To save her, I could have taken your remaining lifespan and given it to her, but what I lack right now is supreme talent. You reached the venerable realm while still so young. That talent is what I need most. You give me what I want, I give you what you want. It's a fair deal. Long Xian's knuckles cracked as his fists tightened, but he nodded without hesitation. Long Xian was a rogue cultivator with no sect or clan, yet by sheer, unmatched talent, he burst onto the scene, hailed as the greatest dark horse the continent had seen in millennia. 10 years ago he fell in love with Qin Yinran, daughter of the powerful Qin family. He possessed nothing at the time. The Qin clan vehemently opposed the match, Yet Yanran eloped with him anyway. To give Yanran the best future and prove his worth to her family, Long Xian trained relentlessly for a decade, advancing at blinding speed until the Qin clan slowly accepted him. 3 days ago, while secluded in an eastern spirit land attempting to break through to Venerable, he sealed his sixth senses at the critical moment. His lifelong enemy struck. Qin, Yanran died shielding him. Long Xian broke through on the spot, slaughtered his foe with cold precision, but all the power in the world could not bring back the woman he loved. Because he had sealed off all six senses during his breakthrough, Long Xian never even saw his wife draw her last breath. In the cultivation chamber, he snapped out of chaos meditation, his mind splitting open as if a savage beast had clawed it apart, a void yawning in his chest big enough to swallow the stars. The elation that should have come with advancement was washed away by a tidal wave of remorse. Why did I slave to grow stronger? For Yanran's sake. Yet it was that very power that cost her life. For 10 years on the run, he had buried himself in training, never giving her a single day of peace. She traveled for him, healed him, lit the lamps and cooked the meals, while all he saw were techniques and pills. Now the memories poured back in, every surge of hatred aimed at himself. When longing floods like a river, only sacrifice can bridge it. He was willing to trade his very life to bring her back even for a single glance. At the peak of that obsession, a majestic voice thundered through his mind. Bank of 10,000 realms, everything is for sale. Long Xian seized the point of light the voice became. The void tore open around him, and he plunged into a vast, shadowed hall. At its center stood a young man in black, hands clasped behind his back. Chen Fan. Long Xian got straight to the point. They'll surrender my talent if you save my wife, Qin Yanran. Done. Chen Fan's answer was curt. 2 dark gold tokens floated out of the void and stopped before Long Xian. She died moments ago. Her soul still lingers in the corpse. Take these, have her grasp one, then bring her back here. Before the words had faded, Long Xian snatched the tokens and vanished. In the span of a heartbeat, he returned to the bank, cradling Qin Yanran's icy body. Her eyes were half closed, lips pale as frost. A fragile spirit curled inside her chest like a candle in the wind. Her soul is too weak. In 3 minutes it will dissipate. Chen Fan's gaze was impassive. What now? Long Xian's knuckles whitened as every heartbeat carved a groove across his heart. 3 minutes is enough, Chen Fan said calmly. First, hand over your talent. Say no more, eat it. Long Xian roared, gambling everything on this final chance. A dull hum. With a single thought, Chen Fan tore something from Long Xian's mind, a root embedded in the very soul. In an instant the light faded from Long Xian's eyes, his vitality plunging into stillness. It's done. Chen Fan sealed the boundless potential in a jade box, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Long Xian ignored his own condition and urged, honor your promise, save my wife. Qin Yanran's soul shivered, weeping in silence. She had watched her husband trade a lifetime's talent for her rebirth. The agony was searing, yet it sparked her will to live. Chen Fan spoke to her softly. Long Xian gave up everything so he could stay by your side. Pull yourself together. He'll implant the soul shade art directly into your spirit and grant you 50 years of cultivation. With your first grade aptitude, your soul will grow strong. When the time comes, draw on the world's Yin through this art, and you can be reborn into your body. The cultivation method of the Yin soul art had already been branded onto Qin Yanran's soul, and with a single thought Chen Fan deducted 50 years from the time card. Buzz. In the next instant, Qin Yanran's soul was sucked into a pitch-black ocean of time. She sat cross-legged without hesitation, drawing on the surging river of years around her and starting to cultivate. First level Yin soul. Second level Yin soul. First level Yin spirit. Second level Yin spirit. First level Yin god. Second level Yin god. Within a few short months, her cultivation shot upward like an arrow, leaving Chen Fan far behind. No wonder she's a first-grade talent, Chen Fan muttered, staring at the silver-white figure with a mix of shock and pride. Meanwhile, Long Xian clutched Qin Yanran's corpse in anguish. Even with his spirit lord-level senses, he couldn't detect the faintest trace of her soul. First level Yin saint. Second level Yin saint. The pointer on the time card spun forward until only 10 years remained. I have to push her past Yin saint and into the human soul stage within these 10 years, or she'll never return to her body, Chen Fan calculated. 50 years would be plenty. The final 3 years. The final 2 years. The last year. First level human soul. A blinding light erupted, and the phantom suddenly solidified. Chen Fan's eyes shone. Right on schedule. Buzz. The 50 years flew by. Qin Yanran's soul opened her eyes in the sea of time, her outline glowing faint gold with a pressure that even made Chen Fan's heart clench. Qin Yanran, go back to your body. It'll guide your rebirth, he said, barely containing his excitement. It was his first time witnessing such a resurrection up close, and had need the experience for himself someday. Got it, Qin Yanran replied, turning into a streak of light that shot into her motionless body. Long Xian's breathing grew ragged, cold sweat dripping down his face, yet he dared not move an inch. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly Qin Yanran's eyes snapped open. Her withered skin flushed with color, and life surged through her limbs like a rising tide. Brother Xian, I'm back, she said, her voice clear and bright. Yanran. Long Xian choked out, hugging her fiercely. This time we'll never be apart again. Qin Yanran's face overflowed with long-lost happiness. Off to the side, Chen Fan's mouth twitched. He had reunited the lovers and felt pleased, yet here he was, a dignified bachelor being force-fed affection at point-blank range. He was their savior, after all. Ahem, he finally cleared his throat. Only then did Long Xian and Qin Yanran remember where they were. Qin Yanran's cheeks reddened as they were still inside the Myriad Realms Bank, and there was someone else present. Thank you, master of the bank. Long Xian clasped his fists, his face alight with joy. No need for courtesy, Chen Fan waved him off. This was an equal exchange, each of us took what we needed. Brother Qin Yanran instantly gripped Long Xian's hand, her fingers tightening. Her elegant brows were knit with pain and worry. Reading the look in his wife's eyes, Long Xian offered a gentle smile. It's fine, Yanran. Don't worry. Nothing in this world is more important than you. Besides, I'm still in the spirit venerable realm, that's good enough. Qin Yanran stroked his cheek and said softly, Brother Xian, from now on I'll protect you. Gladly. I'd like to know what it feels like to be under someone else's protection. Long Xian laughed heartily. Chen Fan coughed into his fist. Thankfully Qin Yanran didn't shower more public affection on him. She turned toward the counter of the Myriad Worlds Bank and offered a jade slip with both hands. Master, this is the cultivation method for the ghost needle soul art. I'm giving it voluntarily, outside the deal. A tip? The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. He mocked himself inwardly. I, the dignified owner of the Myriad Worlds Bank, taking tips? As the thought flashed by, information poured into his mind. Ghost needle, a high-grade, earth-rank soul art capable of ghost-type attacks. He stowed the jade slip at once and gave a brief nod. Thank you. Long Xian clasped his fists again. If you ever visit the central region, master, please come to the Qin clan so I can return the favor. All right. Chen Fan nodded, though he muttered inwardly. Looks like Long Xian has decided to live off his wife. Lucky man. Enviable. Qin Yanran urged, Brother Xian, let's go home. Home it is. Long Xian answered and left with his wife. Back at their residence, the couple wasted no time and set off for the central region. Chen Fan watched them disappear and thought, in the future, Long Xian really might have to rely on Qin Yanran. She's only in the spirit master realm, yet she's already the foremost ghost soul expert on Lingyun continent. With the powerful Qin clan behind her, countless soul arts at her disposal, and a rare first-grade talent, her future is limitless. Long Xian, on the other hand, is stuck at the peak of spirit venerable and can go no further. Shall surpass him sooner or later. Ding. The system chime sounded abruptly. Sixth transaction complete. Completion rate, 200%. Task reward granted. Rewards, 100 Myriad Worlds tokens, 1 Qinggang sword. 200%? So the deal really was a success. But why is the reward so small? Chen Fan frowned. Then a thought struck him. Could the Qinggang sword be extraordinary, maybe even a spirit weapon? The idea had barely formed when his eyes widened. He pulled up the item information at once. Myriad Worlds token 100, usable for trading. Qinggang sword, sword embryo. After nurturing, it can become a spirit weapon of tremendous power. A sword embryo? Chen Fan exhaled in relief. Not bad. I've seen spirit weapons, their power is terrifying. Nurturing takes spirit stones, and spirit stones are the one thing I'm never short of. Settling his thoughts, he drew out the sword embryo, its body sheathed in a faint azure glow, and slowly injected his soul mark into it. In an instant the blade felt like a newborn child, forming a subtle bond with him. It was no longer a cold hunk of metal. It carried a trace of warmth and emotion. Since you've chosen me, I'll make sure you live the good life. He casually scattered 10 million spirit stones around him. The translucent stones piled into a small mountain, and he was just about to admire the view when his smile froze. The heap began to sink, shrinking as though swallowed by an invisible black hole, while stone dust trickled down. How was it draining this fast? In the blink of an eye, the mountain was shaved into a mound. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Fan's forehead. 10 million spirit stones had lasted only a few breaths. Another 10 million. He dumped out a second mountain, spiritual light soaring into the air. If he was going to nurture the sword embryo, he had to pay the price. What it consumed now would determine its future power. Gritting his teeth, he threw in an entire spirit vein. Shuiren is too bloodthirsty for me. Once the Qinggang sword is ready, Shuiren will go to Su Qingyu, he decided. With that, he opened a jade box containing an immortal-grade talent crystal. A moment later, fusion succeeded. Immortal-grade talent plus a third-grade talent on top of my own. This pushes me beyond immortal grade. My training speed will explode. He sat cross-legged in Wanjie Bank, cultivating the Yin Soul manual to test his new aptitude while keeping one eye on the sword embryo. One day later, a boom echoed within him. Breakthrough. 5th level of Yin Spirit. Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. joy surging through him. Yesterday had watched Qin Yinran, who had first-grade talent, take 10 days to move from the 4th to the 5th level. He had done it in one day 10 times faster. What if I used the time stored in my time card? He raised an eyebrow and was about to add 10 years of training when the sight before him left him speechless. The entire spirit vein had turned to ash, and almost all of the 20 million spirit stones were gone. Cultivation makes you lose track of time. Good thing I opened my eyes, otherwise the embryo would have starved. Then the sting hit him. This thing eats like crazy. I'm not sure I can afford it. Hands trembling, he pulled out another spirit vein. Normally, nourishing a sword embryo took at least a month, sometimes a century, yet his entire fortune would last barely 10 days. He'll never brag about being rich again. Chen Fan forced a laugh, eyes blazing as they locked onto the Wanja token. Urgency pressed in on him. No money meant no shortcuts. He had to trade, earn, and feed the sword embryo fast. He flung every remaining token of the Myriad Worlds into the air. Chen Fan wasn't worried about being swamped with orders. Lately the tokens had been slower to locate customers, apparently screening for quality, which suited him perfectly. Better clients meant fewer problems and a higher success rate. He only hoped the new batch would bring patrons quickly. Otherwise, his dwindling reserves wouldn't last long. With a deliberate effort, he avoided looking at the piles of spirit veins and spirit stones beside the unfinished sword, afraid the sight alone would make his heart race and his hands shake. Cultivate, give me 10 years. Taking a deep breath, he activated the time acceleration privilege of the treasury of the Myriad Worlds and immersed himself in training. In Spirit, 6th level early, in Emperor 1st tier, in Lord 1st tier, in Saint Human Soul, 1st level Human Soul, 6th level. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes, soul power raged through him like an ocean. He had firmly entered the human soul realm. His once hazy soul body now possessed substance, though sunlight would still burn him, limiting movement to the night. At this stage, he could theoretically reincarnate by relying on memories of his original body, yet that body had long been reduced to dust, was still one step short of rebuilding it. Chen Fan felt no urgency. Reaching the 6th level of the human soul realm was already a leap forward, and he preferred to save the remaining 10 years of accelerated time for a future deal. Running out of time midway through a transaction for spirit veins and stones would be awkward. Right now, the sword embryo needed nurturing. Leaving the treasury, he paused his cultivation and decided to explore the peaks of Mount Lingyun. Staying cooped up forever was not a plan. With a sharp crack, his consciousness slipped into the little secretary's Pupita latestage manifest spirit body, and he vaulted from the back of the black-feathered eagle into the forest below. Xiao, take a break and enjoy yourself, he called, waving. The exhausted eagle let out 2 cheerful cries, then wheeled upward to find a resting place. Though the little secretary couldn't match elite experts like Long Xian, she was still a frontline fighter in Qin, so Chen Fan felt safe enough. A black blur, he darted through the woods, scouting the area at top speed. Several hours later, he had covered a Thessanli radius and distilled his findings into 2 key points. 1. Nearly no one lived here. Only occasional hunters and martial artists ventured in to hunt. 2. The mountains were packed with wildlife, including a sizable number of spirit beasts, which drew those hunters and fighters and led to frequent bloodshed. Spirit beasts actively absorbed the world's aura. By refining it into spiritual power through unique breathing techniques, they remodeled their bodies and gained explosive strength. The stronger ones could wield that power directly, rivaling human cultivators of the Lingxian or even Lingdong realms. As for beasts of an even higher tier, the texts he had read offered no details, but he was certain they existed. Thirdly, this mountain range was vast beyond measure, stretching endlessly across the land. Great Qin and the neighboring states had only managed to tap its outer rim, and even the famed summit of Mount Lingyun lay on that periphery. Standing on a tall rock beneath the trees, Chen Fan surveyed the rolling peaks and made a quiet promise to himself. One day, he would set foot in the true interior. For now, he had a more pressing concern: satisfying his hunger with a few spirit beasts. Even without cumin, chili powder, or sesame paste, pure spirit beast meat was fragrant enough to make one's mouth water. A faint ripple of spiritual energy caught his ear. His gaze swept the underbrush, spotting a flash of white. Just what I was looking for. Come here, little rabbit. It was merely a spirit rabbit, no stronger than the early spirit profound realm. Its speed might astound a mortal, but before Xiaomi, it had no chance. Whoosh. The rabbit had leapt barely 2 meters before Xiaomi's slender, iron-strong fingers clamped around it. Crack. Its spine snapped. Believing firmly in self-reliance, Chen Fan summoned spirit fire and began to roast his catch. Half an hour later, fat sizzled and popped, sending the aroma drifting through the forest. A few more patient minutes, and the rabbit was perfectly golden and crisp. Technically, the feast belonged to Xiao Mish, could swallow spirit stones, so spirit meat was no challenge. With Chen Fan's ghostly soul lodged within her body, every burst of flavor reached him firsthand. Roar. Drawn by the scent, a massive tiger barreled through the trees. Its striped body was the size of a cottage, muscles rippling beneath its hide. To Chen Fan, though, it was laughably weak. Off with you. I don't want to kill today, he said lazily, still focused on his meal. But Xiaomi was merely a puppet. Without a released aura, she couldn't scare the beast. Scram. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, and the pressure of his ghostly soul burst forth. The tiger felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Before its paws even landed, it skidded to a halt, face drained of color, tail tucked tight as it fled, leaves swirling in its wake. Crunch. He bit into a rabbit leg, scooped a mouthful of spring water, and felt as content as though enjoying an autumn picnic. His long tense nerves finally relaxed, and his ghostly cultivation advanced almost imperceptibly. Balance work and rest in equal measure was the true path to life and cultivation. Night fell, the mountain wind carrying a chill. Chun Fan brushed off his robes, decided to use the sky as his quilt and the earth as his bed, and prepared to sleep, ready for another day of training and trade. Whoosh! A sharp sound split the air, and Chun Fan's brows arched in surprise. A spirit beast with power on par with the early Lingdong realm? Chun Fan arched a brow and decided to strike. The mountains were eerily silent under the cloak of night, broken only by the thick fog churning through the trees. Chun Fan drifted forward like a shadow, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Creatures this strong were rare, their meat delicious and far more valuable than ordinary game. A sharp hiss cut the air in the same instant the thought formed. Her jade-like fist slammed down on the demonic ape's skull before it could react. The massive body stiffened, then crashed to the ground, spraying pebbles and leaves. Fine cracks webbed its skull, extinguishing its life in an instant. Had Chen Fan not restrained her strength, the head would have exploded on the spot. A demonic ape, and a big one. No way I can finish all of it alone. She nudged the corpse with her boot, her gaze softening. Perfect for Xiao's still growing, but far too weak. With that, she sent a mental summons. Xiao, you come. Above the treetops, the black-winged feather eagle wheeled in the dark, then folded its wings and streaked down like a black arrow. Chen Fan looked into the night sky, calculating to herself. As Wanjia Bank expands, stronger clients will show up and business will only get trickier. If Xiao falls behind, he'll be useless. I need to boost his strength fast. Before the bird arrived, a dozen sharp whooshes cut through the forest. More than 10 figures burst into the clearing, forming a half-moon around her. Moonlight revealed mixed expressions: fear of her power, awe at her beauty. Their leader, a composed middle-aged man at the early Lingdong realm, clasped his fists. Miss, we were already hunting this demonic ape. Prey attracts many hunters, Chun Fan said coolly, her words like a blade. Whoever lands the kill earns the prize. Without me, could you have stopped it in this mountain at night? The man frowned, but kept his courtesy. Miss, we tracked it for some time. Its flesh is vital to us. Would you consider selling the carcass? Before he finished, more figures crashed through the trees. At their head was a young man with an arrogant tilt to his chin. He caught sight of Chun Fan, eyes brightening, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. Miss, wandering out here alone is dangerous. Hey race, my offer: the ape's corpse goes to me, and he'll guard you for free. Keep you safe from unsavory sorts and wild beasts. Sound fair? The blatant heat in his gaze soured Chun Fan's mood on the spot. She had meant to negotiate the sale of the spirit beast. She didn't particularly need the meat, and with her strength, she could always hunt something stronger. If the buyer was desperate and the price was right, there was no reason not to strike a deal. But the atmosphere had soured completely. Chen Fan's face stayed blank as she shook her head. Oh, the richly dressed youth's eyes flashed. He clearly wasn't ready to give up. Is there something you're unhappy with, miss? How about I add another 10,000 spirit stones? It's not the spirit stones, Chun Fan replied, her voice cold. I just don't like you, and I don't want to do business with you. You. The youth's brow twitched as though someone had stepped on his tail, and his expression darkened. His attendant stepped forward and raised his voice. Do you know who my young master is? This is Xiao Wenlei, eldest son of the Xia family of Lingyun City. Never heard of him, Chun Fan answered flatly. The attendant's face stiffened, then twisted with anger. Pretty girl, I'm warning you, take the wine we're offering, or you'll get the penalty cup. So much noise. Chun Fan brushed the dust from her sleeve, voice impatient. If you want to fight, fight. Spare me the chatter. Chiu. A black shadow swept in. Little Feather finally arrived, landing squarely in front of Chen Fan. The black-plumed eagle half spread its wings, its sharp gaze roaming over Xiao Wenlai's group, instantly sensing their hostility. This is your trump card? Greed flared in Xiao Wenlai's eyes at the sight of the eagle. Moments ago he had been wary of Chun Fan's strength. Now his thoughts spun at lightning speed. An adult flying spirit beast was worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Add the breathtaking beauty standing before him, had never seen anyone so stunning, and every other woman paled beside her. Desire and avarice drowned what little caution he possessed. No, Chun Fan said evenly. It's just a pet. She tossed the corpse of the demon ape onto the open ground. Little Feather, your meal. Chiu. The black-plumed eagle let out an eager cry. pounced on the carcass, and tore into the flesh with razor-sharp beak and talons. Blood spattered, the sound of ripping sinew setting teeth on edge. Xiao Wenlei watched the valuable corpse being shredded and could hold back no longer. His voice dropped to a chill. The middle-aged guard blocked him. Young master, she slew that demon ape. You saw it with your own eyes. Xiao Wenlei narrowed his gaze. No. Then there's nothing extraordinary about her. He sneered. I don't believe she killed a spirit movement realm ape in such a short time. Something's fishy. Test her, quickly before that bird eats the whole carcass. The guard opened his mouth, but no words came. Go. Xiao Wenlei barked. Whoosh. The instant the order left his lips, Chen Fan's mouth curved in mockery. Her figure blurred and vanished like a passing shadow. Where did she go? Xiao Wenlei and his men frowned in unison one blink, and Chen Fan was simply gone. The black-feathered hawk had no idea what its master was planning. All it understood was the order to stay put and keep eating the demonic ape. The bloodier, the better. Flesh tore beneath its hooked beak, and the stench of gore quickly filled the clearing. Xiao Wenlei frowned, sweeping the area with his eyes. Where'd he go? He was right here. An attendant swallowed and muttered. I heard a whole group died in these mountains. One of them a woman. You think it could be? He never finished. His own imagination robbed him of courage. Everyone's face went pale. The black-feathered hawk feasted as if no one else existed. Bones cracked and wet chewing echoed through the night, pouring ice water down their spines. Suddenly a strange wind rose from the depths of the forest, howling through the trees. The same attendant's hair stood on end. He reached for a companion's arm, desperate for comfort. His hand passed straight through it. What? While he stood frozen, Chen Fan slowly turned and gave him a faint, playful smile. Ah! The attendant screamed and leapt back as if jolted by lightning, bowling over several companions. Chaos erupted. What's wrong with you? Why are you yelling? Xiao Wenlei, badly startled, saw nothing unusual and grew angry. He kicked the attendant's leg. The man crumpled to the ground, still staring at the spot where Chen Fan had stood. His voice trembled. A ghost. Xiao Wenlei slapped him hard. Pull yourself together. Young master. Just before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream drifted from the forest. Young master. Someone appeared right here, definitely not one of us. He grinned at me and vanished, bit by bit. The speaker was a bald brute normally known for his nerve. Now he shook and babbled. Even the hard-edged thugs in the group looked terrified. Xiao Wenlei swallowed, glancing at the black-feathered hawk still tearing into the demonic ape's entrails. Blood glistened eerily in the shadows, and his own courage began to falter. That woman must be behind this. Stop scaring yourselves. The middle-aged man barked. Miss, there's no need for these shadow tricks. Let's talk. Before he finished, Chen Fan materialized in the center of the group as if head grown out of the air. Looking for me. The whole crowd exploded, scattering in every direction. They fled headlong through the trees, tripping over one another, never daring to look back. Such timid creatures. Chen Fan shook his head, chuckling. But the materialization ability of a soul phase wraith really is impressive. Wandering through a mountain forest at night, it's bound to scare people. Had only wanted to test his new power and had improvised this little performance. Clearly, the intimidation factor was well above expectations. If he unleashed the ghost needle, its heat and killing power would be immense. Combined with his other techniques, it could completely crush an enemy's will. Recognizing this, Chen Fan decided he would start cultivating the art very soon. A crisp cry rang out nearby. The black-feathered eagle had stripped the demon ape's corpse clean, leaving snow-white bones rolling in the wind. Beating its glossy wings, it projected a wave of satisfaction that was delicious. Thank you, master. Chen Fan patted its head. Let's go. He swung onto its back, and they soared skyward. Barely 100 meters up, a racket broke out below. Xiao Wenlei and his party, whom Chen Fan had just hoodwinked, had doubled back and finally realized they'd been played. If a real evil spirit lurked here, how could it get near dozens of brawny men brimming with yang energy? Spotting Chen Fan and the eagle receding in the distance, they grew certain they'd been tricked. Furious, Xiao Wenlei roared, Don't run. If you've got any guts, stop. Is that all you can do, woman, use dirty tricks? Chen Fan ignored him and urged the eagle on. These weaklings weren't worth the trouble. Drawing his sword against them would only stain the blade. Time to check on my sword embryo. With a thought, his mind slipped into the Myriad Worlds Bank. Since the spirit vein was still being absorbed, he let the black-feathered eagle perch on a peak and drifted into sleep. Dawn spread its light, the breeze carrying the scent of grass and leaves. Chen Fan woke, energized. Right, the sword embryo. Back in the bank, he saw the spirit vein was almost spent. He set a third vein in place. 8 left. With no new clients arriving, he focused on Su Qingyu, who was out collecting debts. Does the contract she's holding involve spirit veins? Su Qingyu had reached the reclusive Qingyan sect. 1,000 years earlier, the sect's ancestor had borrowed 3 spirit veins from the bank. The loan was overdue, and the contract required double repayment. She was about to act when a Myriad Worlds token flashed before her. The proprietor was summoning her. In the next instant, she stood in the bank's main hall, puzzlement on her delicate face. Master, take Bloodblade. Chen Fan handed her a long saber the color of darkened blood. Every contract from now on must be collected in full. No failures. Yes. Su Qingyu accepted the weapon with solemn respect and vanished. Back at Qingyun's sect, Bloodblade flashed scarlet as it left the sheath. The sect's ancestor, a mid-stage spirit communion cultivator, tried to trigger the protective grand array, but Su Qingyu cleaved him in two before he could react. Of the sect's 7 spirit veins, she seized 6 in an instant. The array collapsed, disciples scattered in panic, and Su Qingyu took nothing else. She sealed the 6 veins in jade boxes and headed for the next debtor. Whoosh. In the bank's hall, 6 jade boxes now stood in a neat row before Chen Fan. Bathed in their dense spiritual energy, he exhaled in relief. That should keep me going for another 6 days. After several days circling the Lingyun Mountains to widen his search, Chen Fan finally returned to the summit. The moment he landed, he learned that the 9th prince, Qin Zheng, had arrived days earlier and was personally supervising the work. The king of Qin clearly placed extraordinary importance on the Wanja Bank, and Qin Zheng had seized this rare chance to prove himself. Chen Fan leapt down from the back of his black-feathered eagle and followed the windswept ridge toward the heart of the site. Dust billowed, shouted commands rolled like thunder, yet tens of thousands of craftsmen and soldiers moved with military precision. Hauling stone, digging footings, transporting materials, raising walls, every step meshed almost perfectly with the next. Even the lowliest porters were cultivators at the spiritual refinement level, while profound realm warriors worked up a sweat nearby. The sea of Qin military uniforms reminded Chen Fan just how serious the king was. Entire army units had been drafted as laborers to meet the 15-day deadline. In only a few days, the outline of the bank was already visible. The main hall rested on a solid stone foundation, and the timber frames of the surrounding annexes were in place. At this pace, the project might finish in less than half a month, well within the promised time. Pleased, Chen Fan did not hurry to find Qin Zheng. Instead, he strolled around the perimeter, quietly assessing the materials, the placement of formations, and the overall design. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng was overseeing everything from a temporary command platform. A few days earlier, the king of Qin had issued 3 sudden edicts. 1. He would personally lead a rapid campaign to the Qinshu front, taking only the palace's elite guards and ordering the 6 ministries to keep the move secret while mobilizing supplies with full priority. 2. Construction of the Wanja Bank was to be the Ministry of Work's top priority. Cost and resources were irrelevant. The project had to be finished on Lingyun Mountain within 15 days, and a high-ranking noble had to supervise it on site. 3. Someone had to remain in the capital with full authority to keep the government running. The crown prince immediately volunteered to stay behind, and no one objected. Qin Zheng then offered to oversee the bank's construction. The crown prince readily agreed. Without Qin Zheng in the capital, he would have more room to maneuver and perhaps weaken the prince's faction. Qin Zheng accepted the assignment and hurried to Lingyun Mountain with his trusted aides, including Meng. Upon arrival, Qin Zheng opened his personal vaults, contributing his own spirit stones and rare materials to prove his sincerity. He broke the schedule down to the hour and supervised the work deep into the night, determined to make his diligence plain to everyone. High up, several soldiers at the spiritual refinement level were struggling to move an exceptionally dense boulder, faces flushed and steps unsteady. Seeing this, Qin Zheng threw off his dark cloak, rolled up his sleeves, and called, "Let me." With one heave, he lifted the boulder wider than he was taloned, carried it at a steady pace to its footing. Craftsmen and soldiers gaped, and excited whispers rippled through the crowd. His Highness the 9th Prince is doing the heavy lifting himself. We'd better quit slacking. If even the prince is pushing himself, how can we take it easy? Look at that. The court values this project even more than we thought. Watching from afar, Chen Fan nodded. Qin Zheng's blatant grandstanding might have been obvious, but it had doubled efficiency and lifted morale to new heights. Only one question lingered in everyone's mind. Was he still dissatisfied with the speed of their work? The crowd hurried to make the most of every minute. That day's meal was once again a spread of fish and meat. Fragrant steam curled above the iron cauldron, while hot oil crackled and popped. Standing on the platform, Qin Zheng called out in a booming voice, "Excellent. Thank you, Your Highness the 9th Prince." "Wonderful." The workers roared back, their enthusiasm instantly reignited. Good food, good drink, and generous pay. Where else could they find a job like this? Qin Zheng spoke again, his words charged with true essence and ringing across the entire site. "The project must be finished within 15 days. For every day you finish early, each of you will receive an extra 100 gold coins. Let's move. Get to work. Quit dawdling. Faster, haven't you eaten?" Shouts overlapped with the clang of hammers and the heave of timber. Clouds of dust rose as if everyone had endless strength to burn. Seeing spirits so high, Qin Zheng finally exhaled in relief. Finishing a day ahead meant several million man-hours and 100 coins per head, hundreds of thousands of gold gone in an instant. 2 days early, and the cost would soar into the millions. Gold might not be as precious as spirit stones, but it was still a critical resource he could not afford to squander. Just then a convoy rolled in. Leading it were the city lord of Lingyun, the head of the Xia family, and Xiao Wenlei. Behind the wagons, dozens of burly spirit beasts were bound in chains, along with crates of herbs, ores, and other supplies. Your Highness, this is a small token from Lingyun City and the Xia family, the two patriarchs said, bowing low. Qin Zheng let his gaze sweep over the racks and carts before settling on the spirit beast sleek-furred and brimming with vitality, clearly prime specimens freshly captured. You have my thanks, he said with a slight nod. It's the least we can do, the least we can do, both men answered, utterly deferential. Xiao Wenlei, usually proud to a fault, now kept his head bowed and his back bent, offering only a strained smile. He knew full well who stood before him. The ninth prince of great Qi noble by birth and formidable in power. Qin Zheng was someone he absolutely could not offend. If he managed even a sliver of favor, his official career and cultivation path would open wide. Before long, the imperial martial examinations would begin. A single word of support from the ninth prince could secure him admission to the Great Qin Academy. Even its weakest graduates left at the spirit-awakened realm and could be sent out to govern a city prospects beyond measure. With such temptation, he lowered himself all the more. His father had warned him, never bring it up directly. Simply act, and the prince would take notice. So far, Xiao Wenlei had performed flawlessly. Seizing a lull, the Xia patriarch nudged his son forward. This is my boy. He's 17. Your Highness. Xiao Wenlei stepped up quickly and saluted, every word respectful. Impressive, Qin Zheng said, nodding. 17, and already at the spirit-profound realm your future is limitless. Father and son were overjoyed. The city lord of Lingyun chimed in. Xiao Wenlei ranks among the finest talents in the entire prefecture. When he learned your Highness would inspect the site, he ventured into the mountains himself to hunt these spirit beasts. Oh, he captured them? Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, giving Xiao Wenlei his first serious look. Xiao Wenlei was about to offer a modest reply, the perfect finishing touch to his performance, when suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. Wong Quan. At the sound of the name, Xiao Wenlei looked over and frowned. That was his own lackey standing there. Dust hung in the air at the construction site of the Myriad Realms Bank. Wooden stakes, massive stones, and shouted orders merged into a chaotic roar. Xia's heart skipped a beat. If that fool caused a scene now, the whole project could be delayed. What's going on? Qin Zheng asked, irritation clear in his voice. To him, nothing mattered more than the bank's foundation. One slip would wipe out months of work. Feeling the prince's displeasure, Xiao Wenlei grew tense. He shot a glance at his father for guidance, but before he got an answer, Qin Zheng was already striding forward. Come on, let's take a look. Everyone fell in behind him. As they approached, Xia spotted Chen Fan in the crowd. His face darkened. That was the witch who had left him utterly humiliated the other night. You had a clear path to heaven, yet you forced your way into hell, he muttered through clenched teeth, anger flaring. Her flawless face was still hard to ignore, but the sting of that humiliation burned even hotter. Then he remembered what his father and the lord of Lingyun City had uncovered. The ninth prince of Great Qin adored beautiful women, and every one of his wives was a peerless beauty. Xia stole a quick look at Qin Zheng. Sure enough, the prince's gaze was fixed on Chen Fan, interest sparking in his eyes. She's out of my reach for now, Xia told himself, fingers curling into fists. But once I climb high enough, what can I have? A man without power is nothing. Just then a middle-aged official rushed over, bowed, and blurted, Your Highness, there's a problem with the foundation. We need your guidance now. The prince couldn't afford any delays. Qin Zheng turned toward the work site, yet his eyes drifted back to Wong Quan and Chen Fan, brows knitting. Your Highness, I know these two, Xiao Wenlei said, seizing the moment. It's probably a misunderstanding. Allow me to settle it. A good subordinate eased his master's burdens. That was how you earned favor. Xia's father exchanged a wary glance with the lord of Lingyun City. This wasn't part of their original plan, but they stayed silent when they saw Xia's confidence. Very well, Qin Zheng said. Handle it quickly, and don't slow the work. Understood, Your Highness. He'll take care of it, Xia declared, bowing deeply. If he handled this well, the prince would remember him, maybe even reward him. He cast a sidelong look at Chen Fan, hoping she'd know her place. Otherwise, Qin Zheng marched off with the official, Xia's father, and the city lord close behind. For a heartbeat the area fell silent. Then Xia strode toward Chen Fan and Wong Quan. Chen Fan looked up with a sigh. Trouble here of all places? So be it. As expected, Xia's lackey jumped in first. What are you doing here? Do you have any idea where you are? You toyed with us the other day. How are you going to make that right? I'm telling you, if we don't like your answer, you won't walk away in one piece. In the Lingyun Mountains, my master's word is law. Wong Quan stood in the middle of the trail, his face dark, his swagger sharp as a blade held at everyone's throats. There's nothing to explain. Chen Fan raised an elegant brow, her voice cool. I'm busy. Don't waste my time, scram. She truly was busy. Su Qingyu's affairs were moving along nicely. Any spare moment she had was better spent sleeping, cultivating, or checking in on Su Qingyu to collect her debt than on Wong Quan. You refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Huh? Wang Quan's face went cold, teeth grinding. You've already said that. Got anything new? Chen Fan didn't even look at him. Wang Quan's chest heaved. Whoever said every move a pretty woman makes is endearing. Right now he wanted to smash this witch to pieces. But her methods were unfathomable, and with the ninth prince present, losing control would only ruin the young master's plans. What's going on? Xiao Wenlei stepped out of the crowd, irritation in his voice. Young master, Wang Quan began, but Xiao Wenlei cut him off with a wave. Turning to Chen Fan, he softened his tone and managed a small smile. Miss, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize. Wang Quan froze. What's going on? Chen Fan arched a brow, unsure what he was after. No need to apologize, I never spared you a thought. Wang Quan's rage flared again. Which, know your place. My young master has never apologized to Anyun, you're the first. Think you're some big shot? Even Xiao Wenlai's expression darkened. Chen Fan stayed calm. Because he apologized, they'll let your rudeness slide. Otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. She lifted her gaze. But if you need to prove you exist, I don't mind ending your worthless life myself. You spiritual powers surged around Wang Quan. Yet the chilly indifference in her eyes made his heart lurch. Cold crept up his spine, and his words died in his throat. Xiao Wenlei drew a steadying breath. Miss, do you know who that man is? He flicked his eyes toward the young man, surrounded like the moon among stars. Even as the Xia family's heir, he didn't dare point. Him? Never met him, Chen Fan said plainly. His Highness, the ninth prince, Xiao Wenlei whispered. Oh, that's the ninth prince, Qinzheng? Chen Fan nodded, gaze cool. Only Qinzheng would draw that kind of attention. How dare you address his highness by name? Have you ever seen anyone so noble in your life? Aren't you overwhelmed? Xiao Wenlei thought he had her cornered. Chen Fan replied, what's your point? How did this turn into a lecture about Qinzheng? I have no time for lackeys like you, let alone him. Hearing this, Xiao Wenlei almost coughed up blood in anger. His temper, which he had just forced down, threatened to explode again, and his chest heaved with ragged breaths. Fortunately, thoughts of his own future made him take several deep breaths and clamp down on his emotions. Fine. He'll cut to the chase. Narrowing his eyes, he lifted his chin, his tone dripping with the arrogance of someone who thinks he controls everything. You came here because you want an audience with his highness, the ninth prince, didn't you? You could say that. Chen Fan neither confirmed nor denied it needed to check on the construction progress of the 10,000 Realms Bank, and the quickest way was to see Qinzheng, the prince overseeing the project. Good. Xiao Wenlai's lips curved, as if had expected this all along. Inwardly, he sneered. So much for virtuous, just another woman chasing power and status. Burying his contempt, he pretended to ponder. I can arrange a meeting. But what will you give me in return? He intended to profit from both sides. As he spoke, his gaze swept openly over Chen Fan's graceful figure. The thought that she might be the prince's woman should have made him retreat, yet the idea of sharing a royal's bed only excited him more. Once it surfaced, he could no longer suppress it. Drawing a deep breath, greed flaring in his eyes, he lowered his voice. If his highness takes you, then afterward you spend one night with me as well. He even pictured another scenario if the ninth prince showed no interest, he'd claim her outright for himself. Standing nearby, the attendant Wang Quan felt his pupils contract. Fear and excitement mingled as the mere thought thrilled him. Chen Fan hadn't planned to press the issue, but her expression turned cold at his words. Narrowing her eyes, she answered icily, since you're so eager to die, ill oblige. She reached into her spatial pouch and produced a thumb-sized brown vial, giving it a casual shake before their eyes. Know what this is? Xiao Wenlei frowned. The bottle's color came not from the glass, but from the writhing mass of slender brown worms inside. Disgust and chill raced up his spine. He opened his mouth to speak, what the butt never finished. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Fan rammed the vial straight into his mouth. It slid down his throat and into his stomach with terrifying ease. Agony and terror erupted at once. Xiao Wenlai's face went ashen. He retched violently, but brought up nothing. Hoarsely he screamed at Wang Quan. What are you standing there for? Get it out now. Yais, young master. Wang Quan lunged forward, only to discover the bottle was already deep in the stomach. He had no way to reach it. Don't move. Chen Fan raised a hand, her lazy smile cutting like a blade. The more you struggle, the faster the worms burrow out. First your body heat will spike, then you'll rot from the inside, and finally, even your skin will turn to ash. Yu Xiao Wenlei trembled all over, his legs nearly giving way. Imagining his imminent fate, sweat, terror, and despair flooded in at once. Give me the antidote. He shrieked, eyes wild. Or I swear I'll drag you to hell with me. If I'm dying, you're coming too. Xiao Wenlei had become completely hysterical. Gripped by the fear of death, he could no longer think straight. His terrified scream instantly drew the attention of Qinzheng's party. Qinzheng merely frowned, still absorbed in his paperwork. But Xiao Wenlai's father and the city lord of Lingyun turned pale. They had clearly sensed the ninth prince's displeasure. Your Highness, allow me to see what's happening, Xiao Wenlai's father said, clasping his fists and taking a deep breath. Go. Qin Zheng replied coolly, his tone flat. Before the word had faded, the man shot forward like an arrow. Yet the moment he arrived, he saw his son lunging at a woman with a stunning figure and flawless face, and his expression darkened. How dare he lay hands on someone in front of the ninth prince? Ugh, cough. Xiao Wenlei suddenly froze, his pupils dilating as his hands clawed at his own throat. Wenlei, what's wrong? His father asked, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Xiao Wenlei felt the bottle hidden in his stomach shatter, releasing countless hair-thin gray insects that surged along his meridians. He frantically tried to block them with spiritual power, but it was useless. Even his remaining spirit apertures were overrun. In the next heartbeat, his body temperature began to soar visibly. No, help me. Father, save me. The blazing heat and agony shattered his composure. He was certain the enchantress hadn't been bluffing. Within a minute his flesh would melt away. What happened, Wenlei? His father sensed utter chaos inside his son, but couldn't pinpoint the cause. Catch that witch. She poisoned Mesh must have the antidote. Xiao Wenlei rasped, his voice half mad. Poisoned. His father's face went ashen as he fixed a murderous stare on Chen Fan. Hand over the antidote, or you'll never leave Lingyun City alive. TSK, father and son really are cut from the same cloth, Chen Fan said lightly. Even your threats sound identical. It's burning. I'm burning. Xiao Wenlei clutched his father's arm in despair. Father, take the antidote. I don't want to die. That plea shattered the last of his father's restraint. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Chen Fan, then at Qin Zheng and chose to strike. His son's life mattered most. Whoosh. Spiritual power of the mid-spirit movement realm erupted, his figure blurring like lightning, wind screaming around him. Yet before Chen Fan, he was as weak as a newborn. Bang! There was a dull burst of bone and flesh. No one even saw the strike before Chen Fan's fist pierced the man's chest, turning his heart into a mist of blood. The patriarch of Lingyun City's premier clan collapsed dead on the spot. Silence fell. Wang Quan's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his back. Only now did he truly understand the kind of monster he had provoked. Xiao Wenlai's body temperature had soared past 70 degrees Celsius. Even with his Ling Xuan realm cultivation, he couldn't withstand the heat. He howled in agony, too overwhelmed to mourn his father's death. Two sharp gusts split the air as Qin Zheng and the lord of Lingyun City landed in the courtyard with their entourage. The patriarch of the Xia clan had been killed with a single punch-a shock that rattled the entire city, and they could not pretend it hadn't happened. Who are you? How dare you kill the Xia patriarch? The city lord demanded, his face dark as iron, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan. Before Chen Fan could answer, Xiao Wenlei collapsed. Save me, he lay on the ground, skin flushed crimson, eyes bloodshot. The heat inside him spiked again, and his screams grew shrill and piercing. Realizing the young master was moments from death, Wang Quan dropped to his knees. Your Highness, my lord, she poisoned him. Please, save him. He carefully chose every word to shove all blame onto Chen Fan. What? You poisoned the young master simply because he was rude, and you even killed the patriarch? The city lord's voice was as sharp as a blade. Your strength is impressive, but Lingyun City might not be able to contain you. Still, you've disrupted the construction project and offended the ninth prince. Can you afford the consequences? He invoked the prince's name, knowing a direct confrontation would end poorly. Save me enough talking, she has the antidote, I'm dying, Xia Wenlei screamed again. In just a few breaths, a faint white mist rose from his body, the vapor of his own fluids boiling away. Chen Fan glanced at him, her expression icy. He brought this on himself. He didn't deserve sympathy. The antidote handed over. The city lord barked. Qin Zheng spoke then, his tone gentle yet authoritative. Miss, a life hangs in the balance. Could you save him first? We can address everything else afterward. I give you my word that you will be treated fairly. He had already noticed the flaws in Wang Quan's story. No one poisoned others without cause. Chen Fan gave a slight nod, her regard for Qin Zheng rising. Despite his rank, he was not overbearing. There is no antidote, she said evenly. Even if there were, I wouldn't give it to him. He offended me, and this is his recompense. You insolent witch. The city lord roared. How dare you defy the ninth prince's wishes? And if I do? Chen Fan's brows lifted, her gaze icy cold. In that instant, the lord of Lingyun City felt a chill wash over him, as though he had been doused in freezing water. A jolt of terror raced through him, as if death itself had brushed past. What are you trying to do? He cried. Ninth prince. The city lord of Lingyun City screeched, forcing a bold front, yet unable to mask the quiver in his voice. This witch is making a scene, killing in public, and jeopardizing construction of the Myriad Realms Bank. She deserves immediate execution. The commotion had already drawn nearby cultivators, who whispered among themselves. Qin Zheng noticed the swelling crowd and frowned. If this got out of hand, the bank schedule would be delayed. After a brief pause, he addressed the woman. Miss, how have this father and son offended you? If it's as Wang Quan claims, you won't leave here alive. But if there's more to the story, I promise you justice. Ninth prince, the city lord cut in again, she's stalling for time. If we wait any longer, Xiao Wenlei will die. Ah! Xiao Wenlei screamed. Blood gushed from his mouth, soaking his robe. His skin flushed and swelled, veins bulging as though he might burst at any moment. A horrifying sight. Seeing this, Qin Zheng hesitated. The facts were unclear, yet he couldn't ignore the man's suffering, especially after Xiao Wenlei had just delivered a shipment of spirit beasts and resources. He made a decision. Miss, please hand over the antidote first. At his order, the guards stepped forward, swords drawn, murderous intent filling the air. Emboldened, the city lord unsheathed his own weapon and leveled it at Chen Fan. Move it. Give me the antidote. The atmosphere grew taut, killing intent almost tangible. Yet Chen Fan remained composed. She lifted a hand and produced a black gold token from her sleeve. Put your swords down. I dislike being threatened. The city lord had expected some famed writ. Instead, he saw an unfamiliar badge. The front bore the characters Myriad Realms in ancient script, surrounded by intricate patterns he couldn't place. Trying to bluff with a fake token? He scoffed. Seize her. Wait. Qin Jing's expression shifted. He blocked the guards and fixed his gaze on the token, his tone suddenly respectful and uncertain. Who are you within the Myriad Realms Bank? He recognized that emblem. After several meetings with Meng Tian, had learned every detail of the bank's procedures. Counterfeiting this token was impossible. He also knew the bank's owner was male. This woman could only be the mysterious slave who had appeared in Yinqing and Lingyun City. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as she obliged the act. My master is the owner of the Myriad Realms Bank. Qin Zheng dared not slight her. He drew a deep breath, clasped his hands, and bowed. Qin Zheng, 9th Prince of Great Qin, pays his respects to the emissary of the Myriad Realms Bank. The city lord of Lingyun City gaped. Nearly speechless, the dignified 9th Prince was bowing to this woman? He had heard the name Myriad Realms Bank before, but never felt its weight. Now, watching Qin Zheng humble himself, a chill ran down his spine. His legs trembled uncontrollably, terror washing over his face. Swish! The lord of Lingyun City turned ashen, sheathed his sword at once, and bent low in a hurried salute, his attitude reversing in an instant. Xiao Wenlei, writhing on the ground, saw it all. A chill stabbed his ear that was as good as dead. Despair flooded his mind, and he suddenly went berserk, forcing himself upright on blood-smeared arms and lunging at Chen Fan like a cornered beast. Die! He roared hoarsely. Bang! Before Xiao Wenlei could get close, Wang Quan lifted a foot and kicked him flat on his back, snarling. How dare you offend an envoy of the Universal Bank? Die, you fool! Take a look at yourself before you pick a fight. The onlookers froze, then stared at Wang Quan with new eyes. Betrayal could be taken this far? Was it really possible to be this shameless? You Wang Quan! You Xiao Wenlei lay in the dust, every inch of him screaming. He tried to rise, but had no strength. Hatred filled his stare, then a stabbing pain hit his eyes. Blood trickled from the corners, and his vision blurred. Help! Somebody help! I was wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. But it was far too late. A searing force churned inside him. His organs scorched, then rotted and melted. His skin bulged, blisters ruptured, and the heat punched hole after hole through his flesh. The pits that formed in his face were particularly grotesque, making everyone's scalp prickle. The city lord of Lingyun and Wang Quan were the most terrified, their legs shaking uncontrollably for fear that Chen Fan might give them the same fate. A cold wind howled, yet sweat poured off them like rain. Chen Fan did not spare them a glance. He walked toward the estate and said, Show me the bank's internal layout and the current progress of construction. Qin Zheng hurried after him, agreeing at once. The city lord and Wang Quan were led away by Qin Zheng's guards, too frightened to utter a word, terrified that even a single breath out of place would cost them their lives. Chen Fan no longer concerned himself with their fate. Such small fry weren't worth a shred of his attention. For now, all his focus was on building the Universal Bank. The overall style and layout were arranged personally by my father, Qin Zheng explained respectfully. After a brief inspection, Chen Fan nodded, satisfaction written all over his face. The bank under construction was virtually identical to the version in his system. A lofty main hall, an open floor plan, even the placement of the counters was a perfect match. At the same time, it incorporated features common to local Qin banks: a vault behind the massive front doors, soundproof rooms for confidential talks, and more, each detail meticulously executed. The Qin Emperor had only spent a short time in the original Universal Bank, yet he had reproduced every feature from memory. I have only one demand, Chen Fan said, stopping to point at the rear courtyard. Reserve a patch of ground for a teleportation array. For days he had pondered why the system wanted him to build the Universal Bank. Beyond fame and prestige, the answer was commerce. The bank would make trading infinitely easier. If the Bank of 10,000 Worlds keeps expanding across the eastern domain, or even the whole Lingyun continent, how could its branches stay connected in foot? Standing at the window of the Yinqing headquarters, Chen Fan ran through every travel method he could think of. Walking, riding flying beasts, even soaring through the air. Each option was dismissed as too slow. The eastern domain was simply too vast for conventional transportation to support a banking network of this scale. There was only one viable answer: a teleportation array. If the bank built its own arrays, transactions would feel as easy as stepping from one room to another, and Chen Fan himself could cross thousands of miles in a heartbeat. Teleportation array? Qin Zheng's pupils contracted. Moments later, he forced down his shock and nodded firmly. Among high-tier formations, a teleportation array was a true behemoth. The resources it demanded were so staggering that even Qin couldn't afford them, and throughout the entire eastern domain, only Zhao managed to keep a single array running. Array blueprints were unimaginably rare. Without one, even the greatest formation master was powerless. In short, building such an array was practically a dead end for ordinary mortals. Yet the Bank of 10,000 Worlds wanted to construct one. Qin Zheng's view of the bank rose another notch. Its depth was unfathomable. In truth, Chen Fan had neither the blueprint nor the materials, but he was convinced he could secure both soon. Once he made up his mind, Chen Fan waved Qin Zheng off and stepped deeper into the bank. The moment he entered the courtyard, he sensed a startling change in the dormant, sword embryo. Its previously restrained edge now spilled outward, cutting ripples through the air. Then a young, excited voice burst in his mind. So comfortable, so full. Thank you, master. The sword embryo could talk? Chen Fan froze. According to ancient texts, only spiritual weapons developed sentience, and one with an artifact spirit signified a sacred weapon. Was his sword embryo about to skip the spiritual stage and jump straight to the sacred tier? His breathing quickened. Sacred weapons were almost non-existent on the Lingyun continent. Owning one this early would let him stride across the eastern domain unchecked. He whipped out an intact spiritual vein and shoved it at the sword embryo. Eat. Eat your fill. Essence turned to milky mist and was swallowed whole. Then he remembered the system's warning. Once formed, the sword embryo could advance only to a spiritual weapon. So what was he seeing now? Scratching his head, he tasted the bitterness of ignorance. If he had read more, the answer might already be clear. His gaze swept across the courtyard. The eastern domain was merely the tip of Lingyun continent. Beyond lay territories even broader, and beyond those, the demon realm. The Chun clan's archives in Yinxing offered only scattered, blurry records, hardly enough to grasp the big picture. Alchemists, formation masters, talisman artisans, weapon forgers' professional paths were as countless as stars, each fathomless in its own right. Chen Fan knew he could never master them all alone. If only I had an encyclopedia of this world, he sighed. With instant access to every branch of knowledge, he would avoid countless detours. But where could such a treasure be found? The answer came in two words: more trading. If business truly reached the pinnacle, perhaps the system would deliver a volume. Collecting his thoughts, he turned his attention to Su Qingyu, who was currently out collecting debts. Su Qingyu's debt collecting went off without a hitch. Leafing through the account books, Chen Fan noticed the vault had bulged again, and while that felt great, he still grumbled. Why hasn't the Myriad Worlds token chosen its next customer? I haven't had a single deal in days. No sooner had he spoken than the token began to vibrate. His brows lifted. Someone was finally knocking at the door. The newcomer was Wong Deo, a rogue cultivator with real talent. Before turning 25, he had pushed himself into the early Tongling realm on sheer grit, and the future looked bright until disaster struck again and again. First, at the very moment he tried to break into midstage, a bird dropping hit him square on the head, scattering his chi and ruining the attempt. Second, at an auction he finally found the perfect pill, only to have a mysterious rich man outbid him at the last second. Third, back at home he lit the stove to cook, was suddenly seized by inspiration, and slipped into a rare epiphany, yet he failed to notice the flames spreading. By the time the heat forced him out of meditation, he slapped out the fire, but also lost unseen a century in sight. Staring at the charred ruins, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. Why am I this unlucky? In that instant, he felt life had utterly screwed him over. With his house gone, he decided to put cultivation first and return to his clan only to find the Wong residence in ruins. His family had been wiped out. Fury exploded. Who did this? He'll erase their whole bloodline. On strength alone, he tracked down the killers and slaughtered them, unaware they were backed by a powerful local sect. The sect refused to listen, drew their blades, and Wong Deo could only fight Heaton. In the end, he butchered the entire mountain stronghold. Investigating afterward, he learned a prince of the great Zhao dynasty had been hiding there. Now he had offended the whole imperial house. Does this ever end? Half mad, he turned and fled, knowing he was no match for great Zhao. He sprinted for his life, nerves stretched tight, terrified another calamity would fall from the sky. Gasping, he tilted his head back and roared, "Why? I worked so hard. Am I really going to die because of this cursed luck?" He understood that cultivation takes talent, diligence, resources, and luck. Earlier, good luck had let him soar. Now misfortune dogged his every step, leaving only a hollow laugh. Oh heavens, save me. Deo will kowtow right here. With a thud, his pudgy body hit the ground, fat cheeks squeezing into a picture of devotion. Kuosha's streak of gold sliced an elegant arc overhead. The Myriad Worlds token materialized out of thin air. Myriad Worlds Bank, where anything can be traded. A solemn voice boomed inside his mind. Heart hammering, Wong Deo lunged and clutched the token. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the vast, brightly lit lobby of the Myriad Worlds Bank. Hello? Anybody here? Shopkeeper? Waiter? Wong Deo froze for a moment, then dropped all pretense of caution and spoke as if he were in his own living room. Why isn't there anywhere to sit? The whole hall's empty. Where's the front desk? The gray-white floor threw back a cold sheen, and their footsteps echoed in the vast space, sounding unusually loud. Chen Fan looked at him, a dark vein throbbing on his forehead. He cleared his throat, the sound bouncing off the domed ceiling. A hembank of myriad realms, trader of all things. Wong Deo, what do you want to trade? Chen Fan already knew the basics. Wong Deo's luck had been abysmal lately, and he was here to turn it around. Luck? I've been on a losing streak forever. Can you help me out free of charge? Wong Deo gestured earnestly. No. Wong Deo shrugged as if had expected that answer and muttered, figures. I'm the last person on earth still helping others for nothing. Chen Fan's temple twitched. You're this unlucky and still cracking jokes. What else can I do? Slash my wrists, hang myself, throw a tantrum. Would that help? Nope. Wong Deo spread his hands in defeat. Chen Fan nodded. Your mindset's not bad. Still, a deal is a deal. I never trade at a loss. Fine business it is. Wong Deo's eyes lit up. Can you make me less unlucky? Maybe even lucky? I can. Chen Fan thought of the fortune card, the perfect solution, though he had no idea how much it would help. I have an item that boosts a person's luck. The effect varies from case to case, so I can't guarantee the outcome. Honest enough. Wong Deo perked up. So what's the best case scenario if it works? Best case. You buy some random ring in a street stall, and it turns out a powerful old master lives inside it. He teaches you alchemy and boosts your strength, basically a free mentor. Wong Deo's eyes sparkled. Really? I'm exhausted going it alone. Could I meet an old granino, a gorgeous big sister who can also handle my lifelong happiness? Chen Fan was speechless. Are you here to change your luck or find a girlfriend? Do you want the deal or not? Of course I do. Only an idiot wouldn't. Chen Fan kindly reminded him. Don't you want to know what average luck looks like? Wong Deo waved him off, fearless. How could it be worse than what I've got now? Thinking about Wong Deo's recent disasters, Chen Fan nodded. With the fortune card, the man's luck certainly couldn't get any worse. So, Wong Deo pressed on, what's the price? Information flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Wong Deo, 1 Dominator Blade, 1.3 million Spirit Stones, Dominator Manual, Ghost Step, 7-fold slash. That's it. Chen Fan eyed Wong Deo, who looked as if he had billions to spare, and twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy's quite the actor, almost fooled me. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on him. What's the most valuable thing you own? So you're saying I have to trade my most precious possession? Wong Deo tensed, suspicion written all over his face. That's right, Chen Fan replied, perfectly calm. Wong Deo sighed, hesitated, then drew a smooth jade pendant from inside his robe. He stroked it as though bidding a final farewell. Here, take it. Please treat it well. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Chen Fan froze. The system panel showed nothing about the pendant. It was clearly worthless. His brows knit. Hold on. What is this? The system doesn't even list it. You think a cheap piece of jade can buy great fortune? Do you take me for a fool? No. Wong Deo waved his hands. My mother obtained this pendant from a Buddhist sanctuary the day I was born to protect me. For more than 20 years it's never left my side. To others it may be worthless, but to me it means everything. You asked for my most precious item, so I brought it. How is that mockery? Fine. You win. Chen Fan sighed, feeling oddly guilty. You're one smooth talker. He took a deep breath and laid it out. Relax. I'm not interested in your Dominator Blade, your 1.3 million Spirit Stones, or the Domination Sutra, Ghost Step, or 7-fold slash. The words made Wong Deo's pupils contract. The Bank of Myriad Worlds knew every asset he owned. And besides, Chen Fan added mercilessly, you're broke. The corner of Wong Deo's mouth twitched. Loose cultivators did have thin foundations, and his luck had been dismal lately. He cleared his throat and steadied himself. Since you know everything, what do you want from me? Let me be clear. I like women, my orientation is normal, and I keep myself clean. Chen Fan nearly laughed in exasperation. Talking to this guy was torture. I don't have time for this. I want only one thing, your freedom. For life. My freedom? Wong Deo's frown deepened. He had stayed a rogue cultivator precisely to avoid being bound by any faction and dragged into endless feuds. With his talent and strength, major powers had tried to recruit him again and again, and he had refused them all. Since the Bank of Myriad Worlds is so all-knowing, you must know I, Wong Deo, never joined any faction, he said quietly. Chen Fan was ready, his tone calm, but unyielding. First, that freedom is the most valuable thing you possess, and it's what I want. Second, your situation isn't just unlucky, it's lethal. If those Tonglingrium experts from the great Zhao dynasty catch up, you're dead. Third, you know better than anyone the pain and helplessness of being a lone cultivator. Every word struck home. Wong Deo fell silent, especially at the third point. If he truly had a powerful force behind him, who would dare provoke him? If he had the backing of a powerful faction and a steady stream of resources, why would he run himself ragged in search of strength? After so many years as a wandering cultivator, he knew the hardships and limitations inside out. Join the Myriad Worlds Bank, and while first turn your luck around, Chen Fan said, raising a hand. His voice was low and measured, yet carried an irresistible rhythm. Unlike other major forces, we only ask that you collect debts in your spare time and handle a few troubles for our clients. In return, you'll enjoy all the privileges reserved for the great sections. The sound of his voice plucked at Wong Deo's heartstrings. Why should I trust you? He asked. The Myriad Worlds Bank has never broken its word. We honor every contract task anyone, Chen Fan replied with confidence. Wong Deo scratched the back of his head and offered an awkward grin. Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of your bank, let alone its code of honor. A vein throbbed on Chen Fan's forehead. Just tell Mato we have a deal or not. He had chosen Wong Deo precisely because the man possessed a first-grade talent, a rarity across the entire eastern region. The bank was still in its infancy and needed capable hands. Once its foundation was solid, getting in would be far harder. That was Chen Fan's calculation. Knowing his life hung by a thread, Wong Deo nodded without hesitation. I'm absolutely in. I'd be a fool not to be, and besides, I think your bank has a bright future. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you'd never heard of us? The name alone sounds formidable, like reeks of boundless prospects. Wong Deo said, deadly serious. Chen Fan sighed, weary but determined. Once you sign the soul contract, you'll become an emissary of the Myriad Worlds Bank. Break it, and your soul will be annihilated. As he spoke, an eerie blue contract unfolded inside Wong Deo's mind, branding itself on his spirit. A heartbeat later, Chen Fan sensed the fragile, yet solid lifeline that linked Thema, feeling he knew all too well, life and death at his fingertips. Boss, you still haven't fixed my luck. Your brand new emissary is counting on that good fortune to stay alive, Wong Deo said, slipping into his new role at once. Chen Fan had no interest in his chatter. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a fortune card. A gentle golden light streamed into Wong Deo's body, and he promptly ejected the chatterbox from the main hall. The vast chamber fell silent, broken only by the whisper of moving air. Chen Fan relaxed blissful peace. Then he locked onto Wong Deo's aura again. The man had just become an emissary. Chen Fan didn't want him dying right after the fortune swap. More importantly, he was eager to see just how much the fortune card could change that unlucky fellow's fate. Ding! The 7th deal is complete, 100 accomplished. You have earned the corresponding task reward. An amber notification screen flashed in front of Chen Fan. Reward calculated, 1 vial of bloodline elixir acquired. Full completion again. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, realizing he had still underestimated the fortune card's true power. Just like when he traded lifespan, the luck it brought was beyond imagination. Luckily, Wong Deo was now an agent of the Bank of Myriad Worlds, so the investment hadn't been a loss. Clearly, the fortune card provided an enormous boost to free luck. Wong Deo had struck it rich. With that thought, Chen Fan opened the reward tab first. Bloodline elixir, 1 vial. Used to increase a spirit beast's bloodline purity. Nice, that's a treasure. Boosting bloodline purity meant enhancing a spirit beast's innate talent, perfect for Xiao. He glanced at the nearby black-plumed carving. The little creature was resting on the ground, ebony wings folded, golden light flickering in its eyes. Chen Fan gently rubbed its head. Xiao, you're still too weak. Let your master give you a hand, all right? Chirp. The black-plumed carving shook its feathers and raised its head, excitement unmistakable. Bloodline elixir use. Ding. Black-plumed carving, ancient beast clan, bloodline purity 0.01. A stream of information flooded Chen Fan's mind. So, the black-plumed carving belonged to an ancient beast clan. After countless years, its bloodline had thinned to only 0.01, which was understandable. Chen Fan wasn't disappointed. He was eager to see what the elixir could do. The numbers began to climb. Black-plumed carving, bloodline purity raised to 0.05. Bloodline purity raised to 0.25. So fast. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed. The elixir was frighteningly effective. For beast clans, bloodline purity equaled talent. They hardly needed to cultivate. Their power grew naturally with age, and the growth rate depended on talent. The purer the bloodline, the more terrifying the result. Black-plumed carving, bloodline purity raised to 10. The numbers stopped. Chen Fan nodded. 1,000-fold jump in one go, for beyond my expectations. He could now sense a noble, domineering royal aura rolling off Xiao, as if an ancient sovereign stood before him. Even Chen Fan felt an instinctive hint of awe. He smiled. Congratulations, Xiao. One day it'll raise your bloodline purity to a full 100%, maybe even beyond your ancestors. With the Bank of Myriad Worlds in his hands, he had every confidence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan activated his will and reappeared inside the Bank of Myriad Worlds. ready to check on Wong Deo. Wong Deo had just exited the bank and stood there in a daze. The proprietor had said he'd escort him out, and that's exactly what had done, dumping him back without so much as a goodbye. Worse, he was still in the same spot, right inside the Great Zhou dynasty's dragnet. Did that mean he still had to face the Great Zhou's spirit-awakened experts hunting him down? Whoosh, whoosh. The instant the words left his mouth, he felt 3 terrifying auras hurtling toward him. They were coming straight from the Great Zhou Empire. So much for that promised luck boost. Boss, you'd better not be scamming me. Wong Deo cursed under his breath. Only one thought filled his mind run. With his current cultivation, a heathen fight was suicide. Meanwhile, Chen Fan trusted the system completely. A fortune card with a price that outrageous had to work, and Wong Deo's bad luck was bound to change. Whoosh, whoosh. At almost the same moment, 3 equally fearsome presences cut in from the flank, targeting the Zhou spirit realm pursuers. Ming cultivators? What timing? Wong Deo's eyes lit up. The Great Zhou and Great Ming empires were in a tense standoff. Though several buffer states still lay between them, skirmishes were common, and their cultivators usually fought on sight. Now Wong Deo had stumbled right into one of those clashes. Talk about dumb luck. Looks like the boss didn't trust the Universal Bank. He muttered excitedly. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. How thick-skinned could this guy get? With a single leap, Wong Deo joined the Ming side, turning the fight into 4 against 3. He might be broke, but his strength was solid, nearly mid-spirit realm, armed with an earth-grade blade art and footwork that made his attacks lethal. Within a few breaths, one Zhou cultivator lay dead, and the remaining 2 fled in panic. Let them go. We're too close to the Zhou border any deeper, and we're in trouble, Wong Deo cautioned. The 3 Ming cultivators exchanged looks, agreed, and then split the dead man's spatial pouch with Wong Deo. Inside were 3 pills that could push an early-stage spirit realm fighter to mid-stage, a hard-won haul that now fell into their hands. You 3 take a pill each, everything else is mine. Any complaints? Asked the only mid-stage spirit realm expert present. Wong Deo and the other 2 Ming cultivators nodded. After the loot was divided, the Ming trio invited Wong Deo to join them, but he politely declined. Before they parted, Wong Deo cupped his fists in farewell. Once the Ming cultivators were out of sight, he straightened up, pride gleaming in his eyes. Ming may be powerful, but it's nothing compared to the Universal Bank. I'm a bank envoy, why would I ever join them? Eyes shining, he drew a deep breath and shouted into the sky, Boss, you're incredible. My luck is unbeatable. Ming showed up to help, and I got the pills I need. You're my idol, my god. Hearing that, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Being worshipped this fanatically, was it a blessing or a curse? He knew all too well what a crazed fan might do. I don't even need to look for an opening, he thought. With my foundation, I can break through any time if I just take the pill. After showering Chen Fan with praise, Wong Deo, afraid his luck would slip away or that another bird dropping would interrupt him, hurried to a hidden corner, sat cross-legged, and swallowed the elixir. Half an hour later, a deep hum echoed as spiritual power exploded from the cave's depths. Mid-spirit communication stage. Chen Fan's eyes hardened. Wong Deo had succeeded. Staying alive, finding the pill, and now advancing streaks of fortune like this made others jealous. Still, Chen Fan knew his fortune card hadn't been fully tapped. This luck alone wouldn't push the completion bar to 100. The real show was yet to come. Across the cave, Wong Deo was overjoyed. This kind of luck feels amazing. With greater strength, he finally had some confidence. At least the Great Zhou dynasty wouldn't be chasing him like a stray dog anymore. Crack. Boom. Just as he was about to test his new power, his laughter shook the rear wall. Stones toppled like dominoes. Whoosh sprang toward the entrance, nearly buried alive. Seriously? One laugh and it's over? Did my luck vanish right after the breakthrough? He muttered, eyeing the fallen rocks in dismay. Then he spotted a gap behind the collapsed wall. When the debris settled, a narrow, pitch-black passage appeared just wide enough for one person. A hidden estate? His eyes lit up. Chen Fan narrowed his own eyes. As expected, the fortune card still had juice left. There had to be something inside that would help Wong Deo. Yet Wong Deo hesitated. What if the moment I step in, my luck ends? The place collapses, and am buried. Or traps, poison, and arrays pop out and kill me? Chen Fan nearly slipped. This guy's imagination was wild. His indecision was grating. Luckily, Wong Deo wasn't truly timid. A moment later, he gritted his teeth. If it's a blessing, it won't turn into disaster. And if it's disaster, there's no avoiding it. Every opportunity carries risk. I can't back down just because I might die. Chen Fan nodded, finally calming down. Pressing his palms together, Wong Deo prayed, Buddha, Master Chun, please protect me. I'm going in because I trust you, so keep me safe. Chen Fan. I suddenly felt as if he might cough up blood. I'm the master of the Myriad Worlds Bank, not a monk chanting in some temple, so stop preaching at me. If he'd known it would come to this, he would rather have joined the stunning Su Qingyu on a debt collection run than crouch inside this chilly cave. Tap. Footsteps echoed between the narrow stone walls as Wong Deo crept inside, One hand brushing the rock in case he triggered an unknown ward. The fractured runes on the walls glimmered pale blue in the torchlight, throwing their faces into shifting shadows. A few minutes later, the passage opened into a cavern. Good heavens, look at all this loot. Wong Deo's shout shredded the silence. Chen Fan held his breath. Mountains of spirit stones shimmered with rainbow light. Gold coins flashed like miniature suns. Talismans trembled in midair. Medicinal pills filled the space with a rich aroma, and jade slips of combat arts and cultivation methods lay stacked like a pocket-sized treasury. The owner of this dwelling was Mu Li, a rogue cultivator from 1,000 years ago. Chen Fan's gaze rested on a stele beside a pile of bones as he read aloud. The inscription was concise. These resources rival those of a major sect, but whoever takes them must swear on the martial path to avenge Mu Li. Target: Zhou Qian, the free prince of the great Zhou dynasty. The rest of the stone chronicled their feud. Mu Li and Zhou Qian had sworn brotherhood and were as close as real siblings until both fell for the daughter of a powerful clan. For her sake, Zhou Qian poisoned Mu Li, then ambushed him during secluded cultivation, leaving him gravely wounded. Mu Li escaped, yet his injuries worsened day by day. Fearing the truth might surface, Zhou Qian publicly searched for his missing brother while secretly dispatching assassins to finish the job. Mu Li hid well, but eventually died when his wounds flared up again, and Zhou Qian's henchmen wiped out Mu Li's entire clan. Zhou Qian? That's the free prince of Great Zhou. Wong Deo, who knew more than Chen Fan, turned grim. A century ago, he was already late spirit-linking realm. By now, he's likely stepped into the Soul Dominion realm. He holds enormous power, even the current emperor yields to him. His wife is the daughter of an influential clan in the central region. If we go after him, they'll intervene for sure. He stared at the mountain of treasure, his Adam's apple bobbing. Getting our hands on this won't be easy. After a brief hesitation, Wong Deo drew a deep breath, clenched his teeth, bent his knees, and raised his left hand toward the stele. His voice rang out. Fortune favors the bold, I'm all in. Blazing true essence spiraled from his palm as his vow echoed through the cavern. I, Wong Deo, claim Senior Mu Li's trove and pledge to slay Zhou Qian on his behalf. Should I break this oath, may my martial path be severed forever, and may I never advance another step. Buzz. The instant the voice faded, he felt a faint ripple in the surrounding spiritual energy. Threads of chi swirled around his feet, yet a bucket of ice-cold water seemed to drench him, and his face went ghost-white formation. A chill shot up his spine and reached his scalp. He snapped ramrod straight. If he refused to swear an oath, he feared the killing array would claim his life today. Although already a mid-level spirit convergence cultivator, he knew how terrifying a top-tier slaughter array was. One misstep, and not even bones would remain. At that thought, Wong Deo quickly raised his hand and vowed in a firm voice, Senior, I will help you take revenge. Chen Fan stood nearby and merely curled his lip. With his cultivation, he could drag Wong Deo out of the blades even if the formation went berserk. Whoosh. Wong Deo dared not linger. He swept every treasure into his spatial pouch, drew out a universal token, and clenched it tight. Flash. Light flared, and he appeared in the grand hall of the Myriad Worlds Bank. Master of the bank, you're amazing. My admiration for you is like an endless river. Do you realize how insanely lucky I was today? Wong Deo's eyes sparkled. His excitement galloped like a wild horse. Enough, enough. As long as you're satisfied. Chen Fan raised a hand to dam the verbal flood left unchecked. The fellow could ramble for half an hour. Wong Deo blinked, hugged his pouch protectively, and whispered, So master, do I need to hand over the resources I just picked up? Seeing him guard his loot, Chen Fan laughed. Relax, that little haul doesn't interest me. Don't underestimate the Myriad Worlds Bank. However, I need you to collect some outstanding debts. Principal plus interest, don't miss a single coin, and do not tarnish the bank's reputation. Otherwise it'll clean house. A bone-chilling intent seeped into the air as he finished. Wong Deo shuddered, realizing that this elusive master, sitting on limitless resources, must be 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. He wiped the grin from his face and said solemnly, Rest assured, master, I may joke around, but I respect a contract. See that you do. Chen Fan nodded. One of our agents, Su Qingyu, is already collecting debts in the eastern domain. She's traveling alone and the territory is vast, so she needs help. Only a dozen debts remain. With you along, efficiency will soar. Hey, race the list you must recover. Wait, master. Wong Deo scratched his head and chuckled. If I become a bank agent, can I settle my personal life at the same time? Chen Fan paused, then laughed and gave him a sidelong glance. Quite the imagination. If you can win her over, that's your own skill. Is she pretty? Wong Deo asked at once. Of course she is. Chen Fan confirmed. She's wrapping up a debt right now. When she returns, you'll see her for yourself. Really? I can't wait. Wong Deo's chubby body trembled with excitement. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Master, do you have any sharper clothes? I'd like to look my best. Chen Fan, don't you have any yourself? Wong Deo blushed and mumbled, Yeah, but none of them are washed. This one smells the least. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand and clapped Wong Deo on the shoulder. You've truly mastered the essence of being a man. You flatter me, Chief. Wong Deo puffed out his chest. A real man doesn't fuss over little things. Chen Fan shot back. If you can't keep one room clean, how will you ever rule the world? Every word from you is full of wisdom, Chief. Wong Deo beamed, but halfway through his sentence the rustle of fabric sounded at the doorway. Su Qingyu stepped inside. Her blood-red robe blazed like fire under the dim lantern light. She spared Wong Deo a single, indifferent glance, then flicked her wrist. A thick stack of debt contracts thudded onto the hall floor. Chief, these are the debts collected on this run. Chen Fan nodded approvingly and slid each scroll into his sleeve. Only then did Wong Deo snap back to reality. He tried to keep his eyes on Su Qingyu's profile without actually staring, and all his bravado vanished. He shrank like an oversized quail. Wong Deo, what's with you? Just a moment ago you were Chen Fan began. Wong Deo cut him off, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Wong Deo, the new envoy. He'll be counting on your guidance. Su Qingyu. Her voice was cool, offering nothing more. With the formalities over, Wong Deo turned to Chen Fan. Chief, how are we splitting up the debt collection in the eastern region? I'm eager to prove myself. If you have other matters, handle those first, Chen Fan said, knowing Wong Deo had sworn to avenge Mu Li. There's no rush. That problem won't be solved overnight. Rushing won't help, Wong Deo agreed. He understood he'd have to wait until the great Ming and the great Zhao were locked in all-out war before he could face Zhou Qian alone. Until then, he had to get stronger or he'd be throwing his life away. Fine, we'll divide it by territory so you don't have to run back and forth, Chen Fan said, handing out scrolls. A moment later, Su Qingyu accepted her new contracts, swirled her robe, and left the hall. Wong Deo lingered and was promptly stopped by Chen Fan. What happened back there? I thought you were going to make a bold move. Don't tease me, Chief, Wong Deo sighed. She's too stunning, too dignified. That crimson robe of hers is downright otherworldly. I can't handle it. Didn't expect you to know your limits, Chen Fan snorted. Get out there and collect those debts. Now that you've joined Wanja Bank, bread will come, strength will come, and so will a girlfriend. How hard is my first collection? Wong Deo asked nervously. Fairly tough. I suggest you scout the area before acting. Don't charge and head first. You'll lose your first battle. A girlfriend really will come? Wong Deo's eyes lit up. Chen Fan face-bombed. Just go already. After forcibly showing Wong Deo the door, Chen Fan flicked his ear and the world fell silent again. For the next few days he rotated among 3 tasks: cultivating the Een Soul Manual, nurturing the sword embryo, and inspecting the estate's construction progress while waiting for new business to come knocking. During that time, the aura of the black-plumed eagle inside the secretary's body soared, its bloodline awakening at an incredible pace. One day, as he cultivated, Chen Fan's eyes flew open. In a flash his soul left his body and appeared in the Myriad Realms Bank's main hall. The Qinggang sword was about to be born. In the center of the hall the sword embryo spun wildly, cold light dancing across its surface. Shards of spirit stones nearby cracked apart, and the last wisps of energy from the depleted spirit veins surged inward like a tide. The 10 veins devoured earlier had laid a firm foundation. Now the moment of metamorphosis had arrived. Whoosh! He flung in a fresh, intact spirit vein. Buzz! The embryo's speed jumped, draining the vein dry at once. Whoosh! A second vein followed. At this point, any hesitation would have dishonored all his previous effort. Buzz whoosh! Chen Fan kept feeding in spirit veins. When the 8th vein was completely consumed, the embryo's rotation slowed and its glow solidified. A heartbeat later a long sword, sharp enough to pierce the heavens, hung motionless before him, the Qinggang sword, reborn. Its edge was restrained yet indomitable, radiating a natural kingly aura. Chen Fan's pupils tightened. The sword king, the sovereign of spirit weapons. At that thought, the sword seemed to cheer, darting into his palm without the slightest resistance, as eager as an old friend finally reunited. The instant he gripped the hilt, a bold pride rose within him. One swing could split the sky, one glance could command the world. Compared with you, Bloodblade is a mere child, he murmured, brushing the blade. The Qinggang sword hummed, as though protesting. Master, don't compare me to those low-grade toy stats, an insult. Chen Fan laughed, about to reply, when his brows lifted and a faint smile tugged at his lips. I didn't expect you to taste blood so soon. Someone's already offered himself to hone your edge. Easy. The sword trembled with excitement. Go hunt down the one lurking in the dark who dared ambush me. With that, he left the Myriad Realms Bank. His soul slipped back into the secretary's body, and a dazzling Qinggang sword materialized in his hand. Whoosh! The blade shot into the night like an arrow from the bow, and was gone. Hands clasped behind his back, Chen Fan smiled faintly. Someone knows me far too while trying to pit a powerful Een Soul wielder against me. Just now, his soul had been inside the hall of the 10,000 Realms Bank, so he remained unharmed, and he sensed the enemy's soul attack the moment it began. In truth, with Chen Fan's current level of soul cultivation, he could ignore strikes of this caliber even without defending. The gap between them was vast. At his present human soul stage, he could roam the entire Lingyun continent with ease. In mere Great Qin, how many truly fearsome soul masters could there be? A miserable scream suddenly rang out in the distance. Chen Fan's spirits lifted had the target been found. He never expected the Qin gang sword to lock onto the stalker so quickly. In a flash, he shot toward the source of the cry. Within a few breaths, he saw the attacker. The man was an elegantly dressed elder, thin and gaunt, with bright, eerie eyes, usually the mark of a powerful soul. Now, however, he looked utterly pitiful. The Qin gang sword had pierced straight through his brow and nailed him to a tree trunk. He swayed in the wind, already dead. Whoosh! Sensing its master's arrival, the Qin gang sword slipped free with a hiss and circled Chen Fan gleefully, as though demanding praise. Chen Fan had planned to capture the man alive, uncover his identity, and learn who had sent him, but the sword had moved too fast one thrust, and the assassin was beyond questioning. Rather than scold it, Chen Fan stroked the blade approvingly. Good job, Xiao. You found the one who tried to attack me so quickly. Even he was startled by the sword's power. The ancient tree remained completely unharmed, and the surrounding world was undisturbed. Yet a soul expert, at least at the Hualing realm, had been slain in an instant, truly a one-strike kill. Buzz, buzz. Pleased by the compliment, the sword trembled twice, its tip pointing into the distance. Want to go stretch your wings? Chen Fan sensed the sword spirit's mood and nodded. Go ahead, but don't harm innocents. Buzz, buzz. The Qin gang sword dipped its tip in acknowledgement, then turned into a streak of light and shot skyward. It soared high, skimmed low, even spiraled around a towering tree from root to crown, without breaking a single twig, brimming with energy, yet displaying perfect control. Whoosh! Seeing the sword enjoying itself, Chen Fan relaxed. He hefted the corpse at his feet and returned to the 10,000 Realms Bank, heading straight for Qinzheng. The dead man carried an air of status. As a prince of Great Qin, Qinzheng should know him. Isn't this Elder Chen? Qinzheng recognized the body at once, his expression changing sharply. Elder Chun is a third-rank talisman master and a royal retainer. His teacher, Elder Fong, is a fourth-rank talisman master, the state preceptor of Great Qin, highly regarded by my father and wielding great authority. How could he die here? He tried to assassinate me, Chen Fan replied calmly. What? Qinzheng blurted, the color draining from his face. I have no grievance with him, so he wouldn't strike without cause. Someone must be behind this, Chen Fan continued. At those words, Qinzheng instantly understood what the envoy of the 10,000 Realms Bank was hinting at. Elder Fong, the imperial diviner, had never taken sides. Elder Chun, on the other hand, was openly close to Crown Prince Qin Hai. After a brief pause, Qinzheng spoke with composure. To keep the envoy from thinking he was stirring up trouble, he added, everyone at court knows this. Chen Fan took the hint. Qinzheng's caution made sense, and Chen silently concluded that the petty, narrow-minded Qin Hai was most likely behind it all. Is the Wanjie Bank almost finished? Chen Fan changed the subject. It will be completed tomorrow, envoy, Qinzheng answered, bowing. Excellent, 3 full days ahead of schedule. Chen Fan nodded, then produced a jade token and handed it over. My master sends you this reward. Thank you, envoy. Qinzheng accepted it with both hands, barely able to contain his excitement. The token carried 2 meanings. 1. Only its bearer could do business with Wanjie Bank. It was an exclusive pass few would ever receive. 2. It was a clear sign of the bank owner's approval. Given how much his father valued the bank, that endorsement could redefine Qinzheng's standing in Great Qin and even decide the line of succession. Chen Fan turned and left without another word. Qinzheng held the token in silence, too thrilled to sleep that night. His late-night discussion with General Meng echoed in his mind. His father surely had some private arrangement with the bank and recognized its power. If the king learned that the owner had personally gifted him a token, he would reassess the choice of heir and stop favoring Qin Hai. Clenching his fists, Qinzheng's eyes shone with resolve. The throne of Great Qin will be mine. Later that evening, a victory report arrived. The king had slain the Chu commander on the battlefield, seized city after city, and annexed 1,000 li of territory. A new spirit vein had even been discovered there. Heaven favors Great Qin, Qinzheng murmured. If Great Ming could rise, so can we. Wanjie Bank is our chance. By noon the next day, Wanjie Bank stood complete. As Chen Fan had ordered, there were no drums or rituals. Great Qin needed its soldiers and craftsmen back at the front. Ding! As the workers dispersed, a chime sounded in Chen Fan's mind. The first Wanjie Bank has been established. Reputation has reached 100 points. Reward, 1 encyclopedia. What? Chen Fan blinked. Reputation? Measured how? Just days ago had wished for an encyclopedia, and now the system had delivered one. Does the system grant whatever I want? He wondered. If so, that's perfect. Just as he was about to click the entry to see what it contained, Qin Zheng hurried over and lowered his voice. Honored envoy, the Yuangu hunting ground is about to open within Daqin's borders. Would your manners lord be interested? If so, Daqin can lead the way. Yuangu hunting ground. So the stories Gao is once a brutal battlefield of the ancient era, drenched in the blood of countless forebears. Even now, its murderous aura lingers, making it perilous in the extreme. Yet for that very reason, the remains of ancient powerhouses, secret arts, combat techniques, and rare resources lie buried there, tempting all who hear of it. Each time it opens, swarms of cultivators rush in, only for most to perish and leave their bones behind. This cycle has repeated for millennia, and the mounting trove of opportunities draws ever more fortune seekers who hope to seize resources, claim destiny, and gamble for ascension. Over time, the Yuangu hunting ground evolved into a proving ground where major powers temper their disciples and select new talent. To prevent senior experts from upsetting the balance, mighty figures from Zhongzhou erected a vast formation that permits only those under 20 to enter. The number of slots each faction receives rises or falls with its strength and varies every opening. Is it true anyone has actually risen to prominence in there? Chen Fan asked offhandedly. Qin Zheng nodded gravely. It is. The Yuangu hunting ground opens every 3 years, and nearly every prodigy of the Eastern Domain ventures inside. Not long ago, the Chu Crown Prince, Chu Wushwangth One You punished secured a mid-tier Earth-grade combat technique there and grew much stronger. 12 years back, a Daqin genius found a mysterious tomb and advanced by leaps and bounds, causing quite a stir. There are many such tales. But note that only talents from the Eastern Domain and a handful from Zhongzhou may enter. People from the other 7 regions have no access at all. Chen Fan gave a slight nod. He knew that for young people in the Eastern Domain, it was a golden ladder to fame. For Zhong's house prodigies, merely another training ground. As for himself, competing with all those paragons held no appeal. What he did see was another use. The perfect chance to recruit talent and extend Wang Jieqianzwang's reach. His system presented 2 tasks. First, increase the bank's reputation. Second, recruit new envoys. While the bank had already caused a stir, the Eastern Domain was vast, and most people still knew little of it. Even within Daqin, it was far from a household name. With that in mind, Chen Fan spoke. He'll go, but I want to participate in the hunt. His tone was calm yet decisive. Wang Jieqianzwang will issue a notice. We're recruiting envoys inside the Yuangu hunting ground, and there's no limit on numbers. What? Wang Jieqianzwang is recruiting envoys? Qin Zheng's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded. If he could become an envoy, he would be tied to that mysterious Forsea tremendous boon. Even so, he had to weigh how this might affect every facet of governing Daqin. At last he resolved inwardly. He had to discuss the matter thoroughly with General Meng. After Qin Zheng left, Chen Fan was the only one remaining atop Lingyun Mountain. The mountain wind billowed his clothes. With a focused thought, his consciousness slipped into the inner space of the Myriad Worlds Bank. His finger tapped the softly glowing icon labeled Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia, omniscient and omnipotent, access not yet fully granted, requires nurturing with spiritual veins. Omniscient and omnipotent, perfect for solving his utter ignorance of the myriad worlds. Chen Fan's heart tightened, and he chose immediately to open it. The next moment, a heavy, antique-looking tome appeared before him. On the cover, for characters read Encyclopedia, the spine was etched with intricate patterns, reminiscent of an ancient artifact, yet it blended seamlessly with its surroundings. So thick, he sized it up for a moment, then sat cross-legged, held the book with both hands, and opened the title page. Buzz, a low, resonant hum, like the echo of creation itself, exploded in his ears. Chen Fan felt himself pushed into another dimension, overlooking a complete realm. On a broad official road, people hurried along. In a tea house, merchants whispered. In a small courtyard, a husband fetched water and towels for his wife in labor. At a street corner, children chased one another, their laughter rising and falling. Further away, he saw dogs wagging their tails, Qilin treading on clouds, phoenixes beating their wings, a golden toad breathing in spiritual energy atop a green stone, and even a sneaky thief darting over a wall. Was this really a book? Chen Fan held his breath, stunned by the flourishing scene before him. A newcomer's wedding was unfolding nearby. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. The sounds of festive music, firecrackers, and guests' congratulations rang clearly. The bride's bright eyes were like water, her scholarly aura unmistakable. The groom was handsome and refined, every gesture revealing the upbringing of an aristocratic family. Could a world truly exist within a book? Were gold houses and beauties all hidden here? If so, what role did he, as the one who opened it, play? His thoughts raced. Was there someone in charge here? The moment the idea formed, a solitary peak rose at the edge of his vision. On its summit stood a woman who clasped her hands in salute. Behind her hung a plaque that read Myriad Worlds Bank. Throughout this entire book world, it was the only bank. She knows him here? Chen Fan's doubts deepened. His figure blurred, and he tore through the air. The instant he landed, he meshed seamlessly with the realm, without the slightest rejection, as if he had been born here. Master. The woman knelt in greeting, her voice as clear as chimes made of jade. Only then did Chen Fan see her clearly. Delicate features framed a face of exquisite balance, and her skin was fairer than snow. A simple long dress highlighted her slender grace. Her movements were gentle, carrying an ancient elegance. It was the kind of presence that seemed to gather all talents into one, radiating unique charm and confidence. Every smile and gesture of hers carried universal truths, so much so that a single glance sent tremors through Chen Fan's soul, binding his gaze to her. Suppressing his awe, he still blurted out, "Is she a character from the book? And you, who are you?" The girl offered a slight curtsy, her voice as clear as spring water. "I am the spirit of the encyclopedia. The encyclopedia is me, and I am it. You may call me Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai. Chen Fan cleared his throat, struggling to stay composed. "Could you explain what's happening here? All those people down there." He broke off as he looked over the mountainside. Heaven and earth stretched into infinity, impossible to see where they ended. Overwhelmed, he dared not stare at Zia Bavery breath. She took radiated knowledge worth a lifetime of study. Gazing at a young girl so intently felt improper, so he forced his eyes away. Noting his discomfort, Xiaobai smiled gently and began her unhurried explanation. "Master, this is the world of the encyclopedia, immeasurable in size. Everyone and everything here, people, animals, even rivers and buildings, originated as entries in the book. Over countless years they have intermarried and reproduced, blending different articles and viewpoints. Their children become new knowledge, new perspectives. Life and death exist here as well. When knowledge proves false or obsolete, it is erased. As long as a theory remains valid, it endures, which is why many beings here live extraordinarily long lives, and the population keeps growing. To serve you better, I've also enlisted a few assistants. They reside in the Myriad Realms Bank and help me catalog and study fresh ideas whenever they appear. That's the broad outline. If you'd like, I can delve into the details." Chen Fan raised a hand. "That's enough, I get the gist. A full lecture would take forever." Sweeping his gaze over the endless land, he asked, "In a world this vast, I don't see empires or major powers. What keeps everyone in line? There have to be rules." "The heavenly Tao," Xiaobai replied, her lips curving slightly. That faint smile seemed to contain countless stories. Chen Fan caught only a glimpse before a fresh wave of awe crashed over him. He quickly looked away, reminding himself not to stare, no matter how much he might learn. May I give you another name?" he asked softly. "Encyclopedia feels a bit out of place for someone like you." "Of course. I belong to my master. Whatever you say is what I am." Her ready assent warmed Chen Fan's heart. "Then how about Yen Ryu? That's already my courtesy name." "What?" Chen Fan left the kingdom within the book. All the way back, his mind churned with the shock of what he had just seen. The old saying within books lie beauties like Yen Ryu had come true before his eyes. He had actually met Yen Ryu and toured a genuine house of pure gold. The scene glittered brilliantly, yet never felt gaudy, as if heaven and earth had always been meant to shine together that way. No one would believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Chen Fan had nearly dropped his jaw, and once outside the kingdom he felt as though his soul had been struck by a sledgehammer, forcing him to gulp for air to steady himself. Only after a long moment did he regain his composure, muttering, "Unbelievable, my entire worldview has just been overturned." The Myriad Realms Bank System seemed tailor-made to break every rule of common sense. It shattered not only the locals' worldview but also Chen Fan's, and he prided himself on having seen a lot. He had lived 3 lifetimes, the first on a technologically advanced Earth where he considered himself modern and well-informed. Yet faced with that boundless kingdom within the book, his sense of superiority crumbled in an instant. Knowledge, endless knowledge. At that moment, only one thought remained. Study until the day you die had never felt more fitting. What impressed him most was the kingdom's culture of universal reading. From peasants to bandits, young or old, everyone treated learning as naturally as breathing. In that world, knowledge was not merely a path to advancement. It was energy and sustenance. Deprived of it, people would grow hungry, even perish. Whenever Chen Fan recalled those scenes, he could only shake his head. If he tried to describe everything, he could talk for days and still not be done. He let out a long breath and pulled his thoughts back to reality. There were only 2 ways to draw knowledge from that living encyclopedia. First, he could ask Xiao directly, but spoken explanations would always be superficial. Second, he could visit the residential zones tied to each field of study and interact with the people there, touching the very core of the subject. Shallow and deep, the 2 methods complemented each other. Even Xiao herself had to return to the book kingdom regularly to recharge, especially when fresh knowledge appeared. With that in mind, Chen Fan set a rule for himself. Whenever free, he would dive back into the kingdom within the book to read and learn. Large sections, however, were still sealed. Xiao knew nothing about them, and only a surge of spiritual energy could lift the restrictions. That road was his alone to walk and fight for. Once his emotions settled, He logged out of the Myriad Realms Bank System and casually deployed the newly acquired protective array around the bank. Now he no longer had to worry about people or beasts breaking in at night. The small array was strong enough to repel anyone below the Spirit Meridian or Spirit Profound stages, and if a spirit movement expert tried to force entry, the array would counterattack so violently that he would notice immediately. It was not yet invincible, but it was far better than nothing. Something is always better than nothing. Chen Fan shouted in delight. At that instant, a jade-feathered flying beast, exuding the pressure of a spirit profound cultivator, dived out of the clouds and tried to perch on the snow-dusted blue-tiled roof of the Myriad Worlds Bank. The mountain guarding array blazed. Arcs of sword-shaped lightning wove into a translucent shield, blasting the creature back, its feathers standing on end. With a plaintive screech, it beat its wings and fled. Customers. Chen Fan, who had been about to meditate, snapped his eyes open, excitement flashing within them. The Qing Gang sword no longer needed a spirit vein, but the encyclopedia did, and who could say what other treasures might require one in the future? With that thought, he became a streak of light and hurried into the Myriad Worlds Bank System space. Whoosh! Thud! Heavy footsteps echoed through the vast reception hall like war drums. Following the sound, Chen Fan saw an armored man striding toward him. The man's mail was chipped and curling at the edges, crusted with blackened blood. His weather-beaten face was set in iron, and dark red blood still oozed from the jagged notch in his long sword. An oppressive aura of slaughter and fury churned between his brows, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. System prompt. Name, Nzhonghua. Cultivation, Midstage Spirit Refining Realm. Identity, Grand General of the Great Han Dynasty. The Great Han Dynasty was sliding toward ruin. The king was inept, the court rife with sycophants, and yet the realm still stood on two pillars, the ancestral foundation and Nzhonghua. Nzhonghua, courtesy named Jingzhong, joined the army as a youth and carved his fame from mountains of corpses. Not yet 30, he was hailed as the foremost marshal of Han's revival. He once charged alone through enemy lines, forcing a host of tens of thousands to retreat, his valor echoing across the land. With only 18 personal guards, he captured 3 fortresses in a single night and slew 30,000 foes. Commanding 10,000 troops, he annihilated an entire vassal state. Were it not for the great Zhou Empire's spirit-communing experts, Han's borders would have doubled. His record was spotless, his renown unparalleled, and that alarmed the throne. At the height of his glory, the Han king, swayed by slander, stripped him of command. And Nzhonghua offered no defense. He packed away his armor and returned home to care for his wife and children. Even so, he practiced daily and listened for news from the front, ready to serve whenever his nation called. He often said, "Born Han, I will die Han." Foreign courts, hearing of the king's folly, tried to buy him with gold and titles. Each envoy was driven from his gates by his furious shouts. 1 month ago, seeing its chance, the Grand Wu dynasty struck. The Wu king personally led 1,000,000 cavalry across the border. Han's frontier force, scarcely 100,000, collapsed when its commander deserted, and the passes lay wide open. The nation stood on the brink. Only then did court and kingdom remember the man they had cast aside. And Nzhonghua was summoned in desperate haste. On the day he left home, storm clouds gathered and beacon fires reddened the sky. Holding the hand of the wife who had shared 18 years with him, Nzhonghua murmured, war flames spread everywhere. "Don't look back, my love. The road ahead is harsh. Wait for me at home in peace." Through tears, yet with a voice as resilient as silk-strung zither, his wife answered, "If you return scarred from battle, remember warmth still waits here. When you lay down your armor and return to the fields, we'll talk of mulberry and hemp and watch the rain together." With that, Nzhonghua marched away without looking back. Mist veiled the river crossing. His wife stood by a wooden post, sleeves snapping in the wind as she murmured to herself, "I wait at the ferry while travelers hurry by, hoping the day will come when your boat returns and we grow old hand in hand. People say a promise is worth its weight in gold, yet flames now rise across the river. I pray you remember our vows and return in triumph." Tears slipped down her cheeks. She knew her love was small, while her husband carried a greater love for the land, so she did not reach out to stop him. Back at camp, the moment Nzhonghua appeared, the unruly recruits fell silent. He shouted, "Step forward if you have living parents. Step forward if you have a wife or children. Step forward if you are an only son. If both father and son serve, the son steps forward. If brothers serve together, the younger steps forward." Boots drummed in response until a line formed before the tents. "All who step forward will guard the camp. Those who remain will follow me to meet the enemy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The roar shook the night sky, yet the men ordered to stay refused to yield. "General, I am Zhao Ergu. I have a wife and child. If I die, she can remarry and my son can fight for the nation. I am Li Ran, an only son, yet still a son of the state. I am Wang Shuang. My father and I both serve. If he can fight, so can I. General, let us join the battle." Their plea ignited the ranks, and the spirit of the new army burned in the night wind. The battle began at once. With 30,000 fresh troops, and Zhong was struck like thunder against a Wu force 1,000,000 strong. For a month he maneuvered with unmatched command, holding his own against overwhelming numbers. Yesterday he cast a net of steel, and the king of Wu had already stepped into the trap. Just as he was ready to tighten the snare, a household guard staggered in, covered in dust, and fell to his knees. "General, your lady. What happened?" And Zhong was spun around, his voice trembling for the first time. "Eunuch Xiao has branded you a traitor, claiming you conspired with Wu to destroy Han. The king has accepted the charge. Your wife and son are imprisoned and set for execution in 3 days." The camp erupted. A bodyguard ground his teeth. "General, you bleed on the front lines while the king plots your death. It is beyond unjust." And Zhongwa slowly drew his sword, cold light flashing across his face. He pointed it toward the Wu camp. "If I slay the king of Wu, the false charge dies with him, and the threat of Wu ends forever. Army, hear my order: kill. Kill." The cavalry thundered forward, and the clash resumed. In one day he carved a path straight to the enemy throne and nearly seized the king. Only the monarch's newly awakened spiritual power saved him from capture. By dusk, after cutting down the last enemy commander, Zhongwa stood in blood-stained armor with only 108 men beside him. The setting sun burned red, and the survivors ready to cheer until a scout galloped in, face ashen. "General, terrible news. Your wife and son eunuch, Zhao, poisoned them in the prison." At those words, the towering figure of Zhongwa shook violently, swayed, and almost collapsed to the ground. Leaning on his blood-stained sword, he stood amid soil-soaked scarlet, where broken blades and arrows lay scattered and corpses formed a macabre carpet, blood winding through every trench. A howling northern wind carried the coppery stench across the field as he threw back his head and laughed madly. "Chinger, look, I won the battle, I held the realm. Yet the one I most longed to protect, where are you now?" His laughter cracked through the carnage. Then the world fell silent. Behind him, the few surviving soldiers gripped their weapons, eyes burning with rage and grief. A sudden whistle split the air, and a black and gold token drifted toward him. "Myriad Worlds Bank, traitor of all things." The words glimmered coldly on its surface. Without hesitation, Zhongwa seized it. When the flood of information subsided, Chen Fan, master of the bank, felt a dull weight in his chest and an inexplicable sorrow. Facing this blood-soaked general, he was filled with respect and asked, "This is the Myriad Realms Bank. What do you wish to trade?" "Destroy Han." The four-horse words struck Chen Fan like iron nails. A man who had spent his life defending the land now sought to raise it himself. What outrage could drive so bitter a resolve? Yet perhaps it was the only right choice. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. "At least you're no blind loyalist, or I would have despised you." He added softly, "I once heard a line. No matter how grave her mistake, the moment she cries, I am the one at fault. To unleash your fury for the woman you love, that is true manhood. I can help you erase Han." Pain flashed in Zhongwo's eyes, and his voice dropped low. "Han is rotten to its core. If this world has no place for me, then I will overturn it. Chinger, once I avenge you, I will join you." Chen Fan sighed again. Loyal ministers rarely meet a good end. This man was both fortunate and cursed: fortunate to be born into chaos where talent could shine, cursed to serve a foolish monarch. "What price can you pay?" Chen Fan asked bluntly. Instantly, a list surfaced in his mind. 1. Ninefold body tempering manual. 2. Thunderbolt fist. 3. 132 spirit stones. 4. First grade talent. 132 spirit stones. A grand general reduced to so little. He bled for his country, yet lost his family. What bitter irony. Fury flared in Chen Fan's chest as he drew a slow breath. "I want your freedom," he said, eyes narrowing. "Serve as an envoy of the Myriad Realms Bank. It'll raise your cultivation and grant you vast supplies of talismans. With your talent, command, and prestige inside Han, toppling a nation will be effortless." And Zhongwa frowned slightly. Chen Fan knew his concern and cut straight to it. "When it's done, you plan to end your life and follow your wife and child." "Exactly." And Zhongwa nodded. Chen Fan raised a hand to stop him. "I can't give you an answer this very moment. But if you can recover their bodies, even their lingering souls, then one day in the future, I am confident I can bring them back to life, so long as you are willing to wait." "What?" And Zhongwo's face changed. "Are you serious?" "It's only a possibility," Chen Fan stressed. "I agree." And Zhongwa nodded without the slightest hesitation. He ignited his soul flame and signed the soul contract at lightning speed. A blaze of white light flashed, and the mark was sealed. "Rest assured, Master," he said, lifting his head with unwavering resolve. "Even if my wife and children cannot be saved in the end, I will still serve as an envoy for the bank." "A man stands by his word." Chen Fan simply nodded. "You have indeed missed the optimal age for breakthroughs, but with your talent and willpower, I believe you'll achieve something remarkable within 10 years. Here are 10 million spirit stones, use them all. By the way, what grade is your ninefold body refining art?" And Zhongwa froze. Chen Fan actually knew what technique he cultivated. "High profound grade," he answered instinctively. That's far too low, Chen Fan said with a slight frown. And Zhongguo was stunned again. Throughout the entire Great Han, only the royal family possessed even low Earth-grade manuals. Having a high profound grade technique was already considered incredible. How could that be low? An inadequate manual will only slow your cultivation. Give me a moment, and I'll find you something better. With that, Chen Fan produced the encyclopedia and sent his divine sense into the kingdom within the book. Xiao, have you heard of the ninefold body refining art? Is there a higher grade follow-up technique? He asked, hopeful. The encyclopedia still held vast sections he had yet to unlock. He dismissed the saintly flame heart method because it was not suitable for everyone. Since Zhongguo was on the body refining path, he would reinforce that approach. The pages rustled, and the book's spirit, Yin Ruyu, stepped gracefully from between them. The ninefold body refining art is a high profound grade body refining technique. Perfected, it grants an indestructible physique immune to spells, impervious to blades and spears, nearly unaffected by spiritual damage, unmatched in close combat. A superior successor exists, the ninefold gold body art. Created by the same expert, it is high heaven grade. Once the gold body is achieved, you are unrivaled among peers, able to ignore spiritual attacks and act with impunity. Excellent, that's the one. Give me the cultivation method. Chen Fan's eyes lit up with delight. With the encyclopedia, he effectively possessed limitless resources, manuals, combat arts, anything he wanted as long as he had enough spirit veins. When the 10,000 Worlds Bank had been completed, he had amassed 100 reputation points, and the system's lavish reward made its intentions clear: expand the bank's fame and recruit more envoys. Does Master intend to cultivate the ninefold gold body art? No, Master is currently in an incorporeal state and cannot practice it. Then it must be for trade, to give to someone else, Yin Ryu deduced. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. The book's spirit was indeed perceptive. He nodded. That's right, Master. Why not let me explain it to him directly? It will be easier for him to understand, Yin Ryu suggested. Chen Fan was taken aback. Wait, I thought I was the only one who could enter the kingdom inside this book. That's right, Yin Ryu replied with a gentle nod. He frowned. So how did you tell him? I can leave the book, she said matter-of-factly. A Chen Fan hadn't considered that. You can leave? Can characters from the encyclopedia just walk out? No. Yin Ryu met his eyes, tone steady. Only I can. In the spirit of the book. Would you like a detailed explanation? Hold it. Chen Fan waved her off. Not right now. As you wish. She smiled, then reminded him. Master, remember learning is a lifelong pursuit. Chen Fan forced a laugh. Understood. With that, Yin Ryu tapped the page and drifted out like a breeze. Her figure expanded beside him, about 160 in a flowing ancient dress, delicate features, an air of refined grace. Chen Fan quickly looked away. Another glance and he might drown in that boundless sea of knowledge again. Master, is it him? Yin Ryu asked, gazing at Zhongguo, who sat cross-legged in meditation. Yes. Chen Fan nodded and called out. I've got the advanced form of the ninefold body tempering art, the ninefold golden body art. Close your eyes and begin. And Zhongguo obeyed at once. Chen Fan expected Yin Ryu to recite the method, but she simply pointed. The entire art condensed into a beam of light and shot straight into Zhongguo's brow. Immediately Chen Fan slapped the last 10-year time card onto his body. In a flash, Zhongguo was hurled into a void training chamber, his heart pounding. Close your eyes and cultivate, Chen Fan's voice echoed. 10 years and there are just a heartbeat outside and waste them. Though baffled, Zhongguo steadied himself and ran the ninefold golden body art with all his strength. Master, I'm heading back, Yin Ryu said. She turned into a streak of light and flew back into the encyclopedia. Chen Fan glimpsed people within the book's kingdom refining their bodies with the same art, sparking his curiosity. But before he could look closer, Zhongguo opened his eyes. Light flashed within them. He dropped to one knee and declared, Envoy Zhongguo greets the Manor Lord. Pulled back to the moment, Chen Fan sensed his aura. Late spirit connection realm, almost at spirit mastery. Not bad. Then he asked, how's the ninefold golden body art? I've reached perfection, Zhongguo said, and forged my thunderclap fist to peak mastery. Chen Fan nodded inwardly. For a man of his 30-odd bone age, 10 years to reach this level was impressive, even if still a hair slow by Chen Fan standards. He tossed over a stack of talismans. You won't need these yourself, but your men will. Take them. Many thanks, Manor Lord. Zhongguo stepped onto the battlefield again, and everything felt like a dream. Yet the torrent of spiritual power surging inside him proved it was no illusion. Had advanced to the late spirit channeling realm, enough for one man to wipe Dahan from the map. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he roared, Kill. Dahan betrayed me, so I'll destroy Dahan. Qing'er, I'll avenge you and crush this land beneath my feet. Behind him, 108 fierce warriors thundered in unison, Kill, kill, kill. Even the mountains and rivers seemed to quake. Whoosh, whoosh. Without raising an army, Zhongguo led barely more than 100 men straight toward Dahan's capital. Dahan's destiny is spent, Frontline strategist Chen Fan murmured from afar, knowing the kingdom's fall was imminent. They rode day and night, horse hooves rumbling like thunder. Inside the borders, sentries lounged, checkpoints stood for show, and Zhongguo's force swept past. No one dared stop them. Any who tried were struck down with a flick of his hand. In the late spirit-channeling realm, he could dominate the eastern region, and Dahan was nothing when its king was only at the early stage. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Amid frantic neighs, they soon neared the capital. At the city gates, a proper garrison finally appeared. Its commander, a general of the Eastern Expedition, and eunuch Zhao's confidant glared at Zhonghua and barked, "General, and a marshal deserting the front?" He scrutinized Zhonghua armor still on, caked in dust, clearly fresh from battle. He knew nothing of the frontline situation. "Move," Zhonghua said coldly, a wave of killing intent sweeping over him. The general's face flushed. Remembering eunuch Xiao had branded Zhonghua a traitor, he forced himself to shout, "Zhonghua, the evidence of your treason is ironclad. Do you have tens of thousands of Dawu troops at your back?" Zhonghua laughed in fury. If Dawu's tens of thousands had crossed thousands of li to the capital, would you, a mighty general, know nothing and still stand here questioning me? The surrounding soldiers exchanged uneasy looks. The general's face burned hotter. "What are you staring at? The king commands. If this man is a traitor, seize him." But who in Dahan didn't know Zhongguo's name, the god of war, the undefeated general? Not one soldier stepped forward. "Disobey, and you die? Kill him!" The general shrieked, trembling. Yet he himself dared not move. An early spirit-refining cultivator long absent from battle could never face a late spirit-channeling master. In his bones he was already terrified of Zhonghua. Step! As the troops hesitated, Zhonghua suddenly vaulted skyward, coming to rest in midair. The general of the Eastern campaign's eyes narrowed, his face draining of color. "The spirit realm? When did you break through? You're not worthy of the answer." Before the words had faded, Zhonghua blurred into motion, striding through the air and appearing before his foe in a blink. "You dare!" Bang! The blast of his fist erupted. Blood sprayed as the general's head was reduced to pulp. Armor clinked all around while the garrison froze in shock. Drawing back his fist, Zhonghua hovered above the city, his voice rolling like thunder. "I, Zhonghua, shattered great Wu's million-strong army, yet was betrayed by a foolish king and treacherous courtiers, my wife and child slaughtered. Today I return for vengeance." Carried by spiritual power, his roar swept through every street and alley of the Han capital. Tea houses, taverns, and markets fell silent. Countless citizens looked up, eyes fixed on that solitary, imposing figure. The hero who once guarded Great Han now seeks its blood? In the palace hall, eunuch Xiao stood just behind King Han, his gaze deep and unreadable. For years he had ruled from the shadows while the king drowned in pleasure, the reins of power firmly in his grasp. That day he had presented yet another who tribe saintus, and the delighted king was feasting with his ministers. Music and dancing were at their height when the sky-shaking roar erupted outside. Goblets and plates clattered to the floor. "Insolence!" the king bellowed, springing into the air, dragon robes snapping in the wind as he shot toward the palace gates. Eunuch Zhao lowered his eyes, the faintest curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Zhonghua, unmatched on the battlefield yet a fool in politics, challenged the king in the capital and you sign your own death warrant. Best if the two of you fight to exhaustion so I can reap the reward. If the king kills you in one blow, his prestige will soar, hardly ideal for me. Outside the palace walls, King Han hovered aloft and was startled to see Zhonghua standing in the air as well. The spirit realm. His breath caught, then his face turned pitch black. "It was Great Wu. The Wu king must have helped you advance. You have betrayed Great Han, consorted with Wu, and dare to plot against me?" His gaze grew vicious. "Courting death. I will kill your family, wipe out your clan, and have you torn apart by 5 horses so your soul can never find peace." Before the words had faded, Zhongguo's chest heaved, and a killing intent as tangible as steel swept across half the capital. He had once shed blood on the frontier for his homeland, believing he served a wise sovereign, only to have his family slain and his achievements branded treason. "King Han, right and wrong will judge themselves. You have shown no mercy, not blame me for showing none in return." Rage flared within him, spiritual energy surging like a crimson tide until heaven and earth seemed stained with bloodlust. King Han gave a cold snort, sleeves whipping as he barked an order that shook the palace. "Men, exterminate everyone under Zhongguo's command. Leave no survivors. Mind their facesto, not mar them. Afterwards trace their families. I want their entire clans wiped out." At the sight of this, King Han's fury only deepened. Thud, thud, thud. The iron hooves of 100,000 Yulin guards, protectors of the great Han capital, thundered along the stone avenue. Horns blared, drums roared, and the troops surged forward, sealing off the 108 soldiers standing behind Zhonghua. "Form up. Kill them." The command cracked like thunder. Lances overlapped, a forest of cold steel, yet the 108 showed no hint of fear. Their steps fell in unison, and they charged instead of retreating. Hidden in a shadowed niche atop the wall, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. A battle formation? As the two forces clashed, those 108 soldiers moved with perfect synchronicity. Their ranks flowed like a living creature, murderous intent soaring sky-high. In the air above them, a faint blood-red cleaver took shape, as if hungering for flesh. Chen Fan flipped open an encyclopedic manual and relayed everything to Yen Ryu. A slaughter array called Blood Slaughter, she answered at breakneck speed. It's designed purely to kill. The larger the array, the deadlier it becomes eventually. It can even gather a cloud of blood. This is only a small version, but their will is unbreakable, and your master's talismans are reinforcing them. The damage will still be horrific. Impressive, Chun Fan muttered, pupils contracting. He made a silent note. If the chance arose, he had to study arraycraft. At last he understood how in Zhonghua, with just 30,000 raw recruits, had crushed the million-strong Great Wu army, and despite being in the spirit-forming realm had held his own against King Wu, an early spirit communion expert. The answer lay in this blood slaughter array. Whoosh! Two distant figures collided in midair, and Zhonghua versus King Han, late spirit communion against early spirit communion. The outcome was decided almost instantly. King Han wore layers of talismans that flared around him, but in Zhonghua cultivated a heaven-tier art, the ninefold golden body technique. Golden light erupted from within him like a newly risen sun. Ninefold golden body. And Zhonghua roared, his voice rolling across the city. The radiant blaze made every heart quail. In alleys, under eaves, along the walls, countless citizens of Great Han fell to their knees, crying out, "A saint has descended." Their shouts spread in waves through the imperial city. Crash, crack, and Zhonghua's fist hammered down. King Han's forearms shattered. His breastbones splintered like porcelain. Blood spurted, soaking the dragon-embroidered robe. Bang! The king was blasted across the grand steps, smashed into the gilded throne, and slumped there, barely breathing, a sovereign reduced to a drowning cur in moments. He forced out a single word before choking on blood. Terror and humiliation twisted his face. And Zhonghua stepped in, eyes like frozen steel. "Where are my wife and child's bodies?" He did not finish the king off. He needed that answer. King Han's expression crumbled. Words tumbled from his lips, voice trembling. "General, it was eunuch Zhao's slander. Two failed to see the truth. Your family has served Great Han for generations. How could you commit regicide? That's treason of the worst sort. Think of your ancestors. Spare me, and I'll hand you full authority. Yes, right away. I'll execute eunuch Zhao." And Zhongguo's face did not soften. It was colder than iron. Before the throne, the king's voice grew shriller, panic dripping from every syllable. "I don't know. It was eunuch Zhao who handled everything. I truly knew nothing." The king of Han's protest died on his lips. A long sword burst through his chest, and the dragon robe stitched with golden clouds turned crimson in an instant. He stared down, terror flooding his eyes. He didn't want to die. He was the ruler of Han, the holy maiden of the Hu tribe, and 3,000 concubines awaited his favor. How could his life end here? Step. Without even glancing at the corpse, and Zhonghua wheeled around, bearing down on Zhao Gonggong, who was trying to slip away. With a single stride, he shot forward like an eagle, covering hundreds of feet and halting the eunuch. "Where are my wife and son's bodies?" "General, and please." His Majesty ordered it. I only obeyed. Having just watched the king's brutal execution, Zhao Gonggong dropped to his knees. His latest ditch hualing cultivation meant nothing now. He wet himself and shook uncontrollably. Bang! And Zhonghua stamped down, and the flesh and bone of Zhao Gonggong's left hand exploded. The eunuch's scream was piercing. "Speak," and Zhonghua said, his voice ice cold. Knowing delay meant worse torment, Zhao Gonggong trembled and blurted, "At the mass grave." "What?" The mass grave was where Han dumped its dead, a place prowled by wild dogs and wolves. They had thrown his wife and child there. Remembering Chen Fan's warning to keep the bodies intact, fury consumed in Zhonghua. He struck once, and Zhao Gonggong burst into a mist of blood. In the next instant, and Zhonghua vanished. The mass grave. Dusk sagged low, leafless trees clawed at the sky, while the stench of rot and blood churned in the damp air. Dozens of starving hounds and scavengers growled over scattered remains, white bones littering the ground. And Zhonghua appeared, his gaze steely, and swept out a massive hand. Crack! Snap! Claws and fangs were severed. More than 10 beasts died wordlessly. "Chinger! Wushwang!" he roared, flashing through the mounds of corpses, lifting each decayed body only to toss it aside and search on. Far away, Chen Fan felt a chill of foreboding. Wushwang! A heartrending scream tore the evening, and Zhongguo's towering frame went rigid. He dropped to his knees and cradled a tiny corpse. The child, barely 2 or 3, was stiff and cold. The small chest gnawed raw, clothes in tatters. And Zhongguo's hands shook even harder. Beneath the child lay 2 severed female hands, mangled and blood-soaked. Yet the familiar calluses were unmistakable. Nothing else remained. To shield her son, his wife had locked the boy in her arms and been torn apart by beasts, leaving only these hands. and Zhongwa gently lifted the once delicate hands, now rough and calloused. She had been a sheltered lady who never touched coarse work. After marrying the incorruptible Zhongwa, she spun thread, grew vegetables, lived on plain fare to keep the household afloat, and never complained when he gave his pay to his men or to families of fallen soldiers. Now, not even her bones were left. No chinger, and Zhongwa threw back his head and howled. Blood seeped from his eyes as his roar shook the desolate land. And Zhongwa burst into Wong Bank, rage blazing in his eyes. Clinging to the last shreds of reason, he cradled his son's cold body in one arm and his wife's severed hands in the other, blood streaming through his fingers. "Master, save my family," he cried, dropping to one knee, his voice raw and desperate. Chen Fan glanced at the corpse and the severed hands before speaking in a steady tone. "Your son can still be saved. Your wife." However, he left the sentence hanging, the meaning clear. And Zhongwa shut his eyes, chest heaving as if he might roar at any moment. After a deep breath, he whispered, "I understand. Please, save my son. He is the fruit of my love with Chinger. He'll pay any price." The veins on his forehead bulged. As for Chinger, with a sudden motion, he placed both the child's body and his wife's hands on the ground, then slowly rose. "Master, I'm going to kill the ones responsible." Chen Fan flicked his sleeve, and a Wanjie token hovered in midair. "Go. We'll find a way to help them." The token snapped into Nzongwo's hand. In the next instant he vanished, a streak of motion tearing through the air. Chen Fan turned back to the remains. Kneeling, he examined the peaceful face of An Wushuang and the bloody hands beside him. "Yinyu, come take a look," he called, opening his encyclopedia. Yin Ryu appeared in a trail of light, brows knitted. "Master, we can summon An Wushuang's soul with the soul-calling art. Once he cultivates the scripture of Nether Soul and reaches the human soul stage, he can live again. The body can stay where it is." She pointed to the severed hands. "As for Nzongwo's wife, I can't help for now. But the encyclopedia holds every art in existence. Once all its permissions unlock, we'll find a way." Chen Fan nodded and sealed the hands in a jade box to keep them from decaying. "Give me the soul-calling art." Yin Ryu projected lines of glowing script. "It works best if the deceased's closest relative performs it at the place of death. And Wushuang's soul is fainted may have scattered." "I understand." Chen Fan's eye sharpened. Guided by Yin Ryu and blessed with his own celestial talent, he mastered the technique in no time. When Nzongwo returned, blood still wet on his clothes, Chen Fan passed the complete soul-calling art to him, explaining every detail. Despite having only first-grade talent, Nzongwo grasped the method in less than a day under Chen Fan's guidance. Holding his son's body once more, he bid a hasty farewell. Too much time had already slipped away. Every moment risked the final dispersal of his child's soul. And Wushuang's spirit is too frail. Restoring her may take the full 14 days. Chen Fan watched calmly as Nzongwo chanted one spell after another. Yet the flames on the altar stayed motionless, and in Wushuang's soul never appeared. He grasped the problem at once. Without a complete summoning altar and 14 uninterrupted days of ritual, the attempt would fail at the slightest disturbance. Meanwhile, the Han Kingdom was in peril. The king lay dead, and Nzongwo was consumed with saving his family, and the court teetered on chaos. Dormant rebels were bound to rise, and the surrounding states would seize the chance. They might start with probing raids, but once they saw Nzongwo otherwise engaged, they would invade in force. If rebels or foreign armies reached the capital, the summoning altar would be destroyed. And Nzongwo understood this perfectly. While building the altar, he swept through the capital with lightning speed, placing every armed force under the command of his 108 elite officers. Then he assembled them and issued a cold order. The capital must be held for 14 days. Zhuge, for those 14 days, I don't care how you do it, hold the capital of Han. The named general stood 6 foot tall, lean, sharp-eyed, his features as if carved by a blade. His cultivation had reached late spirit movement realm. He bowed. "Yes, Grand Marshal. With my clan's bloodslaughter formation, the capital will stand." 30,000 recruits once fought King Wu's million troops to a standstill, and the 108 heroes drove back 100,000 Imperial Guards. Now I command nearly 100,000 Imperial Guards and more than 100,000 city soldiers. Why fear any foe? Chen Fan nodded inwardly. No wonder the system's roster hadn't listed the bloodslaughter formation. It was this youth's ancestral trump card. Then he frowned. No reward had arrived from the system. Was the deal incomplete until Nzongwo's family actually revived, or was Nzongwo not yet fully committed? Finding no answer, he let the matter rest. The system had its own criteria. Next, keep cultivating. Fill the gaps in the encyclopedia, and seize every trade that appears, he decided. The ancient hunting grounds would open soon, and the Myriad Realms Bank had to announce its search for envoys there. The bank's reputation was at stake. With Xiaomi at late accretion stage and Xiao in support, the mission should proceed smoothly. Summoning them both, Chen Fan rode the winds toward the hunting grounds entrance. The ancient hunting grounds open once every 3 years and are the greatest event in the eastern region. Every major power sends its best talents under 20, and many prodigies from the central region travel great distances to compete. Powers across the east and sects of the central region, led by Ling Yun's sect, watch closely, ready to recruit any standout genius. As the opening day neared, more and more warriors gathered in Great Qin, and the streets and taverns overflowed with young heroes. In this charged atmosphere, Chen Fan finally reached Black City. After leaving the Wanjie Bank atop Lingyun Mountain, Qin Zhong, the ninth prince of Great Qin, spurred his horse straight toward his father's camp to deliver his report. Dust billowed outside the command tent. He swung down, strode to the center, knelt on one knee, and offered up the glowing Wanjie token with both hands. The king of Qin sat tall on the main seat. The instant his gaze landed on the token, delight flickered across his eyes. The master of Wanjie Bank is unpredictable. We must treat him as a friend, never as a foe. Well done, my ninth son. With those words, the heavy pressure in the tent eased. Memories flashed through the king's mind. The bank's secret intelligence had let him strike Chu first, and its trade resources had pushed his cultivation to mid-spirit linking realm. Caught off guard, Chu suffered defeat after defeat, and vast territories fell to Great Qin. He had delayed his return to the capital for two reasons. 1. The newly seized lands of Chu were restless, and he needed to stay to quell the uprisings. 2. Chu was collapsing, and rival states were circling. He hoped to tear off another piece of the dying beast. Thank you, father. Qin Zheng cupped his hands, secretly pleased at the clear favor he felt. The king gestured for him to rise. Do not return to the capital yet. Go to Black City. The ancient hunting grounds are about to open, and delegations are arriving from every faction. You will receive them, see that they are satisfied. Qin Zheng's eyes widened. Such duties had always fallen to Crown Prince Qin Hai. The change spoke volumes. Rest assured, father, I will not fail you. The king nodded, letting his gaze linger on him. Months ago, he had heeded Qin Hai, clashed with Wanjie Bank, lost a 100,000-strong army, and nearly plunged Great Qin into ruin. Later, on Qin Zheng's advice, he made peace with the bank, expanded his realm, and raised the nation's prestige. The contrast was stark. Everything now hinges on the ancient hunting grounds, he mused. Hi, this is your last chance. Don't disappoint me. Silence settled. At length, Qin Zheng bit the bullet and revealed that Elder Chun had ambushed the bank's envoy. This concerns Wanjie Bank, father. I dare not keep it from you. Outrageous. The king leapt to his feet, sleeves whipping as anger blazed. Elder Chun was close to Qin Hai. Suspicion landed on the crown prince at once. If Qin Hai had ordered it, the king would show no mercy. He would strip the title and punish him severely. Yet another possibility stirred. Was Qin Zheng framing his brother? After all, he stood to gain the most. Drawing a long breath, the king forced down his fury. Investigate thoroughly. Whoever is behind this will be punished without leniency. The king of Qin issued the order at once, even sending a trusted aide armed with the imperial sword to supervise the matter personally. In a side hall, Qin Zheng watched the departing figure with an icy gaze. The decree had not struck directly at Crown Prince Qin Hai, yet shaming him in public was still a well-aimed blow. One's own sins always returned to haunt him. After leaving the palace, Qin Zheng traveled day and night toward Haiqing. When he stepped into the Meng residence, Meng Tian was already waiting in the hall. Their eyes met, and Qin Zheng, barely containing his excitement, whispered, I was still struggling to topple the crown prince, and he went and ruined himself first. Heaven is on my side. Meng Tian burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming with the same delight. His Highness' stupidity has almost handed us victory. Before the laughter faded, his expression sharpened. Don't get careless. Both you and the crown prince will enter the ancient hunting grounds. If Ling Yun's sect favors him, the king may not depose him. Ling Yun is one of the continent's titans. With a wave of its hand, it could wipe out Qin or even Zhao. The Myriad Realms Bank may be mysterious, but it operates only around Qin and Chu, and its true power remains murky. He paused, then added, if the crown prince becomes a disciple of Ling Yun, he can shelter under their name. Even if it's proven that Elder Chen acted on his orders, the king won't dare punish him rashly. Qin Zheng caught the chill in Meng Tian's words, sensing a hint of resentment for the king's earlier inaction, but he let it pass. So you believe father will weigh Ling Yun's strength against the Myriad Realms Bank before making a decision? Meng Tian nodded. Inevitable. In fact, the king will likely side with Ling Yun. If the ninth prince fails to join them, his life will be in danger. Qin Zheng's pupils contracted. He was only at the late Lingxian realm, while the crown prince had reached early Lingdong a few days ago. That gap would affect their performance in the hunting grounds and decide whom Ling Yun might favor. The gleam of the Myriad Realms token flashed through his mind. Should he strike a deal with the bank's master? Meanwhile, in the great Qin capital, deep inside the crown prince's residence, Qin Hai glared toward the palace, his face dark as ink. Father lets Qin Zheng receive the visiting factions. Does he want the world to think I'm a joke? He even sent a trusted aide with the imperial sword to investigate Elder Chen. Does he plan to throw me into the dungeon and let Qin Zheng replace me? Rage churned in him. He turned toward Haiqing and snarled. In what way am I inferior to Qin Zheng? Why? Damn it! Damn it! Violent spiritual power poured from his body, and the air grew oppressively heavy. Please calm yourself, Your Highness. No one in Great Qin is qualified to challenge your claim, not even ninth Prince Qin Zheng. At that moment, an aged voice drifted into the hall. The only reason Qin Wang favors Qin Zheng is the Wanjie Qianzhuang standing behind him. The elder cloaked in black spoke in a low, deliberate voice, each word striking true. If Your Highness joins Lingyun's sect, Qin Wang will no longer fear the Wanjie Qianzhuang. The sentence exploded in the crown prince's mind, and everything became clear. He knew his father's ruthlessness too well. On the throne there is no sentiment, only advantage. Between Lingyun's sect and the Wanjie Qianzhuang, the stronger side is obvious, and his father would inevitably choose it. That left him a single path: must enter Lingyun's sect. With that realization, the prince finally understood why the old man before him had recently poured so much effort into helping him break through. Qin Zheng, they'll see you trapped forever in the primordial hunting grounds. The throne of Qin is mine alone. His eyes turned frigid, knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. The day I'm accepted by Lingyun's sect will be the day the Wanjie Qianzhuang is wiped out. Several days later, Chen Fan arrived at Heiqing. He sent Xiao off to amuse himself, slipped on a golden mask, and moved alone along the main street. He had two tasks: measure this year's talents and quietly assess their character. Recruiting envoys for the Wanjie Qianzhuang allowed no carelessness. Heiqing had once been a minor frontier town of Qin, but it changed overnight when the primordial hunting grounds were discovered just a few dozen li away. Troops rushed in, fortifications rose tenfold, and the city now sprawled across the plain like a dormant behemoth. Even so, the streets were packed shoulder to shoulder, and every inn was overflowing. In most of Qin, a Lingxian cultivator is rare, a Lingdong practitioner rarer still, and a Hualing master almost legendary. Here, Lingxian experts were everywhere, Lingdong adepts were as common as cattle, and Chen Fan even glimpsed the occasional Hualing powerhouse, though he had yet to spot anyone at Tongling Realm. As he walked, he sighed to himself. Qin is still too weak. The Wanjie Qianzhuang can't stay confined here forever. We'll use the primordial hunting grounds to make our name ring across the realms. With a glint in his eye, he stepped into a 3-story tea house on the corner. With the hunting grounds about to open, tea houses, taverns, and inns were the best places to gather information, and this one would serve perfectly. The instant Chen Fan crossed the threshold, nearly every gaze swung toward him. The golden mask hid his face, but not his tall frame and distinctive aura, and he became the room's center of gravity. His expression remained detached, as if the words "do not disturb" were written on his brow. Though curious, no one dared approach. Chen Fan was long accustomed to such scrutiny. As long as they kept their distance, they were free to stare, unbothered. He sat at a table that had just been vacated, ordered a pot of tea, and settled in to listen to the flow of rumors around him. Immediately, many of the male cultivators raised their voices, hoping to catch the newcomer's eye. Under his mask, Chen Fan's mouth twitched. These men were trying far too hard to stand out, and as a fellow male he felt he shouldn't judge them. Yet his perfectly normal orientation made the scene painfully awkward. The ancient hunting grounds would open inside Great Qin's borders, yet Qin had been granted only 10 slots, a clear sign of its weakness. By contrast, stronger nations held anywhere from several dozen to more than 100. The leading dynasty of the Eastern Domain, Great Zhao, had secured a full 1,000. Even the smallest kingdoms were allotted one place, so no potential genius would be missed. The chatter rose and fell. Chen Fan steadied his mind, listening quietly and gathering information. Heroes from across the east were converging, and the event promised to be spectacular. Who would emerge from the ancient hunting grounds to overshadow every other prodigy? Princess Tang Yuyu of Great Tang is as lovely as a fairy and has already reached the early motion realm, someone whispered. Her movement techniques are lightning fast. Opponents in the same realm can't even catch a glimpse of her. I still say Crown Prince Song Niaocai of Great Song is stronger, another argued. He's a formation master, the only one of our generation in the East. You all know how terrifying arrays can be. Don't underestimate Crown Prince Zhu Guruei of Great Ming, a third added. He has honed body forging arts until blades and spears can't touch him. Only a spirit weapon can break his defenses, tougher than most puppets. These names piqued Chen Fan's interest. Anyone mentioned so often had to be among the Eastern Domain's most recognized prodigies, exactly the people he hoped to recruit. Any idea which geniuses are coming from the Central Domain? Someone asked in a low voice. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you'll never lose. Still a mystery, several answered, shaking their heads. They've always been our toughest rivals, and this time will be no different. They beat us every time. It's so frustrating. Not necessarily, someone called out. Don't forget Crown Prince Ji Han of Great Zhao. Born with an ice physique, he cultivates the Imperial Frost scripture, advancing twice as fast, and his icy power is unstoppable. He's no weaker than any Central Domain genius. And there's the sword blind man of the Sword Dynasty, another recalled. Half a year ago, while only in the late Profound Realm, He killed a motion realm opponent with a single strike and was hailed as the foremost swordsman of our generation. He hasn't drawn his blade since, so who knows how strong he is now. Jihan, the sword blind man. Tang Yuyu Chen Fan memorized each name, reminding himself to watch the mysterious prodigies from the central domain, as well their talent was equally astonishing. I heard Song Miaocai likes Tang Yuyu. Is that true? She's so gorgeous. Who wouldn't? Could that stunning newcomer be Tang Yuyu herself? No way. Why would Tang Yuyu come to a place like this? Still, between her and Tang Yuyu, who's prettier? Who has the better figure? As the conversation drifted off course, Chen Fan's face darkened. Do men really never go 3 sentences without talking about women? Miss, may I have your name? Inside the bustling tea house, a prince of the great Sui dynasty set down his wine cup and strolled confidently to the window. Young and striking, he had already reached the late Lingxian stage and ranked among the top 3 talents of great Sui. Convinced that neither his birth nor his strength fell short of anyone's, he added, "Would you mind telling me who you are?" Chen Fan lifted her hand, jade-like fingers brushing the rim of her teacup, which trembled. She took a delicate sip and answered mildly, "I'm with the Bank of 10,000 Realms." The Bank of 10,000 Realms? The prince frowned, had never heard of it. His gaze roamed over Chen Fan's lovely face and snow-pale neck, and desire stirred. Thinking the moment ripe, he spoke more boldly. "Why not join forces with Great Sui when we enter the site? With our resources, we can keep everyone from your bank perfectly safe." "No need." A faint smile curved Chen Fan's lips. "I'm only here to recruit apprentices for the bank. I won't be entering the ancient hunting ground." She flicked a few gold coins from her sleeve. They clinked onto the table as she rose, straightened her robe, and walked away. For an instant the tea house fell silent. The prince stood frozen. Then his face darkened as whispers spread behind him. Snorting, he called out, "The Bank of 10,000 Realms? Never heard of it. Do tiny, nameless factions really think they can fool geniuses like us?" Chen Fan didn't break stride. She let out a soft laugh and ignored him, though the Qin Gang's sword at her slim waist vibrated, clearly offended by his scorn. Swish. A flash of steel so quick no one could track it. The Qin Gang's sword circled the prince once before sliding noiselessly back into its sheath. Still shaking his head, the prince clicked his tongue. What a pity a beauty like that her skin isham. He noticed the odd looks around him. Some warriors covered their mouths to stifle laughter. Others pointedly turned away. Following their gazes, he looked down and his mind went blank. 2 neat holes had been sliced in the fabric over his chest, and everything below his waist was gone, leaving him exposed to the entire room. Pervert. Several passing female cultivators shouted. Isn't that the Prince of Great Sui? Flaunting himself in broad daylight shameless. Who did this? The prince's face flamed as he scrambled to cover himself, livid with humiliation. Everything else is showing, better hide your face instead. Someone yelled, and the room erupted in laughter. Seething but helpless, the prince turned and fled in disgrace. In a corner, Chen Fan sighed. "Qing, didn't I tell you not to draw yourself without permission?" The blade hummed, pulsing with defiance. "No one bullies my master. My duty is to clear every obstacle for her." "Fine." Chen Fan patted the scabbard and surveyed the clamorous tea house, caution shining in her eyes. "But this place is crawling with experts. Let's keep a low profile." She continued her silent exchange with the Qin Gang's sword as the tea house buzzed around her. Across the street from the tea house, narrowed eyes locked onto the Qin Gang's sword at Chen Fan's hip. A spirit artifact. Wanjia Bankar, they from the central domain. They actually possess a spirit weapon. Excitement surged through the watcher. With a flicker he vanished. He had seen everything inside the tea house with perfect clarity, though he marveled at the blade's blinding speed. His mid-stage Dao communication cultivation let him follow the arc of that icy flash. Faced with a spirit weapon, who could resist greed? Even the slimmest chance was worth a try. Chen Fan's human soul-grade Yin soul gave him senses far keener than ordinary people. The instant that hostile intent formed, he detected it, but chose not to confront it. He lingered in Black City for another hour, meandering through alleys to gather stray bits of information before finally strolling out the main gate. Outside the city the path was deserted. Chen Fan chose the quietest trails and soon slipped into a lush forest. Shadows overlapped and insects droned. He stopped in a flat clearing, turned toward the darkness, and spoke calmly. "You've tailed me long enough. Aren't you going to make a move?" A torrent of mid-stage Dao communication pressure crashed over him like a landslide. A middle-aged man with a dense aura rose into the air and looked down coldly. "Impressive perception. Your Yin soul is strong. You didn't follow me to keep me safe, did you?" Chen Fan clasped his hands behind his back. "What is it you want?" "You're very confident." The man narrowed his eyes. He felt no panic from Chen Fan, not even a change in breathing, so he held his strike. "If you want to join Wanjia Bank, your strength qualifies," Chen Fan said evenly, "but I have to test your talent and character first. Somehow I doubt that's why you're here." "Wanjia Bank?" The man snorted. "Never heard of it. Probably some backwater outfit. You think I care?" "Just as I thought." Chen Fan mused, unsurprised. "Guess what I do want," the man said, running his eyes over Chen Fan with open greed. My guess? If you're not here to join Wanja Bank, you must be here to die. Chen Fan's tone was still cool. Arrogant. The man sneered. I only wanted the spirit weapon at first. Now I've changed my mind. You're staying too, to serve me. Chen Fan shook his head. I hadn't planned to kill you, but your mouth is foul and your heart is vicious, so I've changed my mind as well. Die. Before the word faded, the restless Qin gang sword rang out. Lightning bright, it thrust straight for the man's brow. The man's face twisted. His hands flashed through seals, and spiritual power exploded. Iron Mountain Shield form. A wall-thick shield of energy appeared instantly. At the same time, he lunged forward, determined to kill Chen Fan in one strike. Once the sword's master was gone, its power would drop, making it his for the taking. Ping! In the blink of an eye, the Qin gang sword slammed into the Iron Mountain Shield. The heavy black iron surface gleamed with a cold light. Where a deafening clang should have sounded, there was only silence. Before countless onlookers, the sword's razor-sharp edge bored straight through the metal as if it were no more than paper. No. I serve the imperial family of the great Zhao dynasty. You can't kill me. The middle-aged man behind the shield felt his pupils contract to pinpoints. Fear exploded across his features as he screamed in despair. Puff! Blood burst forth with the dull snap of a ruptured heart, and the Qin gang sword punched out through his back, sword aura fanning a crimson mist. The blade vibrated with a low hum, as if mocking the very notion of life. Was that it? Chen Fan withdrew the sword and stood calmly, genuine surprise coloring his voice. He wasn't stunned by the man's status as an imperial consecrator, but by the raw dominance of the Qin gang's sword, an unremarkable thrust that erased a mid-stage spirit-channeling cultivator without effort. I was worried the noise would draw too much attention and swarm me with experts. It seems I worried for nothing. He nodded to himself, elevating his opinion of the sword yet again. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming Qianquan pouch flew into his palm. You're dead, so your pouch is mine. His robe swirled, and he vanished into the distance, leaving behind a corpse still warm. 3 days later, the day the ancient hunting grounds opened. High in the sky, an icy wind howled. Chen Fan stood on the broad feathered back of a blackwing rock, surveying the land below. More than 100 spirit-channeling cultivators struck the formation in unison, their raging spiritual power tearing open a 3-meter-wide gap. In the next heartbeat, countless young prodigies clutching special tokens surged through like a flood. Time to wait. Retracting his gaze, Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the rock's back and began circulating the Yin Soul technique. During the lull, his consciousness slipped into the realm of books within the encyclopedia, soaking up every kind of knowledge. 7 days later, the Myriad Worlds Bank welcomed a new client. Inside the ancient hunting grounds, each participant was scattered into a random region. Qin Zheng had already scouted the terrain and its taboos. Ferocious beasts formed from baleful qi roamed everywhere. Slaying them let that qi seep into the body, strengthening one's power and tempering the will. But if the qi grew too dense and one's resolve faltered, madness would follow. Now he lay prone in the shadow of a gigantic boulder, eyes narrowed, watching a man and a beast battle each other to exhaustion. When the snipe and the clam struggle, the fisherman prophet qi meant to be that fisherman. He knew that the stronger the beast, the denser its baleful qi and the greater the boost. The more and tougher the prey, the higher one's ranking on the Great Spirit Steel. Only by cracking the top 1,000 could a contestant step onto the heavenly ascension stairway, the gathering place of the finest talents and the quickest route to being recruited by the Central Region's major powers, even by the Lingyun sect. But his real aim was the Myriad Worlds Bank. He and Meng Tian had already reached a secret agreement. Everything rode on that gamble. To make it foolproof, Qin Hai had to die. Killing intent layered his eyes in frost. Swish. Without hesitation, he struck. The battle ahead was just about to end. Over the next few days, Qin Zheng pushed himself to the limit, throwing everything he had into the hunt and barely stopping to rest. His rank once surged into the top 1,000. The ancient hunting grounds were a maze of towering trees and poisonous swamps. Day and night, he pressed forward. Each swing of his blade split through a beast's scales, spattering blood across his armor before dust quickly buried the stains. Yet the field was crowded with prodigies, the best of every kingdom. Qin Zheng's talent, strength, cultivation method, and combat techniques were all a notch below theirs. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't close the gap. By the 3rd day, the crowd had pushed him out of the top 1,000. Qin Hai, on the other hand, kept climbing, breaking into the 800s. 4 days later, Qin Hai was in the 600s, leaving Qin Zheng far behind. This can't go on. Qin Zheng clenched his teeth. He could already see the future taking shape and the Universal Bank set against Qin Hai and Lingyun sect, with his father sure to take Qin Hai's side. After another day and night of brutal fighting, Qin Zheng, covered in cuts and blood, ducked into a cave hidden by thick vines. Harsh breaths echoed off the stone as he stared at the glowing universal token in his palm. He thought for a long time, then pinned his hopes on it. Waiting to be beaten was not in his nature. He would strike first. Inside the Universal Bank, The grand hall gleamed with gold and jade, bright as day. Qinzheng. Chen Fan looked up, an eyebrow arching. He already had a good idea why. The ancient hunt isn't going well, is it? No. Qinzheng glanced around at the soaring ceiling and carved railings of gold familiar, yet strangely distant. I see. What do you want? Chen Fan asked bluntly. A chime sounded as the system panel appeared. Qinzheng's current assets: 10 million spirit stones, burning heaven art, black iron palm, 1 4th-grade divine shield talisman, and a boundary-breaking blade. Chen Fan's eyes widened slightly. This little? But his gaze locked onto the boundary-breaking blade, a spark flashing in his eyes. Had recently learned a great deal about teleportation arrays from the encyclopedia and knew the blade was essential and extremely rare. He hadn't expected Qinzheng to have one. I want to raise my talent, Qinzheng said. For him, talent was the foundation of strength. Backed by great Qin, resources weren't the problem, talent was. Raising talent can be done, Chen Fan replied. Seeing Qinzheng's 6th-grade talent was indeed too low. But what can you offer? Qinzheng was ready. The boundary-breaking blade. Without it, you can't build the teleportation array in the bank. Not enough. Chen Fan shook his head. Talent outweighed the blade by far. The material was precious, but not worth a heaven-defying upgrade. Besides, he still had over 20 days here and could send Su Qingyu and Wong Deo to find more materials. I had several talismans, Qinzheng said, spreading his hands, but I used them up hunting beasts these past few days. Only 1 4th-grade divine shield talisman left. Chen Fan's eyes grew distant, yet his voice was decisive. Freedom. I want 100 years of your freedom. Hearing this, Qinzheng wasn't alarmed but delighted and hurriedly asked, if I agree, will that make me an envoy of the 10,000 Worlds Bank? Chen Fan froze for a heartbeat, then recovered. No, your character is fine, but your talent and cultivation fall short. The bank is understaffed, yet it never hires indiscriminately. The requirements are strict, and you simply don't qualify. The light in Qinzheng's eyes dimmed at once. Talent really was his fatal flaw. Suddenly, inspiration struck and his eyes brightened. Wait, didn't the master say he was going to raise my talent? Once it's improved, I'll qualify, right? No. Chen Fan shook his head. I'm only giving you 3rd-grade talent. An envoy must possess 1st-grade talent. Qinzheng persisted. If I surrender my freedom for life, could that earn me 1st-grade talent? Impossible. Your lifetime freedom isn't enough to pay for 1st-grade talent. Chen Fan refused again. A weight settled on Qinzheng's chest, and disappointment rushed in. Chen Fan studied him and suddenly asked, why are you so eager to become an envoy? Is it to oppose Qin Hai and secure the crown prince's seat? Exactly. Qinzheng laid his cards on the table. Qin Hai possesses 5th-grade talent and had already reached the early spirit-moving realm before entering the ancient hunting ground. With his trove of talismans and other resources, he could excel there and even be chosen by Lingyun's sect. If that happens, no one will be able to challenge his claim to the crown prince's title. Chen Fan nodded slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, you can't be an envoy, but you can become an apprentice of the 10,000 Worlds Bank. If you perform well, you could be promoted to branch master one day and oversee our branch on the summit of Lingyun Mountain in Great Qin. What? Qinzheng's pupils contracted. His disappointment vanished, replaced by elation. The role of branch master was in no way inferior to being an envoy, and it was just as significant for him. What do I have to give in return? He asked immediately. First, your lifetime freedom. Second, the boundary-breaking blade. Third, full cooperation in gathering the materials needed to build a teleportation array. Chen Fan recited in one breath. In exchange, you'll receive 3rd-grade talent and the status of an apprentice. I accept. Qinzheng agreed without hesitation and offered up the boundary-breaking blade with both hands. 3rd-grade talent and an apprentice's badge were both crucial to his comeback, and besides, he had no other path left. Good. This is a soul contract. Sign it, and you will become an apprentice of the 10,000 Worlds Bank. Chen Fan raised his hand, and a contract woven from soul energy floated out, gently merging into Qinzheng's brow. After binding to his soul, it returned to Chen Fan's palm. He glanced at the sheet-thin soul contract, nodded, placed it in a jade box, and stored it in the vault. Immediately afterward, he stripped his own 3rd-grade talent from himself and fused it into Qinzheng's. Qinzheng's eyes suddenly gleamed, his bearing transformed, and the problems that had long troubled him were instantly resolved. Proprietor, I swear I will never disgrace the name of a 10,000 Realms Bank apprentice, and I will not allow a grade 3 talent to be wasted on me, he declared, cupping his fists and speaking with fervor. Go. Chen Fan waved a hand casually, indicating that Qinzheng should leave the bank. Ding. 9th transaction complete. Completion, 100%. Calculating reward. Reward, 1 teleportation array blueprint. Exactly as I expected, Chen Fan muttered when the prompt appeared. The realm-breaking dagger was valuable, but a grade 3 aptitude was priceless. Had he not bound Qinzheng to the bank and taken away his lifelong freedom, reaching full completion would have been difficult. His gaze fell on the new reward, and he nodded with satisfaction. A teleportation array diagram, just what I need. Constructing such an array required 4 core components: a teleportation array blueprint, the realm-breaking dagger, a void shuttle, and a foundation pedestal. He now had 2 of them. Chen Fan drew out the realm-breaking dagger. At first glance, it was an ordinary white jade knife, its handle smooth and cool. Yet the moment it touched his palm, he could feel a razor-sharp force surging within, as though it might tear open space itself. It hasn't awakened a spirit yet. No wonder it isn't classified as a spirit artifact, he murmured. Even without sentience, it could still slice through iron as if it were a fine weapon indeed. After examining it for a while, he stored the dagger in the vault and opened the system interface to study the blueprint. Teleportation Array Blueprint, 1 copy. Usable for array construction. Perfect timing. He'll start with arraycraft, he said. Chen Fan had long wanted to explore arrays, alchemy, and talismans, and he plunged straight into his research. Arraycraft was vast and profound, no less demanding than martial arts. Even with his remarkable insight, progress was slow. If only I had another time card, he muttered, focusing even harder so as not to waste a single second. Meanwhile, Qin Jing's cultivation was skyrocketing thanks to his grade 3 aptitude. Spiritual powers surged through him, unlocking one aperture after another. An effort that used to take a month now required only a day. The speed was staggering. 7 days later, the final aperture burst open, and Qin Jing's eyes shone with a fierce light. All 108 apertures fully unlocked. Now he needed only a catalyst to step into the early stage of the spirit flow realm. With 16 days remaining, he had no time to lose. Despite his rapid growth, he was still far from the top 1,000 before the giant spirit steel. Kill. Waiting passively for enlightenment was the most foolish approach. Qin Jing decided to seek his breakthrough in the midst of battle. 10 more days slipped by. Buzz. Qin Jing's aura suddenly erupted. Spiritual energy within several hundred meters spun toward him like a tornado, pouring into every pore. He drank it in like a parched sponge, wild and ravenous. Swish. His eyes snapped open, a razor-sharp gleam flashing and vanishing. Early spirit motion, realm breakthrough. To the leaderboard. Whoosh. Power roared through his body. Qin Jing looked up at the giant spirit steel hanging in the sky. On its glowing surface, Qin Hai's name rested at number 532, a remarkable rank among tens of thousands of prodigies. Kill. Battle intent crashed in waves. Eyes narrowed. Qin Jing met the charging beast Hedon. Boom. An enemy that once required a drawn-out struggle now fell to a single palm strike, blood splattering as the corpse was flung away. The might of his new realm was unmistakable. The carcass dissolved into rolling, baleful energy that surged into Qin Jing. Relying on iron will, top-tier aptitude, and his fresh cultivation base, he refined it smoothly and claimed it as his own. Swoosh. Kill. By the next day, his score soared. He was only 10 latest-stage spirit profound beasts short of the 1,000th spot. That night, he crossed the line. His name reappeared at number 1,000. In the great Qin camp, Qin Hai stared at the ranking, brow nodding. He climbed back up in the final days? Must found some stroke of luck. Frustrated by his own lack of fortune, he clenched his fists. You won't hold it long. I'm already at number 513 and could break into the top 500. The gap is still huge. He smirked. He'll send you a gift to celebrate your breakthrough. As the countdown dwindled, geniuses everywhere fought to the death, the bottom of the steel awash in blood. Whoosh. Whoosh. Qin Jing had just slain another latest-stage spirit profound beast when several figures closed in, its blood still steaming. So you're Qin Jing? The leader's white robes were like fresh snow, a long sword in hand, eyes ice cold. I am, Qin Jing replied, recognizing him. The white-clad swordsman of the great Jin dynasty, Jin Buhuan. Exactly. Jin Buhuan's voice was flat. You knocked me out of the top 1,000. No matter how many I kill, I can't climb back, so I'll just kill you. Qin Jing's face remained impassive. So you really think I'm easy prey? Over the past few days, similar challenges had become routine. Had been holding back, which was why his rank stayed near the bottom. Jin Buhuan sneered. Aren't you? According to the Qin Crown Prince, you only just reached the early spirit motion realm and your foundation is shaky. With 4 latest-stage spirit profound cultivators on my side, we stand a decent chance. Qin Hai. Qin Jing's face darkened at the name. Damn it. Crown Prince Qin Hai picked the perfect moment to set me up. But although he had just broken through, his cultivation was far from unstable, as everyone believed. Spiritual energy surged through him, releasing a steady, potent aura at the early spirit flow stage. The sharp fluctuation felt as though it had been tempered for months. Did that brat Qin Hai trick us? Jin Buhuan's expression grew ugly. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Qin Jing stamped the ground and shot forward like lightning, launching the first attack. Qin Jing, let us go, or the great Jin dynasty will fight the great Qin dynasty to the death. Jin Buhuan roared. You're in no position to speak for the great Jin dynasty. Qin Jing replied coldly. Boom. A savage burst of fist force crashed down. Half a quarter hour later, Jin Buhuan and his companions lay dead, their bodies already cold. His once snow-white robe was stained a dark crimson. Whoosh! Qin bent down, collected their storage pouches, and swept away. For the next few days, his name remained lodged among the last 10 slots on the dueling steel, never slipping further, right up to the final day of the examination. The spinning dueling steel suddenly halted. The heaven-ascending stair was opening. The crowd stirred. Some cheered, others lamented. Qin narrowed his eyes, knowing the stair was where reputations were truly made. The grand formation of the ancient hunting grounds shifted, and in a flash of light, he was teleported away. When his vision cleared, a stone stairway of 100 steps stood before him. Around him, 999 other prodigies formed a circle. Qin locked onto him immediately, eyes cold and aura churning. So you really reached the early spirit flow stage? Talk about dumb luck. Since the masks are off, I won't hide it either, Qin said icily. I'm now an apprentice of the Bank of the Myriad Worlds. This breakthrough is entirely thanks to them. The Bank of the Myriad Worlds? Qin blinked, then jealousy faded into ridicule. More dumb luck. You treat that trashy faction like a priceless treasure? The 9th Prince of Great Qin willing to be a mere apprentice? Qin's face turned ashen, fury boiling in his chest. What's wrong? Want to fight? Qin's eyes gleamed darkly. You just broke through and dare challenge me with an unstable cultivation? The tension between them was palpable, and the surrounding geniuses watched eagerly, hoping the two would injure each other and remove two formidable rivals. Just as the atmosphere was about to erupt, a cool voice drifted over. Qin, why waste words on a piece of trash who only just reached the early spirit flow stage? Go test the heaven-ascending stair first. The moment he heard the command, Qin's expression flipped, and he replied with oily enthusiasm. Yes, Your Highness. Only then did the surrounding cultivators notice that the man standing beside Song Miaocai was Jihan, crown prince of the great Zhou Empire. The rumor that Song Miaocai had been following Jihan was confirmed on the spot, and hushed voices rippled through the crowd. So that makes Qin the lackey of a lackey? A double lackey? Mocking laughter spread. Qin's cheeks burned as he swept a furious glare over the speakers. But when he realized they were top prodigies from the central region, he swallowed his anger. Drawing a long breath to steady himself, he became the first to set foot on the stairway to heaven. In the crowd, Qin looked on with disdain. So he only bullies his own kind. Pathetic. Song Miaocai had let Qin go first simply to test the waters, using him as a living probe. Qin swore silently that if someone like Qin became king of Qin, their 1,000-year legacy would crumble. He would claim the crown prince's seat himself. The stairway to heaven held 97 steps, arranged in 5 tiers. 1. Steps 130. Tier 1 easy enough, yet most people stumbled here. 2. Steps 3160. Tier 2 difficulty spiked, thinning the crowd of geniuses. 3. Steps 6190. Tier 3 brutally hard. Anyone who reached it was renowned across the eastern region and had a solid chance of entering Lingyun sect's outer court. 4. Steps 9197. Tier 4 nightmarish. Only the most monstrous talents dared try. Touching these steps could open the inner court. 5. The last 3 steps. Legendary tier untouched for years in the east. Reaching them all but guaranteed acceptance as a personal disciple of Lingyun's sect. Whispers spread. Will anyone reach those last 3 steps this year? Meanwhile, Qin climbed steadily. The double lackey's still going? He's almost at the 30th step. Could he make tier 2? Stung by the doubts, Qin gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Step, step, step. When he set foot on the 59th step, gasps rose. He's about to enter tier 3. But the 60th step was the straw that broke the camel's back. Lead filled his legs, his chest heaved, and his vision blurred. Mustering the last of his strength, he dragged himself onto the step, then went no farther. Panting, he slumped down on the 60th step, one thought hammering in his mind. He had moved far too quickly. Obviously rattled by the chatter below, he was determined to prove himself. What a fool. Your goal is to get into Lingyun's sect, not to trade blows with everyone you meet. Qin cursed inwardly and looked away from Qin's back. In his eyes, Qin's mind, bearing, and vision were nowhere near his own. He was unworthy of being called a rival. Whoosh, an afterimage shot up the stairway to heaven. Tap the tip of a foot kissed the stone with a soft click. A wave of prodigies surged onto the stairs. With Qin's failure as a warning, they advanced carefully, suppressing their auras. As expected, the great majority stalled on the 1st and 2nd tiers, hoping to be picked up by third-rate central region sects or forced to return to their kingdoms. Only a few hundred reached the 3rd tier, giving them a real chance to knock on Lingyun's sect's gate, while second-rate factions battled to recruit them. The 4th tier held the spotlight. Tang Yuyu, Zhu Grue, Song Miaocai, and several top central region talents all stood there. Qin was in no hurry. He steadied his breathing and watched in silence. The central region truly bred a different class of genius. Even their weakest could plant both feet on the 4th tier. By now, only 6 people remained at the foot of the stairs. Jihan, the blind swordsman, and 4 more Central Region prodigies. Suddenly a dispute flared in the crowd. A green-clad youth from the Central Region sneered. So this is the East's so-called talent? We've got every one of you under our boots. Not a single fighter among you. An Eastern prodigy shot back. Open your eyes. We have people on the 4th tier too. The 4th tier has levels, doesn't it? The youth pointed at the 97th step. See any Easterners up there? Quit calling yourselves geniuses, trash suits you better. We still have Jihan and the blind swordsman. One's a pretty boy, the other's blind. How strong could they be? The uproar rolled like surf, and tempers blazed. Whoosh, whoosh. The blind swordsman and Jihan stepped out. 3 Central Region prodigies followed at once, and 5 streaks of light landed on the stairs, almost in tandem. Tap, tap, tap. None would yield. Their auras tangled like clashing blades. 1st tier, 2nd tier, they never slowed. Are they aiming straight for the 5th tier? Gasps rippled through the stands as every gaze locked onto the 5. They now represented the stairway's peak contenders. Many Eastern youths clenched their fists, praying the blind swordsman and Jihan could salvage regional pride. Earlier, they'd chafed at the green-clad youth's insults, but after Tang Yiyu, Zhu Grue, and Song Niaocai were all suppressed, hope rested on these final 2 compatriots. Step. On the 98th stair, the 5 landed side by side, and the stone trembled. Elsewhere, in the ancient hunting grounds, the final day, Chen Fan finished his cultivation, left the Myriad Worlds Bank, and stepped onto the head of a black-feathered eagle, soaring into the sky. Over the past month, Little Yes' ancient bloodline had reached 10% purity, triggering a growth spurt. Its body had doubled, wings now shone obsidian black with a cold gleam, and its aura rose without pause until it entered the spirit connection realm. Chirp, chirp. The moment it appeared, every other faction's flying beast shrank back in fear. Just like Chen Fan, countless factions had come to scout for prodigies. Most were from the Central Region, with the rest belonging to the Great Zhao dynasty. The Eastern Region was a patchwork of kingdoms and sects that opposed one another. Each state recruited only its own geniuses, unwilling to strengthen a rival. Even if someone wished to leave, a foreign land would treat them as a potential spy, ready to suppress any hint of betrayal. So true responsibility was rarely granted. Among the recruiters, most were at the Hualing realm. Tongling experts were scarce. The most eye-catching figure was a latest-stage Tongling cultivator Zhao Yi, envoy of the Lingyun sect. Sharp-featured and aloof, he carried himself as though nothing in the world could trouble him. The gathered representatives fawned over him. Zhou Qi of Great Zhou was the most eager, staring at the snow-white beast beneath Zhao Yi's feet. Envoy Zhao, this white-plume eagle is pure-blooded, isn't it? It must be priceless. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Just a mount someone gave me. I've no idea what it's worth. It only reached early Hualing a short time ago. Hualing? Zhou Qi's eyes nearly bulged. Most flying beasts are only Lingxian. Lingdong is already rare, but Hualing there can't be another in the entire Eastern region. Even the Emperor's own steeds are merely late Lingdong. He kept praising and added, a Hualing master can hover, and a Tongling cultivator can fly outright. So mounts are unnecessary except for long journeys. His Majesty also has teleportation arrays, so he wouldn't need a Hualing mount. The words sounded admiring, yet were meant to exalt Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi nodded, enjoying the compliments, and waved dismissively. It's too slow. I'm thinking of replacing it. Zhou Qi's mouth twitched. Shofiify it, he maintained his smile. Others chimed in. Envoy Zhao, does your white plume eagle have an ancestral bloodline? It looks barely mature. Its future potential must be huge. No wonder you represent the Lingyun sect. The flattery made Zhao Yi increasingly smug, and the white plume eagle screeched proudly, driving ordinary flying beasts away as if their presence lowered its stature. Whoosh! A far larger shadow tore through the sky, a black plume eagle twice the size of the white one, stirring a fierce wind. Its early Tongling aura descended like that of a king, and its superior bloodline crushed the white eagle at once. The smaller beast's arrogance vanished. It lowered its head and trembled. The mounts of Zhou Qi and the others fared even worse, retreating hundreds of meters and dropping toward the ground, unwilling to fly beside the black plume eagle. Those who had been flattering Zhao Yi suddenly found themselves beneath him in every sense, too low to continue their overtures, both embarrassed and annoyed. Zhao Yi's face darkened. If he hadn't kept a tight grip on the white plume eagle, it would have bolted long ago. With so many eyes on him, the humiliation made his cheeks burn. He was bragging about how powerful his mount was just moments ago, yet now he was forced to bow beneath a suddenly appearing black plume eagle and looked ready to submit. Where was his dignity? Zhou Qi instantly caught the discontent in Zhao Yi's eyes and felt a surge of delight. The chance had come. If he could keep Zhao Yi happy, geniuses from the Great Zhou dynasty would flock to Lingyun's sect, and when the emperor was pleased, Zhou Qi's own rewards would soar. With that thought, he strode forward, pointed at the black-robed Chen Fan across from him, and called out in a shrill voice. Who are you? Have you no manners? Do you even know who stands before you? Envoy Zhao of Lingyun's sect. Get down here at once. Chen Fan quietly exhaled in relief. At last no one seemed obsessed with his exquisite face or devilish figure. To avoid such trouble, he had donned a golden mask, but hiding his face only drew more greedy stares to his curves. So he had wrapped himself in a black robe and vanished beneath it, a solution that was working nicely. The black plume eagle screeched. Chen Fan ignored their rudeness, but the eagle would not. Its harsh, domineering cry sliced through the air like a blade against the eardrum. In the next instant, the white plume eagle and every other mount beneath Zhou Qi and the others shuddered as if struck by a giant hammer, then plunged several hundred meters. What? Faces drained of color. A spirit-communing black plume eagle? Shock hit them like a tidal wave. How could a beast of that caliber appear in the eastern region? In a heartbeat, they realized they had kicked an iron plate. This master and mount were anything but ordinary. They had best learn who they faced before they tried to curry favor again. Who are you? Zhao Ye's voice was icy as he looked up at the airborne Chen Fan, anger blazing. He might bow his head in the central region, but here, in this remote eastern land, he was forced to look up? Lingyun's sect should reign supreme here. How dare anyone ignore his status? If he backed down now, how would Zhou Qi and the others respect Heimer the sect later? Lingyun's sect? Chen Fan finally showed a hint of interest, raising an eyebrow. The 10,000 Realms Bank. I am merely a maidservant. 10,000 Realms Bank? Zhao Yi rifled through his memory of every top power and hidden clan in the central region, but came up empty. Forcing down his anger, he glanced at Zhou Qi to see whether this bank was some major force in the east. After all, any master who let a maid ride a spirit-communing beast had to be formidable. Yet Zhou Qi's confused, probing gaze said it all. This so-called bank was completely obscure. Zhao Yi let out an angry laugh. The 10,000 Realms Bank? Such pomp. I thought you belonged to some mighty power, but I've never even heard of you. Our 10,000 Realms Bank was only founded recently, Chen Fan replied calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Qi and the others finally relaxed. Their expressions hardened, their faces darkened, and their anger flared once more. Just founded, are you? So you're a third-rate outfit after all. No wonder you dared talk back to Envoy Xiao. You clearly don't understand how terrifying Lingyun's sect is. It's the premier power of the central region, guarded by an emperor spirit cultivator. You can't possibly afford to provoke them. Zhou Qi wasn't the first to speak, but his words were the sharpest. He arched a brow and barked. You really don't know when to stop courting death. Keep that beast under control. If you can't, hand it over to Envoy Zhao. Only someone of his standing deserves a flying mount with spirit-link strength. The other delegates cursed themselves for flattering too late. Zhao Yi hadn't planned to act, but his eyes lit up at the suggestion. Fixing on the black plume eagle beside Chen Fan, he said coldly, give me the eagle, and ill forget what just happened. Chen Fan had meant to ignore them, but he found the request laughable. Gazing down at Zhao Yi, he asked mildly, you think you deserve little you? You. Zhao Yi's eyelids twitched, and anger flared. How dare you speak to Envoy Zhao like that? Voices all around thundered. A shrill cry split the air. At Chen Fan's silent command, Little Yu unleashed its full bloodline might. The black plume eagle's regal aura erupted. High above, every flying mount screamed and fainted, dropping like rain. Transformation spirit cultivators gasped and steadied themselves with hurried bursts of power. Spirit link experts had to abandon their beasts and fly on their own. Zhao Yi's white feather eagle folded its wings with a pitiful cry and plunged earthward. Seething, Zhao Yi flashed forward, spiritual power surging. You're dead. Whoosh whoosh, several spirit-linked companions attacked in unison, streaks of light ripping through the sky. Leave. Chen Fan spoke the single word. A fifth-grade divine blast talisman glinted between his fingers, then snapped forward. A fifth-grade divine blast talisman. Zhao Yi and the others froze, not daring to advance. Forcing bravado, they shouted, You wouldn't dare set it off. Oh, you claim superiority. If my life can buy all of yours, I call that a fair trade. What about you? Chen Fan replied coolly. Zhao Yi ground his teeth, but didn't move. Without a fifth-grade divine shield talisman, taking that blast meant certain death. An envoy of mighty Lingyun's sect, cowed by an unknown upstart, felt humiliated beyond measure, yet utterly powerless. The central region may be vast, and Lingyun's sect mighty. He fumed inwardly, but I'm just a minor envoy, or I wouldn't be out here scouting for talent. Myriad Realms Bank fine. Very well. Just wait. He fixed Chen Fan with a frosty stare, vowing, You're here to recruit disciples? Let's see how you manage that under Lingyun's sect's very nose. Whoever interests you, the Lingyun sect will steal away. At last, the noise faded. The raucous din vanished in an instant, and Chen Fan could finally focus all his attention on the heaven-ascending steps. Zhao Yi and the others twitched at the remark, nearly erupting on the spot. Yet when they noticed the still glowing fifth-grade divine blast talisman in Chen Fan's hand, they swallowed their fury, their twisted expressions full of frustration and reluctance. At this moment, Ji Han, the blind swordsman, and 3 other prodigies from the central region were stalled on the 98th step. No matter how they summoned their spiritual power, they could not take another stride. The blind swordsman had once forced himself onto the 99th step through sheer will, but the sudden spike in pressure had flattened him to his knees, and he rolled back down in humiliation. A pin could be heard dropping in the silence. Even in failure, the blind swordsman remained the only one among the five with enough strength left to challenge the 99th step, a fact that made Chen Fan raise an eyebrow so far. The swordsman was the only person who had truly caught his eye. Jihan's performance wasn't poor, but he clearly lacked the courage to risk everything. Though he still had stamina to spare, fear of public embarrassment kept him from pressing on. Chen Fan shook his head. Anyone who hesitates over other people's opinions is not the talent he seeks. She overestimates himself. While the crowd held its breath, the lone Central Region prodigy who had yet to make a move finally stepped forward. His voice was low and arrogant, for simple words dripping with pride. His name was Su Qiming, scion of a great clan from the Central Region. He had entered the ancient hunting grounds solely for training and carried a swagger that earned him the nickname Genius Butcher. Over the past 20 days, he had slain more than 500 Eastern Region prodigies. Arrogant. Someone cursed. At least the blind swordsman dared the 99th step. None of you Central Region prodigies even try. That's right, nothing but big talk. Eastern Region prodigies immediately rallied to the swordsman's defense. Learning the challenger was Su Qiming only fueled their retorts. Su Qiming sneered, unwilling to waste words. He lifted his foot and began the climb. Step after step. His pace was unhurried yet rock-steady. He passed the first tier, then the second, soon clearing the fourth. With a solid thud, Su Qiming reached the 98th step without pausing. Every gaze locked onto him, waiting to see whether his arrogance had any substance. Jihan's eyes gleamed. He could clearly sense the difficulty of the last 3 steps rising like a cliff. The 98th step had nearly drained him. Could Su Qiming really set foot on the 99th step? Under countless watchful eyes, Su Qiming paused only briefly before lifting his foot again. He landed on the 99th step. The stone trembled, his body sank, and his right knee slammed down, yet he did not slide back. He held his ground. A collective gasp swept the Eastern prodigies. Jihan's pupils contracted. The Central Region prodigies, on the other hand, burst into grins, their mockery renewed. A pack of frogs from the Eastern Region, what else can they say? Small place, small minds. They're born to crawl at the feet of Central geniuses. Weren't they full of swagger a moment ago? Mockery from the Central Region rolled in like waves. Seizing a lull, a teenager from the East forced out a shout, who said, "We've already lost. Isn't Jian Xiaozi still trying? The ancient hunting grounds don't close for several more hours. Still have a chance." Every Eastern prodigy clenched their teeth, eyes riveted on that thin, unyielding figure. Jian Xiaozi's expression stayed calm, yet his brow showed steely resolve, each fall followed by another rise. His sole target, the 99th step of the heaven-reaching stair. A blind man. He'll never make it. No self-awareness at all. Eastern prodigies are just stubborn ducks, quacking till they die. Central youth sneered, voices colder than blades. The Eastern crowd fumed in silence, praying Jian Xiaozi would redeem their honor. Thud. Jian Xiaozi tumbled from the 99th step again, landing in the dust. No one could count how many attempts he had made, every one ending in failure. Step. While everyone watched Jian Xiaozi, the nearly forgotten Qin Zheng quietly steadied his breathing and placed a foot on the stair. Without drawing a single gaze, he advanced with sure, even strides. First tier. Second tier. Qin Zheng never broke rhythm and soon disappeared into the higher levels. Step. Jian Xiaozi rose once more. His elbows and knees were bleeding, but he stepped toward the 99th step without hesitation. Step. As before, one knee slammed down, his back first straight, then arched. His forehead pressed the stone as the stair's force repelled him, sliding him toward the 98th step. About to fail again. The same thought flashed through every mind. Crack. Calloused hands slapped the stone, his fingers hooked like anchors, arresting the slide. Just shy of the 98th edge, his body froze in place. Did he do it? Eastern eyes blazed with hope, central brows creased at once. Step cheers barely formed when a gold-trimmed boot stamped hard onto Jian Xiaozi's hand. Su Qiming, what are you doing? Cheating? Stopping him from reaching the 99th step? Furious shouts exploded across the arena. Blind man, you are not worthy to stand on the same step as me, Su Qiming said coldly, towering above him. Eastern geniuses belong under my feet. Instant uproar. In past hunts, friction between regions rarely went beyond a few scuffles. But this year, led by Su Qiming, Central talents had slaughtered their Eastern peers without mercy. Tension hit a breaking point, and now, with that boot and those words, almost every Eastern prodigy went berserk. Only the weak need to roar and rage. Su Qiming's knife-thin lips curved into a frosty smile that flashed like cold steel. Looking down from on high, he swept his gaze over the Eastern prodigies. Then he twisted his foot, grinding sword blind man's hand beneath his sole until bright blood beaded up and ran between the stones. He strutted so brazenly because he was certain no one on this heaven-ascending stairway could match his height, let alone challenge him. High above, Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint crease between his brows. Talent and temperament. Su Qiming had both, but arrogance had devoured his judgment. Chen Fan shook his head in silence, genius like that was better lost. On the steps, Su Qiming's voice was as hard as an ice blade cleaving the night. Last tournament, you Eastern trash ganged up on my brother and kept him from even touching this stairway. Today's only a warning. Next, I'll peel the skin and draw the tendons from every last one of you who took part, and avenge him myself. His tone stayed calm, yet each word dripped with bone-deep chill, a cold glint sparking in his eyes. Get down. The smile vanished. He swung his foot toward sword blind man's skull, a blow that would cripple or kill. Faces blanched. No one thought Su Qiming would dare murder on the stairway, and his target was the Sword Dynasty's crown prince. That realm brimmed with sword-mad fanatics. Great Zhao itself preferred not to provoke them. Was Su Qiming truly unafraid of driving them to war? Bang! A heavy fist slammed into Su Qiming's instep, halting the kick cold. You? Su Qiming's eyes narrowed, murderous intent surging. Qin Zheng stepped onto the 99th stair, lifted the blood-soaked sword-blind man with one hand, then looked calmly at Su Qiming. Do you still think Eastern prodigies are trash? If someone who stands on the 99th step is trash, then everyone here, including you, Su Qiming's trash. The words rang out like iron. Su Qiming's face turned ashen. Below, Song Maikai's expression darkened. Had sworn before the climb that Qin Zheng was a newly advanced nobody, yet now the man stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Qiming on the 99th step. Jealous fury flared in Jihan's eyes. Had always believed he was the East's greatest genius. Never had he imagined two people would reach a height still out of his grasp. All around, cultivators stared in blank shock, certain they recognized Qin Zheng, yet hesitant to believe. Farther down, Qin Hai jerked his head up, pupils contracting. Qin Zheng? How can this be? His cry shattered the silence. In a heartbeat, the Eastern prodigies erupted in thunderous cheers. He's one of us. Who says Su Qiming can trample the East beneath his feet? Today 2 of us reached the 99th step. Central prodigies? Bono better than the rest of us. The prodigies of the Central region had no reply. Reaching the 99th step of the heavenly stairway doesn't mean you can keep your footing here. With only a few hours left before the ancient hunting ground closed, the daylight-bathed stairway, suffused with murderous intent, resembled a blood-soaked battlefield. Su Qiming's eyes glittered with open cruelty. Violent spiritual energy surged through his meridians as his killing aura locked onto Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman. Qin Zheng's brows knit together. He had just broken into early spirit motion, yet the force radiating from Su Qiming was solidly mid-spirit motion, a gulf he could scarcely cross. You people of the Eastern Domain are synonymous with trash, Su Qiming said, his voice as sharp as an ice blade. 2 choices. Die here, or crawl back down. A crushing chill ran up Qin Zheng's spine. No time to think, his sword flashed free, point leveled at Su Qiming, answering provocation with action. Good, excellent. I've never killed anyone on the heavenly stairway. Let the Eastern Domain watch their so-called genius trampled under my feet. Su Qiming struck first. Spiritual power exploded like a thunderbolt, slamming toward Qin Zheng. The pressure felt like a plunge into freezing water, his very breath locking in his lungs, yet his blood boiled. If he had to die, he would die on his feet. Kill! Qin Zheng roared, forcing every drop of power forward. Clang! The 2 forces collided at the center of the step. Boom! Qin Zheng staggered back more than 10 paces, lips bloodless, boots skidding on stone before he stopped. Su Qiming hadn't budged. In a blur he closed the gap, spear thrusting straight for Qin Zheng's chest. To be killed by Su Qiming is an honor. He laughed, already savoring the sound of blade piercing flesh. Qin Zheng's eyes burned crimson. He resolved to trade life for life, gathering the last of his strength for a final strike. At the instant steel was about to cross. Whoosh! A white arc sliced through the air, sword energy crackling. Su Qiming paled and was forced to change his move mid-strike. Splurt! Blood sprayed as his right arm was severed clean at the shoulder. Agony buckled his knees, spiritual power shattered. One stroke crippling. His voice was a ragged hiss as he glared at the blind swordsman. Impossible. You hadn't even stabilized on the 99th step. How can you be this fast? You're only early spirit motion. The swordsman's blade was already sheathed. His face remained impassive. My life is devoted to the basic forms. I began at 10,000 swings a day, 15 years without pause. The simple words made Su Qiming's pupils contract. The clouded-eyed youth before him was a swordsman to the bone. Fine, very well. I won't spare you. Teeth clenched, blood dripping through his fingers, Su Qiming turned. In a flash he leapt down to the 98th step. Wounded and outnumbered, he chose to withdraw. Jihan, get off the stairway. He snarled, casting a venomous glare at Jihan. On the 98th rung of the heaven-ascending ladder there were 4 prodigies from the central region, and Jihan was no match for them. He became their punching bag. Palm after palm hammered down until he could barely breathe. His face turned livid. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a heavy club, and humiliation threatened to choke him. Still, a wise man knows when to retreat. So he gritted his teeth and fell back to the 97th step. That step was also packed with Central Region talents, and a fresh wave of attacks drove him backward again. Moments later, Jihan was forced clean off the stair. He was not alone. Tang Yuyu, Song Miaocai, and Zhu Grue likewise failed to hold their ground, getting pushed all the way to the 90th step before they finally steadied themselves. The fourth echelon now belonged entirely to the Central Region. If you want someone to blame, blame Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman. Su Qiming spoke coolly, his voice cutting through the noise. Everyone could see he was sowing discord. Yet Jihan and Song Miaocai really did think that way. If Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman had not driven Su Qiming onto the 98th step, he would never have vented his anger on them and chased them into the third echelon. For the East's foremost geniuses to sink to the third tier, what face did they have left? Clearly, it was all Qin Zheng's and the blind swordsman's fault. Zhu Grue and Tang Yuyu looked just as grim, but their resentment was aimed more at Su Qiming. To them, the scheming opponent before them was more dangerous than anyone. From a distance, Chen Fan watched, his eyes moving only slightly. The situation was stable for now, but resentment always breeds revenge. Fortunately, none of it concerned him. His gaze settled on the blind swordsman. Qin Zheng had fused a grade 3 talent with his own grade 6 gift, so his dominance was expected. Years ago, Chu Wushuang had swept the eastern region with a grade 3 talent granted by the Bank of 10,000 Worlds. Qin Zheng's brilliance was bound to be even greater, and reality proved it. The blind swordsman's talent was a notch lower, probably below grade 3, yet with monstrous willpower and staggering courage, he still stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Zheng on the 99th step. That sword strike fast, precise, ruthless. Through his powerful soul sense, Chen Fan had traced its path and felt the terrifying solidity of the swordsman's fundamentals. Such a figure fit the Bank of 10,000 Worlds criteria for an apprentice perfectly. Blind swordsman, will you join the Bank of 10,000 Worlds? Chen Fan called from the sky without preamble. Swish! Every contender on the ladder looked up, their earlier quarrels momentarily forgotten. They had traveled thousands of miles for exactly this sort of invitation. What's the Bank of 10,000 Worlds? I've never heard of it. Doesn't the Lingyun sect always recruit first each year? The blind swordsman is already on the 99th step. He might turn them down. The chatter rose and fell like surf against the shore. At the words, Zhao Yi, Zhou Qi, and several others curled their lips in disdain. A fledgling faction dares to fight the Lingyun sect for disciples? Zhou Qi stepped forward and flattered at the perfect moment. Envoy Xiao, I'm certain he won't recruit a single prodigy this time. Zhao Yi tilted his chin, let out a cold snort, and did not even bother to look at Chen Fan. So what if you have a Spirit Link Realm Blackwinged Eagle? We're here to recruit disciples. If Wanjie Bank can't sign up even one, ITLL become the biggest joke on the Lingyun continent. Zhao Yi, the envoy of Lingyun's sect, took another step, his arrogance fully on display, the frustration of being suppressed by Chen Fan already forgotten. Blind swordsman, join the Lingyun sect as a core disciple. Are you willing? A buzz of excitement erupted below. Knew it. After that display, he deserves to be a core disciple. Once he's in Lingyun's sect, he might reach the Spirit Domination realm, or even the Spirit Emperor realm. What's this Wanjie Bank anyway? Never heard of it. Yet it's trying to compete with Lingyun's sect. Amid the clamor, Zhao Yi curled his lips into a pleased smile and shot Chen Fan a mocking glance. You just watch, I won't let you take a single one. The blind swordsman hesitated without answering. Seeing this, Qin Zheng raised his voice. Tell us, what do you want from the faction you choose? To practice the sword. I need resources so I can practice the sword better. I need freedom so I can practice the sword better. His words were few, but his obsession was unmistakable. Qin Zheng sighed at the man's single-minded devotion. The Lingyun sect is vast, but its internal factions are tangled in intrigue. Once inside, you might not be able to focus solely on the sword. Zhao Yi frowned, afraid the blind swordsman would be swayed. He immediately raised his voice. Qin Zheng, with your talent and will, you can also join the Lingyun sect as a core disciple. They'll personally recommend you to the elders. How about it? Countless geniuses cast envious looks his way, especially those from the central region, who knew exactly what a personal recommendation from an envoy meant. The sect's full support and the best resources even among core disciples. Chen Fan chuckled. Qin Zheng has already signed a soul contract with Wanjie Bank. How can you possibly poach him? He offered a friendly reminder. Envoy Zhao, Qin Zheng already belongs to Wanjie Bank. You'd best give up. Zhao Yi and Zhou Qi exchanged glances, their expressions odd. Zhou Qi let out a scornful laugh. Is Wanjie Bank joking? Qin Zheng has a chance to enter the Lingyun sect with a personal recommendation from Envoy Zhao. And you think he'll pick you? Where does your confidence come from? The young geniuses below burst into laughter. How can this Wanjie Bank be so confident? Never even heard of that faction. They must be third-rate at best. How dare they be so cocky? Stay away, or you'll get dragged down with Wanjie Bank when it burns. The stands boiled with noise, mockery rolling like waves. Leaning against the railing, Song Miaocai curled his lip and spat. Pathetic clown. The contempt spread fast, threatening to drown the girl named Chen Fan. Surrounded by sneers, she could only shrug and give a helpless smile. No matter how much truth she spoke, no one would listen. High above, Zhao swept his sleeve in disdain, not sparing Chen Fan a second glance. To argue with someone so arrogant felt beneath him. Turning without delay, his gaze locked on the boy in the center of the crowd. Xinzheng, he called, join Lingyun's sect, and I'll add 10 million spirit stones out of my own pocket. Deal? Gasps rippled around before he even finished. In Zhao Ye's mind, the offer was worth every coin. With Xinzheng's talent, it was a bargain. Besides, 10 million spirit stones meant little to him. Recruiting in the eastern domain, he had already pocketed more than 80 million. Had he cared less for rarer resources, the figure could easily have been 10 times higher. Sorry, Envoy Zhao. Everyone expected Xinzheng to accept the dazzling offer. Instead, he merely shook his head and declined, calm as ever. Silence fell so deep a pin could be heard. Had they misheard? Had Xinzheng misspoken? Yu Zhao Ye's face darkened, his voice sharp as a blade. Did some other top-tier sect from the central domain claim you first? No. Xinzheng shook his head again. Zhao Ye's eyes grew icy. Among all the powers gathered here, who can promise you a better future than Lingyun's sect? Who else can pave your way to the summit? Wangje Bank, Xinzheng said, his tone steady yet detonating like thunder. The crowd erupted. He stood firm and spoke again. I have already joined Wangje Bank, he said, reverence coloring his voice, and am nothing more than an apprentice there. Once, entering Lingyun's sect had been his greatest dream. But after joining Wangje Bank, awakening a third-grade talent, and effortlessly outshining countless prodigies, he understood Wangje Bank far surpassed Lingyun's sect. Hadn't the bank reportedly granted General Meng 100 extra years of life with a wave of its hand? Such feats lay forever beyond Lingyun's reach. The two were not even on the same plane. Remembering his earlier hesitation now felt laughable. You joined Wangje Bank? As an apprentice? Zhao Yi stared, utterly wrong-footed, his cheeks burning. That's right, Xinzheng replied with a nod. A tidal roar of voices swept the arena. The Eastern Domain's foremost genius had chosen an obscure, newly founded faction just to serve as an apprentice. Shock quickly turned to ridicule. Fury flared across Zhao Ye's face. He jabbed a finger at Xinzheng. At Wangje Bank you'll count money or pour tea. Do you even know what you're doing? Why insist on joining them? And don't talk to me about freedom. In this world, strength is everything. Strength comes from resources vast, rare resources. With strength you can have anything, even freedom. Each word cracked through the air like a whip. Tell me, did Wangje Bank coerce you? Xinzheng only shook his head, answering with iron conviction. No, I begged them to take me. Another hush fell over the field. People had lost count of how many times they had been struck speechless today. The undisputed prodigy of the ancient hunt had just bowed his head, begging to join a brand new faction no one had even heard of, the Wangje Bank. Zhao Ye's face turned scarlet, as though he had been slapped. Moments earlier he had boasted that the Wangje Bank can't recruit a single disciple. Now, not only had they recruited someone, they had recruited the brightest star. Xinzheng and Xinzheng had asked for nothing more than the position of apprentice. Fury churned inside him. Fine, just wait and see. Let's find out how far you can go at Wangje Bank. One day you'll regret this choice. Hatred burned in Zhao Ye's chest toward both the bank and Xinzheng. How dared they offend Zhao Yi? How dared they offend the Lingyun sect? They were courting death. Forcing down his anger, he turned to the blind swordsman. What about you? Have you decided? Will you join my Lingyun sect? I'll personally recommend you to the elders and make you a personal disciple. Gone was his earlier cordial smile. Zhao Ye's tone was now cold and lethal. The blind swordsman had intended to throw in with the Lingyun sect, yet he frowned. Such conduct, such magnanimity, it was sorely disappointing. He lifted his head and looked at Chen Fan. If I choose the Wangje Bank, what rank would I hold? The crowd exchanged glances. The envoy had asked a question, yet the man was talking to the bank instead. Was he about to jump ship as well? Chen Fan met his gaze, voice calm. Apprentice. The air seemed to crack. Worse still was the next line. Given your performance, apprentice is all you're worth for now. While the shock still lingered, the blind swordsman nodded. Very well. I'm in. Uproar followed. He had turned down the status of personal disciple at the Lingyun sect to become an apprentice in some obscure faction. Was he insane? Even Chen Fan raised a brow. Logically, the blind swordsman knew nothing of the bank's foundations. Joining them was the biggest gamble of all. Evidently, seeing Xinzheng, who was willing to humble himself for the bank, had convinced him there had to be more to it, and Xinzheng's earlier assistance had sealed the deal. Still, it remained a wager. If the Wangje Bank was as ordinary as it appeared, he would lose everything. The blind swordsman's thinking was simple. The Lingyun sect's behavior had left him utterly disillusioned. Rather than settle for less, he would gamble on a different path. Even if the gamble failed, he believed his mastery of the sword would let him carve out a future in the central domain. That was the confidence of the strong. Zhao Yi could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted, "You're from the sword dynasty, aren't you? Fine. From this day forward, no prodigy of the sword dynasty will ever set foot in the Lingyun sect, and more than that, I will erase the sword dynasty from existence. Publicly threatened, the blind swordsman's brows knitted tight. His disappointment with the Lingyun sect deepened, and he became even more certain that refusing them was the right choice. As for the threats against the sword dynasty, he never took them seriously. The dynasty has stood tall all these years because it fears no outside challenge. In fact, they long for powerful enemies to come knocking so they can enjoy a proper fight. Zhao Yi has no idea that everyone from the Sword Dynasty is a madman at heart. They would rather die than be recruited by the Lingyun sect. Join you? We wouldn't even consider it. Indeed, not a single genius from the Sword Dynasty is a coward. They rely on no one. Come at us. The Sword Dynasty is waiting. Within a few breaths, every Sword Dynasty genius below roared in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Zhao Yi's face darkened, his body trembling with rage. Brats in the spirit profound realm dare talk back to me? Courting death. He thrust out his hand, spiritual power surging like a torrent and forming a giant palm dozens of feet wide, which slammed down toward the group on the heaven-ascending stair. Boom. He forgot there was a massive defensive array outside the ancient hunting ground. With his cultivation, he couldn't break through it, let alone strike across it. In the next instant, the array flashed and bounced the giant palm right back. Boom. The rebound hit Zhao Yi squarely, flinging him tens of yards before he managed to steady himself, robes torn and face covered in dust. His humiliation was complete. Burning with shame and fury, he turned on his heel and stormed off, almost spewing fire. After Zhao Yi left, Jihan and the others were stunned. The Lingyun sect isn't recruiting in the eastern domain anymore. Qinzhong, Jianziaza, what are you doing? They had thought the duo were competent, but now they snorted and walked away. Su Qiming sneered, through his sleeves, and led the central region prodigies off as well. Jihan and Song Miaocai shot Chen Fan, Qinzhong, and Jian Shazi a venomous glare before departing. Representatives like Zhou Qi exchanged glances and likewise withdrew. Watching Zhao Yi get smacked was satisfying, but they all knew he would pour every resource into revenge. Anyone who stayed to recruit disciples would only be inviting disaster. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Whoosh, whoosh. With all the recruiters gone, the Eastern Domain's young talents scattered too, afraid Wanjie Bank might target them and make them Zhao Yi scapegoats. After all, if top prodigies like Jian Shazi and Qinzhong could only serve as apprentices at Wanjie Bank, how could Chen Fan possibly be interested in ordinary talents? The noisy plaza fell silent. For the first time, the disciple recruitment session of the ancient hunting tournament had been forced to end midway, an awkward and bizarre scene. Yet none of that mattered to Chen Fan had already secured the person he wanted. What really concerned him now was whether bringing Jian Shazi into Wanjie Bank counted as a transaction. Would the system reward him? After all, he hadn't obtained any resources directly from Jian Shazi this time. Jian Shazi, hey, race your Wanjie token. Once you enter the bank, we'll sign the soul contract. With a flick of his jade white hand, a Wanjie token floated before Jian Shazi. Ding! The 10th transaction went through, pushing task completion to 90%. The matching rewards have been issued, 100 realm tokens and 10 fourth-rank talismans. As expected, recruiting a single apprentice for the Bank of Myriad Realms still left him 10% short of full completion. Chen Fan wasn't surprised by the prompt. What truly caught his eye was the unusually high rating evidence that the system valued Jian Zai's potential. The prizes weren't luxurious, but they were substantial. He opened the reward panel. 100 realm tokens usable for trade and for entering or exiting the Bank of Myriad Realms system. 2. 10 fourth-rank talismans, 2 shield talismans, 2 blast talismans, 2 strength talismans, 2 fleet-foot talismans, and 2 unfamiliar fourth-rank weakening talismans. That's different. Chen Fan noticed the change right away. First, the token description now explicitly mentioned system access. The feature had always been there, but the system had never highlighted it. Apparently, it was refining itself and, thankfully, without draining extra resources. With the new bank still hungry for assets, that was a relief. Second, he had never even heard of the weakening talismans. Over the past month had combed through volumes in the encyclopedia world including tomes on talisman, lore yet found no mention of them. Have you ever come across a fourth-rank weakening talisman? Chen Fan pulled up the encyclopedia interface and asked Yen Ruyu. No. Yen Ruyu lifted a slender hand to her lips and shook her head, her brows arching in puzzlement. Master, could you show me how it works? Not a chance. Only 2 exist, and once they're gone, they're gone. They'll keep them for a real emergency. When that day comes, they'll let you watch. Chen Fan refused without hesitation. Yen Ryu nodded. Understood, master. Then, as if remembering something, she suggested, you have plenty of spirit veins. Why not invest a few in the encyclopedia? It would unlock more pages and widen my access. Her hunger for knowledge was plain. Good idea. Without a moment's pause, Chun Fan produced 3 spirit veins and handed them over. Thank you, master. Yen Ryu accepted them with a graceful smile. The gentle curve of her lips rippled like spring water, leaving Chun Fan momentarily spellbound. Inside his mind, Countless entries on beauty surfaced at once. Beauty, a quality all life subconsciously yearns for, also described as attractiveness. I just want to enjoy the sight of a beautiful woman, yet you drown me in definitions. Way to kill the mood. Chen Fan laughed wryly, shook his head, and forced the flood of data back down. Catching his mild embarrassment, Yin Ruya's rosy lips curved a shade higher. She clearly understood exactly what her master was thinking. Chen Fan quickly sent her back and turned his gaze to the blind swordsman, who was saying goodbye to the young prodigies of the Sword Dynasty. The blind swordsman publicly rejected the recruitment of Ling Yun's sect, and the Sword Dynasty's geniuses beside him backed his decision without hesitation, leaving Zhao Yi humiliated and eager for revenge. Thankfully, the dynasty had dispatched a mid-spirit connection cultivator to escort them, so their immediate safety was not in doubt. Even this mid-spirit connection expert, however, questioned the strength of the Myriad Realms Bank. If the Sword Dynasty's top young talent defected to the bank, could he truly thrive there? Thud. He glided through the air and stopped in front of Chen Fan, stating bluntly, Jian Lusang. Chen Fan casually invented an identity. Chen Mi, the handmaid of the Myriad Realms Bank's master. How powerful is the Myriad Realms Bank, really? Jian Lusang's gaze was razor-sharp. If His Highness follows you, we can't rest easy. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Then what will put your minds at ease? What realm are you in? A wraith puppet, late-forming spirit stage. Wraith puppet? Jian Lusang frowned, had never heard of it, but he didn't press. He lifted a hand in challenge. If you can withstand one strike from me, they'll let the prince leave. They'll go all out. Chen Fan shook his head. Jian Lusang's eyes narrowed. A shadowy sword flickered in his pupils, and lethal intent locked onto Chen Fan's wraith. What's wrong, afraid? What I mean is this, Chen Fan replied calmly yet arrogantly. If you can survive one strike from me, I won't take the blind swordsman. Jian Lusang's pupils shrank. Fine. I'd like to see why a late-forming spirit cultivator thinks I can't handle a single attack. A faint smile touched Chen Fan's lips, and the space between his brows quivered. Wraith needles. A surge of wraith energy erupted, morphing into thousands of hair-thin silver needles that flooded toward Jian Lusang's forehead. Soul technique. Jian Lusang's face paled. Soul techniques were rare and lethal. One misstep meant mutual destruction. The icy killing intent pressed in, and he could almost smell death. With a furious shout, he gathered his sword intent. Layer upon layer of tangible blade screens shielded his brow, determined to protect his soul. As a mid-spirit connection cultivator and the Sword Dynasty's third strongest, he prided himself on his sword will, ranked among the best in the eastern region. Yep. The wraith needles punched through his vaunted sword will as if it were paper. What? In the next instant his face blanched. He had no time to move, only to watch thousands of pitch-black soul needles howl toward him, their icy breath like awls boring into his marrow, as if they might skewer his soul the moment they struck. Every hair on Jian Liashang's body bristled. He knew that if even one needle touched him, death was certain. All the needles stopped 3 inches from his skin, frozen in midair as though gripped by an invisible giant hand. The leftover force droned through the air. Such uncanny control proved the caster was still holding back. You were still reserving strength. Jian Liushang looked up in disbelief at the woman in the teal robe. Chen Fan as shock mixed with awe. With a flick of her slender finger, the needles turned to black mist and vanished. She said calmly, So, do you think the Myriad Worlds Bank can give the blind swordsman a better future? Jian Liushang stood silent for a long moment, then clasped his fists and said in a low, clear voice, I, Jian Liushang, offended Miss Chun and beg your pardon. Seeing him concede, Chen Fan nodded. Her face stayed placid, though respect glimmered in her eyes. She vaulted onto the back of a black feather rock and called to Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman. We're heading back to the Myriad Worlds Bank. You're not strong enough to collect debts alone, yet stay with me. Yes, ma'am. Both men leapt up and settled behind her. Whoosh. The rock beat its wings, whipped up a gale, and in a heartbeat shrank to a black streak in the sky. Only after the dot vanished did Jian Liushang let out a long breath. Cold sweat had soaked his back. Wiping his brow, he barked, move out. The ancient hunt ended on the spot. Ling Yun's sect had been forced to bow to a brand new power, and the Eastern Domain's twin prodigies, Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman, had joined the Myriad Worlds Bank merely as apprentices. News rolled across the Eastern Domain like distant thunder. Envoys from every faction hurried to see Zhao Yi, who ran all recruitment. The hunt was cancelled, but he still held the keys to admission. If those two refused Ling Yun's sect, countless other talents hoped to get in. Zhao Yi, however, shut his doors to everyone and stayed inside Great Zhou's borders. While the commotion mounted, the martial world suddenly heard a new offer. Whoever destroys the Myriad Worlds Bank or wipes out the Sword Dynasty will earn direct entry to Ling Yun's sect. The Sword Dynasty was a blade thrust toward the heavens. Those who crossed it died or were crippled. The Myriad Worlds Bank, by contrast, was obscure. Should they smash themselves against the Sword Dynasty or tackle a little-known outfit first? Weighing the odds, Every faction began hunting for the bank's location. Elsewhere, inside the command tent on Great Qin's battlefield, King Qin's face darkened at the report. Father. Qin Hai rushed in, voice tight with alarm. Qin Zheng is courting disaster by angering Lingyun's sect. If their fury reaches Great Qin, our 1,000-year legacy could crumble overnight. His words cut deep, reducing Qin Zheng and the Myriad Worlds Bank to nothing. He threw away the chance to become a core disciple of Lingyun's sect to act as an apprentice for that bank-cutter foolishness. Worked up, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Royal Father, I urge you to strike Qin Zheng from the clan registry and issue a nationwide warrant for his arrest. Show Great Qin's resolve and keep calamity from our door. Hearing this, the king of Qin's brows tightened even further. He knew Qin Hai's intentions all too well. These words were meant to sever Qin Zheng's chances of ever becoming crown prince. If he agreed, Qin Hai would undoubtedly volunteer to ascend Lingyun Mountain, wipe out Wanjie Bank, and use the feat to enter Lingyun's sect. Unfortunately, Qin Zheng truly had been reckless this time, staking nearly every chip on Wanjie Bank and gambling with Great Qin's future. Candlelight flickered in the hall as the king closed his eyes, weighing the options. Father, what are you still hesitating about? Qin Hai stepped forward, his voice low but urgent. If the Zhao envoy turns his wrath on Great Qin, it'll be too late. The king slowly opened his eyes, his tone calm, yet final. Zhao Yi doesn't speak for Lingyun's sect. Unless he dies, they won't move over something so minor. He'll most likely use Lingyun's sect's name to strike at Wanjie Bank while avoiding the sword dynasty. Therefore, we watch and wait. This decision meant helping no one and offending no one be far the safest course for now. Father. Qin Hai lifted his head sharply, unable to accept it. With Lingyun's sect's power, Wanjie Bank could be wiped out in an instant. If we delay, the best moment will be gone. The best moment? The king narrowed his eyes. You mean a moment to prove your loyalty? Higher, you're far too impatient. Qin Hai tried to argue, but the king cut him off with a dismissive wave. Enough. Return to the capital and hold your post. Left with no choice, Qin Hai bowed and departed, resentment and madness swirling in his eyes. Wait and see. Father has grown old and foolish. Great Qin must not fall to father's indecision or Qin Zheng's recklessness. Several days later, a cluster of explosive reports swept across Great Qin. 1. Wanjie Bank is located within Great Qin, atop Lingyun Mountain. 2. Qin Zheng has been stricken from the clan registry and declared a fugitive. 3. 1 million Qin troops have been mobilized to campaign against Wanjie Bank. 4. Qin Hai has proclaimed himself king. A sudden coup had erupted. The royal capital was in turmoil, its streets awash with blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the news, envoys from every faction became streaks of light, racing toward Lingyun Mountain convinced that whoever arrived first would seize the honor of destroying Wanjie Bank. No one cared about the carnage unfolding inside Great Qin. Meanwhile, the king remained unusually calm, giving only one order: halt the invasion of Great Chu. Lingyun Mountain's summit, Wanjie Bank. Unaware of the raging storm outside, Chen Fan, Qin Zheng, and Ling Yu stood together. Chen Fan turned to Qin Zheng, faithfully conveying his master's message. Qin Zheng, the master says your Shin Iron Palm is too weak. He's created an improved version Earthgrade, high level called the 18 Palms of Dark Nether. Shimming 18 Palms high Earth tier. Qin Zheng froze for a heartbeat, then pure delight spread across his face. The most advanced combat skills of the Great Qin dynasty only reached high profound tier, yet the master had just created a high Earth tier art on a whim. Such terrifying ability filled him with renewed awe. Your burning heaven art is too low, Chen Fan said, sweeping his gaze over the group, his calm tone allowing no argument. I've improved it. It's still called the burning heaven art, but now it's high Earth tier. With his celestial talent, a single glance at Qin Zheng's cultivation and moves let him grasp the entire method. After a brief pause for thought, he produced a brand new high Earth tier version. If he were willing to spend more time, even a heaven tier edition would be easy, but that would be too demanding for Qin Zheng right now. Better to advance step by step. Thank you, master. Qin Zheng cupped his fists, his excitement impossible to hide. A high Earth cultivation art and a high Earth combat skill treasures he had never dared imagine were now within reach. Chen Fan's eyes shifted to Jin Xiaozi. Your spirit sword art is only low Earth tier. I've upgraded it to high Earth tier. You already have enough techniques, but your footwork is slow. I've created Star Stride, also high Earth tier, to cover that weakness. Thank you, master. Jin Xiaozi paused his practice and bowed. Chen Fan dictated every word of the new manuals. After committing each detail to memory, the two men picked spots around the hall to train. Chen Fan lingered nearby, offering casual corrections through sound transmission. Suddenly, his brow twitched. Wong Deo is back? Seated cross-legged, he let his spirit slip from his body and stepped into the Myriad Realms Bank. Seeing this, Jin Xiaozi and Qin Zheng silently retreated a few steps and resumed their cultivation. Master. Wong Deo burst into the hall, his ample frame squeezing through the doorway. He scratched his head and grinned. I heard your slave girl offended an envoy from Lingyun's sect? That's right, Chen Fan replied coolly. I've followed you for so long, yet I never knew you had a slave girl. Wong Deo narrowed his eyes teasingly. Is she pretty? Is she single? Chen Fan's silence was thick with exasperation. He had thought the man was here about the bank, but it was the same old nonsense. Just as irritation flickered across his mind, Su Qingyu's progress surfaced. Su Qingyu has already settled 6 contracts and is on her way back. And you? Only 4 contracts, and they're still not done? The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Wong Deo hunched his shoulders and raised a hand. Master, I swear I haven't been slacking. The targets are powerful, so I need more time. Im Yuzing tapped his forehead this. So you're saying I don't use my brain? Chen Fan's voice turned icy. A calm female voice drifted in from behind. Master, do you need my help? Su Qingyu had appeared without a sound, her words cool and even. Wong Deo's flesh quivered as though a cold wind had swept over him. He forced a smile. No, Wong Deo, swear I meant nothing of the sort. Su Qingyu kept her eyes forward and repeated softly. Master, do you need my help? Right, Chen Fan said, lips curling into a faint smile. Wong Deo jumped in a little awkwardly. Master, envoys from every faction are flocking to Wanjie Bank. Do you need my help? Chen Fan looked up and asked bluntly, help? Can you even get back in time? A Wong Deo muttered. Agent Su can't make it back either, yet you're not giving her grief. Envoy Su has already entered Great Qin territory. Shall reach the summit of Lingyun Mountain very soon. Chen Fan's tone was firm. Wong Deo forced a laugh and hurried to change the subject. Master, I can supply talismans, pills, and other resources. Keep your stash for yourself. Chen Fan chuckled at his pained expression. Enough talk. Finish your mission. With a sweep of his hand, a surge of spiritual light flung Wong Deo out of the main hall of Wanjie Bank. Su Qingyu, return at once. Chen Fan's divine sense rang out. I scold. Anyone who tries to step on Wanjie Bank will die. Yes, sir. Su Qingyu answered, turning into a streak of light that shot toward Lingyun Mountain. As soon as he withdrew from Wanjie Bank, Chen Fan sensed someone nearing the summit. A faint smile appeared on his lips. That was quick. On the peak, Jian Shazi was refining the movement technique granted by his master, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Whoosh, whoosh. His steps grew smoother, and his speed visibly increased. Though not as gifted as Qin Zhong, his insight was exceptional. Without it, he could never fight above his level. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Killing intent. Whoosh. A ghost-like shadow streaked through the air, saber flashing cold as it slashed toward his carotid arteria latestage spirit-refining expert. Jian Zai's face tightened, but he didn't retreat. Eyes blazing red, he drew his sword. If the foe was strong, he would gamble his life. Show fear, and he was dead. So it's true everyone from Wanjie Bank is eager to die. The saber wielder sneered, already picturing Jian Zai's head rolling. If he couldn't topple Wanjie Bank, he would at least kill Jian Shazi and Qin Zhong to please Envoy Zhao. Die? The saber abruptly accelerated then froze, half a beat slow. What? Panic flashed in the attacker's heart, but it was too late. Jian Shazi seized the opening. His sword, laced with a biting aura, pierced straight through the man's throat. Splurt. Blood sprayed. The spirit-refining cultivator's eyes bulged. Even the thought of dodging surfaced a heartbeat late. He stared blankly as the blade sliced his windpipe and shattered his neck. What just happened? He died without ever understanding. So this is a grade 4 weakening talisman. Inside the bank of Myriad Realms, Yen Ruyu raised a slender finger, her gaze locked on the talisman's eerie glow. A single sheet of yellow paper could drain the strength of flesh, spirit, and ghostly soul all at once. Even a latest-stage Hualing cultivator caught in its light would instantly fall beneath the level of a Lingdong fighter. That's right. Chen Fan nodded, his voice low and certain. Its true power lies in striking when no one expects it strong enough to flip a battle on its head. Whoosh. As his words faded, the blind swordsman sliced through the air, clutching the enemy's Chinquan pouch. He tapped the ground with his toe and landed before Chen Fan. Mijia, they're coming. Whoosh. Qin Zhong appeared right behind him, lucky enough to have spotted the enemy early and denied them any chance of an ambush. Whoosh whoosh. In a heartbeat, several murderous figures swept to the bank's entrance, a violent gust swirling in their wake. HM. Chen Fan arched a brow toward the doorway. Here for a deal? How convenient. With a flick of his wrist, he shoved a stack of grade 4 weakening talismans into the arms of the blind swordsman and Qin Zhong. Hold them off. Turning away, he strode deeper into the bank. Business came first. With the Myriad Realms tokens growing ever more selective, every transaction was priceless, and he could not afford to miss a single one. A.O. Zicheng. From childhood, he had been the clan's laughingstock. The year of fire consumed their estate. His parents died saving him, and the flames left his face hideously scarred. Their bodies were barely cold before the family's status plunged, and humiliation became his daily bread. Still, he clung to life with stubborn resolve. No one understood what such a pitiful existence was worth. Some mocked him for not ending at all. Yet he insisted on breathing, even in shame. Father, mother, I have finally found the one who murdered you. Another anniversary arrived, rain hammering the world in sheets. Soaked to the bone, Ao Zicheng knelt before the tombstone, eyes fixed on the inscription. The twisted burns on his face writhed with his crazed laughter. You would never have guessed that it was the clan head, Ao Shan. 10 years. I endured 10 full years to uncover the truth. But my talent is mediocre, and the fire ruined what little strength I possessed. I have no power to avenge you on my own. Tell me, what should I do? Heaven, how unjust, how unbearably unjust. He screamed at the sky, rain carving paths down his scarred face. He looked like a fiend, yet his frail body could not defeat even an ordinary man. Whoosh. The black void split open, and a Myriad Realms token cold, metallic, radiating a mysterious light floated before him. Bank of Myriad Realms, trading in all things. Almost instinctively, Ao Zicheng reached out and clutched the token. Welcome to the Bank of Myriad Realms, Ao Zicheng. Tell me, what do you desire? At that moment, a complete dossier on Ao Zicheng flashed through Chen Fan's mind. He lifted his brows slightly. A man utterly consumed by hatred, living only for revenge. His hatred mirrored that of Su Qingyaboth sought justice for their parents. Unlike most children, he had been scheming since infancy, burying his hatred deep and enduring 10 years of humiliation. His nature had warped, twisted into something grotesque. Now he was nothing but a puppet of vengeance, every drop of blood in his veins howling kill. He'll kill Ao Shan, and everyone who shares his bloodline. Ao Zicheng's voice was frighteningly calm, yet the murderous aura rolling off him was like a frost-edged blade in the dead of night, sending a chill down Chen Fan's spine. What can you offer in return? Chen Fan asked, while the system's resource list flashed through his mind. One mysterious pendant, 78 spirit stones, a low-grade yellow-rank cultivation method Yellowstone art, a low-grade yellow-rank combat technique military fist. That's all you've got? He raised an eyebrow, thinking, the system took forever to send me such a pauper? Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself every client has value. Ao Zicheng didn't flinch. You're right. I have nothing of worth. His voice dropped, but am willing to trade the rest of my life for my enemy's death. Wanjia Bank claims anything can be exchanged. My lifespan must be worth something. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. Lifespan was indeed valuable. Still, he kept his tone even. First, Wanjia Bank only provides resources where not hired blades. I can give you 10 million spirit stones, a spirit vein, poison, talismans. How you use them is up to you. Second, your body is weak. You might not last a few more years. We have to calculate what your remaining life is worth. Ao Zicheng suddenly looked up. I want a new face. A face? Chen Fan frowned. What for? The princess of the Southern Kingdom is choosing a consort. Ao Zicheng's gaze turned icy. Everyone knows she judges by looks. She may be ugly, but she wants the most handsome man alive. With her power behind me, Ao Shan will have nowhere to run. Chen Fan understood and named his terms. Fine, but the bank wants at least 10 years of your life, plus the pendant on your chest. If losing those years kills you on the spot, that's on you. And the face is a loan, not a gift. The moment you die, it returns to us. Ao Zicheng's heart lurched. He could gamble 10 years, but that pendant, his parents' keepsake, was his only anchor. Fingers brushing its cold surface, he seemed to feel their final warmth. After a brief struggle, murderous light flared in his eyes. Crack. He tore the pendant from his neck, knuckles white, voice hoarse yet resolute. Deal. Enough. Chen Fan lifted a hand, and a mysterious force wrapped itself around Ao Zicheng. A gray mist seeped through the boy's skin into bone and blood. His muscles slackened, his skin withered, and his body aged before their eyes. 10 full years of life were stolen in a single heartbeat. Ao Zicheng had been 16, now he wore a 26-year-old body. Though this should have been his prime, the lost decade left him coughing violently. Pain clenched his chest, fresh blood spilled from his lips, and his breath was little more than a thread. Go. Chen Fan pressed Chu Wushuang's flawless face onto Ao Zicheng's own. The twisted features transformed instantly, sharp contours, perfect symmetry, a sickly pallor that only heightened his strange allure. This is a Myriad Worlds token. When death closes in, return that face to the Myriad Worlds Bank. The token hovered before Ao Zicheng. He snatched it, stuffed it into his robe, and ran shaking fingers over his new features. He tugged. Hard skin remained skin. Producing a bronze mirror, he stared at the unfamiliar perfection until his whole body went rigid. A moment later, madness flickered in his eyes. The handsome face contorted with hatred. Haha, Ao Shan, they'll see you dead. His voice was hoarse and ice cold. Chen Fan felt a chill. The man was utterly unhinged. Whatever he had endured had twisted him beyond saving. Begone. With a wave of his sleeve, he expelled Ao Zicheng from the bank. Ding. 11th transaction complete. Completion rate 200%. Rewards. 2 grade 4 weakened talismans and 1 acceleration card dropped into Chen Fan's hand. Xinjiang, Jian Ziaza prepared to die? At the summit of Lingyun Mountain, several figures descended on the bank's gate. The instant they saw Xinjiang, Jian Xiazi, and Chunmi, they attacked. The weakened array could barely fend off Ling-level cultivators, let alone a mid-stage Hualing expert. Before the attacker's hand fully rose, an afterimage lunged forward Jian Xiazi. Grade 4 Swift Step Talisman. Knowing the enemy's strength, he held nothing back. As killing wind rushed toward him, he ignited the talisman, and his speed exploded. The mid-stage Hualing cultivator never expected him to burn a talisman right away, let alone combine it with Starstride. Under the twin accelerations, Jian Zia's sword became a flash of cold light that pierced straight between the man's brows. The attacker froze. He hadn't even managed to defend. His body hit the ground with a dull thud, lifeless. A grade 4 swift step talisman gasps rippled through the onlookers. So the Sword Kingdom still has depth. A latest-stage Hualing expert stepped forward, igniting a grade 4 Godshell talisman and a grade 4 Godstrength talisman at once. Murderous intent billowed from him, meant to kill Jian Xiazi in a single stroke. Whoosh! Another figure shot forward, heading straight for Xinjiang. The others fixed their eyes on Chunmi. Chirp! The black-plumed eagle suddenly dived from the sky, its wings slicing the air with a piercing whistle as it plunged into the melee. Seizing the moment when a mid-stage Hualing realm cultivator was distracted, it struck like lightning, its razor-sharp beak punching clean through the man's skull bang. A mist of blood burst out, and the cultivator died on the spot. The remaining enemies reeled in shock and fury, turning their assault on the black-plumed eagle. Knowing a heat-in fight was suicide, especially with an early-stage Tongling realm expert among them, the bird relied on altitude and speed, darting through the clouds and widening the gap, forcing its pursuers to chase in vain. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Chen Fan spared the fighting only a glance. His attention rested on the rewards in his hand. A grade 4 weakening talisman capable of suppressing every attribute of a Hualing realm cultivator, reducing them to Lingshou realm strength for a short time. It really turns a tiger into a house cat, Chen Fan muttered, eyebrow rising. He had thought the target would merely drop to Lingxian level. Clearly, he had underestimated the charm. Next, he examined the second reward. Acceleration card greatly shortens the time needed to cultivate techniques, combat arts, movement skills, formations, and more. Its effect rivals treasures that boost power directly. How long does it last? What's the multiplier? He wondered, yet decided it mattered little to him. With his celestial grade talent, he had already perfected every technique and could even create new ones at will. Still, just because he didn't need it didn't make it useless. Chen Fan looked up at Jian Xiazi, Xinjiang, and Xiao Yu in the thick of battle. Right now Xinjiang and Jian Xiazi were being pushed back on all fronts. Though both carried stacks of grade 4 talismans, their opponents were veterans who had trained for decades, superior in movement arts, combat skills, cultivation realms, and raw physique. Within a few breaths, the pair was already soaked in blood and forced into retreat. Jian Xiazi suffered the worst, for his foe clearly held plenty of grade 4 talismans as well. Accelerate Jian Xiazi. Chen Fan raised his hand and slapped the acceleration card into Jian Zia's body without hesitation. Almost instantly, the bottleneck in Jian Zia's Starstride step shattered, and chi surged wildly through his meridians. Whoosh! His figure blurred, narrowly dodging the vicious slash of a latest-stage Hualing realm cultivator. The man arched an eyebrow and sneered. A breakthrough in footwork? Not bad. But even with that, you can't outrun Minute while I'm using a grade 4 Fleetfoot talisman. What he didn't expect was that Jian Zia's speed kept rising, as if someone had removed every limiter. Whoosh! Squish! This can't be happening. The veteran fighter, already at latest stage Hualing, felt Jian Zia's blade punch straight through his left arm, blood spraying in an instant. Shock plastered his face as he barked. How did your movement technique suddenly become this fast? What grade is it? How can it boost your overall power so dramatically? By rights, his own art was a high-level, profound grade footwork, and with latest stage Hualing cultivation his speed was usually hawk-like, yet he had still been skewered in the brief exchange and simply could not make sense of it. Jian Xiazi was no less surprised. The rapid series of clashes a heartbeat earlier had revealed every secret of Xing Ji's step to him, and in that same flash, he pushed the Manor Lord's revised Spirit Sword formula to perfection. Knowing the opening would vanish at once, he traded wound for wound and tore open his opponent's guard by sheer force. South Manor Lord is helping me from the shadows. A sudden realization streaked across his mind. A low hum followed, a new chance to break through rising with it. His aura climbed step after step until he crossed directly into mid-stage Dong, his combat strength soaring. Riding the momentum, he flicked out 2 4th-grade talismans, a Swift Stride talisman and a Divine Shield talisman. With a muffled boom, spiritual light wrapped his body, raising both speed and defense another notch. At the same time, the earlier 4th-grade Swift Stride talismans each side had activated burned out, and the enemy, stripped of its boost, blanched. Help! Somebody help! A fourth-grade talisman grants agility on par with a latest-stage Hualing expert, and Jian Zai's own footwork and sword speed were deadlier still. The foe tried to flee, but after barely half a step the icy tip of Jian Zai's blade pierced his heart splurt. The latest-stage master fell dead on the spot. Onlookers were dumbfounded. A boy who had been only early-stage Lingdong a moment ago had just beheaded a latest-stage Hualing powerhouse before their eyes. None of them could process what had happened. Disbelief was written across every face. Jin Xiaozi, give me a hand. Qin Zheng was fighting for his life on the far side. Had the fourth-grade divine shield talisman not been holding, he would already be dead. Even so, he was badly wounded and, with no time to think, shouted for aid. Whoosh! Jin Xiaozi skimmed through the air. A flash of cold steel, a murderous angle, and in the blink of an eye he slit the throat of Qin Zheng's opponent, a mid-stage Hualing cultivator. Qin Zheng froze. Since when were you this strong? We were evenly matched just seconds ago, and now you're steamrolling me. This feels unreal. The Manor Lord. Jian Xiaozi tossed the words over his shoulder and streaked toward Xiao Ye's skirmish. Realization dawned on Qin Zheng. So the Manor Lord intervened. But why help him and not me before he could finish? He clutched his wound and scanned the field for danger. Whoosh! With Jian Zai's arrival the battle flipped instantly, his side shifting from disadvantage to deadlock. Qin Zheng's resilience flared as well. Banking on his stash of fourth-grade talismans, he triggered another Swift Stride talisman and charged back into the fray. To stop the early-stage Spirit Communion expert from going after the blind swordsman and Qin Zheng, Xiao chose to face him head-on, relying entirely on speed to keep him under pressure. Ancient blood flowed in its veins. As a flying beast, it was naturally swift, and its innate physique was fearsome. Its wings were almost immune to damage. In raw strength, the two were similar, but at the same rank, Xiaoyu's blistering pace and indestructible wings let it dominate the early-stage Spirit Communion cultivator. In a heartbeat, the advantage swung to the Myriad Worlds Bank. Splat! Catching an opening, Xiaoyu's talons punched through the man's skull. Blood spattered everywhere, and the cultivator dropped dead. With their core fighter gone, the rest panicked, understood they were outclassed, and fled. Fall back. Retreat. They ran for their lives, but Xiaoyu was already blood crazy. It would never let them go. One beat of its wings, and it became a streak of lightning, pursuing the route. Short, desperate screams rang out, arcs of blood slicing the sky. Xiaoyu cut down foe after foe. Just as its claws were about to claim the last latest-stage essence transformation expert, a blast of wind lunged in from the side. Whoosh! Two figures burst from hiding both in the Spirit Communion realm, one of them mid-stage. They had waited in ambush, knowing how tough Xiaoyu's wings were, and struck straight for its head. Caught off guard, Xiaoyu couldn't fully defend. Quite the hiding place, Chen Fan muttered. He pinched two fourth-grade weakening talismans, ready to trigger them, then blinked. A breakthrough? Whoosh! In that instant of deadly pressure, Xiaoyu pushed through to the mid-stage Spirit Communion realm. Its aura surged, speed soared, reflexes sharpened. Even so, one enemy was now its equal, and it couldn't block every strike. At the critical moment, Chen Fan loosed a weakening talisman. Talisman light flashed. The mid-stage opponent's speed crashed, his assault fading until he was slower than his early-stage ally. Bang! Bang! Xiaoyu twisted aside, crossed its wings to block two blasts of force, slid back half a step, then counterattacked. Its talons ripped through the air, wings like twin black blades sweeping across with a cold gleam. Clang! Boom! The battle flared anew. With its fresh cultivation level, Xiaoyu still held the advantage even to known. The weakened mid-stage foe took the brunt. After a few exchanges his chest was torn open and he died where he stood. What? The surviving early-stage expert stared in horror. His stronger partner had fallen first. He had no time to think, turned and bolted. Run or we die. Thud, 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 thud. A sudden rumble of orderly, rapid footsteps shook the ground. Xiaoyu looked up. Stretching to the horizon was a dense, advancing army. Qin Hai? Chen Fan glanced at the dense ranks of Qin soldiers, a glint flashing in his eyes as he murmured, that man's courting death. He had never taken Qin Hai seriously. If anything, he viewed him with even greater disdain now. With a faint shake of his head, he lost interest in the troops and turned his attention to Ao Ziqing standing nearby. Meanwhile, far away, Qin Hai, utterly unaware that Chen Fan wouldn't spare him a glance, was savoring his own grand design. From the moment he left his father's camp, he had resolved to stage a coup and claim the throne. After returning to the Qin capital, he conspired in secret with the royal advisor, Elder Fong, and quietly laid the groundwork for his coronation. Armed with the intelligence that the Myriad Worlds Bank rested atop Mount Lingyun, he boarded a flying beast and rushed to the great Zhou dynasty to meet Zhao Yi, an envoy of the Lingyun sect. Zhao Yi praised his quick wits on the spot and promised to recommend him for the sect's inner circle once the deed was done. Overjoyed, Qin Hai leaked the bank's location as instructed, proclaimed himself king, elevated his father to supreme emperor, struck Qin Zheng's name from the clan records, and issued a nationwide warrant for his arrest. To curry further favor with Zhao Yi, he personally led 100,000 elite Qin soldiers alongside Elder Feng Strait toward Mount Lingyun's summit. They were not the first to arrive, but they were on time. Seeing the Myriad Worlds Bank still standing, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Your Majesty, Elder Feng reported, more than 20 major powers from the eastern region wish to join forces with us against the Myriad Worlds Bank. The weakest among them are at the spirit-forming realm, and the strongest have reached mid-spirit linking realm. Delighted, Qin Hai exclaimed, with their help, the bank is doomed. Pass my order, crush the Myriad Worlds Bank. Kill, 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 kill. 100,000 Qin soldiers answered in unison, their black armor surging like a tide as they swept up the mountain. At the same time, the 20-odd Eastern experts shot forward as streaks of light, roaring spiritual power shaking the air. A piercing cry split the sky. A black-plumed rock folded its wings and dived, each wing like a massive blade. Blood sprayed wherever it passed, and dozens of Qin soldiers were cleaved in half in an instant. Scarlet mist billowed as bodies tumbled down the mountain trail. Beast die? A mid-spirit-linking cultivator roared, his figure blurring as he shot into the air, with 2 early spirit-linking cultivators right behind him. Their interwoven spiritual energy went straight for the rock's head. The black-plumed rock wheeled and beat its wings, each clash between feathers and spiritual power thundering through the air, stone chips spraying in all directions. In an instant they were locked in a fierce melee, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. At the summit, Qin Zheng's eyes blazed with fury. Seeing the elite troops of Great Qin now raising their blades against the Myriad Worlds Bank cut into him like knives, yet anger burned even hotter within. How dare they challenge the bankmaster's authority? They're doomed. Every last one of them will be buried on Mount Lingyun and feed this range with their corpses. On the far side of the mountain's base, Qin Hai curled his lips into a sneer. Qinzhong, you never imagined you'd end up like this, did you? The moment you chose to become an apprentice of the Myriad Worlds Bank, your fate was sealed. You could have crushed me and taken the crown prince's title for yourself, but instead you chose to be a fool. You sided with the worthless Wanjie Bank, offended the Lingyun sect, angered envoy Xiao, and gifted me the perfect chance. Qin Hai stood atop the melee, the pressure in his chest exploding into wild laughter. Ha, you and that bank will be trampled beneath the iron hooves of Great Qin. Kill. He raised his long blade, its tip aimed straight at Qin Zheng on the summit. Whoever takes Qin Zheng's head will be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 spirit stones. Kill. Kill. The deafening roar rolled across the battlefield. Eyes blood-red, wave after wave of Qin soldiers threw themselves toward Qin Zheng, caring nothing for life or death. Damn it. Qin Zheng's fists whitened as killing intent thundered in his chest. Whoosh. A blur shot forward. Jian Xiazi said nothing, plunging first into the mob. Whoosh. Gritting his teeth, Qin Zheng followed, his gaze never leaving Qin Hai in the distance. 4th rank movement talisman. Ribbons of talisman light coiled around him and his speed skyrocketed. No soldier, not even the generals, could keep up. A cold gleam flickered in Qin Hai's eyes. He turned to the black-robed elder beside him. Grand Preceptor, looks like that bounty is yours. We should thank King Qin for his generosity. The elder, swathed so completely that even his outline blurred, let out a raspy chuckle, eyes locking on the charging Qin Zheng. Keep him alive, Qin Hai ordered, voice icy. I want to savor his suffering. As you wish. Whoosh. The elder took a single step and vanished. Qin Zheng's pupils contracted. The Grand Preceptor had used a 4th rank movement talisman as well. Without hesitation, he slapped another talisman onto himself, a 4th rank shield talisman. A golden barrier flashed into being. A 4th rank shield? Wanjie Bank does have some depth, the elder said flatly. Unfortunately, I am a 4th rank talisman master. Talismans are the one thing I never lack. Whoosh. Bang. The two collided, force erupting in all directions. Talismans clashed, and Qin Zheng was once again forced back. Desperate to reach his master, Jian Xiazi fought like a madman, but experts from every major faction of the eastern domain appeared, binding him tight. Kill. Kill. Roars of fury shook the field. Some Qin soldiers reached the peak of Lingyun Mountain, blades and talisman light crashing together as they hammered the Wanjie Bank's protective array. Boom. Ripples spread across the barrier, but it held firm as a rock. Their cultivation was only at spirit adept or spirit profound. They could not budge it. Whoosh. Leave it to me. A Qin general at the spirit realm shouldered a massive iron hammer, shoved through the crowd, and leaped high. Break. Boom. Midair, a sweeping kick smashed into him. He flew like a sack of rags and vanished into the distance. When the dust settled, a woman in a blood-red robe stood quietly before the array. Her black hair spilled like ink. Her face was like a blooming peach blossom, yet the killing intent around her was ice cold. The surrounding Qin troops gasped, both at her power and at her breathtaking beauty. Kill them all. A calm voice drifted out from within Wanjie Bank. Whoosh. Su Qingyu's figure flashed and the slaughter began. Anyone who dares provoke the Myriad Realms Bank must die. Moments after advancing to the late Spirit Communion stage, Su Qingyu's sword flashed once, and every one of the hundreds of Qin soldiers atop Lingyun Mountain fell where they stood. Whoosh! Blood mist still swirled over the peak as she clasped her hands behind her back. Her peerless face was cold as ice, yet the aura around her burned like a blazing inferno. The clash of chill and heat made her seem a queen looking down on all creation. Below her, 100,000 Qin troops and numerous experts stared upward, too tense even to breathe. Whoosh! An arrow screamed through the air, aimed straight at Su Qingyu's eyes. Boom! The instant it entered a 30-foot radius around her, it burst into flames and crumbled to ash. A spark flickered in her pupils. In the next heartbeat, countless tiny flames rushed outward from her like a tide, engulfing the summit in seething holy fire. The blaze threaded through the air, yet deliberately spared every leaf and blade of grass, as though it possessed its own will, burning only her foes. Fire! Run! I'll help! Agonized screams echoed everywhere. Within a few breaths, all of Lingyun Mountain became a sea of flames. Thousands of Qin soldiers were wrapped in fire, their bodies rolling and roaring like living fireballs down the slopes. A second-rank spirit cultivation grunt sensed doom first and bolted. The sacred flames were faster. Heat seared his flesh, and despair crushed him. Lacking the strength to resist, he turned to ash in a flash. Such was the terror of the holy fire. Scenes straight out of hell spread across the mountainside. Low-level soldiers vanished instantly. Only the higher-ranked generals survived a few extra heartbeats, their greater spiritual power merely prolonging the pain. None of them knew the flames could sear straight through their defenses. Die! The Tiger Might General of Qin, late spirit movement stage, roared and poured all his power into a third-grade divine shield talisman. A radiant barrier sprang up. Sizzle! The holy fire ignited the shield at once, tongues of flame lancing through his protective aura. Thissa! 2 breaths later, the Tiger Might General was no more than dust. What witchcraft is this? How can it be? Is the Myriad Realms Bank made of demons? Qin Hai's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. All his former confidence shattered. Your Majesty, run! A bodyguard shrieked. Whoosh! Elder Fong saw the disaster and fled without a backward glance. Grand Preceptor, save me! Qin Hai shouted, reacting instantly. The court preceptor did nothing. Qin Hai's face turned ashen. I will never forgive you. Never. Before he could finish, a fierce, eerie flame swept over, setting the guards beside him ablaze. The defensive line of 1,000 spirit profound bodyguards collapsed in an instant. Qin Hai was only one step away from death. Qin Zheng, ninth brother, save me. He whirled around and dropped to his knees with a dull thud on the scorched earth, his face ashen, every feature twisted by terror. Qin Zheng had already broken off his own fight. His opponent was barely holding back a strange crimson blaze. Qin Hai, you conspired with outsiders and nearly destroyed Great Qin. You deserve to die? Qin Zheng shouted. Qin Hai's teeth ground together, bloodshot eyes blazing. If I'm going down, they'll take you with me. Die? Screaming, he yanked out 8 fourth-grade explosive talismans. The papers fluttered, runes sparking. Qin Zheng, we die together. But before he could trigger them, his body convulsed. A long sword burst through his forehead, the point lifting bone and gore. Qin Zheng, you talk too much, Jian Shazi rumbled from behind Qin Hai's corpse. Qin Zheng froze. That was the crown prince of Great Qin, his own elder brother. Staring at Qin Hai's lifeless, spiteful face, he closed his eyes, chest heavy. All around, the dying screams of Qin's soldiers echoed, deepening his silence. Ah! The last mid-stage spirit link cultivator reached his limit, his shriek lingering in the air. A breath later, Lingyun Mountain held no living soul except the black-feathered eagle and Qin Zheng's party. More than 10,000 lives had turned to ash, scattered by the mountain wind and buried in the forest soil. Moments ago, Qin Zheng's group had been on the brink. Now they were safe, their enemies annihilated. The sheer contrast made their scalps prickle. The one who crushed 10,000 Qin troops was that mysterious woman in red. With a single gesture, she had toppled the scales of life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-feathered eagle spread its wings, carried the 3 through the sky, and sped toward the Myriad Realms Bank. Allow me to make introductions. In the main hall, Chen Fan rose from her seat, voice calm yet clear. This is the bank's first emissary, Su Qingyu. These 2 are bank apprentices, Qin Zheng and Jian Shazi. This is the master's mount, little Yu. And she smiled prettily. I am the master's slave girl. You may call me Qinmi. Emissary. Qin Zheng and Jian Shazi exchanged a glance, a spark of understanding between them. So this was the terrifying power of a Myriad Realms Bank emissary. Remembering the blood-soaked battlefield, their earlier resistance to the title apprentice vanished. With their current strength and credentials, they deserved nothing higher. Suddenly Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you the mysterious woman who wiped out the 4 Directions sect single-handedly? Su Qingyu gave a slight nod. Back then she destroyed a single sect, This time she leveled an entire nation. Her growth was staggering. While they became acquainted, news of the Lingyun Mountain massacre swept across the eastern domain like a storm. Word that the Qin king, his commanders, and 10,000 troops had been obliterated reached the Zhou dynasty within days. The four words Myriad Realms Bank rang out everywhere from that moment on. Time passed, and the bank's reputation soared. Ding. Reputation has reached 200 points. Ding. Reputation has reached 400 points. Ding. Reputation has reached 700 points. Ding. Your reputation has reached 1,000 points. The Myriad Worlds Bank has earned the Achievement Rising Star. Activation Rewards. 1. Protective Array for the Myriad Worlds Bank Large Formation. 2. Special Item Upgrades at Soul Puppet with no side effects. 3. 5th Tier Talismans in total. Shield 2, Blast 2, Strength 2, Speed 2, Weakening 2. 4. 6th Tier Talisman Strength 1, capable of killing a Spirit Master Cultivator. 5. Bank Reset expands the bank to match current reputation. The reward panel filled in an instant. Chen Fan's pupils shrank, and his breathing quickened. 10 5th-tier talismans are enough to confront a spirit connection expert. At a 6th-tier one, and even a spirit master might not be out of reach. Excitement surged through him, but the words bank reset still puzzled him, so he opened the details. Protective Array, a large defensive formation that can withstand any attack below the Royal Spirit Realm. Special Item, upgrades a Soul Puppet with no side effects. 5th-tier talismans, 10, as listed above. 6th-tier talisman, 1 6th-tier strength talisman, lethal to Spirit Master cultivators. Bank reset. Once reputation meets the requirement, the bank automatically expands and upgrades. A large formation? Anyone below the Royal Spirit Realm can forget about breaking in. Chen Fan was ecstatic. As for the special item, he used it on his secretary without hesitation. A surge of nether energy poured into her body, and her aura shot up to late spirit connection. With emissaries arriving in droves, late spirit forging no longer cuts it. Only late spirit connection can keep order. Chen Fan nodded to himself. He surveyed the lavish yet slightly empty hall, the word reset echoing in his mind. Reset, he ordered silently. Ding. Resetting the Myriad Worlds Bank. The cold electronic voice had barely faded when a gentle yet irresistible force pushed Chen Fan out of the hall. They're even sending me out? This overhaul must be serious, he muttered, staring at the sealed doors while sensing his secretary's newly attained late spirit connection strength. Eastern Domain. Storm clouds loomed over the great Zhou dynasty. Every major faction focused its attention on how Lingyun's sect's envoy, Zhao Yi, would respond. Inside the Lingyun sect residence, Zhao Yi heard the scouts report, then kicked the table away, shattering the teacups. Trash. Qinghai is trash. The entire Eastern Domain is full of trash. Jihan, Zhou Qi, and the others frowned. Zhao Yi's outburst had swept them up as well. Forcing himself forward, Zhou Qi reported, Envoy Zhao. According to the scouts, a demonic fire appeared that day and, within a few breaths, burned 100,000 Qin soldiers to ash. Even a mid-stage spirit connection cultivator lasted less than a minute. There must be a formidable expert inside the Myriad Worlds Bank, perhaps the mysterious owner himself. The owner of the Myriad Worlds Bank? Zhao Yi's gaze turned frigid, a cold gleam flashing across his eyes. Sensing the tension, Jihan quickly presented a storage pouch. Please calm down, Envoy Zhao. Zhao Yi accepted it and scanned its contents with his divine sense. Inside lay 10 million spirit stones and a single 5th-tier shield talisman. He arched an eyebrow, and most of his fury evaporated at once. If ID had a grade 5 divine shield talisman in hand back then, why would I have feared the slave girl's grade 5 divine blast talisman? I never would have been forced to yield. In the grand hall, Jihan steadied his voice and announced, Envoy Zhao, the master of Wangji Bank has swept across the eastern domain and is virtually unbeatable. Anyone below the Yuling realm simply can't kill him. My royal father is currently held in check by Great Ming and can't spare the time, or he would personally eradicate Wangji Bank and ease your anger. Still, he has decreed that Great Zhou will do everything in its power to provide whatever you need to bring the bank down. The speech sounded loyal and righteous, but it really meant only two things. First, the Zhou Emperor would not take the field himself. Second, Zhao Yi would still have to destroy the bank on his own, with Great Zhou only lending quiet support. Weighing the Qinkuan pouch in his hand, Zhao Yi thought of the Ming Emperor's recent rise and Great Ming's open challenge to Great Zhou. The Zhou Emperor was indeed too busy, so Zhao pressed no further. He merely nodded. Very well. I've already issued a sect-wide summons. Every Lingyun sect disciple in the Eastern Domain will gather. On that day, Wangji Bank will fall. Let them enjoy their last moments. Ding. Wangji Bank has been rebuilt. Host, please tour the premises. An incense sticks time later, the system prompt rang in Chen Fan's mind. Tap. Without hesitation, he stepped forward only to find himself outside the bank's front gate rather than in the familiar lobby. A brand new, two-story structure rose before him. Calm wood grain, flawless joinery, eaves slightly upturned, ridges soaring. The plaque reading Wanjie Bank gleamed with deep ink, radiating such pressure that one hardly dared look at it. The gilded splendor of old had become a quiet, understated luxury. As the bank's master, Chen Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. In a blink he stepped inside. The hall was still spacious, but now several carved tables and chairs waited for guests. Climbing the wooden stairs, he found the second floor split into two areas, a storeroom on one side and living quarters on the other. At last, Wanjie Bank felt complete. He would no longer have to cultivate in an empty hall. After his tour, Chen Fan was about to leave when his brow twitched. Had Nzhongwa truly succeeded in summoning a soul? With a thought, he turned his attention to Nzhongwa. After 14 days of ritual, Nzhongwa had finally called back his son's spirit. The soul was frail, but it was the child's only hope. Step. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his son's corpse into his arms and strode toward Wanjie Bank. When Nzhongwa arrived outside the Universal Bank, he suddenly halted. Was this really the place he knew so well? Before him rose a majestic, time-honored pavilion with sweeping eaves, dark tiles, and vermilion pillars. A gilded plaque reading Universal Bank hung high above, gleaming brilliantly. He had always appeared directly inside the lobby and had never seen the exterior, so he had assumed the building never changed. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he finally understood. Step. The moment he entered the lobby, he froze again. The once empty hall now held neat rows of tables and chairs, orderly yet imposing. His attention, however, was instantly drawn to the child in his arms. Without another thought, he dropped to one knee, lifted his son's lifeless body with both hands, and cried out, his voice choking yet resolute. Master, save my son. Chen Fan had locked on to Wuxuang's almost transparent spirit the instant Nzhongwa stepped through the door. The boy was young, frail, and barely literate. Cultivating a soul-nurturing technique under such conditions would be nearly impossible and would take time. Your son's spirit could dissipate at any moment. You need an artifact that can shelter and nourish it, Chen Fan said. Nzongwo's heart tightened, but he waited, teeth clenched. Fortunately for you, luck is on your side. Chen Fan flipped his hand and produced a crystalline pendant. Within it lay a small world steeped in Dancing energy. He can remain inside and grow. Wear it at all times, and you may enter whenever you wish to teach him letters and knowledge. Your own spirit can enter as well to keep him company. As he spoke, Chen Fan handed over a scroll. This is the soul scripture. From here on, you will instruct him in its cultivation. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If it can bring Wuxuang back, I'm willing to wait. Tears filled in Zongguo's fierce eyes. Grief mingled with relief. Chen Fan waved away the oath. Stay alive, and you may yet see your wife again. As for thanks, just do the job I give you. Yes, sir. And Zhongguo nodded solemnly. In a moment, you'll head to the Great Jin dynasty and assist another bank emissary Wong Deo in settling a debt. Your son's body and your wife's hands will remain with me for now. When the time is right, I will restore them to life. The soul scripture and the mysterious pendant landed in Nzongwo's palm. He put them away respectfully and bowed again. Thank you, master. Creak. A hearty voice rang out from beyond the door. Master, you called for me. Wow, the outside of our universal bank looks so grand and old school. I never knew you had such taste. Even before the man appeared, his voice filled the hall. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. So it was that clown, after all. Step. Wong Deo strode into the lobby, glancing around. His eyes swept over the new furniture and finally landed on Nzongwa. He blinked. Are you the master? Nzongwa, emissary of the Universal Bank. Nzongwa replied briefly, then asked, you must be Wong Deo? Wong Deo slapped Nzongwa's shoulder with a broad grin. So we're on the same team. Looks like the master has already told you about my heroic exploits. Puffing out his chest, he proclaimed loudly, I am Wong Deo, the second most handsome man in the Universal Bank. Chen Fan finally lost his patience. He cleared his throat and said, Envoy Wong, fill Envoy in on the situation in Great Jin and wrap up the debt over there as quickly as possible. At the order, Wong Deo dragged over a grand armchair and dropped his bulky frame into it with a thud. Patting the empty seat beside him, he called out to Nzongwa with exaggerated enthusiasm. Come on, don't be shy of a seat, and let's talk. Nzongwa hesitated for a moment, but under the weight of Wong's eager stare, he stiffly sat down. Old and Wong Deo leaned in, his round face practically touching N.S. Both Chen Fan and Nzongwa shared a look that clearly asked, since when were we that close? A.N.S. Adam's apple bobbed, yet he held back from voicing a protest. Oblivious to the awkwardness, Wong launched into his rant. The king of Jin refusing to pay his debt isn't because I did a poor job. The man's at late spirit channeling stage, backed by the resources of an entire kingdom, paranoid about dying, plastered in 4th and 5th grade talismans like New Year posters, surrounded by guards, and always on the move. How am I supposed to get near his lair? He raised a hand to his forehead, face creased in misery. Chen Fan eyed the dough-like folds of fat and twitched his lips. Looks like someone with chronic constipation. To collect this debt, I made huge sacrifices, even my looks. Wong Deo rattled on like a machine gun. You know what lengths I went to? To get close to the king. I tried seducing his favorite daughter, Princess Yongle of Great Jin. And guess what happened? His voice climbed an octave, cheeks flushing red as if he might spring from the chair. The princess admitted I have talent and strength, but said him too ugly. She rejected me on the spot. Outrageous. I was soft. Halfway through his outburst, sound cut off. Chen Fan had traced a casual line through the air, sealing Wong Deo's mouth with an invisible sigil. Say one more pointless word, and he'll seal it permanently. Inside the Myriad Worlds Bank, Chen Fan's word was law. Wong's rolls of fat quivered as he nodded furiously, pecking like a chick. Once the seal lifted, he forced a flattering smile, drew a deep breath, and went on at full speed. Anyway, Princess Yongle just missed out on an excellent husband. But the task the bank owner gave me must be completed. Clinging to the creed never abandon, never give up, I racked my brains and finally came up with a brilliant plan. Care to guess? Chen Fan's eyelid twitched. This guy could talk forever. Pinned by Chen's stare, and Zhongwa gave in and coughed politely. You charge straight in? Impossible. I'm not that reckless. I'm a high IQ life form. Wong Deo puffed up, but at Chen Fan's raised hand, he quickly switched to the point. I chose a new target for seduction. Oh, another princess of Great Jin? And followed up. No, the grand eunuch of the royal palace, eunuch Xiao. And Zhongwa. Chen Fan, what? How did you pull that off? With a eunuch, no less? And Zhongwa drew a long breath, swallowed his complaints, and stayed curious. Let's hear it. As he spoke, he deliberately swept his eyes over Wong Deo's layers of fat, so much blubber. Could eunuchs these days really be into that sort of thing? That's not the point. Wong Deo looked utterly defeated. The point is, I paid a huge price. Do you know how hard it was to carry out the manor lord's orders? And Zhongwa was about to reply when a chill crept up his spine, and his gaze turned odd. Olden, what's with that look? Wong Deo bristled. Nothing happened between me and eunuch Xiao. I only tossed him 2 flirtatious glances. If I weren't desperate to see Prince Jin, would I sacrifice myself for nothing? He rattled on, fast and aggrieved. That eunuch Xiao is timid to the extreme, cautious to a fault. He's Prince Jin's confidant and spokesman, yet he won't reveal a single word about the prince. The more he talked, the angrier he became, but just as he was about to vent further, and Zhongwa nodded to interrupt. I understand the details. Thank you, Envoy Wong, for the information. He rose, stood with his back to the Universal Bank's front door, and bowed slightly. Manor Lord, give me 3 days, and I will settle this matter. The Han Kingdom shared only one border state with Jin, which was why Chen Fan had paired in Zhongwa with Wong Deo. Very well, I'll await your news, Chen Fan replied calmly. Seeing this, Wong Deo grabbed in Zhongwa's arm. Olden, once you reach Jin, come find me. I can. Before he could finish, and Zhongwa had already turned and walked out of the bank. Manor Lo Wong Deo began, but Chen Fan waved a hand and ejected him from the Universal Bank. Whoosh. Chen Fan glanced around the now quiet main hall and exhaled deeply. Ding. The system prompt rang out. 8th transaction complete. Completion rate 90%. Issuing rewards accordingly. Reward. 1 violet gold alchemy furnace. At last, Nzongwo's transaction reward had arrived. 90% not bad, Chen Fan muttered. Recruiting in Zhongwa had cost him 10 years of effort, the 9-cycle golden body technique, 10 million spirit stones, and a still unfulfilled promise to save the man's wife and children. He had tried the soul summoning art, a mysterious pendant, and the in-soul scripture one after another, yet the matter remained a bottomless pit. Even so, the system had granted a 90% rating, proof of Nzongwo's immense potential. Show the reward. An information panel appeared. Violet gold alchemy furnace. For alchemists only, increases pill refining success rate. For alchemists only? Chen Fan mused. Looks like you'll need to learn alchemy and gather materials, or this furnace will just sit here collecting dust. With that in mind, he called out, Xiao, teach me alchemy. The encyclopedia unfolded in an instant, and Chen Fan plunged into a sea of knowledge, repeatedly studying master alchemists' techniques, incantations, and fire control. Han Kingdom. Since Nzongwa slew King Han and eunuch Zhao, the entire realm had fallen into utter chaos. Neighboring states launched successive offensives, and Han was overrun by bandits and rebel armies. Everywhere the common folk suffered, and the realm simmered in chaos. Only the royal capital remained calm, held together by Nzongwa's presence. At the capital's drill ground, Nzongwa gathered all 108 of his officers. The setting sun cast long shadows as his voice rang across the empty field. I'm leaving for Great Jin on a mission. From this moment, you are dismissed. He flicked his wrist, and a storage ring hit the ground, flashing with spiritual light. The contents appeared instantly. 1. 30 million spirit stones piled like a small mountain. 2. Dozens of 4th-grade talismans swirling with runic light. 3. Hundreds of 3rd-grade talismans stacked neatly. 4. Thousands of 2nd-grade talismans arranged in ranks. 5. A variety of pills sending rich fragrances into the air. All confiscated from eunuch Zhao's estate. Divide them among yourselves, and Zhonghua said, his tone calm but final. At the word dismissed, the officers turned to Zhuge Yu. He forced himself to speak. Marshal Yu, I'm no longer De Han's Grand Marshal, and Zhonghua cut in. I'm a commoner, now an emissary of the Myriad Realms Bank. The Myriad Realms Bank? Zhuge Yu raised a brow. Recent rumors had reached him, but he never imagined the marshal was involved. And Zhonghua gave a brief explanation of the bank's origins and duties. Silence settled over the drill ground. A soldier stepped forward, voice tight with grief. General, you have a new path, but what about us? Eunuch Xiao killed our families. Are we to be cast aside? Zhuge Yu cupped his fists. We may be unfit for the Myriad Realms Bank, but we wish to follow you. Let us ride in your vanguard and die without regret. Follow the general. Die without regret. The others echoed, dropping to one knee, armor clanging. And Zhonghua looked at their determined faces and felt a surge of warmth. Finally he nodded. Very well. Fight at my side. You have never failed me, and I will not fail you. Sir, they shouted in joy. Zhuge Yu, prepare the flying beasts. Destination, Great Jin. And Zhonghua ordered. At once. Zhuge Yu sprinted off. A low hum filled the air as Zhonghua sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The king of Jin's reputation was fearsome. Collecting this debt would be anything but easy. If he could reach the spirit-commanding realm before departure, their odds would improve greatly. That afternoon, the chosen flying beasts spread their wings, whipping up fierce winds. And Zhonghua and his 108 soldiers lifted into the sky, heading straight for Great Jin. A day later, they hovered over Great Jin's royal capital. Standing on his mount's head, and Zhongguo's voice boomed like thunder. King of Jin, you borrowed one beauty-preserving pill from the Myriad Realms Bank. The term was 1,000 years. You are 100 years overdue. The interest is 100 years of lifespan. You now owe 800 years. Hand over the pill, and 800 years of life at once. His words rolled across the city. Traders in the streets and soldiers on the walls stared upward in shock. The king of Jin in debt? A beauty-preserving pill? Interest and lifespan? A mid-stage spirit-communing aura erupted from the palace, blanketing the sky with oppressive force as a furious roar followed. Who dares make trouble in Great Jin's capital? Hands clasped behind his back, and Zhonghua replied evenly, and Zhonghua. What? De Han's Grand Marshal? Humph. And Zhonghua, your audacity knows no bounds. This is not a place for your insolence. Leave at once. Whoosh. Whoosh. Silhouettes shot into the sky from every corner of the Great Jin capital. The cold wind tugged at their robes as 8 razor-sharp auras intertwined overhead, all of them at the spirit connection realm. Zhuge Yu's pupils tightened, and he barked, form the array. Whoosh. Whoosh. More than a dozen flying beasts beat their wings in unison, lining up into a perfect square. In a breath they fused into an airborne platform, the blood butchery formation. Killing intent surged like a tide, coalescing high above into a gigantic butcher's blade, whose hazy outline seemed poised to cleave the very soul. Inside the Myriad Worlds Bank, Chen Fan looked up at the commotion and said flatly, still not enough. Anyone who reaches the spirit connection realm has a will of iron. This alone won't break them. Unless Zhonghua takes the core of the array. Only then will its power spike, and those 8 will be cut down with ease. Before his voice had faded, the 8 spirit connection experts struck together. Sensing something uncanny about the formation, none of them dared hesitate. Whoosh. 8 streaks of light shot toward the platform. Too late. And Zhonghua flashed forward and landed at the array's nexus. Buzz. The blood butchery formation's might soared. The phantom blade solidified, its obsidian edge hanging above the crowd. Faces drained of color, the 8 experts unleashed every trump card. In the next instant they converged like 8 blazing meteors, launching a torrential assault from every direction. And Zhonghua remained calm. Extending his right hand, he actually grasped the colossal blade, his composure a stark contrast to their frenzy. So it's called the World Ender Blade? Fitting. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the unseen pressure crushing the 8 cultivators' hearts. Cut. Before their attacks could land, and Zhonghua swung the blade with one hand. Buzz 8 vast forces were severed in a single stroke, offering no resistance whatsoever. No. Impossible terror overtook the 8 spirit connection cultivators as the shadow of death swallowed them whole. Splat. Splat. Blood sprayed across the sky. They had no chance to dodge. All 8 were cleaved at the waist, body split in 2, not one spared. More chilling still, their very souls were erased at the same moment. Chen Fan's pupils contracted. He could clearly sense the change. At such a level, even if the body dies, the mind should linger for a heartbeat, yet their eyes went dull in an instant. The World Ender Blade truly lives up to its name, he thought, unable to suppress a flicker of desire. Silence fell over the Great Jin capital. Court officials, generals, commoners, and wealthy merchants alike stood frozen, speechless with fear. King of Jin, will you still not show yourself? And Zhonghua stared coldly at the royal palace, raising the World Ender Blade once more. Suffocating killing intent spread outward, locking the entire palace in an instant. Inside the palace, tens of thousands of imperial guards, eunuchs, maids, concubines, and princes recoiled in terror. One thought seized every mind. Is Nzhongwa about to butcher us all? Panic spread like a plague, and they desperately wished Prince Jean would appear and save them. Whoosh! Without another word, Nzhongwa willed 18 flying beasts into a razor-sharp formation and sent them diving toward the palace. Their wings split the air, winds howled, and the killing intent grew so dense it felt like icy blades stabbing straight into every heart. Thud! Thud! As the specter of death closed in, people collapsed as if their spines had been plucked out. They knelt in waves, trembling and begging, despair etched across their faces. Even the well-trained imperial guards buckled, their armor clanging against the stone. Perish! Nzhongwa hissed, and the world-extinguishing blades swept downward. Buzz! Before the edge could fall, a colossal aura surged from deep within the palace. Stop! The shout boomed like a great bell, and the crushing pressure vanished at once. Whoosh! A handsome young man shot out of the forbidden garden, slapped both palms against the blade, and froze it in midair with a torrent of violent spirit power. For a heartbeat the crowd was stunned, then wild joy erupted. Long live Prince Jean! Long live Prince Jean! The cry rolled from the palace across the entire capital. And Zhongguo's expression, however, remained as calm as still water. The next instant the blade came down again slow at first, then surging forward, almost tearing free of Prince Jean's grip. Silence fell, every nerve stretched taut. The saber light ripped through Prince Jean's defense and slashed for his face. At the very brink of death, a familiar voice rang out from afar. Olden, don't kill him yet. We still need the rejuvenation pill and his remaining lifespan. Buzz! The blade jerked aside, shaving past Prince Jean's shoulder. Boom saber energy powerful enough to cleave mountains split the entire Great Jean Palace in two, carving a chasm dozens of meters deep. No one caught in its path survived. Bang! Nzhongwa gave Prince Jean no chance to breathe. A vicious punch sent him spewing blood, his body flung like a rag doll through halls and pillars before crashing down a pavilion, the rubble burying him deep. Whoosh! The debris burst apart as Prince Jean, mortally wounded, forced his battered body into the air and tried to flee. Nzhongwa frowned and was about to give chase. Bang! A dark silhouette appeared in his path and punched Prince Jean sideways. Spurt! Gravely wounded and barely alive, Prince Jean lay gasping, unable to resist any longer. Retracting his fist, the newcomer sneered. Prince Jean, still trying to run? Do you know how hard I've worked these past 10 days to finish you off? I nearly lost everything. Now I finally got you. Wong Deo. Chen Fan didn't even have to look up to know who it was. He wondered where that slacker had been hiding after all. The man was more than 1,000 years old, yet still looked absurdly youthful. In the middle of the rubble, Wong Deo yanked a battered Jean Wong from the debris, flipped him over like a doll, and studied him with delighted curiosity. Treasures from Wan Jieqianzhuang are incredible. They don't just keep you young, they lock your body at its peak. Impressive, right? Too bad they aren't yours. They belong to the bank. You've been holding on to them for ages. Think you can ignore Wan Jieqianzhuang? Not while I'm around. Hand over the Zhu Yandan. PFF. Jean Wang's organs were already ruptured, and Wong Deo's rough handling churned his blood. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and a jade-green bead clattered from his lips. The Zhu Yandan? Wong Deo's eyes gleamed as he picked it up. The bead looked ordinary, yet vibrant life force swirled inside it. The moment the pill left him, Jean Wang's handsome face shriveled. He aged from youth to decrepitude in an instant, like a branch stripped of sap. Wong Deo whistled. Talk about instant feedback. Jean Wang stretched out a trembling hand. Spare me take spirit stones, spirit veins, any resources you want. Just don't take my lifespan. Losing another 800 years would kill him. Wong Deo's eyes brightened. Wait till you'll trade spirit veins? Cultivation methods and combat techniques too? Yes, anything. Jean Wang seized on the chance. Lord Envoy, didn't you want to marry my youngest daughter, Princess Yongla? He'll arrange it. Wong Deo straightened, snorting. Are you suggesting I'm lining my own pockets? Everything you give goes to Wan Jieqianzhuang. Of course, of course. Jean Wang nodded frantically. Since you're being reasonable, you'll see what I can do. Wong Deo flashed over to Nzhongwa. Olden, you got here early. I thought you'd arrive tomorrow. I bathed, changed, and napped so I'd be fresh for you, but the noise woke me. Good thing I hurried, otherwise you'd have chopped Jean Wang in half before I drained his lifespan. And it was my foresight that let me ambush him when he tried to escape. Nice finish, huh? Chen Fan stared, speechless. According to Wong Deo, he was the real powerhouse, and Nzhongwa was just backup. Nzhongwa, long used to the chatter, waved him off. No. Wong Deo lowered his voice and leaned in toward Nzhongwa. Olden, look at Prince Jinny's hanging on by a thread. Even if we let him linger, he'd never survive another 800 years. If we try to siphon that much lifespan, he'll die before he settles the debt, and then we're finished. If that happens, we report to the master immediately and let him decide. Nzhongwa replied, resolute. Wong Deo's eyelid twitched. Olden, the master is swamped with work. We call ourselves his most trusted aides, yet we need his approval for every little thing? Won't he think we're useless? Cut to Chen Fan, his face dark as iron. Thanks a lot for sharing my burdens, he grumbled inwardly. This is clearly acting on your own. Lifespan is priceless. I learned that the hard way last time. These two haven't, so they'll sell at a loss in no time. And worst of all, this door must never be opened without my consent. Any major trade involving lifespan or soul value needs my personal approval. No, and Zhongguo insisted, shaking his head. Why are you so inflexible, Olden? Think about it. Before he could finish, and Zhongguo raised his hand, activated his Myriad Realm token, and vanished. Wong Deo froze, sighed, and fished out his own token to lobby the master in the bank of 10,000 realms. The moment his fingertip touched the rune, space rippled, and Zhongguo reappeared in front of him. Back so soon? Didn't meet the master? Wong Deo blinked. The master's orders are clear. Drain 800 years from Prince Jean. Non-negotiable. Whatever's missing, replace it with other assets. Without another word, Zhongguo strode up to Prince Jean, clamped 5 fingers onto his Baihui acupoint, and gave him no time to react. Let me go. Prince Jean managed one roar before he felt his vitality being ripped away. His organs withered before his eyes, as though tossed onto a conveyor belt toward the underworld. Having violated the pact, he deserved no mercy. Any struggle was futile under Zhongguo's grip. From a distance, palace guards and servants watched in horror as Prince Jean's body shriveled. Was there truly such a terrifying art in this world? With a dull thud, Prince Jean collapsed, life force severed. 780 years extracted. Short by 20, Zhongguo said calmly, pocketed the prince's storage pouch, and flashed toward the royal treasury. Wong Deo's heart pounded. The master had even calculated the exact shortfall. One thing was now etched in stone. Any deal involving lifespan or souls required prior approval. Not far away, a gentle female voice called his name. Wong Deo? He looked up. Princess Yongle stood in a plain dress before the hall, face one yet still striking. Her father dead, the empire's 8 great champions gone, the dynasty tottered. If she wanted to survive, she needed a new patron even if the man before her had slain her father. Wong Deo's brow lifted. He answered coolly, there's nothing between us. Yesterday you could barely spare me a glance. Today you can't reach my level. Wong Deo, do we still have a chance? Croaked another voice. Eunuch Xiao sashayed over, hips swaying, orchid fingers raised, eyes smoldering with flirtation. Wong Deo's face twisted in disgust. Those exaggerated swings, that seductive smirk, that dainty gesture enough to make him gag. A youthful radiance pill, 780 years of added life, 10 spirit meridians, and 10 million spirit stones master. This is everything we gained on the trip. Inside the spacious main hall of the Myriad Realms Bank, Zhongguo presented a jade slip and a storage ring with both hands, respectfully laying out all the spoils from their journey to Great Jean in front of Chen Fan. Master, I really deserve a reward. Wong Deo squeezed in beside him, a grin plastered across his plump face, then abruptly began to complain. Just now that eunuch Xiao almost latched onto me again. I broke out in goosebumps and nearly lost my lunch. He rubbed his arms and shuddered, clearly still shaken. You've got some nerve. Chen Fan's gaze swept over him, anger sparking. What did you actually do on the trip? I haven't even taken you to task yet, and you're already asking for payment? Go spend a day in the reflection chamber. You like to talk, right? Let's see if you can chat to yourself for a full day. What? Seriously, master? You're giving me detention now? Wong Deo's face fell. Would you rather I silence you for a day too? Chen Fan asked, voice calm yet threatening. You call me you most of the time, then switch to sir when it suits you. That quick tongue needs correcting. The instant he finished, Wong Deo went mute and dropped his head in grievance. Chen Fan pocketed the jade slip and ring, nodded, and continued. The debt contracts in the Eastern Domain are cleared. Your next task is to gather a foundation platform and a void shuttle. What? Wong Deo finally blurted, hand in the air. Those sound like formation components. Master, you're a formation expert? What array are you building? I may be bad at everything else, but am great at manual labor. Check out these muscles. An unseen force clamped his mouth shut. The silencing spell took effect. Zhongguo exhaled quietly, obviously accustomed to Wong Deo's non-stop chatter. Wong Deo glared pitifully at him. Olden, I'm always good to you. Couldn't you plead for me once? Zhongguo pretended not to notice and looked away. Watching Wong Deo's darting eyes, Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Drama king. Ignoring him, he explained, the Myriad Realms Bank needs its own teleportation array. The Eastern Domain is vast, and will eventually cover the Central Domain and the rest of Lingyan continent. Without a teleport array, we'd waste all our time on the road. He laid out his plan. I already have the boundary-breaking blade and the array blueprint, and have studied them thoroughly. All I lack are 2 primary materials, the void shuttle and the foundation platform. They're by far the hardest to obtain. Everything else is easy. Master, Zhongguo said after a moment's thought, I've only ever seen those names in ancient texts. I've no idea where they might actually be found. Raised in the small state of Han and spending years on campaign, Head had little chance to explore the wider world, so it was no surprise he knew little about such supreme materials. MMPH at that moment. Wong Deo frantically pointed at himself. So you want us to beat you? Chen Fan smirked, seeing right through Wong Deo's bid for attention. Oh no. Wong Deo shook his head violently, pudgy finger jabbing his own nose like a crane begging for notice. So you're saying you know where the Void Shuttle and the Foundation platform are? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Wong Deo nodded like a pecking chicken. You'd better not be lying. Chun Fan raised a hand. A flash of spiritual light lifted the seal. Otherwise the threat hung in the air. Freed at last, Wong Deo gulped for breath and clutched his chest. I was suffocating. Heavens, it's really enough. Chen Fan's voice cut like frost. The Zhao dynasty. Wong Deo blurted. Where in Zhao? They have a teleportation array. Chen Fan frowned. And you want us to dismantle it? No. Wong Deo's head whipped back and forth, then spit it out in one go. Impatience crept into Chun Fan's tone. But you told me not to ramble, Wong Deo protested, crestfallen. And you think my question counts as rambling? A vein throbbed on Chun Fan's forehead. Talking is harder than cultivation, Wong Deo muttered, scratching his scalp. Hesitate again, and it'll make you face a wall gagged. Chen Fan's face darkened. Please, no? Words poured from Wong Deo in a torrent. I mean, we can just use Zhao's array. With your power, Patriarch, you could flatten Zhao, seize the array, and save us the trouble. He'll gladly lead the charge, expand the All-World Bank's territory in Yormf. The silencing spell snapped back in place, sealing his mouth. Chen Fan looked at him, voice calm, yet resolute. The All-World Bank isn't a gang of thugs. If we wreck this world's order at will, we make the whole realm our enemy. We don't crave crowns. We trade, build branches, and earn respect. He lifted his gaze to the sky, eyes distant. Do you think the Lingyun continent can chain us forever? One day we'll leave this land, cross other human continents, sail the Spirit Sea, reach the Central State, and even climb the ninefold heavens. During the ancient hunt, he had absorbed vast knowledge from the encyclopedia world, gaining a clearer view. Lingyun was merely one continent of the human realm, and above that realm stretched the boundless ninefold heavens. For now, their standing remained low. Wong Deo's eyes widened, pupils contracting, light flashing within. The single phrase ninefold heavens had his blood surging. Without the gag, he would already be lecturing. Good thing I shut him up, Chen Fan thought with relief. He then ordered, you two, return to the All-World Bank at once. I'll ask Su Qingyu and the others about the Foundation platform and the Void Shuttle. Yes, MMPH. Qinzheng, every material for the teleportation array should exist within Great Qin. Gather them as quickly as possible. Chen Fan closed the Myriad Worlds Bank interface, and his consciousness snapped back to Chen Mi's brow. In the next instant, he summoned Su Qingyu and the others and began assigning tasks. Xiao, take Qinzheng to the capital and make it a quick round trip. Understood. Qinzheng cupped his fists. And keep him safe, Chen Fan added. He's not exactly a powerhouse. The black-feathered eagle stood on a stone platform, its amber eyes glinting with human-like intelligence. It chirped twice in agreement. Being called weak in front of everyone left Qinzheng embarrassed. All the more so because the judgment came from the master's handmaid. By the way, have any of you heard of a Foundation platform or a Void Shuttle? Chen Fan suddenly asked. Everyone exchanged looks and shook their heads. Never heard of them. Chen Fan merely waved them off. All right, back to work. The black-feathered eagle was in the midst of a power surge, already nearing the late Spirit Link realm. Wings spread, it tore through the sky in a black streak, covering the vast distance from Lingyun Mountain to Great Qin's royal capital in less than an hour. Over the capital, the eagle circled once in dove. The moment they touched down, Qinzheng sensed trouble and went straight to General Meng. Meeting him, he frowned. General Meng, why are you out in the open? Weren't you supposed to stay hidden in the capital? Meng Tian saluted briefly and answered in a low voice. Qin Hai seized the throne with support from the court astrologer and Zhao Yi of Lingyun's sect. He then marched 100,000 troops against the Myriad Worlds Bank. I judged he would fail, so I took control of the capital, cut off his retreat, and waited for your return. What? Qinzheng's pupils tightened. How did my father respond? He didn't, Meng Tian replied, shaking his head. He's still sitting on the sidelines, as if waiting for you to make the first move. A chill spread through Qinzheng's chest. His father was deliberately staying neutral. Whoever won, he could claim innocence, and if necessary he would even sacrifice his own son to keep his hands clean. After a brief silence, Qinzheng muttered, if he wants to wait, let him wait. He looked up again. General Meng, have you heard of a Foundation platform or a Void Shuttle? They're rare components for a teleportation array. I'm here to find them, along with some auxiliary materials. Foundation platform, Void Shuttle. Meng Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Hard to find anywhere in the east, but the other items are manageable. He'll search every corner. Good. Start at once, Qinzheng ordered. Several days later, mist coiled atop Lingyun Mountain. At the end of the stone steps before the gate of the Myriad Worlds Bank, a middle-aged man in envoy robes came to a steady halt and cupped his fists. Zhu Wu, envoy of Great Ming, requests an audience with the master of the Myriad Worlds Bank. Enter. As Chen Fan spoke, the vermilion gates split apart with a thunderous boom. Array runes inside the doorway lit up, sending visible ripples through the air. Zhu Wu stepped across the threshold, and a nearly imperceptible spiritual pressure rushed toward him, forcing his spine rigid. Zhu Tianlong obtained the Yin Soul Manual, Chen Fan remarked casually. Looks like it's working. That single transaction had hurled Zhu Tianlong past the Yuling realm and earned him the title of Ming Emperor. From then on, the Ming dynasty's meteoric rise in the eastern region truly began. At the words Ming Emperor, Zhu Wu's pupils contracted. Within Ming territory, no one dared speak the sovereign's name aloud. Since crowning himself, the emperor had purged court and realm with iron and blood, snuffing out every voice of dissent. Yet this woman before him clearly held the privilege. Recently, the momentum of Wanjie Bank rivaled even that of the Ming dynasty. When the sacred flame erupted, 100,000 Qin soldiers and dozens of Tong Ling and Hua Ling experts were reduced to ash in an instant. The infernal scene still haunted the eastern region. The emperor said the bank's master was a man, so why the thought flashed by, but Zhu Wu kept silent. The master had not appeared, and the woman seated in the main hall obviously wielded full authority. His Majesty can no longer obtain a Wanjie token and has lost the chance to thank the master in person. He ordered me to convey his gratitude. Zhu Wu clasped his fists, raised them over his head, and spoke in a low voice toward the sky. Without the master's generosity, the Ming dynasty would not exist. With that, he began to kneel. No need, Chen Fan said, her voice clear as spring water striking stone. He paid the proper price. An unseen force braced Zhu Wu's knees. No matter how he summoned his power, they would not bend. Amidst Tong Ling cultivator reduced to a helpless infant, his heart pounded. If this was not the master, how terrifying must the real master of Wanjie Bank be? Why did the Ming Emperor send you? Chen Fan lifted her gaze, eyes placid. His Majesty has learned that great Zhao and emissaries from Lingyun's sect plan to move against Wanjie Bank. He is furious and has sent me to propose an alliance against these foes. Zhu Wu slowed his speech, striving for sincerity. That won't be necessary. Chen Fan waved a hand, her tone flat. Great Zhao and the Lingyun emissaries are beneath our notice. We have no need to ally with Ming. You may leave. Stunned by the blunt refusal, Zhu Wu hesitated. Remembering the emperor's command, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Would you care to consult your master? My words are the master's words, Chen Fan replied calmly. Silence thickened once more. Zhu Wu drew a deep breath, then produced a purple gold storage ring. His Majesty wishes to purchase another Wanjie token, he said gravely. He is willing to pay 20 million spirit stones. 20 million? Chen Fan shook her head lightly. One spirit vein. What? Zhu Wu's face darkened. An intact spirit vein for a single token? Did they take Ming for a fool? Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. The prestige of Wanjie Bank now towered above the past. One spirit vein for one Wanjie token, this was already a friend's price. Whoosh. A blood-red figure streaked across the sky with astonishing speed. Her scarlet robes left a trail like a line of fire as Su Qingyu dropped in front of the crowd, her voice so steady it sounded nothing like a warning of mortal danger. Chenmi, a large contingent is heading our way. That offhand remark made Zhu Wu's pupil's contract. Xiao Yi had just issued a sect-wide summons. Zhu Wu instantly thought of the elite fighters that would answer it, perhaps even powerhouses from the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet Su Qingyu's expression remained utterly unruffled. Was it confidence or sheer arrogance? Zhu Wu's face shifted several times, but in the end he said nothing. He wanted to see what fate awaited such a proud institution as Wanjie Bank if it was truly forced to pay the price. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly irritated at being interrupted. Will it never end? Are they flies or something? Always buzzing in my ear. In his eyes, neither Xiao Yi nor the Great Zhou dynasty was worth worrying about, but the constant provocation had worn thin. He had no intention of waiting for the third strike. Kill them all, Chen Fan said coldly as he rose, his gaze icy. If you insist on dying, we'll grant your wish. Zhu Wu felt his scalp tingle, especially when Chen Fan's stare swung toward the Great Zhou's direction. He became even more certain these people were madmen. The Great Zhou dynasty had dominated the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years, its foundations unimaginably deep. No one could topple it so easily. Whoosh. Su Qingyu shot into the sky, while the blind swordsman remained at the bank's gate, repeating the most basic sword moves: slash, cleave, thrust, flick, as if the brewing storm had nothing to do with him. Such rudimentary swordplay at Wanjie Bank? Zhu Wu secretly shook his head, ever more convinced the institution didn't live up to its name. Wanjie Bank will be erased today. At the summit of Lingyun Mountain, dozens of figures formed a ring, their declaration booming like a great bell across the peak. To show Xiao Yi they meant business, the Great Zhou dynasty had dispatched 4 early-stage Tongling realm cultivators and 1 mid-stage master, with Lingyun's sex experts. The force totaled 43, several of them latest-stage tumbling. Such a lineup could wipe out a kingdom with room to spare. A low hum filled the air. Su Qingyu stopped high above, wasting no words. The temperature around her surged. Flames danced along the hem of her blood-red robe like living sprites, the searing heat warping the air. Zhu was heart-pounded. Conjuring fire from nothing? And the flames seemed to possess a will of their own. He had never heard of such a technique. Then a rumor flashed through his mind. 100,000 Qin troops and delegates from every major Eastern faction had once been reduced to ash by a strange demonic fire. Could she be the one who unleashed that catastrophe? No, Chen Mi's attitude toward her lacked the reverence due a bankmaster. Which meant the massacre of those 100,000 wasn't the work of the bank's master at all, but of Su Qingyu herself. Only now did Zhu Wu realize he might have gravely underestimated Wanjie Bank. Whoosh, whoosh at that moment, a dozen black specks appeared on the horizon, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Envoy Su, long time no see. Do we have visitors at the estate? Wong Deo, built like a small mountain, vaulted off his flying beast. The ground thudded under his landing. He meant to stride up to Su Qingyu, but the soul-searing heat she radiated forced him 3 steps back, his feet freezing midair before he beat a hasty retreat. He swept a glance over the people from the great Zhao dynasty and the Lingyun sect, then waved as though shooing flies. Off you go. The old crowd hasn't met in a jest. We need to catch up. No time to entertain you. The group traded looks. A mid-stage spirit connection cultivator gave a cold snort. Scared, are you? Scared? Wong Deo straightened, both chins quivering. Do you know who I am? Wong Deo, second most handsome envoy of Wanjie Bank. Since the day I was born, I've never learned how to spell fear. A low hum rolled out as he unleashed the full weight of his mid-stage spirit connection aura, shockwaves rippling like surf. Envoy Su, Olden, back off. They'll take 100 off them myself. Buzz. Buzz. More than a dozen matching auras flared in response. Above them all towered a latest-stage spirit connection pressure, crashing down like a tidal wave. The color drained from Wong Deo's face. Ahem, 10 days on the road. I'm exhausted. He yawned theatrically, turning to Su Qingyu. Envoy Su, you handle this. I'm grabbing a nap. Holler when you're done, and we'll catch up. Before the words finished, he bolted for Wanjie Bank's main gate. Creak. The heavy doors closed in his face, and the estate's defensive array roared awake. Bang. The backlash catapulted Wong Deo several yards. He hit the dirt and rolled like a ball of pork. Everyone. They began to wonder if this clown really worked for Wanjie Bank. Clutching his backside, Wong Deo howled up at the walls. Boss, it's me Deo? Open up. Everyone. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Beside him, Zhu Wu was briefly stunned. Wanjie Bank was famed for its power, yet this envoy couldn't even get through the gate. What on earth? Ignored, Wong Deo scratched his nose to mask the awkwardness. His eyes landed on the blind swordsman standing quietly nearby, and he flashed a broad grin. Hey kid, new here? Let me tell you, Wanjie Bank is incredible. I'm practically an elder. Stick with good food, good drink, the works. The boss and I are as thick as thieves. The blind swordsman lifted his head. Then why can't you get in? Ahem, long story. Let's skip it. Across the way, faces from the great Zhao dynasty and Lingyun sect turned pitch black. So they've been a joke from the start? Playing with us? Killing intent surged. Exactly. Wong Deo folded his arms, nodding broadly. Only brain-dead idiots would charge into Wanjie Bank. Normal folk wouldn't dare, yet here you are. If that's not low IQ, what is? I figured I'd toy with you a bit. Didn't expect it to be this easy. Clearly, brains are in short supply. You. In the next heartbeat, their patience snapped. Auras flared violent, and they charged in a fury. How dare you insult the Lingyun sect? Courting death. The great Zhao dynasty will never be disgraced by vermin like you. Die. They'll tear you apart and make you wish you'd never been born. Deafening roars split the air as powerhouses from the great Zhao dynasty and Lingyun sect leapt skyward. Sword light clashed with phantom palms, murderous intent flooding the heavens. Swish. Swish. Cold flashes sliced the void, scorching trails burning across the sky. Wong Deo turned ashen and bolted, his voice outpacing his body. Why is everyone chasing me? Olden. Envoy Su. Help. Whoosh. He dove toward Zhonghua, and Su Qingyu's only big shots who could save him. Not far away, Chen Fan frowned and muttered. Was hiring this clown as the Wanjie Bank's envoy really a good idea? Bloodslaughter array. Crimson light flared beneath Zhongguo's feet, his killing intent soaring. In an instant a pitch-black doomsday blade formed, humming as though thirsty for blood. Bim. Flames danced violently in Su Qingyu's eyes. The fire sprites circling her broke free, transforming into a rain of scarlet light that sealed every escape route. Only one late Spirit Link realm expert, quick as the sprites themselves, could even attempt to dodge. Demon fire. Watch out, the warning died as holy flames engulfed the crowd. Protective shields and spiritual barriers melted like frost in the sun. Spirit form realm cultivators screamed first, the stench of charred flesh filling the air. Whoosh. The late Spirit Link cultivator forced through the blaze, hurtling toward Wong Deo with boundless hatred. Doomsday blade cleave, and Zhonghua stepped forward. The black blade fell. Splurt. In a single heartbeat, the attacker was severed at the waist. The blade energy vanished, leaving the ground untouched, and the Wanjie Bank unharmed, proof enough of Nzongwo's power. Nearby, those wrapped in holy fire howled in agony. Every spirit form master lay dead. The spirit link experts teetered on the brink, their bodies scorched and cracked. Spare me. Xiao Yi forced us to come. Ill hand over all my treasures. I know the sight of an ancient tomb, just let me live. Pleas for mercy rose, their earlier arrogance long gone. The older they were, the more they feared death. Wong Deo swaggered forward and cursed. Weren't you tough a moment ago? Now you beg when you can't win? You think Wong Deo is easy prey? Dream on. What can you do to me? Bite me. The words had barely left his lips when a furious roar tore through the flames. Brat, if I'm dying, I'm taking you with me. 4th grade divine explosion talisman. Detonate. Let's all die together. Wong Deo's taunts pushed the disciples of Ling Yun's sect over the edge. If they couldn't win, they would drag him to hell with them. With that thought, they charged. Sensing danger, Wong Deo sprang backward, his retreat swift and practiced. Bloodblade. Su Qingyu's slender fingers danced, spinning a dark red crescent blade at her fingertips. In the next instant, it shot skyward, casting scarlet light that painted the heavens crimson. The blood-red glow gathered into a massive, bell-shaped barrier. Boom. The crimson bell dropped from the sky, sealing everyone inside. Bang. Explosions rattled within, flames and blood mist churning into a scene from purgatory, while outside everything fell eerily silent. A heartbeat later, the bell shattered. Everything was over. Were they all dead? Zhu Wu stood frozen, shock pounding in his chest. So this was the strength of the Myriad Worlds Bank? He had thought he overestimated them. Seeing it firsthand, he realized he was still far off. Forgive my boldness, Zhu Wu asked Chen Fan quietly. Is the master of the Myriad Worlds Bank present? No. Chen Fan's voice was calm. Only 3 envoys and 1 apprentice. The others aren't qualified. Steadying himself, Zhu Wu drew a deep breath. Very well, 1 spirit vein for a Myriad Worlds token. We accept. Chen Fan shook his head. The price is now 2 spirit veins per token. Yu Zhu was face darkened. 2 veins brushed the Emperor's limit, yet he clenched his teeth. Fine. Take them. Chen Fan handed over a Myriad Worlds token. Zhu Wu seized it, fearing Chen Fan might change his mind. I have only 1 spirit vein on me. The second will arrive shortly. Very well. Chen Fan nodded. He knew no court official carried multiple spirit veins. Not even the great Ming's wealth allowed that. Jian Xiazi, see him out, Chen Fan ordered. Please. Jian Xiazi gestured politely. As they left the summit of Mount Lingyun, Zhu Wu lowered his voice. May I ask, are you an apprentice of the Myriad Worlds Bank? I am, Jian Xiazi replied. Zhu Wu exhaled in relief. Given his own cultivation, being escorted by an apprentice was pressure enough. The envoys except the chubby Wong envoy were far too terrifying. Screech. A flying beast dived at them, its speed matching a mid-stage spirit refinement cultivator. Sensing its master's death, it sought revenge. Zhu Wu's pupils contracted. He prepared to strike. Whoosh. Jian Xiazi stepped into star stride, his figure blurring. Silver light flashed from his sword. Thud. The beast fell with a hole through its chest. Huh. Zhu Wu stood dumbfounded. A mid-stage chi movement cultivator killing across realms in a single blow? Was he dreaming? So this is what the Myriad Worlds Bank calls an apprentice? Inside the Wanjie Bank System, every member had gathered for the first time. The grand hall was spacious, auras surged like waves, and as everyone stood in a circle, their mingled energy formed an invisible pressure. This Xiao Yi is far too arrogant. Wong Deo flung his sleeve, rage almost taking solid form. Wong Deo, refused to swallow this insult. Master, I strongly suggest we kill Xiao Yi. And Jihan's name alone begs for a beating. His booming voice echoed across the vaulted ceiling. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, eyes calm. What you really want is to kill Zhou Qian, isn't it? The single sentence pierced his thoughts. Wong Deo grunted, cheeks flushing, but pressed on. Master, you must believe me. My loyalty is clear as the sun and moon. Imph. Before he could finish, Chen Fan sealed his mouth with a wave of power. And Zhonghua, Su Qingyu, Wong Deo, Jin Xiaxi, Chen Fan said, voice level yet icy. Leave at once for the Dazhou dynasty. Kill Jihan and Zhao Yi, and bring back the Void Shuttle and the Foundation platform. That is the price for provoking Wanjie Bank. He turned to Qinzheng. Gather the remaining materials for the teleportation array immediately and send them to the summit of Lingyun Mountain. Afterward, take Xiao with you and head to Dazhou. And Zhonghua will take command. Killing intent spread through the hall like a frozen tide. Everyone bowed together. Yes, go. Chen Fan flicked his sleeve. Space twisted and warped. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light shot sky high from the summit of Lingyun Mountain as Su Qingyu and the others left without delay, heading straight for Dazhou. A storm of blood was brewing across the eastern domain. At the same time, News of Lingyun's sect and the Daizhou dynasty's failed joint assault on Lingyun Mountain's summit spread rapidly. Major powers and lone cultivators alike turned pale at Wanjia Bank's strength and sensed an imminent escalation. Most chose to watch from the sidelines, unwilling to get involved. Some dynasties, however, placed their bets. De Chu, De Wu, and De Jin openly sided with De Zhou, backing Xiao Yi in a gamble for the empire's future. On the other side, the Ming dynasty revealed its trump card an army of 1.8 million pledging support to Wanjia Bank. The Jian dynasty proved equally decisive, driving 200,000 cavalry straight toward De Zhou. Unlike those offering De Zhou only words, the Ming and Jian drew their swords at once, and slaughter erupted across the eastern domain. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost as fast as the news itself, Su Qingyu's party slipped through the war-torn blockade within days and entered De Zhou territory. High above, a black-feathered rock carried Qin Zheng as it swooped in to join them. Their destination, the imperial capital of De Zhou. Even along the road, De Zhou's dominance of the eastern domain was evident. Its cities towered, spiritual energy was abundant, and Lingdong realm cultivators filled the streets, with Hualing experts appearing frequently. In this short stretch alone, the team encountered 3 Tongling realm powerhouses, each stern-faced and secretly on guard. After they reached the great Zhou capital, and Zhongwen narrowed his eyes at the imposing city walls. He could feel the entire metropolis sealed inside a defensive array. A grand formation, what an extravagant display, he thought, a glint of cold contempt flashing deep in his gaze. Behind him, Zhuge Yu listened to the hum of spiritual energy, eyes bright. I wonder, he murmured, whether this barrier can withstand the assault of the bloodslaughter array. Our purpose is simple, and Zhongguo replied, his tone brooking no debate. Kill Jihan and Zhao Yi, seize the foundation platform and the void shuttle. No detours, finish it fast. Yes, sir. Zhuge Yu quelled his eagerness and bowed. The single word enter had barely left in Zhongguo's lips before he strode through the city gate, the others close behind. Inside, streets bustled with carts and crowds. Relying on his gift of gab, Wong Deo coaxed a friendly matron into revealing that Zhao Yi was staying at the Honglu Temple. To be sure, he questioned several more aunties, all of whom confirmed the news. Honglu Temple was where Great Zhou received foreign envoys and dignitaries. Zhao Yi was enjoying the highest level of hospitality, a fact known to nearly everyone in the capital. We go in and kill him, and Zhongguo ordered, voice cold as steel. Their pace quickened. Moments later they stood before the temple's scarlet gate. Who are you? No outsiders allowed. For latestage spirit realm guards crossed their blades, blocking the path. Wong Deo was about to smooth things over when the 4 men suddenly burst into flames. The fire devoured flesh and bone before a single scream could escape, leaving only drifting ash. Wong Deo's heart lurched. From the corner of his eye he glanced at the impassive Su Qingyu and swallowed hard. Beauty, he reminded himself, could be as lethal as poppy poison. And Zhongwen never slowed. They pushed into the compound, whose defenders had not imagined the gate could be breached in silence. Patrolling soldiers and visiting envoys alike froze, stunned. Su Qingyu's otherworldly face equal parts fire and ice along with the stranger's numbers and aura drew every gaze in an instant. Who are you? I've never seen you before. A silver-armored general strode forward, blocking their way. Where is Zhao Yi? And Zhonghua asked bluntly. Envoy Xiao is an honored guest of Great Zhou, the general replied, brow furrowed. You can't see him at will. Who are you people, and how did you get in? One hand settled on the hilt of his embroidered spring saber, eyes wary. He sensed danger. Wong Deo kept smiling. General, answer honestly, or you'll be forfeiting your life. With a hiss of steel, the general drew his blade. Behind him, a dozen soldiers followed suit, tension crackling in the air. They had no idea what monsters they faced. Refuse, and you die, came the emotionless reply. Thunder cracked. Without a struggle, the general and his men erupted in flame. In the blink of an eye the fire swallowed them whole. When the blaze died, only blackened heaps of ash remained. Even under the bright midday sun, the sight was chilling beyond measure. Well, what kind of sorcery is this? Who are they? How dare they slaughter Great Zhou soldiers inside Honglu Temple? A ball of emerald fire shot up without a sound, devouring the corpse in an instant and leaving only a scatter of white ash. Heat still shimmered in the air, yet a chill seized the foreign envoys and the arriving troops, racing from their stalls to their spines and pinning them in place. And Zhonghua and the others knew full well that if Envoy Su truly wished, even the ash would be gone. She had left it only to make her warning more vivid, more brutal. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, watching as calmly as if admiring an ordinary scene. Where is Zhao Yi? Wong Deo barked again outside the main hall. Silence followed. The air, like a muffled drumhead, hissed without echo. Who dared speak? One word could offend both Zhao Yi and the Great Zhou court, leaving no way out. You. Wong Deo snapped, pointing at the nearest middle-aged envoy. I have no idea, sir. The man's knees knocked together, his face bloodless, yet he still chose to lie. Boom. flame roared up. In the blink of an eye, he turned to ash before he could even scream. Ah! Several faint-hearted envoys shrieked, their legs turning to jelly as they staggered back. You speak. Wong Deo fixed his glare on another envoy. He's over there. The chosen envoy, scared out of his wits, pointed at a secluded building in the distance. A winding path and swaying bamboo made it look peaceful, but something sinister lurked within. Whoosh! And Zhonghua, Zhuge and the others shot forward like shadows, cutting through the corridors. Halt! Only then did the two guards before the door come to their senses, crossing their spears to block the way. Boom! Boom! Fire erupted and the pair vanished into dust. The other guards, who had been on the verge of moving, froze as if their feet were cast in lead, terrified they would be next. One soldier quietly reached for the signal flare at his waist, hoping to raise an alarm. Su Qingyu's eyes flashed. She pointed lightly. Boom! The man burst into flames, writhed for a breath, and became the third pile of ash. Terror exploded in every eye. They all retreated a step, desperate to avoid any stray spark. Creak and Zhonghua reached the door. Without a touch, the wooden panels swung open by themselves. Where is he? Search. He growled, brows knitting. Swish, swish, swish. Zhuge Yu and the others fanned out, each taking a room and sweeping the place from end to end. Olden, there are two women here. Wong Deo pushed into a side chamber, a mix of shock and fury in his voice. Inside, two women hung upside down from a beam. Their torn robes had slipped to their arms and calves, revealing skin mottled with purple welts. One of them had blood at the corner of her mouth. Her chest was still. She was gone. Wong Deo strode forward, about to check her breath. Don't bother. She is already dead, the other woman croaked. Her eyes were vacant, her face frozen in numb despair. Where is Xiao Yi? Wong Deo's tone turned icy, wasting no words. Misery like this was all too common. Catching the culprit mattered most. Xiao Yi? That beast. The moment she heard the name, the woman's face twisted with hatred. Her eyes gleamed like a viper's, and her once pretty features became almost painful to look at. Where is he? Wong Deo demanded. What do you want with him? She fixed those venomous eyes on Wong Deo, her voice icy. Wong Deo felt a chill sweep over him, the room's temperature plummeting as his hair stood on end. For an ordinary woman to radiate such pressure showed how deep her resentment ran. To kill him, he replied bluntly. This morning, half asleep, I heard Zhou Qi come for him and take him somewhere else, she said clearly. Where? A flash crossed Wong Deo's eyes. Take me along, and I'll guide you, she answered in a frosty tone. Wong Deo frowned and glanced at Zhonghua. Why? Zhonghua asked, his gaze sharpening. He murdered my sister. She drew a shaky breath, but spoke with grim resolve. My twin and I earned our living dancing, and were fairly well known in Qin Du. Zhao Yi fancied us, kidnapped us, and kept us as playthings, tormenting us every day. Last night my sister could no longer bear the shame and bit through her own tongue. I watched her die inch by inch. I want Xiao Yi dead. Her words seemed to turn her grief into a tangible darkness, a beast ready to pounce. Very well. Zhonghua nodded calmly. His blade flicked, slicing the ropes that bound her, and she collapsed to the floor. Envoy Wong, help her, Zhonghua ordered. Olden, Wong Deo protested, unwilling. Why me? You found the lead. The credit is yours, and so is the responsibility, Zhonghua said, then walked off. The others followed. Gritting his teeth, Wong Deo finally helped the woman to her feet. Whoosh, whoosh. They left the court of state ceremonies, racing through the night under her direction. Bang! A signal flare exploded above the compound, lighting the capital's sky as soldiers converged on the temple. Wanhua Tower? Seeing the glowing neon and hearing the music within, they understood at one seat was the largest pleasure house in the capital. The annual courtesan contest is being held here tonight, the dancer whispered. Zhonghua began to issue orders. Envoy Wong, you go in and... Wong Deo cut him off. Olden, you know my strength. Xiao Yi is late confluence realm. If I go in, I'm dead meat. You take Zhuge Yu and the brothers 108 of them and go. And remember, he lowered his voice. Finish it fast. If Jihan hears and slips away, we fail the master's mission. Zhonghua was silent for a moment, then nodded. We go in together. Wanhualu. Today the city's most celebrated courtesans have gathered here, headliners from Chunxiang Pavilion, Yihong Courtyard, Shaoxiang Hall, and dozens of smaller houses, all determined to claim this year's Flower Queen crown. The vast building is jam-packed. Laughter and flirtatious chatter all but lift the roof while young lords and high officials crowd every corridor, eager for the spectacle. Even the capital's premier brothel feels ready to burst at the seams tonight. On the third floor, inside a lavish window-side box, Zhou Qi leaned forward and reported to the gray-robed middle-aged man across from him in a hushed, fawning tone. Envoy Zhao, the Flower Queen will be announced any moment. Wanholu, Chunxiang Pavilion, Yihong Courtyard, and Shaoxiang Hall take turns hosting the event, and this year is ours. Our top star, Lu Meisheng, has home field advantage, so the title should be hers. We also crafted a tragic love story for her, with Tang Bohuth, greatest scholar in Zhou as the romantic lead. He even wrote her an exclusive poem that's being recited across the city, and her fame has soared. Zhou Qi finished every detail, then watched for a reaction. Tang Bohu. Zhao Yi snorted, eyes full of disdain. He's unworthy. Exactly, exactly. Zhou Qi nodded quickly. If you fancy Lu Meisheng, Tang Bohu is irrelevant. A dusty scholar could never deserve such a peerless beauty. Catching the glint in Zhao Yi's eyes, he added, we'll make arrangements right away. She can attend you tonight. Hold on. Zhao Yi swirled his teacup, voice cool. Who said I want Lu Meisheng? Zhou Qi froze halfway to his feet and sat down awkwardly. Then which lady pleases you? Whoever she is, fortune will smile upon her. Zhao Yi drained his tea, rose, and stepped to the carved railing. Below, for leading courtesans vied for attention, lamplight gilding their silhouettes. His gaze blazed with open greed. I want every one of them. A Zhou Qi's mouth twitched. What unchecked lust? Yet he dared not object. Zhao Yi represented Lingyun's sect, and had late spirit communing cultivation far beyond Zhou's reach. He hurried to flatter him. Envoy Zhao, how decisive. Only fools choose. A real man takes it all. Please wait, I'll arrange everything at once. Bang. Before the words had faded, the door flew inward under a solid kick. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Get out. Zhou Qi barked, face dark. Stay? Zhao Yi raised a hand. He didn't recognize the intruder, Wong Deo, but the woman at his side captured him instantly. Su Qingyu. Her beauty seemed to push the noisy hall into the background. Zhao Yi's eyes lit with hungry fire. Courting death, Chen Fan murmured from the corner, while Wong Deo silently mourned for Zhao Yi. Anyone who crossed Su Qingyu met a grisly end. Oblivious, Zhao Yi almost trembled with excitement. Exquisite. Beauty beyond compare. In all my life, I've never seen such radiance. Zhou Qi, you've been hiding her from me, how could you? He had no idea he had only minutes left to live. Consumed by vile fantasies, he fixed his gaze on Su Qingyu and spoke again. At that moment, Zhou Qi was stunned by Su Qingyu's breathtaking beauty. Only when he heard Zhao Yi speak did he snap back to his senses, lick his parched lips, and offer a casual compliment. Envoy Zhao, I've never seen such an exquisite woman. It must be your extraordinary charm that made her throw herself into your arms. Haha. Zhao Yi broke into a broad grin and laughed aloud, his spirits soaring so high it seemed he might float away. Zhou Qi, however, was secretly alarmed. How could a Lingyun sect envoy be bought off by a few sweet words? He's practically asking for death. Courting death, indeed. Wong Deo, standing in the crowd, finally snorted. Are you all blind? Do you think we don't exist? You're here to hand over a beauty, aren't you? Zhao Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply nodded in arrogant approval. Correct, and am very pleased. Do you want to join the Lingyun sect, or take office in Great Zhou? Aside from core disciples and the Grand Chancellor, everything else is mine to grant. His words treated Great Zhou as if it were his personal estate. Zhou Qi's brow twitched violently, rage surging. Where did this leave His Majesty's dignity? He had just opened his mouth when Wong Deo cut him off, voice loud and brash. I want to be Emperor of Great Zhou. Zhao Yi's pupils shrank. Have you lost your mind? Lost my mind? Hardly. Wong Deo stared at him as if at an idiot. Do you even know who you're talking to? Zhao Yi's face darkened, and he announced coldly, Zhao Yi, envoy of the Lingyun sect. And so what? Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and turned to Zhou Qi. Fine. Zhou Qi, is this the Great Zhou's idea of hospitality? Consider me enlightened. With a scornful bark he ordered, courting death. Killed him. Fury already clouded Zhou Qi's mind. A farce like this in the imperial capital? How could he show his face again? With a low rumble, the two early Tonglingrium experts at his side lifted their hands to strike. Boom. Boom. Before they could act, both men erupted in flames. Violet gold holy fire engulfed them instantly, the blistering heat making everyone's scalp tingle. A chill flickered in Su Qingyu's eyes. She was clearly displeased. What was happening? Zhou Qi and Zhao Yi blanched, terror gripping their hearts. Who are you people? This is Great Zhou's imperial capital. I am Zhou Qi, Minister of Rights. Are you looking to die? Zhou Qi bellowed, trying to wield his rank as a shield, yet his voice sounded frail beneath the crackling fire. The next moment his own legs ignited. Agony consumed him. He frantically channeled spiritual power to suppress the flames. Don't kill me. It's a misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding. The fire dancing in Su Qingyu's eyes flared brighter, and the holy flames rose higher. The stench of scorched flesh filled the air, while Zhou Qi's screams grew shriller. Within a few breaths, everything below his knees turned to charred black. The fire crept to his torso. He writhed in torment, voice hoarse as if he were suffering in a fiery hell. The onlookers were too terrified to move. Zhao Yi stood frozen, fingertips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Buzz. Su Qingyu had no intention of lingering. With a gentle lift of her hand, a sword of pure holy flame coalesced in her palm at lightning speed. Splurt. The flaming sword plunged straight into Zhou Qi's shrieking mouth. Ugh. His pupils dilated in terror. Boom. Flames erupted from his skull, as if fire were spurting out of every orifice. His face turned scarlet, then translucent thin as paper before the blaze scorched it to ash and swallowed him whole. Dead. Zhou Qi dropped to the ground, lifeless, and the two guards beside him perished just as quickly, unable to lift a finger in defense. Whoosh. It all happened in a heartbeat. By the time Zhao Yi grasped what was going on, all three were already dead. Fear flooded him. Resistance was pointless. He spun around and bolted. Su Qingyu had no intention of letting him escape. She remembered every word he had just uttered. Boom. A wall of fire roared into existence, blocking his path. As a latest-stage spirit-link cultivator, Zhao Yi was powerful. He summoned a torrent of refined spiritual energy, intent on smashing through the flames. Splat. Su Qingyu flicked her slender fingers. A flash of blood-red light vanished, then reappeared, piercing the tendon in his right foot. Squish, squish, squishery. More sickening impacts severed the tendons in his left foot and both wrists. Thud. His body crumpled. Boom. The fiery wall collapsed like an avalanche and pinned him to the ground. His agonized scream finally rang out. A spirit weapon. You're wielding a spirit weapon. Who are you? I'm an envoy of Lingyun's sect. Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to oppose Lingyun's sect? He regretted ever setting foot in the Eastern Territory. This place felt even more terrifying than the Central Domain. Wasn't Great Zhou just a second-rate power on Lingyun continent? Why were there so many experts here, experts with spirit weapons, no less? You really are dense, Wong Deo said. Still can't guess who we are? Hey, race a hint. Think about whom you offended the moment you arrived in the Eastern Territory. While sacred fire devoured him, Zhao Yi racked his brain. Suddenly his pupils widened. Demon fire. You're from Myriad Worlds Bank. You dare attack the imperial capital of Great Zhou? Aren't you afraid of death? Slice. Slice. Su Qingyu showed no mercy. Her blood blade kept tearing through his flesh, letting him taste the pain of 1,000 cuts. Each wound barely dripped before the holy flames cauterized it. His screams weakened as life drained from him. Against a spirit weapon, he had no chance at all. Watching the scene, Chen Fan thought of one phrase, full of holes. A chill ran through him. Provoking a woman was sheer folly. When a woman turns ruthless, men had better step aside. Of course I'm afraid of dying, Wong Deo said calmly. But the thing is, I can't die. Which one of you could possibly kill me? You? Another officer from the Great Zhou Empire? Please have mercy. I swear I'll never cross the Bank of 10 Realms again. I'll do anything you ask. Crushed by the terror of death, Zhao Yi collapsed onto the floor, his voice shaking like a stray dog. From the moment you offended our master, you were already marked for death, and Zhongwa said coolly. We could have granted you a swift end, but you wouldn't keep your mouth shut. You even angered Envoy Su. Now look at you, no one can save you. Wong Deo shrugged and spread his hands, signaling his helplessness. Savior the dancer, silent until now, spoke in a low, icy voice. May I kill him myself? You may, Su Qingyu replied with a nod. With a flick of her jade-white hand, her blood-red robe flared, and the sacred flame tore out of Zhao Yi's body, coiling back around her sleeve. It's you stripped of that burning force. Zhao Yi could barely breathe, yet he still recognized her. Yes'm. Taking the dagger Wong Deo offered, the dancer advanced, her tone subdued. You ruined my life and drove my sister me last kinto her grave. While you toyed with us from your lofty perch, did you ever imagine this moment? A low hum reverberated as hatred thick enough to bend the air erupted from her body. Don't kill me. Zhao Yi scrambled backward on trembling hands, shaking uncontrollably. Die, die, die. Her face twisted. The dancer gripped the blade with both hands and plunged it straight into Zhao Yi's heart. Splat. Blood sprayed, painting her face and robes crimson. Numb to the gore, she yanked the knife free and stabbed again and again. Splat. Splat. Bits of flesh and hot blood splattered. Zhao Yi's screams faltered, then ceased. The proud envoy of Lingyun's sect never dreamed he would fall to a mere dancer. A shrill cackle burst from her throat, wild and chilling. Then she turned the blood-soaked dagger on herself. Flash. A cold gleam, a jet of scarlet. Wong Deo lunged to stop her, but it was too late. Thud. She collapsed into the spreading pool of blood, lifeless. With her life ruined and her loved ones gone, her will to live had shattered. Boom. The sacred flame roared to life, reducing her and even the scattered Benesto ash. Zhao Yi's corpse remained where it fell, ignored. Let's go. Jihan is next, and Zhongwa said, turning on his heel. Whoosh. Whoosh. The others shook off the stench of blood and followed. Their earlier clash had already scattered the guests of the courtesan gala, leaving the entire House of Blossoms deserted. Clack, clack. The moment they stepped outside, they found ranks of Great Zhou soldiers arrayed before them, blades and spears gleaming. Several powerful auras locked onto them at once. Stirring up trouble in the imperial capital? You've got some nerve. The district's commanding officer strode forward, his thick beard quivering beneath his iron armor, while the early-stage whirling aura around him pulsed openly. His rank wasn't high, but powerful connections let him swagger through this lucrative post. Eyes gleaming, He fixed on Nzongwo's group. Delight had been hunting for an easy way to earn merit in his new post, and now the opportunity had walked right to his door. Seize them. He didn't give Nzongwo a chance to speak. With a sweep of his arm, dozens of armored soldiers surged forward. Grab him and lead us to the Crown Prince's residence, Nzongwo ordered in a low voice. They were strangers in the Dezhou capital and urgently needed a guide. There was no time to ask for directions politely. A cold flash split the air. The blind swordsman darted out, blade aimed straight at the bearded officer. Pushing Xingji footwork to its limit, he slipped past the onrushing soldiers. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his target. Blood sprayed. Before the officer even registered the sword's shadow, both his tendons were severed and an icy tip pressed against his throat. You dare kill me? Behind me there is. Lead the way. The blind swordsman cut him off, uninterested in the bluster. Huh. The officer froze. To the Crown Prince's residence. What? His face went ashen. If he led these unknown threats into the prince's compound, he'd be a dead man. The sword inched forward, piercing skin. Warm blood trickled down his breastplate, the chill of death tightening around his heart. Fine. They'll take you. Survival came first. He no longer dared stall. He whirled and set off at a run, the party close behind. Still, he tried to slow his pace, hoping to buy time. Wham! Wong Deo, seeing through the ploy, kicked the back of his knee. Move it. Keep dawdling, and you'll learn what my blade feels like. Cold sweat poured down the officer's face as he broke into a full sprint. Ahead, a surge of energy rolled over them. 3 early-stage tunneling cultivators were blocking the street. And Zongwo's eye sharpened. They're the same auras we sensed earlier. How strong? Wong Deo asked. Early-stage tunneling, 3 of them. They'll handle it. If I can't take them, they'll bash my head on a brick in shame. Wong Deo laughed, launching himself forward. Already mid-stage tunneling and flush with resources, he saw the perfect chance to prove himself. Any delay and stronger foes might arrive, leaving him on the sidelines again. How would the Manor Lord see that? He rocketed into the fight. Boom. Energy rippled, dust and stone exploding outward. 1 against 3, Wong Deo still held the clear advantage. But killing 3 early-stage spirit-channeling cultivators was anything but easy. Wong Deo panted through clenched teeth, his arms burning as he stubbornly held back the trio's assault. Even so, his movements still looked sluggish to Nzongwo. Too slow. Nzongwo's voice was low, his gaze sharp as a blade. Hearing this, Wong Deo's chest tightened, and he protested with a pout. Bao Bao's already giving it everything he's got. Boom. Su Qingyu finally stepped in. She pointed with her index finger. A spark of flame burst at the tip, and a crimson sprite vaulted skyward. In the blink of an eye, it locked onto the 3 early-stage spirit-channeling experts. Demon fire. Look out. The men's faces drained of color. They poured spiritual power into a barrier, yet the scorching breath of death still rushed toward them. Puff, puff, puff. Flames erupted. Their defense burned to nothing, and Wong Deo lunged. Cold light flashed, and 3 heads flew at once. The whole exchange was as effortless as slicing rotten wood. In the distance, a bearded general's pupils constricted. Realizing how fearsome this group was, he immediately became much more polite. Spectators lining the street, citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, had been ready for a show. Now they all sucked in a breath. Not only had the troublemakers escaped suppression, they had just beheaded Zhou experts in broad daylight, far beyond anything the crowd imagined possible. Who are these people? They're unbelievably strong and fearless. Someone whispered in shock. Insolence. You dare slay great Zhou cultivators and defy imperial authority? Die. The roar cracked through the air, and several more figures streaked in. 2 mid-stage spirit-channeling cultivators. 2 early-stage spirit-channeling cultivators. Murderous intent slammed forward. Wong Deo's pupils shrank. He involuntarily took a step back. This time Nzongwo frowned and flashed forward to meet them. If they delayed, they would be surrounded and wiped out long before reaching the Crown Prince's estate. Bang! Bang! He flung out a 5th-grade Divine Force talisman. Light exploded, and with 1 palm per foe, he blasted the 4 attackers into bloody mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the field clear, the party didn't pause. They sprinted toward the prince's manor. Screech! A black-feathered roc and several other flying spirit beasts swooped down, their wings whipping up fierce winds. Everyone leapt onto their backs and shot straight for their target. Since they were exposed, they might as well finish this quickly. Stop them! Another furious shout split the clouds. 1 latest-stage spirit-channeling aura. 4 mid-stage auras. 8 early-stage auras. 13 strands of pressure wove together like an iron net, closing in to pin the intruders outside the prince's manor. High above, Chen Fan watched calmly. Nzongwo and the others are in for trouble, he said quietly. A gale howled ahead as the 13 cultivators drove toward them like sword points. That man is Great Zhou's Crown Prince Jihan. Qinzheng pointed at the high platform above the manor and shouted, jolting the onlookers from their daze. Flash! Cold light surged in Nzongwo's eyes. Spiritual power condensed in his palm, forming a blue blade several meters long, and he hacked downward. The blade aura devoured ambient spirit energy as it expanded, its power terrifying. On the platform, Jihan stood with hands clasped behind his back. He neither dodged nor retreated, eyes narrowing as his voice turned icy. So it's the Myriad Worlds Bank. You're bold indeed, breaking into Great Zhou's imperial capital. He raised a hand, chill seeping into every word. In that case, none of you are leaving. Whoosh. And Zhongguo's strike was devastating. The blade's aura screamed through the air like a pale bolt of lightning, condensing into a 10-foot arc of saber energy that hurtled forward with a howling shockwave. With 1 foot already in the Yuling realm, his slash was something no ordinary Tongling cultivator could withstand. Buzz. At the edge of the dais, a middle-aged man in a gray robe suddenly appeared beside Crown Prince Jihan of Zhou. Though his plain garb seemed unremarkable, his aura matched in Zhongguo's razor-sharp and dense enough to make the air hum. He raised a hand, and a spiral of spirit power unfurled in his palm, gray light drawing in the chi of heaven and earth and swelling in an instant. Boom. Saber energy collided heat-in with the vortex in midair. Spinning wildly, the vortex first devoured the ambient chi around the blade, but the saber aura refused to yield, its razor edge tearing at the vortex's walls. The two forces locked together, unleashing a shrill scream that made every ear in the hall ring. Stalemate. The light above shuddered, the spiral seemingly about to be ripped apart at any moment, while the saber edge thinned and faded. The two powers gnawed at each other, aura against aura, breaths audible in the silence. Buzz. At last the saber energy collapsed, and the vortex burst with a muffled thud, shattering into fragments. A draw. Hand over Jihan and Great Zhou will be spared, and Zhongguo said, eyes narrowing as his lethal gaze fixed on the man in gray. The 10,000 Worlds Bank is as overbearing as the rumors say, the gray-robed man replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back. But the depth of Great Zhou is far beyond your imagination. Charging into the capital so recklessly is the height of conceit. Whoosh, whoosh 13 Tongling experts landed at once, encircling in Zhongguo's group, a tide of killing intent surging around them. Are you the master of the 10,000 Worlds Bank? Crown Prince Jihan asked coldly, the edge of his words aimed straight at Zhongguo. The master has no need to soil his hands against Great Zhou. Wong Deo stepped forward, cutting in with a mocking tone. Jihan, as Crown Prince, shouldn't you be thinking of your people and the royal family? Don't be so selfish. What are you implying? Jihan frowned, a glint of ice in his eyes. If you truly care about Great Zhou and your own life. Otherwise, when war breaks out, the land will drown in blood, the dynasty will fall, and history will curse you forever, Wong Deo retorted without yielding. Let me be clear. The 10,000 Worlds Bank has only two goals today: first, to kill you, and second, to kill Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi is already dead. Why aren't you joining him instead of wasting our air? You are courting death. Jihan's face darkened, his usual composure igniting into blazing fury. Royal uncle, I want him dead. He snarled, turning sharply to the man in gray. Very well, the gray-robed man answered, stepping off the dais and climbing into the air as though ascending an invisible staircase. With every step his aura swelled, like a slumbering lion king awakening, shaking the surrounding chi with sheer pressure. Buzz. He extended his palm once more, and the spiral vortex of spirit power reformed, this time aimed straight at Wong Deo. The spinning maelstrom drew in heaven and earth, sending a chill like death's gaze. Wong Deo felt his heart freeze and darted behind Zhongguo without hesitation. Your opponent is me. And Zhongguo roared, his aura surging like a flood as he strode forward, saber intent soaring skyward to clash again with the gray-robed man. Fight! The other 13 spirit communion experts struck at the same time, their savage attacks howling through the air like ribbons of white light. Su Qingyu took a single step forward and hung there in midair. Her blood-red robe snapped in the chaotic wind, and a flame sprite leapt from her sleeve, circling her like a mischievous child. Heat surged crazily around her, the fire in her eyes burning ever brighter. She intended to face the 13 alone. 13 fearsome techniques shrieked toward her, yet her expression remained indifferent. Her crimson lips parted and she uttered 4 words. Sacred fire, scorch the plains. The flame sprite burst apart, splitting into a dozen streams of scarlet fire that streaked toward the incoming techniques. Firelight and spiritual light collided midair, and the searing shockwaves made heaven and earth rumble. The edge of a heaven-grade art revealed itself. Despite being outnumbered, she lost not an inch of ground. Skydragon Palm, Scarlet Fire Fist, Glacial Force. The 13 spirit communion experts of Great Zhou had a deep reserve of power, and every move they used was an earth-grade art. In an instant the world's spiritual energy boiled, and a hurricane laced with ice, fire, and lightning crashed down. The flame sprite flickered under the pressure, on the brink of being snuffed out. Su Qingyu's pupils flared with fire. The next moment a sea of flames erupted around her, a crimson waterfall pouring from the sky and blanketing the land. Within several kilometers the blaze swept outward, the air itself twisting from the heat. The black-feathered eagle shrieked and beat its wings, shepherding the other 18 flying beasts upward. If that tidal wave of fire touched them, only the eagle might survive. The other spirit beasts and soared blind, and the rest would be reduced to ash on the spot. Below, the people of Great Zhao stared up at the fiery heavens, their faces draining of color. To conjure such world-scorching flames out of nothing, and to stand unharmed at their heart, this blood-robed woman looked like a crimson sun. As countless eyes locked on her, 2 wings of living fire unfurled from Su Qingyu's back. They were vast, their lines smooth, and their scarlet glow brilliant, and a sense of holiness and majesty washed over the crowd. One word flashed unbidden through every mind: fairy. At the same time, the nearly extinguished flame sprite drank in fresh spiritual power, burning hotter and hotter until it punched straight through the cluster of earth-grade attacks before it. That's spirit fire. A latest-stage spirit communion expert gasped, his face turning ashen. She can convert her spiritual power into demon flame that burns everything. The 13 had believed that a combined assault would crush her, yet Su Qingyu had stopped them dead. If the fight dragged on, it was they who might break first. The latest-stage expert's eyes blazed with desperation. His hands blurred through a series of seals, and he roared, "Scarlet Tiger." A massive crimson tiger materialized above his head, its ferocity rolling outward in waves. He spat a mouthful of essence blood, and the tiger's aura exploded, muscles hardened, menace billowed in every direction. Below, the people of Great Zhao fell to their knees in fear. Seeing this, the remaining 12 spirit-channeling experts clenched their jaws and followed suit. Leopard, white wolf, short, sharp cries rang out as 12 spirit beasts materialized one after another, lining up beside the scarlet tiger. 13 colossal silhouettes filled the sky, their very presence oppressive. Go! At their master's command, the 13 beasts threw back their heads and howled. Flames rolled from their maws as they leapt into the air and swallowed the fire sprite whole. Roar! The red tiger charged first, galloping through holy fire. The other 12 beasts thundered after it, their burning footprints carving a crimson path straight towards Su Qingyu. She can summon spirit beasts? That must be a secret art mid-earth-grade at the very least. Someone whispered in shock. Locked on by the 13 beasts, Su Qingyu felt their murderous intent weigh on her like a mountain. Chen Fan watched and said quietly, at her current level, she can't withstand this next assault. His gaze pierced her calm features, as though reading the thoughts hidden deep within her. Breakthrough. With a slight arch of his brow, Chen Fan uttered the 2 words. In that instant, Su Qingyu's eyes sharpened. The shadow of death made her hair stand on end, a sensation she had not felt in years. She drew a deep breath, closed her eyes, and sought the turning point buried within the crisis. Buzz. Electric light seemed to flicker around her as her aura surged. After nearly 2 months of harsh cultivation, she finally stepped into late spirit channeling realm. Roar. Her breakthrough had barely stabilized when the 13 spirit beasts lunged. Swish. Fiery wings snapped open and she shot upward like a scarlet streak, covering a kilometer in an instant to force distance between them. Blazing bow form. Fire churned in her palm, shaping an arched longbow. She raised her right hand, and a flaming arrow coalesced, incandescent at her fingertips. She drew and released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flaming arrows tore through the sky like meteors, their blazing tails streaking toward the 13 beasts. With the breakthrough, Su Qingyu's mastery of the sacred flame scripture had become effortless. A single thought could forge weapons from fire. Chen Fan nodded to himself. The Kai-woven beasts would not last, and neither would the 13 spirit-channeling experts of the Great Zhao dynasty. Thud, thud. Arrows buried themselves in bestial bodies, each impact followed by anguished howls. Boom. Fire blossomed, a rain of scarlet sparks cascading like crimson fireworks against the night sky. Impossible. The beast spirit mantra is the royal family's secret art, unmatched within the same realm. She's only late spirit channeling. How did she annihilate our spirit beasts in an instant? Heaven-grade technique. Her art must be heaven-grade. Cries of terror erupted. Heaven-grade techniques were rarer than phoenix feathers even in the central domain. Even a giant like Ling Yun's sect possessed only one to guard its legacy. Yet this woman cultivated one. The strength and mystery of the Myriad Worlds Bank are far beyond your imagination, Chen Fan murmured. Die? Su Qingyu lifted her gaze. Killing intent, colder than ice, glinted behind the flames. She drew the bow again, an even fiercer arrow condensing on the string, its blazing tip aimed at her foes. Look out! Panic gripped the crowd. They flashed through the firelight, each desperate to avoid becoming the target of the next shot. Condense. The next instant, chains of flame slithered out like venomous serpents, winding around wrists and ankles and pinning everyone in place. Whoosh! Su Qingyu flicked a finger, and a blazing arrow ripped through the air, punching cleanly through the chest of a spirit communion cultivator. Bang! On impact, the man's flesh erupted, bone and blood-red fire bursting across the sky like a ghastly firework. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. Arrow followed arrow. Bound by the fiery chains, the remaining cultivators were helpless, forced to watch their comrades die one by one. Help! Somebody help! Your Majesty Zhao, save me! Their screams echoed. Enough! A low shout boomed like a bell. Imperial pressure at the Spirit Master level swept out. Emperor Zhao had made his move. Buzz! From deep inside the Dezhou Palace, a gigantic hand blotted out the sky, first crushing the chains to free the survivors, then shattering the oncoming arrows. You dare slay warriors of the Dezhou Empire? None of you will leave here alive. Before the words faded, the colossal palm, heavy as a mountain, slammed towards Su Qingyu, Wong Deo, and the others. Air detonated under the pressure, pinning them so completely they could scarcely lift a finger. Scree! The black-plumed eagle threw back its head and shrieked, feathers bristling as an ancient, savage aura burst forth. A black-plumed eagle with an awakened ancient bloodline? Emperor Zhou's voice rolled like thunder. Wanjia Qinzhuang truly has hidden depth. I should like to meet your bankmaster. You are not worthy. Whoosh! And Zhonghua roared, tearing free of his duel with the gray-robed man, and flashing to the front of Su Qingyu's group. Buzz! The eagle's power surged, vaulting to latest-stage spirit communion. With a single wing beat, it shot into the sky. Buzz! Flames danced in Su Qingyu's eyes. Fiery wings swept out, scarlet blaze surging like a tide. Buzz! And Zhonghua drove a fist forward, the shockwave howling. 3 latest-stage spirit communion powerhouses erupted together, meeting the sky-covering strike Heaton. Wanjia Qian's Wang Peerless under heaven. Wong Deo clenched his teeth, shattered the crushing force around him, and charged alongside them, nothing like his usual carefree self. Kill! With the main shock absorbed, Jian Xiazi and Qin Zheng felt their shoulders suddenly light. They lifted sword and spear. There are no cowards at Wanjia Qinzhuang. Kill! 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 Zhuge Yu led the 108 guards. They roared in unison, brandished their weapons, and charged. The next heartbeat, under countless watching eyes, the two sides' attacks collided in a thunderous clash. Boom! The instant the two assaults collided, a massive surge of spiritual power exploded outward, rippling in every direction. Wherever the shockwave swept, the palace tiles fractured, stone pillars snapped, and walls were reduced to rubble, as if a tornado had torn through the hall. Uft! Wong Deo coughed up a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. His chubby face went deathly pale, and pain stabbed through his chest. The others staggered and turned white as well, but none suffered as badly as he did. With nothing more than a casual strike, the Zhou Emperor had forced the entire Tin-Realm Bank contingent to their knees. No one lay mortally wounded, yet his terrifying power was laid bare. Uft! Wong Deo spat blood again. He glared sullenly at Zhonghua and the rest. Why am I the only one puking blood? Because your kidneys are shot, and Zhonghua retorted without mercy. He flashed forward, landing beside Zhuge Yu and the others. Blood slaughter formation, form up and kill. He barked. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant they assembled. A murderous aura soared into the sky and solidified overhead into a colossal black blade, the world-ending saber. Swish! Gripping the hilt with both hands, and Zhonghua felt his confidence surge. Locking his gaze on the depths of the great Zhou Palace, he shouted, again, I alone will take your head. The middle-aged man in the gray robe, Xiao Wang. Zhou Qian snapped his hands forward. 2 spiraling vortexes of spiritual energy appeared, one black, one white, intertwining and radiating killing intent. It was clearly a powerful battle skill. Xiao Wang, go eliminate the others. Leave him to me. The Emperor's voice echoed as another towering astral palm took shape, even heavier and more oppressive than the last. Uft! Xiao Wang. Wong Deo spat blood a third time. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he fixed a venomous gaze on the gray-robed man. You despicable coward. Zhou Qian frowned and shot him an icy glance. What are you looking at? A man who rose to power on a woman's coattails? What kind of man is that? Wong Deo ranted on. Back in that mysterious cavern, the shameless villain who had killed Elder Mu Li was none other than Zhou Kana. Blood feud Wong Deo could never forget. But he was far too weak. Everyone had borne a share of the Emperor's attack, each according to his strength. Logically, he shouldn't have been coughing blood, but his own power was so meager that the burden crushed him. Seeing Zhou Qian hold his own against Olden, he knew he stood no chance. He turned to Su Qingyu. Envoy Su, this guy slaughtered a brother who loved the same woman just to grow stronger through her trash like that. Deserves to die, doesn't he? What does that have to do with me? Su Qingyu asked coolly. Don't girls like gossip? Don't you all hate the villains in those stories? Wong Deo felt another 10,000-point blow to his morale. If Su Qingyu refused to help, he was dead meat. They'll kill him only because he stands between me and my mission to eliminate Jihan, Su Qingyu replied calmly. Wong Deo exhaled in relief. Whatever the reason, as long as you'll help take Zhou Qian down. Pathetic lies, Zhou Qian sneered, a flicker of malice in his eyes, though his face remained composed. Whoosh! Before Wong Deo could spit out another word, Zhou Qian vanished in a blur and launched a savage assault. Swish, the blade sliced through the air. Su Qingyu locked onto the incoming figure, her eyes blazing. Your opponent is me. Boom, boom. Fists and fire exploded in midair. In an instant they traded dozens of blows, shockwaves hammering the ground and sending rubble flying. Wong Deo had already slipped to the edge of the fight. Hands on his hips, he shouted over the clash of combat. Ridiculous? You're the ridiculous one. To win a woman, you're ready to kill Senior Mu live man who loves her just as much, no, even more. All you see is the influence and resources behind her. Do you realize you're ruining two people's happiness, two people's Levesno, 2 lifetimes? Shut up. Zhou Qian's gaze turned icy. Forcing himself to stay calm, he barked, utter nonsense. Brother Mu is dead. A startled cry came from above. A woman in green descended, her sleeves billowing. Landing with regal poise, she glared. Zhou Qian, did you kill Brother Mu? He's babbling, lying or don't believe a word. Blood surged in Zhou Qian's chest. Distracted, he barely dodged Su Qingyu's flaming whip. Wong Deo narrowed his eyes and smirked. Babbling. I inherited Senior Mu Li's legacy. If I'm making this up, why are you panicking? Zhou Qian, you should outclass Envoy Su, yet she nearly scorched you. What guilty secret are you hiding? Absurd deduction. Zhou Qian drew a deep breath, regaining composure. Brother Mu was a man of honor. Never take a rogue like you as a disciple. You're dodging the question. What are you hiding? Wong Deo pressed. During the exchange, Lianer's gaze grew frosty. Zhou Qian, you lied to me? Brother Mu's disappearance that you're doing? Was the Mu clan's fall tied to you? Her voice shook with a millennium of anger and grief. You've deceived me for 1,000 years. Lianer, he's lying to unsettle me. When have I ever deceived you? I swear on my martial path. Zhou Qian raised a solemn hand in oath. Lianer's brows knitted as memories flooded back, doubt flickering in her eyes. Sensing a turning point, Zhou Qian relaxed slightly, ready to regain control. But Wong Deo's cold laugh cut through. Zhou Qian, heaven sees all. Did you think one colossal lie could fool everyone? Look at this. He pulled a smooth jade pendant from his robe and held it aloft. You recognize it, don't you? It belonged to Senior Mu Li. Catching the sunlight, the pendant glowed with a familiar sheen. Lianer's eyes widened, her fingers trembling. Zhou Qian's face drained of color, panic breaking through his composure. In that heartbeat of distraction, Su Qingyu's flames surged, instantly overturning the battle. Zhou Qian, are you still going to claim these are fake, or that I just happened to pick them up on the street? Standing on the platform, Wong Deo appended his Chinquan pouch, letting its contents spill out with a clatter jade pendants, night glass, a short dagger, dozens of items in all. These are every last gift I ever gave Brother Mu, he declared. In the torchlight, the piece of night glass etched with the characters Li and Lian shimmered with a gentle glow. Lianer's fingertips trembled as tears welled in her eyes. Li had kept every present until the very end. Seizing the moment, Wong Deo raised his voice. Before he passed, Senior Mu left a message. In every flower lies a world, in every leaf a journey, every song ends in a sigh, and my life belongs to one person alone. Lianer, let's be husband and wife in the next life. He looked straight at her. Senior, the Lianer he spoke of, that's you, isn't it? Lianer could hold back no longer. She burst into tears. Chen Fan frowned inwardly. Did Mu Li really say that? Obviously the guy is making it up, but it's working. Well done, Dabby, you're finally useful. Impossible. He should have been dead long ago. Zhou Qian blurted, panic flashing across his face as he stared at the pile of keepsakes. Wong Deo pounced on the slip. Oh, and how would you know Mu Li should have been dead? Zhou Qian's face went rigid. A roar of sacred flame erupted as fire from Su Qingyu's sleeves scorched his gray robe, burning gaping holes through the fabric. Had his cultivation been weaker, he would have been seriously injured. You're twisting my words. Zhou Qian forced himself to stay calm. I have always acted with honor. Lianer, don't let him drive a wedge between us. Brother Mu and I were as close as family. How could I commit such an atrocity? Seeing Zhou Qian slowly regain his footing against Su Qingyu, Wong Deo's eyes darted. He quickly fanned the flames again. Senior Lianer, Senior Mu also said you should forget him and spend your life with the man you love. He'll see you in the next world. No, I don't love him. Lianer screamed, on the verge of collapse. Brother Mu, the one I love is you, only you. Tears streaking her face, she turned on Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian, you beast. You're the one who killed Brother Mu. They'll tell my father, and make sure you're punished. Make sure you pay for your sins in the underworld. The composure Zhou Qian had just regained shattered in an instant. If what she threatened came to pass, all his schemes would crumble, and even the great Zhou dynasty might be dragged down with him. Shut up, you wretched woman, Lu Lianer. He roared, his face twisted with fury. I've doted on you for 1,000 years, yet you still can't forget that dead man Mu Li. All these years we've shared a bed, yet dreamed different dreams. I've heard you cry out Mu Li's name in your sleep countless times. Why? For what reason? In what way am I lesser than him? Zhou Qian's roar split the air, his face twisting with rage and his eyes flashing crimson. In that instant his aura transformed cold, eerie, as though a caged beast had broken loose. If you love him that much, then follow him to the underworld. His voice dropped to a lethal growl as he flung his arms wide. Schwama art. Pitch black, demonic energy surged from his body, wrapping around him like layers of swirling smoke, yet burning like a frantic flame. Power soared, bones cracked, shockwaves rippled outward, and in a heartbeat he shattered his bottleneck spirit master realm. A spirit master cultivator. Far off, Wong Deo felt his scalp tingle. His pudgy face twitched as he thumped his own chest in frustration. Seriously? I just ran my mouth a little, and the enemy suddenly powers up? Before the words were out, he chose one option: retreat. His figure blurred, darting out of the battle zone. At the same moment, Chen Fan's brows knitted as he rifled through the encyclopedia of knowledge in his mind. His voice turned icy. The Xuanma art during the demonic invasion tens of thousands of years ago, humanity barely won and the demons withdrew. We thought the technique was lost, yet Zhou Qian somehow found it. No wonder he's been stuck at late spirit channeling for so long. He was secretly cultivating this art. Su Qingyu and the others there in grave danger. Black clouds churned as Zhou Qian appeared in front of Lu Lianer and clamped a hand around her snow-white throat, lifting her high. Die, die. His eyes burned blood red, demonic energy boiling as his voice cracked with madness. Lu Lianer's delicate face flushed red, then purple from lack of air, yet she offered no plea for mercy. Only a bone-deep disappointment filled her eyes. So this was the cruel, venomous man she had married. At least, in her final moments, she had confirmed Mu Li's feelings. That was enough. She slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly 10 talismans glimmered in her slender palm. 5th grade divine blast talismans. Pale gold sigils pulsed with deadly light. Brother Mu, I'm coming to join you, she whispered in her heart and triggered them all. Boom, boom, boom. 10 5th grade divine blast talismans detonated at once. Blinding spheres of light blossomed in the sky, 10 blazing suns roaring in rapid succession. The savage shockwave swept over the imperial city. Wherever it passed, levitating pavilions, jade-tiled eaves settled into dust. The entire palace shook violently, dust billowed skyward, and screams of terror rose as people were hurled to the ground. A single one can kill a latest-stage spirit-channeling cultivator, she set off 10 at once. Chen Fan's face darkened. You lunatic. Shielded by demonic energy, Zhou Qian roared as the black mist writhed, yet the fiery radiance swallowed him, his figure vanishing in a field of searing white. Below, buildings collapsed in sheets, shattered tiles and stone raining down. Wails and cries mingled, turning the imperial city into an instant hellscape. Look out, catch. Wong Deo hurriedly pulled several 5th grade divine shield talismans from his storage pouch and tossed them to Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman nearby. With their limited cultivation, they would never survive the aftershock without protection. The talismans unfolded into translucent barriers that enclosed the trio, cutting off the blast. The shields quivered and their sigils dimmed rapidly, but they held through the first wave of explosions. As for Wong Deo, the moment Su Qingyu saw 10 talismans appear in Lu Lianer's hand, the fiery wings on her back beat frantically. She shot backward, almost teleporting, and landed beside Wong Deo and the others. Seizing the opening, Wong Deo shoved 2 5th grade divine shield talismans into Jian Xiazi and Qin Zheng's hands. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his last one at Su Qingyu, while a 4th grade shield flared around his own body. Envoy Su, Zhou Qian might still live. Use this chance, kill him, he shouted, all trace of his usual levity gone. Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed in surprise. She took the talisman and darted straight toward the blast center. Flames raced across her pupils until they swallowed her eyes entirely, giving her an eerie look. Boom. Scorching fire roiled around her. Her hands wove rapidly, as if spinning a monstrous seed of flame. Power surged in her palms, growing ever more violent. She poured all her spiritual energy into it, relying on the 5th grade divine shield talisman alone to keep the blast at bay. Within a few breaths, the impact from the 10 5th grade divine burst talismans subsided, and everything fell silent. Uft. Wong Deo's hefty body slammed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his aura collapsing at once. Though Qin Zheng and Jian Xiazi were protected by 5th grade shields, their faces were ghost white and their injuries severe. Caw-caw. The black-feathered iron-winged eagle was blown back, its feathers standing on end. It looked battered, yet its freakish defenses left it unharmed. Why is it always me coughing up blood? Wong Deo managed to joke before his strength gave out. Qin Zheng and Jian Xiazi flanked him, guarding his sides. Haha. Wild laughter tore through the stillness. Ridiculous. You can't comprehend the power of the spirit domain. Wretched woman, you think you can kill me? You're as foolish as Mu Li. Wreathed in demonic mist, Zhou Qian hovered in midair. His aura flickered and the black haze had thinned, yet the might of a spirit domain cultivator still radiated from him. The 10 talismans had wounded him badly, but not fatally. A beast like you deserves to die. Su Qingyu flashed forward. A flaming lotus suddenly bloomed between her jade-like hands, its scorching heat warping the air. What are you doing? Which stop? Zhou Qian's face contorted, his pupils pinpricking. Fire Lotusco. Su Qingyu paid him no mind. With a flick of her wrist, the lotus shot forth. The two were only steps apart, and the lotus moved at lightning speed. Zhou Qian had no chance to dodge. No, you'll die too, stop. He screamed, twisting to flee. Demonic energy roared inside him, and even the divine shield talisman on his body activated in an instant. Bang! A heartbeat later, the lotus exploded. A wave of searing flames swept in all directions, and from afar it looked like a colossal lotus blooming in midair. The fire lotus detonated with a force on par with the 10 fifth-grade divine explosive talismans that had gone off moments before. Its petals burst outward, yet every shred of power folded back in, concentrating the blast at a single point. Zhou Qian's despairing scream was cut short as he vanished. He had staked everything on forcing his way into the Spirit Master realm, convinced it would seal his victory. Instead, the sudden counterattack obliterated him, body and soul. The instant she released the lotus, Su Qingyu beat her flaming wings and streaked away. When the shockwave caught up, she wrapped those wings around herself, channeling inner fire into a second barrier. A fifth-grade divine shield talisman flared in her palm, its crystalline light sealing her off from the blast. Far off, Wong Deo had feared she would be blown apart. Seeing her defenses, his eyes went wide. You had one of those. Then why did you take mine? He broke off, coughing up blood, unsure whether from rage or reopened wounds. The blind swordsman and Qin Zheng exchanged a look, then activated their own fifth-grade shields without hesitation. Wong Deo stared, speechless. Uft, uft, uft. 3 spurts of blood later, he collapsed in a faint. Qin Zheng muttered, the Manor Lord gave them to us before he left. Envoy Wong, didn't he give you some too? We thought you had extras, and were sharing. Even unconscious, Wong Deo seemed to hear him. Another trickle of blood slipped from his lips. Qin Zheng fell silent, stepped up beside the blind swordsman, and helped absorb the lingering shockwave. With a reluctant screech, the black feather rock spread its battered wings over Wong Deo. The blast tore feathers away, yet it held firm, shielding everyone behind it. At last the flames guttered out, leaving the sky the color of ash. Amid scorched rubble, Su Qingyu's lips bled and her face was deathly pale. The fiery wings behind her shattered, and with her spiritual power exhausted she plummeted. The rock, ignoring its own wounds, surged upward and caught her in its talons. Now, they're all half dead. Finish them. Jihan clawed his way out of the ruins, wildeed and filthy. Kill one and earn 1,000,000 spirit stones and 3 ranks of promotion. Whoosh! Great Zhou soldiers flooded forward. The latest stage spirit link cultivator and 3 mid-stage experts the Emperor had saved earlier had recovered and now led the charge. The tide turned in an instant. The rock, the blind swordsman, and Qin Zheng formed a ring around Su Qingyu and the unconscious Wong Deo, eyes cold, ready to fight to the last. This is the great Zhou dynasty, the Ji clan's domain, Jihan hissed. All of you Myriad Realms Pavilion lackeys will die here. Every last one. With a shrill cry, the black-feathered eagle folded its wings and plunged, holding off a latest-stage tongueling expert and 3 mid-stage tongueling cultivators on its own. Its razor-sharp pinions stirred a dark gale. Blood blossomed in the air with every screech of kill. Elsewhere on the avenue, Jian Shazi fought shoulder to shoulder with Qin Zheng as waves of great Zhou soldiers surged toward them. Armor clashed in a rolling thunder, and with a single deep hum the killing ground was fully drawn. Wong Deo still lay unconscious. Su Qingyu sat cross-legged at his side, eyes closed, channeling her art. Spiritual power surged around her like the tide, yet she felt none of the murderous intent closing in here. Focus was fixed on restoring her depleted essence. Amid the chaos, a cold flash split the crowd. A Hualingrium captain cleaved Qin Zheng across the chest, spraying blood. He grunted, instantly unfurling a 4th-grade divine shield talisman. A green barrier locked around him. At death's door he ripped open a divine strength talisman and a divine step talisman in rapid succession. Golden patterns raced over his skin, afterimages spread beneath his feet. With a roar of kill, sword light and blade gleam whirled out, and in heartbeats hundreds of enemies lay headless on the stones, the stench of blood thick in the air. Jian Shazi burst forward on star stride, his sword aura blazing. Qin Zheng, he'll hold the Hualing experts, keep the rest busy. His star stride and spirit sword arts were both high-grade earth level. With talismans stacked, he could meet a Hualing cultivator Heaton. But he had underestimated the capital's reserves. Great Zhou fielded Hualing experts without end. Slay 1, 10 more appeared. Fell 10, 100 swarmed in. He could never wipe out 10 such masters quickly. Several breaths later a blade slipped past his guard and punched through his belly. Blood soaked his robe. More Hualing cultivators closed in like arrows in flight. Jian Shazi and Qin Zheng bled freely, the street beneath them running red. In less than a minute 18 Hualing experts had gathered around them. Strikes fell like a storm. The pair rocked on the edge of collapse. Kill. More than a dozen vicious attacks descended at once. A low hum rolled across the sky. Daylight shifted. The heavens flushed the red of sunset. The next instant a rain of blood-colored beams poured from the clouds like 10,000 spears. Every Hualing expertan, every great Zhou soldier within 10,000 meters was run through from crown to heel in the blink of an eye. Bodies thudded to the ground. In moments tens of thousands were dead, a crimson mist hanging where they had stood. Beyond the killing field, the rest of the army stared in horror. No one dared take a single step forward. A spirit weapon. It's a spirit weapon. A shaken commander cried from the shadows. The Bank of 10,000 Worlds actually owns a spirit weapon. Jihan's face went chalk white. Across the Eastern Territories it was accepted that only Great Zhou possessed a spirit weapon as its national treasure. No one had imagined that the Bank of 10,000 Worlds hid one of its own. The entire battlefield erupted in stunned uproar. High overhead, in another combat ring, and Zhonghua suddenly roared, "Break!" His aura surged and he stepped into the Yuling realm. Yuling realm. Emperor Zhou's pupils contracted. Are members of the Bank of 10,000 Worlds all monsters? 2 breakthroughs in 1 battle. World Enderblade. And Zhonghua lifted his weapon. Blackened light flared, his momentum climbing still higher. The pressure of his strike overwhelmed even the Emperor of Zhou. Earlier, when Su Qingyu was locked in combat with Zhou Qian, the two had been evenly matched. With the Bloodslaughter formation and the World End Saber, and Zhongguo's strength was nearly equal to Emperor Zhou's. Yet in that battle he could only defend. Emperor Zhou still held the initiative. Now the moraine sword. At that moment Emperor Zhou's expression changed dramatically. A shadow of death closed in, and he barked a low command. Biamum. A clear, lingering sword cry split the clouds. Winds churned, and the sky darkened in an instant. Rain fell with a roar. The crowd froze, then shouted, "Black rain." The first inky drop landed among the onlookers with a sickening thud, punching straight through a commoner's chest. Screams erupted as the rain intensified, needles of darkness piercing flesh by the thousands. Water drilling stone. This rain was pure sword intent. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Interesting. A sword that can spawn its own intent. But Emperor Zhou can't control it. The instant it appeared it slaughtered so many, and they were his own great Zhou subjects." Cut. Sickened by the carnage, and Zhonghua stopped holding back. With a thunderous shout, the gigantic world-end saber crashed from the sky, sealing off every avenue of escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless drops of black rain, like predators scenting blood, hurled themselves at the saber. Clang, clang. Rain hammered against steel with ear-splitting crashes. Under the unending impact the phantom blade was ground away, its edge dulling fast. Sword intent versus killing intent should have been evenly matched. Yet Chen Fan said calmly, "Spirit artifacts gather the essence of heaven and earth and are tempered by countless masters. In the end they have the edge. The world-end saber still falls short." Swish. A streak of blood-red light tore through the clouds, lancing straight for the moraine sword. 2 against 1, that was their only chance. Chen Fan nodded. The blood blade is a spirit artifact as well, and a strong one. With the world-end saber, it should be enough to subdue the moraine sword. Clang, clang. Entangled by the blood blade and forced to suppress the world-end saber, the moraine sword was put on the back foot at once. Whoosh, whoosh. It soon had to retract its sweeping sword intent. The black rain ceased abruptly, revealing a leaden sky. Without the curtain of rain, the moraine sword and the blood blade were evenly matched. Bereft of protection, Emperor Zhou was suddenly staring death in the face. Die? Eyes blazing, and Zhonghua gathered the world-end saber once more and hacked toward him. Hemmed in by sword light, Emperor Zhou shouted in terror, "Patriarch, save me." Sigh. A soft sigh sounded at that moment, yet it struck the crowd like a heavy hammer. Many faces went ash-white, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Mid-stage Yuling realm, and Zhongguo's expression tightened at once. Although it was only 1 rank higher than early stage, each layer of the Yuling realm was worlds apart, and the pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. Su Qingyu's delicate face blanched, while Qin Zheng and Jian Shazi felt their chests heave, almost unable to breathe. Strangely enough, Wong Deo, the fellow who was supposed to be unconscious, gave a sudden shiver, then went right back to playing dead. Xiao shot him a sideways look, knowing the scoundrel was faking, but had no time to deal with him. He retracted his claws and fixed his gaze on the depths of the great Zhou Imperial Palace, ready to strike at any moment. No wonder this dynasty has ruled the eastern domain for 10,000 years. Its hidden strength is far beyond anyone's imagination. Chen Fan arched an eyebrow. His own people were already putting on a dazzling show, yet the situation had flipped several times and was starting to slip out of his control. Bzzz. Just then, Xiao flared with sword light and shot forward, circling Chen Fan hundreds of times before giving him a gentle tap. The blade tip jabbed at the floating images overhead as if to draw his attention. The projections showed the first-person views of Zhonghua, Su Qingyu, Wong Deo, and the others like live feeds from a surveillance system. Because Wong Deo was unconscious, his panel was pitch black. Through those images, Xiao took in every change unfolding inside the Great Zhou Palace. Feeling itchy? Want to join the fun? Chen Fan sensed its eagerness and looked up with a smile. Bzzz. Xiao dipped its blade in a quick nod. Go on then. Chen Fan agreed readily. The sword froze for a heartbeat, then jabbed at the panel showing Su Qingyu, clearly eager to spar with the Mou sword and blood blade. Instead, it passed straight through the light screen with a faint pop. Bzzz. Tilting sideways, the sword vibrated in puzzlement, as if asking, what just happened, master? Chen Fan burst out laughing. Bzzz. Realization hit, and Xiao quivered in embarrassed fury. Master's so mean. Master's a bully. Xiao is obedient and adorable, yet Master still bullies Xiao. Xiao is just a child. How could Master be so heartless? Ahem, you'll get in soon, Chen Fan coughed. And Zhonghua and the others are about to lose. You'll be the grand finale one swipe, and you'll flatten everyone. Won't that look impressive? Bzzz. A wave of delight rippled from the sword. Exactly. Xiao will look the most impressive. No, not impressive. Xiao prefers dashing. Chen Fan paused. Could it be female? Wait, do weapon spirits even have genders? He suddenly realized the encyclopedia had some gaps. He had no answer at all. Looks like I still have blind spots. I need to keep studying. Patriarch, these people are from the Myriad Realms Bank. They're slaughtering wantonly in the great Zhou Empire and must be punished. Jihan cried out, elated to feel the Patriarch's power stirring. Jihan sensed the Patriarch take action and was instantly overjoyed. The dizzying series of ups and downs had left him rattled and unsure, yet the Patriarch's return filled him with renewed confidence. This was the true pillar of the great Zhou, the anchor that steadied the seas. In the Patriarch's eyes, the so-called Bank of 10,000 Realms was nothing more than a minor itch, hardly worth a glance. The Patriarch of Great Zhou swept his gaze across the hall and spoke in a calm voice. Hainer, how is your cultivation of the Frost Sutra progressing? With your innate ice constitution, you are the most suitable to inherit my legacy. Clearly Jihan mattered to him, and Zhonghua and the others were scarcely worth a glance. Patriarch, I have reached the minor completion stage, though I have encountered a few obstacles, Jihan replied, bowing respectfully while exulting inwardly. The Patriarch was showing concern for him in front of everyone. His status would surely soar. Good. The Patriarch raised a hand and said lightly, as for your doubts, let me resolve them. Feel carefully. The instant his words fell, the temperature within several kilometers plummeted by dozens of degrees. Achoo! It's freezing. Someone in the crowd shivered and sneezed. What's happening? Look, it's snowing. They looked up to see heavy flakes drifting down from a clear June sky. In an instant the world turned silver white, as though deep winter had descended. Cold killing intent. Be careful. And Zhongguo's expression changed. He gripped the extinction blade with 5 tight fingers, true chi surging around him. In the next instant the gentle snow turned violet. The flakes were shredded by a savage gale and became fist-sized hailstones that hammered the ground. Hail! Take cover! People scrambled toward eaves and pillars. Screams rang out as some were struck, their protective chi shaken apart. Thud! Thud! With muffled sounds, countless icicles condensed high above, sharpening into arrows that accelerated like a storm of projectiles. They glowed with a chilling blue light and screeched through the air, sealing off every path of retreat overhead. Clang! Clang! Qin Zheng and Jian Xiazi brandished their weapons, weaving blades and sword light into a shield that smashed the incoming icicles. Yet they only grew faster and denser, moving as though sentient, aiming for their vitals. The icicles are targeting us. Stay alert, Qin Zheng growled. The icicles that had been falling straight down suddenly veered, homing in on the crowd with uncanny precision. Chen Fan watched quietly and commented, the Mou sword and the Frost Sutra attack in exactly the same way. No wonder they complement each other. After 10,000 years of refinement, they have fused perfectly. If this great Zhou Patriarch wielded the Mou sword as well, his power would be even more terrifying. Bzzzt Xiao, hovering nearby, snorted in disdain. Is that all? Watch me smash them to bits and show them why flowers bloom so red. Chen Fan waved a hand. No rush. And Zhonghua can still handle this. Even as he spoke, and Zhonghua let out a low shout. The extinction blade erupted with blinding white energy and cleaved toward the depths of the great Zhou Palace. Congeal. The single word cracked like icy thunder in everyone's ears. The sky-wide swarm of icicles instantly converged, twisted, and fused into a gigantic ice blade several zhang long, its frosty gleam cutting to the bone. Clang! The extinction blade and the colossal ice blade crashed together midair, the metallic roared deafening. 2 overwhelming tides of killing intent collided, ripping the air and causing space itself to ripple. The extinction blade shuddered but held firm. The massive ice blade likewise stalled, unable to advance an inch. The 2 forces locked in stalemate high above, frost and bladiki shredding each other as sparks and icy mist mingled in awe-inspiring spectacle. For a moment, the two sides were deadlocked. The Bloodslaughter formation truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. It allowed Zhonghua, who had just entered the early spirit commanding stage, to withstand a blow from a mid-stage cultivator without yielding. Chen Fan's eyes burned with excitement, once again confirming how terrifying the array was. Numbers, cultivation level, murderous intent, each element amplified its power, and he knew the formation still had untapped potential. The Grand Ancestor of Great Zhao scowled, emitting a low grunt. Events were slipping from his control, a feeling he detested. With a chilling shout he roared, "Freeze 1,000 li." In an instant, the temperature within a Thessanli radius plummeted. A wave of cold swept outward, ground, cliffs, and rivers glazed over, and even the air solidified into a pale, frosty haze. Weaker civilians froze where they stood, life snuffed out, leaving only icy statues in a silent wasteland. From the snow rose a colossal saber coated in frost. As the blade solidified, an ice dragon carved itself along the surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the carving finished, a draconic roar split the sky, and the saber's aura multiplied several-fold. Dragon Slayer Ice Saber. The Grand Ancestor's clawed hand pressed downward. The saber soared higher, towering like a pillar, then swung earthward. Its edge shattered in Zhongguo's world-ending saber aura piece by piece. Where it passed, the very air froze into a curtain of ice 10,000 meters long, the razor-sharp blade light racing toward Zhonghua and the 108 soldiers behind him. At that dire moment, whoosh, a sword streaked in from the east. Heaven and earth flipped from blinding white to clear blue, as a slender blade wrapped in azure light collided heat-in with the Dragon's Lair ice saber. Clang! A thunderous crash erupted. Blue and white beams clashed for a heartbeat, then the ice saber was severed at the hilt by a single stroke, its break as smooth as glass. Impossible. Jihan's mind reeled, his chest filling with helpless dread. Emperor Zhao and the others paled as well. The seemingly ordinary blue sword had obliterated the Dragon's Lair ice saber in an instant. The azure glow sword, personal weapon of the Bank of Myriad Realms Master. Sword Blind Man shouted. Moments earlier he had rushed into the bank system for aid, and the master had handed him only this blue sword. No sooner had he stepped out than the weapon tore free of his grip, met the enemy on its own, and cleaved the saber in one blow. Its power far exceeded expectation. It was unmistakably a true spirit weapon. Yet the battle was far from over. Moyu sword return. The Grand Ancestor stepped into the air, forcibly reclaiming the Moyu sword that Bloodblade had been suppressing. Clutching it, his aura climbed higher still. He channeled the frost scripture. Another dragon carved itself along the blade, and its roar rolled across the sky once more. Whoosh! The Moyu sword shot forward like a meteor. Nearby, Bloodblade sensed its surge in power. Crimson light billowed as it tried to aid its master. At that very moment, Little Azure hummed with excitement, spinning at breakneck speed. Azure radiance surged like a tide, gathering with astonishing speed. The sea of blue light swirled madly, and in a heartbeat it coalesced into a gigantic tornado. A colossal tornado of azure light had formed, its power unfathomable. The blue radiance surged like an awakened dragon, hurtling toward the sky with annihilating force. Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. From the corner of his eye he caught that familiar spiral in the rolling air currents, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Isn't that the little circling move Xiao loves to do? One casual spin, and it invents a combat technique worthy of the title king of spirit artifacts. He paused to consider. Azure Dragon Whirl? Sounds awful. Maybe Tofu Roll instead. Whoosh! The massive twister shot forward, skimming the vault of heaven. The Galeborn azure glow hardened into knife-sharp wind blades and slammed heat-in into the Daizhou Patriarch's Muyu sword. In that instant heaven and earth fell silent, as if all sound had been ripped away. The very next moment, endless icicles were torn apart. The Muyu sword, along with its freezing aura, was swallowed by the spinning blue light and vaporized in the blink of an eye. No. The Patriarch's face turned ashen, but before his cry faded a crisp crack echoed, and the entire frozen domain began to collapse. Uft! Blood burst from his chest. Before he could regain his balance, the azure whirlwind roared over him, its razor winds shredding his body inch by inch until nothing was left. Dead. The tornado never paused. With another whoosh it barreled into the Daizhou lines. Countless soldiers were sucked into the storm's eye, their terrified screams cut short as they were ground into bloody mist. None survived. The Zhou Emperor shrieked and fled, panic-stricken. He was only early spirit temper realm, his strength propped up by resources, nearly transparent on a true battlefield. Xiao Qing showed no mercy. The storm caught him and reduced him to dust. Spare me. I have third-grade Talentan ice physique. Jihan watched his father and ancestor die, and his mind collapsed. His voice quavered. I'll join Wanjie Qinzhuang as an apprentice, a slave even. I'll surrender the ice frost, or just let me live. He stopped running, dropped to his knees, and shook uncontrollably. The terror of Wanjie Qianzhuang shattered his confidence. The patriarch and emperor were dead. The nation-guarding artifact consumed only. Now did he understand the behemoth he had provoked. He knelt willingly. Jihan, now you see how frightening Wanjie Qianzhuang is, don't you? So what if you're Dezhou's crown prince? Your father's the son of heaven, your ancestor the strongest in your realm, and we still crushed you. A familiar voice rose from the ruins. Wong Deo patted his chest, brushed off dust, coughed twice, and leisurely straightened up. And this is with our bank master still on the sidelines. Qin Zheng, Jin Xiazi, Su Qingyu, and Zhonghua, and the others turned in unison. Weren't you supposed to be unconscious? Someone muttered. Wong Deo chuckled awkwardly. I just happened to wake up. Talk about timing. Eyes rolled all around, but no one bothered with him. Jihan looked up, panic-stricken, and pleaded, Seniors, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have opposed Wanjie Qianzhuang, much less sided with Lingyun's sect. We're all from the eastern domain, I should have supported you. With that he swung his sword, and, with a wet thud, severed his own arm. Blood spurted, yet his face remained unchanged. I offer this as proof of my repentance. Veins bulged on his forehead from the pain, yet he forced himself to kowtow. From this day on, the Dezhou dynasty will take Wanjie Qianzhuang as its leader and obey every command. And Zhonghua and the others clearly had not expected Jihan to go this far, and one after another their brows knitted. First, take us to dismantle Great Zhou's teleportation array. Bring the Void Shuttle and the Foundation platform. We at Wanjie Bank need them. Whether you live or die depends on your performance. Wong Deo waved his hand, pausing on every word. At his command, and Zhonghua and the others exchanged looks, annoyance flashing in their eyes. The proprietor had ordered Jihan's execution. This man had granted a pardon without permission, should at least have reported back first. Still, seizing the Void Shuttle and the Foundation platform came before anything else. They finally answered in low voices, yes. Delighted, Jihan bowed and led the way. The group turned into streaks of light and followed close behind. Moments later, at the end of the dim underground chamber, torchlight revealed a mid-sized teleportation array. The base was ancient, its runes a deep blue. It seemed unremarkable, yet it emitted a space-twisting pressure that forced everyone to stiffen. This is Great Zhou's teleportation array, Jihan said respectfully. I can activate it, but I don't know how to dismantle it. He'll handle it. And Zhonghua stepped forward. Spiritual power surged, and a blade of cold light formed in his palm, sweeping down. Buzz. The instant the blade met the array, its defense shredded the weapon to dust. The array is shielded. We'll need a formation. Master Jihan's warning was cut off by a crisp sword hum. Wang Xiao Qing trembled, emerald light erupting from its blade. Boom. The green slash landed. The array shuddered, and cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. And Zhongguo's full-force blow at early spirit command level had failed. Yet this spirit sword broke the defense in one stroke. Everyone's pupils contracted. Don't damage the Foundation platform or the Void Shuttle. Wong Deo barked. The green light vanished. Xiao Qing hovered motionless. Crash. The array disintegrated into powder, and a pillar-shaped, jade-white Foundation platform and a boat-shaped Void Shuttle dropped out intact. Swish. Jihan flashed forward, gathered the two treasures, knelt, and raised them with one hand. Wong Deo accepted them and nodded in approval. As expected of Great Zhou's crown prince, good instincts. So long as the envoy and honored guests are satisfied, Jihan replied obsequiously. Should you need anything, I'll do my utmost. My status still carries weight in Great Zhou. He drew a deep breath and kept flattering. The emperor is dead, the old ancestor gone. It's only logical that I ascend the throne. The national treasury overflows. Shall I present it all to your bank? Only an idiot turns down easy money. Wong Deo's eyes lit up, and he nodded instantly. Deal. No. And Zhonghua stepped in front of him, voice low. Our mission is complete. Let's not invite trouble. Wanjie Bank follows the rules. If you want resources, the proprietor will grant them. Finish the job well, and the rewards will come. He once commanded the armies of Great Han, holding himself to the strictest standards and treating every matter large or small with absolute fairness. Military orders were law to him. Now, inside the 10,000 Realms Bank, his approach had not changed in the slightest. In the system space of the bank, Chen Fan sat atop a high platform, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as he nodded. And Zhonghua is right. If we want the 10,000 Realms Bank to thrive, we need a rigorous system of rewards and punishments. The number of envoys and apprentices will only grow. Without rules, everything will eventually descend into chaos. And Zhongguo's reminder sparked a new plan in his mind. The moment this mission ended, he would refine their internal regulations. As a leader, he knew that caring for subordinates while enforcing clear incentives and penalties was the only way to keep them motivated instead of apathetic. Alaoan, you're too rigid. I just can't reason with you. Wong Deo folded his arms, shaking his head with a sigh. How about we vote on it? Before Zhonghua could respond, he turned to Su Qingyu. Envoy Su, how about it? Those are some prime resources. Su Qingyu lowered her lashes, then simply closed her eyes, making her stance clear through silence. A Wong Deo looked next to Qin Zheng and the blind swordsman. Qin Zheng, Jin Shazi, what about you two? I don't need them, the blind swordsman answered without hesitation. Same here, Qin Zheng said, equally firm. Why turn down free goods? Are you crazy? Wong Deo muttered, his gaze still flicking around the group in frustration. Maybe we should ask the proprietor? He suddenly remembered his 10,000 realms token and reached into his robe. Qin Zheng warned, that'll cost you a token. The proprietor only issues a few. Once you spend it, who knows when you'll get another and it can save your life. Are you sure you want to burn it now? The token felt cold and heavy in Wong Deo's fingers. After a moment of silence, he stuffed it back into his clothes. The item was single use. Once activated, it was gone. If danger struck later, he might need it to escape into the bank and beg the proprietor for help. Compared with his life, the resources in front of him suddenly seemed far less important. Forget it, he muttered, tamping down his desire. Envoy Wong, can I live now? Jihan, still kneeling on the floor, asked in a trembling whisper. Wong Deo stopped fiddling with the token, the corner of his mouth twitching. I'm in a bad mood, so? In the next instant, he drew a dagger gleaming with cold light from his chinquan pouch and thrust it into Jihan's chest without a hint of hesitation. The strike was so swift no one had time to react. Jihan's pupils dilated in shock. Envoy Wong, why? Blood gushed out as terror and confusion took over his face. Did I do something wrong? Why kill me? When you pull weeds, you rip out the roots, that much I understand, Wong Deo replied, patting Jihan's handsome face with a plump hand, his tone tinged with regret. A real man shouldn't kneel so easily. If you could betray great Zhao and grovel before us, you could just as easily betray us and prostrate yourself before someone stronger. Why keep you around to cause trouble? Hearing Wong Deo's words, Jihan was so furious he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even after begging for mercy, he was still going to be killed without hesitation. The stench of blood filled the air. Jihan's face was deathly pale, his chest heaving with rage. He knew he had only moments left, yet he still refused to submit. You heard it yourself, he rasped. The Manor Lord ordered us to kill you. There's no way you're getting out alive. Wong Deo snorted, full of mockery. Then why did you agree to my terms? Please, Jihan sneered. Are you a 3-year-old? You believe everything you're told? Another gout of blood burst from Jihan's lips, staining his robes crimson. Seeing this, Wong Deo finally felt the knot in his chest unravel. He clapped in delight. At last, someone else is coughing blood. I'm done bleeding for today. During the fight, he had been spitting blood himself, and watching Jihan roll his eyes in pain was immensely satisfying. Gasping, Jihan swept a venomous glare over Wong Deo and the others. His voice trembled. You, the so-called geniuses of Great Zhou, the Central Realm is full of powerful cultivators. They'll never forgive your 10,000 Realms Bank. And Lingyun sect. You killed Zhao Yi, they'll come for you too. They'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. With those words, the last spark of life left his body and he began to topple backward. Hold it, don't die yet. Wong Deo bent over and pressed a hand to his shoulder. You left something out. After Zhao Yi issued the sect-wide summons, almost every Lingyun disciple in the Eastern Realm rushed to the peak of Lingyun Mountain, and our bank wiped them all out. So the sect's even angrier now. Their sect master is probably breathing fire. Jihan vomited blood one final time, legs jerking. His eyes bulged open as death claimed him. For a moment, everyone stood silent, only their breathing audible. Let's head back to the bank and report. And Zhongguo broke the hush. They mounted their flying beasts and streaked into the sky. 10,000 Realms Bank has annihilated the great Zhou royal family. They executed the old ancestor, Emperor Zhou, and Prince Zhou, 3 spirit master experts along with more than a dozen spirit channel warriors, and they shattered the nation-guarding artifact, the MOU sword. The earth-shaking news erupted from the capital like rolling thunder, racing in every direction. Envoys from every kingdom stationed there sent carrier pigeons and secret talismans at once, desperate to relay the intelligence home. Everyone understood change was coming to the Eastern Realm. Today, Great Zhou must fall. Kill. When Emperor Ming, Zhu Tianlong, whose armies were already at the border, received the report, he burst into ecstatic laughter. Full assault. He commanded. 10,000 Realms Bank was terrifying beyond belief. Without losing a single person, they had toppled Great Zhou's mightiest pillar. Now that the dynasty lay in ruins, it was the perfect time to divide the spoils. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers and generals, led by Zhu Wu, shouted in unison. Emperor Ming threw his head back and laughed, his gaze settling on Zhu Wu. Zhu Wu, that 10,000 realms token you traded for was worth every spirit vein. Haha. Zhu Wu's blood surged with excitement. He had once exchanged 2 spirit veins for a single token and had faced heavy criticism at court. Even the emperor had offered only mild praise. Now, with the emperor's public approval, the value of his decision was clear. 10,000 Realms Bank is truly terrifying, he thought, awe and respect for that mysterious institution deepening within him. With a flip of its hand, it destroys a nation, and now it stands poised to dominate the Eastern realm. Meanwhile, kingdoms all across the Eastern region leapt into action. Great Chu, Great Jin, Great Wu, and the other dynasties that had thrown their weight behind Great Zhou panicked the moment the news broke. Their royal families convened ministers overnight, chose their most eloquent envoys, and piled up mountains of spirit stones, rare materials, and heavenly treasures. These delegations hurried toward the summit of Lingyun Mountain, desperate to placate the Myriad Worlds Bank and keep its anger from turning on them. Even dynasties that had stayed neutral rushed to follow suit. They emptied their treasuries under starlight, prepared lavish tributes, and sent missions toward Lingyun Mountain, hoping to secure favor with the bank amid the chaos. By contrast, the distant Great Ming and the Sword dynasty remained motionless. Long allied with the bank, they understood that its master was famously elusive and never tempted by mundane riches. Learning that had ignored even the Great Zhou treasury, they judged that fawning gestures were pointless and simply stayed put. Some forces chose silence as well, foremost among them Great Qin. The Qin emperor stood atop a high terrace, hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward Lingyun Mountain with deep, unreadable eyes. Zheng is apprenticed at the Myriad Worlds Bank. If the bank triumphs, Great Qin prospers. If Lingyun's sect wins, I still have an escape. When the time comes, Zheng, do not fault your father for sacrificing blood for Great Qin. He was clearly hedging his bets, determined that Great Qin remain unassailable. The rumor storm swept past the eastern borders, across the central region, and finally crashed into Lingyun's sect. At once, every eye fixed on that 10th of sandy-year-old giant. Lingyun's hidden strength was legendary. The chiefs of the Hall of Enforcement, the Administration Hall, and the Hall of Spiritual Medicine all stood at the spirit commanding realm. Of the 10 elders on the Elder Council, even the weakest had entered the royal spirit realm, and the sect master's cultivation was unfathomable. For some upstart from the eastern region to provoke them was that not courting death. It's been so long since we acted that the world must have forgotten Lingyun's name, the disciples murmured. Perfect, let's remind them of our foundation. Whoosh. A figure tore through the air, black robes lined with gold snapping in the wind, an aura crashing down like a mountain. The disciples recognized him, Hall Master Lei of the Hall of Enforcement, one of the sect's foremost powerhouses. Is Hall Master Lei taking the field himself? To deal with the Myriad Worlds Bank? Isn't that using a war hammer to swat a fly? Any one of the top 10 disciples on the Lingyun roll could finish the job alone, couldn't they? The Lingyun ranking list is the most authoritative roster in Lingyun's sect. It evaluates every disciple but records only the top 100. Anyone whose name appears is at least in the early Tongling realm, while those in the top 10 are acknowledged as true prodigies, uniformly late Yuling realm cultivators, each powerful enough to suppress an entire region alone. Inside the Hall of Enforcement, the atmosphere was heavy. The Wangji Bank had dared to kill a Lingyun sect disciple. Such a crime was unforgivable and had to be eradicated with overwhelming force. Chu Changfeng, Master Lei of the Hall of Enforcement, spoke in a level tone that allowed no dissent. Here, a figure in white drifted out of the crowd. Chu Changfeng, handsome as carved jade, stood with hands clasped behind his back and an expression of calm arrogance. It's Chu Changfeng, disciples murmured in surprise. Chu Changfeng, scion of the Central Region's Chu clan and the Grand Elder's personal disciple, ranked second on the Lingyun list. A latest-stage Yuling realm genius, he could crush the Wangji Bank with a flick of his wrist. With senior brother Chu making a move, Wangji Bank is finished. Conversations buzzed through the hall. Master Lei continued, Zhou Yunfeng will assist. The two of you will depart at once and exterminate Wangji Bank. Leave no survivors. Chu Changfeng's brow twitched. He gave Zhou Yunfeng a faint glance. Master Lei, Zhou Yunfeng's strength is insufficient to accompany me. A mere Wangji Bank is nothing to me alone. His tone dripped with disdain, as if the bank were a fly to be swatted in passing. An uproar swept the disciples. Chu Changfeng had belittled Zhou Yunfeng in public. Whispers spread. Zhou Yunfeng comes from the Great Zhou dynasty. He's top of the inner sect, 18th on the Lingyun list, mid-stage Yuling realm. That's not weak at all, right? Weak? The Great Zhou ancestor was also mid-stage Yuling realm and carried a spirit weapon, yet he was still cut down on the spot. How much stronger could Zhou Yunfeng be? Most people sided with Chu Changfeng. In power, background, and connections, Zhou Yunfeng fell far short. Master Lei's gaze shifted to the edge of the crowd. Zhou Yunfeng looked ordinary, easy to lose in a crowd, yet Master Lei admired him. 10 years ago, he entered the sect with 8 other prodigies from Great Zhou and ranked last among the outer disciples. 3 years later, he burst into prominence, seized first place in the outer sect, and advanced to the inner sect. After another 3 years, he broke through barrier after barrier, reaching the top of the inner sect. Now he stood 18th on the Lingyun list, relying on nothing but relentless cultivation and sheer determination. Zhou Yunfeng, do you have anything to say? Master Lei asked. Step. Zhou Yunfeng moved forward, cupped his fists slightly, and remained silent. In the next instant, his previously restrained aura exploded. Mid-stage Yuling realm power surged like a flood, shaking the air around him. Zhou Yunfeng, what's the meaning of this? Do you think a mid-stage Yuling aura can intimidate Brother Chu? A mocking female voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker lifted her chin, a smile on her lips. Her name was Lu Xiao, headstrong and domineering, direct descendant of the Lu clan on Lingyun continent and ranked 10th on the Lingyun list of prodigy in her own right. Everyone knew she adored Chu Changfeng, and anyone else who fancied him was simply asking for trouble. Lu Xiao stepped forward, raised her slender hand, and the air seemed to freeze. Her spiritual power erupted like a storm, sweeping toward Zhou Yunfeng with a force that could have driven him into the ground. Zhou Yunfeng, don't you find yourself ridiculous? You can't even defeat me, yet you dare challenge Brother Chu? Lu Xiao lifted her chin like a proud peacock, glaring down coldly. The surrounding disciples exchanged mocking looks and snickered under their breath. In the very next heartbeat, Zhou Yunfeng straightened, his chest blazing like a forge. With a dull boom, his aura shot upward. The space under Lu Xiao's control was torn apart by a far more violent pressure. His spiritual power surged back like a tidal wave, compressing her force into a narrow foot of space until she could barely breathe. What? Several Lingyun sect disciples gasped. Late Spirit Master stage. Zhou Yunfeng just broke through. In only a few breaths his level had leapt from mid to late stage, and with one move, he crushed Lu Xiao. Someone drew a sharp breath. With that momentum, he might break into the top 5 of the Lingyun rankings. Lu Xiao's pretty face went pale. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Yunfeng, but failed to speak. Not far away, Chu Changfeng raised an eyebrow. A chill flickering through him. The man's fresh breakthrough already felt dangerous, and he had never spared him a second glance before. Now your strength is barely acceptable, Chu Changfeng said coolly, though surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhou Yunfeng cast him a brief, indifferent look, then turned to Hall Master Lei of the Disciplinary Hall. Hall Master Lei, Wanja Bank destroyed my great Zhou. I will never share the same sky with them. If I do not avenge this blood debt, I am unworthy to be called a man. Good. Zhou Yunfeng, you are impressive, Hall Master Lei declared, his eyes gleaming. I intend to recommend you to the Council of Elders as Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. Will you accept? The plaza erupted. The Disciplinary Hall wielded the power of life and death, and gaining a single seat was nearly impossible. Yet Zhou Yunfeng had just been offered the post of Deputy Hall Master outright. The arrogant Chu Changfeng and the headstrong Lu Xiao both narrowed their eyes. Chu Changfeng had been certain his own admission was assured, only to be told repeatedly that he required further evaluation. Now the nobody from the eastern region had vaulted past him in one stride, and fury threatened to explode in his chest. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Envy, admiration, and doubt intermingled while Chu Changfeng clenched his fists, a vicious glint in his eyes. The insult stung all the more because Zhou Yunfeng had ignored him completely. Of course I accept. Zhou Yunfeng dropped to one knee and cupped his fists, his gaze unwavering. No matter how hard he had tried before, he could never break into Lingyun sect's upper ranks. Now that the opportunity lay before him, he would not let it slip away. Hall Master Lei nodded in satisfaction. The disciples stared at the kneeling youth with mixed feelings. Traces of the violent energy from Zhou Yunfeng's breakthrough still lingered in the air, setting their nerves on edge. I won't accept this. Why nominate Zhou Yunfeng as deputy head of the enforcement hall? What credentials does he have? I believe Chu Changfeng is far more qualified. With a crisp shout, Lu Xiao stepped into the arena, her dark eyes fixed on Hall Master Lei as her challenge rang through the training grounds. Hall Master Lei's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and in that icy flash it pinned Lu Xiao in place. Meeting it, she felt a chill crawl down her spine and unconsciously drew a lighter breath. Everyone in Lingyun's sect knew his ruthlessness. Offending him was nearly suicide. I have only the right to recommend. The final decision rests with the Council of Elders, Lei said, his tone calm, yet absolute. Must I explain to you, Lu Xiao, why I chose Zhou Yunfeng? Whether you accept it or not is none of my concern. The words hit her like a hammer, and color drained from her face. Instinctively she glanced at Chu Changfeng for support, but he merely frowned and kept silent. Lu Xiao's expression dimmed. Lei withdrew his gaze, flipped his hand, and drew a dark gold saber from his spatial pouch. The blade gleamed with biting cold. This weapon is called Dragon's Lair. It was my favorite spirit arm when I was young. I have not used it for years. Today I give it to you. With that, he offered the saber to Zhou Yunfeng. Thank you, Hall Master Lei. Zhou Yunfeng accepted it with both hands and bowed, a flash of excitement in his eyes before he suppressed it. The disciples below erupted in astonishment. Lei had actually given away a spirit weapon, something only he possessed within Lingyun sect. Such favor clearly meant he intended Zhou Yunfeng to be his successor. But why not Chu Changfeng? Whispers rippled through the crowd. In background, strength, and talent, isn't Chu Changfeng superior? To a cultivator at the spirit commanding realm, a spirit weapon was priceless. Within the same realm, wielding one could double a fighter's power. Many recalculated. Before his breakthrough, Zhou Yunfeng might have hoped for the top 5 in the Lingyun rankings, but with the Dragon Slayer saber, he now had a real shot at the top 3. Chu Changfeng could no longer keep his composure. Darkness flickered in his eyes. Everything on display should have belonged to him. If you have Hall Master Lei's recommendation, I can secure the Grand Elders, he told himself coldly. The deputy seat in the enforcement hall will be mine. One day later, the Council of Elders decreed that destroying the Myriad Worlds Bank would serve as the assessment task. Anyone with a recommendation could enter. Whoever slew the bank's owner and erased the institution would pass the test and assume the deputy post in the enforcement hall upon returning in triumph. News spread quickly, and discussion within Lingyun's sect grew even louder. Chu Changfeng wants the deputy seat too. This will be interesting. The Myriad Worlds Bank is in for a disaster. Place your bets if you back Chu Changfeng. Put your spirit stones here. Within a single day, the rumors intensified, and the entire sect fixated on the coming contest. Elsewhere, Lu Xiao rushed to find Chu Changfeng and, lowering her voice, asked urgently, "Brother Feng, should we strike first and kill Zhou Yunfeng? He's already gone." Chu Changfeng replied coolly. "Humph. Lucky for him, he ran so fast." She spat, then pressed on, "Brother Feng, what do we do now? If he decides to interfere when we move against Wanjie Qinzhuang, what then?" "No matter." Chu Changfeng stood atop the platform, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept beyond the ridges and rested on the sprawling halls of Lingyun's sect. Whether it's Wanjie Qinzhuang or Zhou Yunfeng himself, neither is worth mentioning. The moment the Elders' Council reached its decision, the post of vice head of the enforcement hall was already mine. A mountain wind raced through the sect, snapping his robe like a banner. Lu Xiao frowned. But the council didn't forbid outside aid. Zhou Yunfeng is sure to approach the great Zhou dynasty's forces in Central State and the other 7 regions. If they unite, the threat won't be small. Chu Changfeng's lips curved in a chill smile. If Zhou Yunfeng can gather allies, do you think I can't? The words broke her trance. Light burst in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. "Funga, you've already lined up support? Then let me congratulate you in advance on becoming the enforcement hall's vice head." Whoosh, whoosh. Outside these unseen currents, and Zhonghua and the others knew nothing. Just short of Lingyun Mountain summit, Wong Deo sidled up to Su Qingyu and whispered, "Envoy Su, how's your injury?" Su Qingyu raised her eyes, cold as frost. "What is it?" The speech of gratitude Wong Deo had rehearsed stalled in his throat. After a long beat, he squeezed out, "Well, thank you for stepping in and killing that dog Zhou Qian for me. Otherwise I'd never have had my revenge. No need to thank me." Su Qingyu closed her lovely eyes, voice cool. "I killed him because he was delaying my mission for the master. I had no intention of helping you." Wong Deo's heart lurched. Without that last line, we'd still be friends, with eye touch. Still, he was used to her aloofness and didn't mind. In fact, with the mission complete and his enemy dead, he was secretly elated. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chirp, chirp. Birds flashed across the sky as the group reached Lingyun Mountain's peak and entered Wanjie Qinzhuang. Chen Fan's divine sense returned to his body. Borrowing the secretary's form, he gathered everyone. "Meeting time. Debrief." And Zhonghua and the rest lined up respectfully, hands at their sides. Chen Fan swept his gaze over them, voice low. "The mission went well, but your cultivation is still far too weak. From now on, focus on healing and training. Raise your strength." He paused, eyes moving across the line before fixing on Wong Deo. "On a mission, you must follow Wanjie Qianzhuang's code to the letter. Off mission, no one may guess the master's will, much less act on their own. Certain people," he warned, "think they're clever. Next time, punishment will be swift." Before the words had faded, Wong Deo's fat trembled. He knew exactly who the master meant. With a wave of Chen Fan's hand, several thin booklets flew to the group. "These are Wanjie Qianzhuang's rules. Read them, grasp the core points. The master will refine them, later record any additions yourselves." When the manuals were handed out, he spoke again. "Now, let's discuss the next phase of Wanjie Qianzhuang's development. The Eastern Territory has only a trickle of customers, and Wanjie Bank hasn't handled a deal in ages." The hall felt stuffy. Chen Fan scanned the crowd and spoke in a clear, commanding tone. "All debts in the Eastern Territory are settled. Wanjie Bank must expand. The master wants your opinion. Speak freely." Everyone traded looks, but no one stepped forward. Expansion carried too many implications to grasp at once. Chen Fan called a name. "Wong Deo, you start." It felt like a teacher calling on the shy kid in class. Wong Deo flinched and whispered, "Mijia, you know the master doesn't like me talking. If I say too much and upset him, I'm done for. If you refuse, he'll tell the master you tried to take liberties with me." Chen Fan narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Wong Deo's heart lurched. He stole a glance at Chen Fan's curves, swallowed, and the thought froze when she added, "Try it, and see what happens." A violent shiver ran through him. He hurried to change the subject. "Ahem, for Wanjie Bank's next move, I suggest we grow quietly and steadily." Silence fell. Forcing himself on, he said, "We start in the Southeast or Northeast territories, handle loan contracts, and build a client base. When we're strong enough, we strike back at the central territory. Then those arrogant old powers will finally see Wanja Bank's might. 3 years at most, 3 years, and with the master leading us, we'll dominate the heavens and shake the world. Chen Fan twitched a smile. Why don't you just say we can shatter the firmament while you're at it? Great line. Wong Deo nodded eagerly. Mijia, you're a well of knowledge. Shut up, will you? Chen Fan rolled her eyes. You told me to talk, and now you tell me to shut up. How's that fair? He muttered, looking wronged. Chen Fan ignored him and turned to Su Qingyu. Envoy Su, your thoughts? March straight into the central territory. Su Qingyu's answer was terse, the killing intent hidden but sharp. Chen Fan nodded. It fits Su Qingyu's usual style. His current ghostly strength made him nearly unbeatable in the night of Lingyun continent, so there was no need to drag things out. She looked to Nzhonghua. Envoyin. Adapt on the fly. Nzhonghua crossed his arms, voice steady. We don't need rigid plans. We seize every favorable moment. When an opening appears, we strike like thunder and finish the enemy in one blow. Chen Fan nodded again. As the 100 victory general of the Han, Nzhonghua had always believed in fluid tactics. I support Envoyin, Qin Zheng volunteered. I follow whatever the master decides, sword blind added. All he cared about was his blade. Everything else was outside his focus. Good. He'll report your suggestions to the master, Chen Fan said, gathering their attention. Last thing, the detailed system of rewards and punishments set by the master begins today. As soon as they heard this, everyone stiffened. The only thing they cared about was whether the mission would succeed and what rewards or punishments awaited them. Chen Fan looked around, his pace unhurried but every word distinct. The higher the completion rate, the greater the reward. The lower the rate, the smaller the reward. Fail completely, and you'll be punished. After each mission, the master decides your reward or punishment based on performance. He raised 3 fingers. Accumulate 3 failures, and you'll be demoted. Take Wong Deo, for example, 3 failed missions, and he's reduced to sub-branch master. Then he listed the hierarchy. Right now, Wanja Bank has 4 ranks: branch master, envoy, sub-branch master, and apprentice. Do I look like someone who can't finish a mission? Wong Deo bristled but swallowed the rest of his words. Chen Fan continued. For promotion, the master reviews your record. The higher the rank, the more authority you have, the harder the missions, and the richer the rewards. On punishment, his tone sharpened. The bank has a hall of discipline. And Zhonghua is acting head for now, overseeing envoys, sub-branch masters, and apprentices. Break the code, and at best you're expelled, at worst you're executed. He added a more lenient clause. If you don't violate bank rules, you may handle personal business during a mission and keep any earnings for yourself. Yes, sir. They answered in unison, faces solemn. Joining Wanja Bank was hard enough. None of them wanted to be tossed out. Seeing their attitude, Chen Fan shifted the topic. Now for this mission's rewards. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao Qing, 2 spirit veins. And Zhonghua, Su Qingyu, and Wong Deo, 1 spirit vein each. Blind swordsman and Qin Zheng, 10 million spirit stones each. Xiao Yu, 5 million spirit stones. A moment of silence passed before Wong Deo broke into an ecstatic grin. A whole spirit vein. Long live the branch master. He's the best. So generous. No one had expected such lavish rewards on their very first mission. Xiao Yu flapped his huge wings, and Xiao Qing let out a cheerful buzz. Chen Fan shot Wong Deo a sidelong glance. What are you shouting for? Wong Deo clamped his mouth shut, terrified the master might dock his reward. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Why do you stop? Afraid I'm talking too much, sir. Trying to restrain myself. This time I don't mind. Keep shouting, especially the branch master is the best part. Wong Deo blinked, then took a deep breath and yelled, branch master is the best. For a full half hour. His throat was raw by the time he scooped up spring water and gulped 2 mouthfuls. Meanwhile, the others followed Chen Fan, busy assembling the teleportation array. Stone blocks, spirit patterns, and array flags fell into place, spiritual energy rising and falling without pause. Once his voice recovered, Wong Deo walked to Chen Fan and whispered, Big sis me, could we sit during meetings from now on? Standing this long is exhausting. Show the subordinates a little warmth makes us feel like we belong. Chen Fan kept carving runes without looking up. You've got some management ideas, huh? You bet. Wong Deo was about to brag when Chen Fan abruptly paused and looked at him. Can't let talent like that go to waste. He'll report to the master right now and see about making you a sub-branch master. Whoosh, an instant later, his figure vanished, vanishing into the Wanja Bank System. Wong Deo. Whoosh. After stepping into the Bank of 10,000 Realms, Chen Fan placed Chunmi in the storeroom and prepared to visit the encyclopedia world, eager to dive into its sea of knowledge. He still needed a handful of critical techniques to finish the teleportation array, and the answers were likely hidden there. Buzz. A sudden vibration drew his eyes downward. The Xiaoqing sword case at his waist was trembling. Before he could ask why, something on the center table caught his attention. Lying across the wood was a pitch-black longsword. The Mayu sword, once the renowned spiritual weapon of Zhao Lizano, looked dim, as though it had gathered dust for ages. The glow along its blade was almost drained dry. Chen Fan brushed a finger across the metal. Beneath the chill, he sensed only a thread of lingering sword intent. You're the one who wrecked it? He asked Xiao. The case hummed in reply, giving a slight nod. So you thought its sentience had been corrupted by Dezhou Laozu and erased it on the spot? Another human admission. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. That's pretty high-handed. He frowned. Without sentience, can it still be called a spiritual weapon? Right now it's barely better than an ordinary blade. Buzz, buzz. Xiao seemed to be defending itself. Chen Fan focused, catching fragmented thoughts. The Moyu sword could still be reborn, provided it grew a new spirit. He suddenly recalled a secret an inebriated swordsmith had let slip in the encyclopedia world. If a weapon's old sentience was wiped clean, it might grow a new soul. But in that state, the weapon was half-finished, practically defective. To revive it, someone had to wear it day and night, nurture it with life essence, and establish a deep spiritual resonance. The failure rate was staggering. Most efforts ended in vain. I don't have that kind of free time. Chen Fan mulled it over. He was about to toss the Moyu sword back on the rack when Jian Xiazi crossed his mind. The sword-crazed blind man might actually manage a miracle with this half-ruined weapon. Decision made, Chen Fan stepped into the book world, exited through the system's portal, and re-entered Chun Mi's body. After a few strides, he found Jian Xiazi meditating in the courtyard. Jian Xiazi. He got straight to the point, tossing the Moyu sword over. The blade cut the air with a heavy sigh. He'll trade it for the 10 million spirit stones you were awarded. Interested? He laid out the entire method for nurturing new sentience and added a blunt warning. The odds of failure are high. You could pour in your blood and time and still end up with nothing. I accept. Jian Xiazi answered without hesitation. Though his withered eyes lacked focus, a blazing heat surged within them. This was the closest he had ever been to owning a true spiritual weapon, and he would not let the chance slip away. Good. Chen Fan nodded, placed the Moyu sword in the blind man's hands, and returned to the teleportation array construction site. Elsewhere, Wong Deo stumbled in, clutching his hand. He lowered his voice, pleading, Sister Me, please tell me you didn't really ask the boss to make me a branch chief. Imperfectly happy being an envoy. You know May just like to brag. I don't have any real talent for management. Only an idiot would volunteer for a demotion. Wong Deo waved his arms wildly, refusing outright. Chen Fan gave a faint smile, his tone mild, yet unquestionable. I've already spoken with the Manor Lord. He said he'll reconsider, but if you mess up the next assignment, you'll be nothing more than the head of a satellite branch. Wong Deo's mouth twitched, his face collapsing into a bitter grimace. After the brief exchange, Chen Fan returned to constructing the teleportation array. He knew that once it was finished he could immediately send in Zhonghua and the others to other regions to settle outstanding contracts. The growth of 10,000 Realms Bank must never stall. A dozen or so days slipped by in a flash. That day, just as Chen Fan reinforced the final inscription, a ripple of awareness ran through him, and his refined features lit up a new customer had arrived. He motioned for Chun Mi to sit cross-legged, then sank his consciousness into the 10,000 Realms Bank. Help! Someone help! A young girl stumbled into view, clearly in a panic. Her clothes were disheveled, and the hem of her tangerine skirt was dust-stained. Yet her noble upbringing still showed. A jade hairpin pinned back her dark hair, and gold-lined white jade bangles clicked softly on her wrist. She looked 15 or 16, her oval face equal parts fresh innocence and natural beauty. Every breath she took radiated a kind-hearted warmth that drew people in. One glance was all it took for Chen Fan to feel a surge of goodwill toward her. Ding! Lu Xinran, youngest daughter of the Lu clan of the Central Region, younger sister of Lu Lianer. Cultivation, early spirit movement realm. Talent, grade 5. Constitution, human cauldron physique. Occupation, alchemist. The system prompt appeared simultaneously. Lu Lianer's little sister, and a human cauldron at that? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. The family connection was a coincidence, but what really piqued his interest was the exceedingly rare human cauldron physique, a body that could act as a living furnace, skyrocketing cultivation through intimacy with no side effects, something countless men dreamed of but could never obtain. 10,000 Realms Bank trades in all things. Lu Xinran, what do you wish to trade? Chen Fan asked bluntly. The demons want to defile me. 10,000 Realms Bank, please save me. Her voice quivered, and she kept glancing over her shoulder, terror etched across her delicate features. Demons? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. The demon race again, could it be connected to Zhou Qian? Zhou Qian cultivated the profound demon technique, and Chen Fan instinctively linked the two. Relax, they can't follow you in here, Chen Fan assured her. This is a separate space. Sit down and tell me everything. Only then did the girl calm a little. She sat trembling beside the couch, while Chen Fan had Chun Mi serve spirit tea and waited patiently to listen. Lu Xinran's upbringing had been far from happy. Her mother, Lady Wong, was taken as a concubine by the Lu clan's patriarch more than a decade earlier. Beautiful, yes, but without status or power. Mother and daughter occupied the lowest rung of the household and were often met with scorn. To Lu Xinran, the vast Lu estate felt nothing but cold. Only Lu Lianer ever brought her warmth. Using the Zhou clan's teleportation array, Lu Lianer returned from the outer regions to the central region almost every 10 days to see her, treating her like a true sister. Over time, the bond between them only grew stronger. A while ago, Lu Xinran came to stay with Lu Lianer. She had barely settled in when the Wanjie Bank launched a brutal assault on the great Zhou capital, and she watched, powerless, as her sister Lianer blew herself up and fell. The shock struck her like a sledgehammer. Before she could react, she blacked out on the spot. When she woke again, it was pitch dark. Broken beams, shattered tiles, and charred dust pinned her down. Had she not stepped into the early Lingdong realm, she would have been crushed to pulp. Even so, cracked bones and blood covered her body, and lifting a hand was agony. Whispered voices drifted past her ears. "Help, please," she rasped, pouring the last of her strength into the cry, her voice torn like frayed cloth. The talking outside fell silent. Thinking they had not heard, she screamed again. Bam! Bamwood was ripped aside. She heard hurried blows, but still no reply. In moments the debris was cleared and she was dragged out. 7 or 8 figures in black robes stood before her. Their hoods hung low, hiding their faces. One was a gaunt old man, skin ashen and withered. A single step from him sent a chill that stole her breath. The old man circled her, inhaling like a hound scenting prey. Suddenly his wrist flicked, and a thin silver needle flashed into her shoulder and withdrew. Ah! The stabbing pain forced her back a step. "What are you doing? You, who are you?" The gaunt elder didn't answer. He stuck out a blackened tongue and licked the blood from the tip. A shudder ran through him, madness flooding his eyes. "A human cauldron. A physique unseen in 10,000 years. Heaven favors our demonic clan." His voice grated like metal on bone. He threw up his hand. "Seize her. Offer her to the demon king and his majesty will break through. Then what will the leading sects of the central domain amount to? The demonic clan will rise again and even summon the legions of the demon realm into the human world." The others moved in to shackle Lu Xinran. Someone whispered, "Marshal, we came for the Xuanma art. We haven't found it, yet should we leave so soon? Go. What do you know?" The elder barked, his words echoing like a voice from hell. "Scriptures are countless and replaceable. A human cauldron appears once in a lifetime. Enough talk, move." "Yes, sir." Thus, the demons left the ruined great Zhou capital, hustling Lu Xinran through the night toward the central domain. Several days later they reached the eastern border and stopped for a brief rest. The gaunt elder watched her himself, sleeping by day and guarding by night, so careful that not a single mishap occurred. Lu Xinran kept screaming and struggling for a while, but it did no good. Exhausted, she eventually fell asleep. The scrawny old man stared at Lu Xinran's voluptuous curves, porcelain-smooth skin, delicate features, and soft pink lips until his throat went dry. A human cauldron and still a virgin. He licked his chapped lips, his gaze blazing with greed. "If I can take her first time, it'll break through to the Demon King realm. Maybe I could even become a demon emperor if I keep her as my personal plaything. Why hand her over to his majesty? What would I get in return? More errands?" With that thought, he stretched out a bony hand and lunged at her. "What are you doing? Nah, stay away. Get off me." Lu Xinran woke with a start. "Shout all you want. No one can hear you," the old man sneered. A wave of dense demonic aura burst from him, sealing off everything within several meters. No sound or movement could escape, not even to his companions. "Be a good girl and serve me tonight." He laughed. With a loud rip, he tore her clothes open, exposing flawless skin that only stoked his lust. "No. Somebody help me." Lu Xinran screamed in despair. First Sister Lianer had blown herself up before her eyes, and now she was about to be violated by a demon. Her gentle heart could not endure it. Buzz. Bank of 10,000 realms, everything can be traded. Just as she was about to break down and end her own life, a voice of supreme authority echoed in her ears. Whoosh. Lu Xinran seized the 10,000 realms token without hesitation, and in the blink of an eye she vanished. Is this really the Bank of 10,000 realms? Seeing that the demonic lecher hadn't followed her, she let out a long breath and slowly calmed down. She glanced around and asked, "The same bank that fought its way into the Great Zhou capital?" "That's right," Chen Fan replied. He already knew what she had just experienced and understood her question. "So the Great Zhou dynasty didn't destroy you?" Lu Xinran blurted out. Chen Fan blinked. What a broad-minded girl. She had just escaped an old degenerate, yet she still had the presence of mind to worry about that. "We destroyed the Great Zhou dynasty," Chen Fan said quietly. "What? You're that powerful? Then can you drive those demons away from me? They're horrible." Only now did Lu Xinran recall her ordeal. Tears brimmed in her eyes. "They slaughter innocent people, and they wanted to humiliate me. I can end your current predicament," Chen Fan said. Hearing that she merely wanted the demons driven away rather than killed, he gained a deeper understanding of her nature. Far too kind. "But what price are you willing to pay?" "Payment." Lu Xinran blinked at the word. A blush rose to her cheeks as she stood, nervously twisting the hem of her robe. "I'm sorry, those demons stole my Chinkoan bag. I don't have a coin to my name. Could you drive them off first?" I can refine pills grade 5 ones. Actually, but you'll need a furnace. Mine was in the bag. Grade 5 pills. Chen Fan had known Lu Xinran was an alchemist, but he never imagined she could already craft grade 5 elixirs. At her age, that was nothing short of prodigious. Frowning, he wondered how she had found the time or resources. He decided to probe. When did you start learning alchemy? I learned in secret, Lu Xinran said quickly. I watched the clan's master alchemist whenever I could. Gathering herbs was up to me, too. Only my mother knew. Her allowance is tiny, so it takes forever to save enough ingredients. I can only open the furnace a few times a year. She twisted her robe again, eyes wide as she waited for his reaction. Chen Fan barely noticed. His mind was spinning. How many years have you been practicing? He asked. 10, she said after thinking a moment, then nodded. You started when you were 5 or 6? Chen Fan's eyes widened. Yes. She lowered her head. I'm slow. I needed 10 years to reach grade 5. But I work hard. He'll reach grade 6 soon. Maybe even 7. Slow? Chen Fan felt a dull thud in his chest. Her progress was terrifying enough, but her success rate was even more insane. He recalled the data. Most alchemists succeed about 2% of the time. Gifted veterans might hit 10. True monsters could reach 30, and that was after making a name. Yet by his estimate, Lu Xinran's success rate was close to 50%. Your success rate is about 50%, isn't it? He asked. I never counted, but I've never failed, she said earnestly. Chen Fan swallowed, wondering if he'd misheard. And you learned all this by peeking in on others? No formal instruction, not even official formulas? Not exactly. I snuck into the clan library for the basics, key points, fundamental techniques. Lu Xinran waved her hands. The books are free to read, but they're authoritative. Chen Fan stared at her for a long moment before muttering. I feel like you're showing off, but I can't prove it. He cleared his throat, steadied himself, and said, your mother's stipend can't possibly cover the cost of a 5th grade pill, can it? Any single ingredient runs into the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Xinran's face turned bright red. She lowered her voice. I've never refined a 5th grade pill, but I'm sure I can do it. Chen Fan paused, thinking, lying won't help. Before he could speak, Lu Xinran grew even more flustered, her ears burning red. I'm not lying. Every time I feel I can succeed, I really do succeed. Chen Fan's mind buzzed. What kind of outrageous gift is that? I think I can, therefore I can. A monster of talent. He suddenly realized he had stumbled upon an alchemical prodigy. Nervously twisting her sleeve, Lu Xinran whispered, are you satisfied with me? The question could be taken the wrong way, but Chen Fan was indeed satisfied. Still, he reminded her, talk is cheap. Prove it. He'll refine a 5th grade crimson blood pill. Lu Xinran's eyes lit up, and she spoke quickly. As long as you provide a cauldron and all the ingredients. The moment alchemy came up, she transformed spirited and confident. Chen Fan scratched his head. I have a cauldron, but he'll need time to gather the materials. Right now, you have to escape those demons, and I'm choosing to trust you. Thank you. I really am telling the truth. Lu Xinran nodded solemnly. Good, let's make a deal. Chen Fan took a deep breath. He'll save your life. You join Wong Deo Bank as the head of the alchemy hall. If you agree, he'll give you top-tier ingredients, formulas, and a first-class cauldron, everything you need, no strings attached. Even if she had exaggerated her talent, her rending physique alone was priceless. This was a can't-lose bargain. Really? The prospect of refining pills with full support lit up Lu Xinran's face. I accept. Danger forgotten, her mind brimmed with alchemy. Great, sign the soul contract. Chen Fan urged. Had never been so eager to sign anyone. This was too good to pass up. His instincts told him the system would shower him with rewards once the deal closed. Lu Xinran hesitated. But I don't know how to manage anything. Won't making me the hall master hold you back? Maybe I should just be an alchemist. Chen Fan admired her, even more so considerate. He coughed lightly. Don't worry. Right now, you're the only member of the alchemy hall, so there's nothing to manage. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled. Really? That's wonderful. Dan Hall was an institution Chen Fan had set up on the fly. It had been in his blueprint from the very start. Like Xing Hall, it existed solely for the Bank of 10,000 Worlds and carried a special mission. If Lu Xinran's rumored gift for alchemy was real, she could easily hold the position of hall master. Even so, Chen Fan suddenly changed his tone. For now, you can only sign the soul contract as an apprentice of the Bank of 10,000 Worlds. He wasn't bullying her. An apprentice-level contract had a higher completion rate and earned the system more rewards. If the system was handing out free benefits, he was happy to take them, no guilt at all. He'll sign. Lu Xinran put pen to paper without hesitation. The glowing runes swept into her body, forging a subtle, mysterious bond between them. Buzz. With the task complete, Xiao Qing vibrated and pushed its emotions straight into Chen Fan's mind. Master, are you lusting after this kind-hearted young lady? Chen Fan fell silent and lowered his voice. What I want is her human cauldron physique, got it. Buzz. Xiao Qing quivered again. Isn't that the same thing? Chen Fan tapped the sword's spine. Stay out of adult business. I can trigger her physique without touching her. We'll both grow stronger, win-win. Buzz. Xiao Qing bobbed in sudden enlightenment. Master, you're amazing so righteous. Chen Fan. Whoosh. Before he finished talking, the randy little sword shot over to Lu Xinran, circling her so closely it almost brushed her robes. Chen Fan pressed a palm to his forehead. This pervert of a sword. I just told it off, and off it goes. Did Wong Deo corrupted on the trip back from the Zhao dynasty? What an adorable sword. Lu Xinran laughed, charmed by Xiao Qing's almost human manner. It's so smart it can actually understand me. Rubbing his temples, Chen Fan ordered, since you like hanging around her, help her wipe out those demons. Buzz. Xiao Qing nodded eagerly, excitement overflowing. Master, you're too kind to Xiao Qing, it added. After the mission, remember to bring Lu Xinran to the summit of Lingyun Mountain. No sooner had the order left its mouth than Xiao Qing darted above Lu Xinran's head, its tip fixed on the tear in her collar. Chen Fan. Buzz. The sword then pointed its tip at Chen Fan's chest, confusion pouring out. Master, why are you two different here? Chen Fan. Did he really need to give the sword a lesson in biology right now? With a wave of his hand, he sent both girl and sword out of the bank's main hall. Tap. Silence returned. Chen Fan dove into the encyclopedia realm, rifling through tomes. How can I awaken Lu Xinran's human cauldron physique without ever laying a hand on her? Proud of his integrity, he had to find the best solution. Xiao Yu. Once inside the book world, he called out. Master. Yin Ryu appeared almost immediately. What does Ryu need to do? I've just taken on a girl with a human cauldron physique as an apprentice at the Wanjia Bank. I was wondering if there's a way to exploit her talent without actually touching her, Chen Fan asked. No. Yin Ryu shook her head with a faint, knowing smile, her eyes seeming to pierce straight through him. That smile sent Chen Fan's imagination racing, complete with several decidedly indecent scenes. He hurriedly looked away and coughed to steady himself. I'm serious. For now, no? Yin Ryu shrugged unhurriedly. If you invest a few more spirit veins and unlock higher permissions, we might find a solution. Spirit veins? Chen Fan's heart sank. Had just distributed the last reward and needed what little remained for upcoming trades. Besides, he was only a wandering soul at the moment. The girl's physique could wait. He decided to shelve the matter and close the encyclopedia interface. Ding. A crisp system alert rang in his mind. 12th transaction complete. Completion rate, 300. Calculating rewards. Rewards. 1 soul exchange card, 1 time card, 100 multiverse tokens, 1 special item. 300%. Chen Fan's eyes flew open. He hadn't even used the human cauldron physique and still scored triple the target. Lu Xinran really hadn't lead struck gold. He eagerly examined the details. 1. Soul exchange card. Links any 2 sentient beings, swapping their souls for 10 days. Cannot be cancelled once activated. 2. Time card. Stores 100 years of time. Divisible and can be applied instantly to the host or any target for cultivation. 3. Multiverse tokens. 100. Allowing anyone other than the host to enter the Wanjia Bank or conduct transactions. 4. Special item. Single-use device that lowers an enemy's intelligence for 10 days, with no side effects. At the final entry, Chen Fan nearly burst out laughing. Brain drain for 10 days? That's genius. The possibilities made his eyes gleam with excitement. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the moment Lu Xinran vanished, the lecherous old demon's face went pale. The beauty had been within arm's reach, yet now her aura was gone, as if she had been spirited away. Illusion? A tear in space. The more he thought, the angrier he became. His chest heaved as he roared, search. No one rests. Move. The woman's escaped. Dig up the entire realm if you have to bring her back. The other demons stared blankly, then scrambled in all directions to comply. Smack. A moment later, someone tapped the old demon on the shoulder. Who goes there? The lecherous old demon spun around, pupils contracting, only to find a long sword gleaming with cold light pressed to the center of his brow. A killing aura so frigid it bit into his bones swept over him. He retreated at full speed without a second thought. Telekinetic weapon control someone at the Een Soul realm. That single explanation flashed through his mind, yet he never imagined the weapon itself could be a spirit artifact. In the impoverished eastern domain, such treasures were rarer than phoenix feathers. Just then he caught sight of a familiar silhouette, Lu Xinran, her robes torn. Startled, he let his demonic chi surge, fear and lust entwining into a roar. Seize her. Don't let her escape again. The other demons paused. Where could a lone woman possibly flee? Still, the marshal's orders were absolute, and several dark figures swept in to surround her. The sword Xiao Qing rang out with a clear, mocking note. You dare act tough in front of Lord Xiao Qing? You're not even close to worthy. In the next instant, silver light burst like thunder in a clear sky. Before the demons could register the flash, heads were already rolling, vicious expressions frozen on their faces as blood splattered across the withered grass. The blade never slowed, driving straight toward the lecherous demon. The world turned icy in his eyes, his thighs trembled. Watching his subordinates fall in a heartbeat, he collapsed to his knees with a thud and shrieked for mercy. Miss Lu, spare me. I have an aged mother and young children to feed. Xiao Qing's tip halted 3 inches from his throat, the chill drilling into his bones. Every hair on his body stood up, and a sudden wet warmth spread down his legs as he urinated in terror. Just then Lu Xinran, newly returned from the 10,000 Realms Bank, finally gathered her wits. Seeing the carnage, she called out, "Xiao Qing, wait." The sword's hum cut off at once. Feeling the blade still hovering near, the old demon slammed his forehead against the ground, blood running down his face. "Miss Lu, I was wrong. Lust clouded my mind." He slapped himself hard, smack, smack. Xiao Qing vibrated in a low rumble. "Sister Xinran, this filthy codger is rotten to the core. Don't believe him, kill him." Xinran looked from the sword to the kneeling demon, torn. "I'm not actually hurt, perhaps we could." "Sister Xinran, he's lying." Xiao Qing buzzed urgently. The old demon kowtowed even harder, forehead thumping on the ground. "I truly repent. I do." Xinran's gaze hardened. "If you do wrong, you must be punished. I won't kill you, but there has to be a heavy penalty." She glanced at Xiao Qing. "How should we punish him?" The sword quivered in reluctant agreement, then offered a grim suggestion. "Kind-hearted sister, he tried to violate you, so castrate him. Cut it off, so he'll never offend again. Let Xiao Qing stab you a few more times." At Lu Xinran's words, the lecherous old demon blanched, but forced himself to nod. "Pleased," Lu Xinran added, "and abolish your cultivation, so you can't cause trouble again." "Fine. I swear I'll never harm anyone." Outwardly respectful, the old demon sneered inside. "Let me go? Am a demon? Our feud with humans is endless. Refrain from killing? How childish." He had barely finished mocking her when, uft, uft, cold light flashed. Xiao Qing turned into a streak, piercing him back and forth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody holes bloomed across his body. "Ah!" The old demon wailed as blood sprayed. "Stop! Stop!" Lu Xinran shouted. But Xiao Qing, still unsatisfied, drove the blade in one last time. Ah! The old demon's voice broke. He swayed on the brink of collapse. "You may leave." Lu Xinran nodded. Wu Shi bolted without a second thought. "Wait." Lu Xinran called again. His knees buckled. "What now?" "Return my Qinku and bag everything inside, too." She held out her hand. All right, all right." He wiped cold sweat, handed the pouch over, and asked, "Now can I go?" "You can." As if pardoned, he vanished into a distant black speck. "Come on, Xiao Qing, let's visit the Universal Bank. I've never been, and I need to refine good pills to repay the owner for saving me." Hope sparkled in Lu Xinran's eyes. Buzz Xiao Qing quivered, pointing at her shredded clothes and exposed skin. "Ah." Face blazing, Lu Xinran dug out fresh garments. "No peeking, Xiao Qing." Buzzing agreement. The sword vanished while her back was turned. In a single breath, it overtook the fleeing old demon. "That girl's an idiot," he muttered. A light touch landed on his shoulder. He froze, teeth chattering. "You again? Didn't you promise?" Slice. The blade swept across his neck. Eyes wide with terror and spite, he toppled, dead. Xiao Qing spun its blade and raced back, still curious about the kind sister's body. Why did she differ from its master? By the time it returned, Lu Xinran was dressed and turning around. "Xiao Qing, were you spying?" Seeing the sword tip aimed at her, she blushed again. Buzz Xiao Qing shook in protest. "I didn't peek. Don't wrong me." "Okay, I believe you." Lu Xinran nodded without hesitation. "Xiao Qing. She trusts me that easily even with the blade pointed at her." Bemused yet charmed by her innocence, the sword let her sheath it. "Let's go, Xiao Qing." Lu Xinran tucked the blade away, hugged it close, and soared skyward. Xiao Qing had hoped to stay unsheathed so she'd hold it tighter, but it was simply too sharp. Anything it touched would slice apart. Left with no choice, it sulked quietly inside the scabbard. She had no idea how long they had been in the air when she and her sword suddenly noticed 3 flying beasts up ahead, each ferrying several riders toward the Myriad Worlds Bank at top speed. With a piercing whoosh, Xiao Qing abruptly accelerated, sliced through the wind, and in the blink of an eye swept above the beasts, intending to pass overhead. Look at that woman's sword-riding stance. She's actually hugging the blade while she flies. This young master has never seen anything like it. Haha. Is she here for comic relief, or what? The people below were captivated by the odd sight, and began murmuring among themselves. "Lu Xinran." A crisp, girlish shout split the air. Lu Xinran followed the voice, her eyes lighting up. "Sister Xiao Xiao? What are you doing here?" The riders were none other than Lu Xiao Xiao, Chu Changfeng, and their companions. "Do I owe you an explanation for where I go?" Lu Xiao Xiao crossed her arms, her tone hostile. Chu Changfeng frowned, despised looking up at anyone, yet he was forced to gaze skyward at Lu Xinran. His innate arrogance chilled his voice. "Xiao Xiao, you know her?" "I do." Lu Xiao Xiao let out a scornful laugh. "She's my father's concubine's daughter. After all this time, she's still only at the early spirit motion stage. Her talent is trash. In the Lu family, she's worth less than dog food." A man in blue asked curiously, "But if she's only early spirit motion, how can she fly on her weapon?" The group exchanged looks, speculations flying. A powerful soul? An alchemist? A formation expert? A talisman master? Impossible. Lu Xiaoxiao shot them down. She's practically useless, no way her soul is that strong. A spirit weapon, Chu Chongfeng murmured, narrowing his eyes at the sword cradled against Lu Xinren's chest. The keen aura it emitted stirred greed in his gaze. A spirit weapon? Everyone's eyes brightened. Among them, only Chu Chongfeng owned such a treasure. How could they not covet it? Jealousy darkened Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Lu Xinran, where did you get that sword? Did you steal it from the Lu family? The others twitched at the blatant ploy. No, I didn't. Lu Xinran shook her head in panic. It belongs to someone else. I'm only borrowing it, and will return it soon. Lies. Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward, her voice sharp. Taking a Lu family spirit weapon without permission is theft. Hand it over. For the sake of our sisterhood, they'll pretend nothing happened. Sister Xiao, it really isn't from the Lu family, and I can't give it to you. Though Lu Xinran spoke softly, her tone was firm. Humph, I knew you wouldn't surrender it, thief. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her palm, spiritual power gathering. The pressure of her late spirit mastery realm sealed every escape. Raoqi clearly meant to kill with one strike. Buzzing violently, Xiaoqing dove, then shot upward at an angle, narrowly dodging the blow. The blade trembled with rage. Sensing the sword's fury, Lu Xinran lowered her voice in urgent warning. Sister Xiao, I swear I didn't steal anything. Stop. If Xiaoqing gets angry, it will kill you. Kill me? Lu Xiaoxiao threw her head back with a contemptuous laugh. A spirit weapon's strength depends on its wielder. With your current cultivation, you couldn't beat an early spirit mastery cultivator even with that sword, let alone me. How presumptuous. Prepare to die. Impatient, Lu Xiaoxiao shot into the air, spiritual energy surging as she gathered a lethal strike. Buzz. Xiaoqing suddenly powered forward, the rip of wind stretching into a long whistle, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was left far behind. You. Realizing she could no longer close the gap, Lu Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth in fury. So that's the spirit weapon that cowed the entire Zhou Empire? On the ground, a pair of eyes tracked the figures high above. The watcher was Zhou Yunfeng. He had paid a fortune to use a teleportation array and reach the eastern domains Zhou Empire ahead of Chu Changfeng's group. Instead of rushing to the Myriad Realms Bank for revenge, he dug up every detail of the previous battle. The caution saved his life. The bank was far stronger than anyone had guessed. Zhou Yunfeng chose to stay hidden, letting Chu Changfeng and the others take the lead while he waited for the right moment. He practiced the tortoise breath technique and excelled at concealment, the very skill that had fueled his rapid rise in the Lingyun sect. Now, staring in the direction where Xiaoqing and Lu Xinran had vanished, his eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing across them. Whoosh! Flying at full speed, Xiaoqing soon brought Lu Xinran to the summit of Mount Lingyun. So this is the Myriad Realms Bank? The place where I struck my deal with the owner? Am I really going to live here? A string of questions popped into Lu Xinren's head as she gazed at the towering complex, excitement shining in her eyes. At that moment, a round figure shot out, blocking their path. In a deep voice he barked, "Who dares fly over the Myriad Realms Bank? Are you here to trade? If not, leave at once." It was Wong Deo. After several days of rest, his injuries and those of Zhonghua and the others had long since healed. No, I'm not here to trade. Lu Xinran panicked and waved her hands. Then get out of here. Wong Deo's voice boomed like a giant bell. Swish. Before Lu Xinran could explain, Xiaoqing ignored him and dove straight toward the bank's main gate with her on its back. You. All Wong Deo saw was a blur. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew he had met a genuine powerhouse. He shouted, "Olden, someone's trying to force their way into the bank." Thud. Lu Xinran stepped across the threshold and looked around in amazement. This place is beautiful. Wong Deo froze. The protective formation didn't react at all. It just let her in. He flashed in front of her, suspicion written all over his face. "Miss, you're so weak. How did you get inside?" "Greetings, senior." Lu Xinran offered a polite bow and smiled. "I'm the new apprentice." "Oh, the proprietor hired another newcomer?" Wong Deo raised an eyebrow and gave her a thorough once-over. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He nodded. "Not bad. Work hard and you'll go far. Do you know who I am? I'm an envoy of the Myriad Realms Bank, 2 ranks above you." Senior, I remember now. I know exactly who you are. The imperial capital of Great Zhou." Lu Xinran suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Senior, you stirred up such chaos in the capital. That's incredible." Seeing the admiration in the girl's eyes, Wong Deo waved his hand and coughed modestly. "So you were there that day as well. Since you've already witnessed my dashing figure, I won't brag any further. But remember, that's all in the past. We must look ahead and not cling to old glory. You'll keep your words in mind, senior." Lu Xinran nodded vigorously. At that moment, Zhonghua and the others approached. Wong Deo led Lu Xinran forward and began introducing her. "This is the new apprentice. Her name is Ahem. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Only then did he realize he hadn't asked. "My name is Lu Xinran." The girl was a little nervous, but her voice was clear. After everyone shared their names, Qin grinned. "At last I'm not the weakest one here." Before his words faded, Zhongguo's brow tightened. His figure blurred, and he shot into the air, with Su Qingyu close behind. That's Sister Xiao. Lu Xinran recognized the slender figure in the sky at a glance. What? She came with you? Wong Deo raised an eyebrow. Lu Xinran shook her head. I only know her. We weren't traveling together. High above, Lu Xiao bellowed. Lu Xinran, let's see how far you can run. Hand over the Lu clan's spirit weapon. Chu Changfeng and the others, who had been chasing all this time, finally caught up. Wrapped in a fearsome aura, Lu Xiao dove straight down. World end, blade blood edge. The blade in her hand flared with crimson light. And Zhonghua and Su Qingyu's expressions hardened, and they struck in unison. Their opponent was late Imperial Spirit Realm. They dared not be careless. A thunderous boom rang out as the two forces collided. And Zhonghua and Su Qingyu were blasted back several hundred meters, while Lu Xiao only paused for an instant and snorted coldly. Know your place. A lohum sounded. Seeing the pair being overwhelmed, Xiao Qing leapt from its scabbard in a flash of emerald light. Lu Xinran hurried to intervene. Sister Xiao, I didn't steal the Lu clan's weapon. Xiao Qing belongs to the master of the Bank of 10,000 Worlds. What? Wong Deo blinked and turned to ask, Xinran, she says you stole Xiao Qing from her clan? Yes. Lu Xinran nodded anxiously. Senior, please tell her Xiao Qing belongs to the sovereign of the bank. He Wong Deo laughed and fixed Lu Xiao with a stare. Woman, are you joking? Since when did Xiao Qing belong to your clan? Even if we handed it to you, would you dare accept it? Do you know where you are? This is the Bank of 10,000 Worlds. Trying to snatch its spirit weapon? You really have no idea what the word death means. The Bank of 10,000 Worlds? Lu Xiao finally processed the words and said coldly, Lu Xinran, so you're in league with that den of thieves. Perfect. We came to wipe out the bank anyway, burying you with it will be a bonus. With that, she launched another ferocious attack. Wong Deo barked, you dare ignore your Uncle Wong? How arrogant. Woman, the word death is written right across that huge forehead of yours, you know that? Noisy man. Lu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows knitted, and her blade swung sharply toward Wong Deo. Xiao Qing, kill her. Wong Deo ducked behind Xiao Qing and shouted, show her how terrifying the Wanjie Bank can be. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Qing turned into a streak of azure light and shot forward. Flash. A blade flashed. Chu Changfeng's eyes went wide. All he caught was a fading streak of blue. Lu Xiao tried to scream, but only managed 2 hoarse gasps. Terrified, she watched her own head arc into the air. That was her final sight. No, how can I? Terror froze on her face, and her consciousness vanished in the spray of blood. The field fell silent, broken only by the dimming afterglow of blue light. Lu Xiao was dead. Xing. Still stunned, Chu Changfeng's group drew their swords as one. Anything that could kill a latest-stage Yuling cultivator in an instant had to be an unimaginable spirit weapon. Look out. Chu Changfeng barked, his face ashen. Whoosh. Blue light gathered overhead, swirling into a raging river of swords that cascaded from the heavens. The clang of steel rattled the sky. Xiao Qing was furious. The cyan torrent engulfed the squad. Mid-stage Yuling experts were shredded in a heartbeat, leaving not even a ripple. Only Chu Changfeng held out a single breath behind his saber. No. His final scream was cut short as sword chi tore him apart. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why he was as flimsy as paper before the Wanjie Bank. That's it. In the distance, Zhou Yunfeng pressed himself against a shattered wall, using the tortoise-breathing art to hide. Moments ago these men had bragged they could flatten the eastern domain. Now they were gone. He scarcely dared breathe. An instant later, Lu Xinran snapped out of her trance. The battlefield was silent, save for Chu Changfeng's saber quivering in a pool of blood, a true spirit weapon. This she had just spoken when Wong Deo burst out laughing. Xiao Qing, incredible. Worthy king of spirit weapons. You're the Wanjie Bank's undisputed top general. I thought that crowd was tough, but they couldn't handle even one exchange with you. Buzz. Xiao Qing hummed proudly. Naturally. Lord Xiao Qing is the best. And Zhonghua and the others stared at the floating blue sword, hearts pounding. In mere seconds its unfathomable power had been branded into their minds again. Sensing Lu Xinran's gloom, Xiao Qing circled her in a cheerful blur. It had learned that if it moved fast enough this kind-hearted young lady couldn't stop it, since it had upset her just now. Cheering her up was only right. Buzz. The sword vibrated in Chen Fan's hand, its excitement rippling toward him. Master, how do I cheer up the kind young lady? I need answers, stat. Chen Fan's lips curved in a sly smile. Like this. Buzz. Xiao Qing understood at once. The blade dipped toward Lu Xinran, and a flash of turquoise lightning traced a bright, crystal-clear heart in midair. Pop. The cyan heart vanished in an instant, yet Lu Xinran caught the gesture. Covering her mouth, she laughed, eyes crescent-shaped. Xiao Qing, I know they were wrong and deserve punishment, but killing them outright isn't that seem too cruel? Xinran, that's your bleeding heart saint syndrome. Wong Deo planted his hands on his hips, lecturing. Bad people have to die not only for what they did, but to set an example. If we go easy, Anyone will dare provoke the Myriad Worlds Bank. Do we have the time or manpower to chase every petty trouble? But Lu Xinran tried to protest. Chen Fan raised a hand. His voice was calm but brooked no argument. Inside the bank. We have work. Silence fell. Everyone drew a Myriad Worlds token. Golden light flashed, and they disappeared. The wide main hall of the bank swallowed them as they reappeared. Chen Fan's order came at once. Your wounds are healed. Resume debt collection immediately. And Zhongwa South and Southwest. Su Qingyu West and Northwest. Wong Deo North and Northeast. As for the Southeast. He paused, eyes sweeping the group. Master. Sword blind man stepped forward, eyes blazing. Let me take it. I want to train alone. You? Chen Fan raised a brow, then nodded. Fine. Of Lingyun continent's 8 regions, the south and east are the strongest, the west follows, the north after that, and the southeast is the weakest. Good for practice. Remember, you're still an apprentice 1 token a month unless it's an emergency. After it's gone, you're on your own until next month. Understood. Sword blind man's resolve did not waver. Good. Chen Fan turned to Qinzheng. Qinzheng, you're promoted to branch master of the Myriad Worlds Bank. Guard the summit of Lingyun Mountain. This branch now serves the entire eastern region. You have full authority. Consult me only if necessary. They'll leave basic resources in the vault. They'll audit the books periodically and evaluate your performance. Yes, sir. Qinzheng bowed, solemn. He knew he lacked the strength for collection work, and revitalizing Great Qin was his dream. Stationed at the branch suited him perfectly and failure would cost him more than pride. Orders given, Chun Fan's gaze shifted. Lu Xinran, travel to the central region with Xiao Mi Xiaoqing and Xiao Yu will escort you. His divine sense turned into a beam of light, slipped into Xiao Mi's body, and guided her to Lu Xinran. In a gentle voice he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chen Mi. Hello, Sister Mimi. Lu Xinran bowed respectfully at once. Chun Fan suddenly thought of a certain actress, glanced down at his own chest, and cleared his throat. Just call me Sister Mi, he said. Oh, okay. Lu Xinran answered obediently. He raised a hand. No time to waste, let's leave now. I'll escort you myself through the teleportation array. The group exited the Wanjie Qinzhuang system and hurried to the mountaintop array, an ancient circle nearly 100 zhang across. Whoosh, whoosh. And Zhonghua, Zhugeyu, and the others were first to step into the center, flinging out bags of spirit stones. The stones piled up like a small hill, their milky glow surging, moving so many people at once demanded enormous power. Humevery rune on the array flared, spatial ripples stacking like waves. Chen Fan stood to the side, hands flying as he controlled the formation. When the ripples peaked, a pitch-black rift tore open above the disk, and a spindle of condensed space appeared. In an instant it swallowed in Zhongguo's group, then sealed shut again, all in a few heartbeats. Whoosh. Su Qingyu went next, followed by Wong Deo, and then Jian Xiazi, each departure almost seamless. Chen Fan entered last, guiding Chun Mi's body into the center. The black-feathered eagle settled on his shoulder, while Lu Xinran and Xiaoqing followed close behind. Whoosh. Blinding lights swept them away, and the great array dimmed with a thunderous rumble. Elsewhere, Zhou Yunfeng flicked his sleeve, releasing 4 flat black insects, void shadow worms. Useless in battle but able to race through the void, they never betrayed their master and made perfect trackers. South domain, west domain, north domain, southeast domain. In moments the worms had fixed on Chen Fan's party. A cold smile curved Zhou Yunfeng's lips. The Wanjie Qinzhuang is strong, but its envoys, apprentices, and branch masters are weak. If I can't destroy the bank or kill its master, I'll sever its claws first. He cast a glance at the bank atop Lingyun Mountain, but held back. The master had never appeared. No one could say he wasn't still inside. A failed strike would ruin any chance of revenge. Whoosh. He vanished toward the Daizhou Imperial stronghold. Landing, he immediately sketched portraits of Su Qingyu and the others, listed their techniques and weapons, and handed the profiles to the remaining royals. These men and women had once been Daizhou prodigies stationed in the central domain. Now, including Zhou Yunfeng, only 10 survived the last of the royal line. Leave at once, Zhou Yunfeng ordered coldly. Erase every claw of the Wanjie Qinzhuang, and stay alive. The Daizhou royal family must not vanish. Yes, they answered together. Someone muttered in anger, Brother Feng, the Ming Empire stole our land and slaughtered our kin. Are we just letting that go? Zhou Yunfeng shook his head. We won't risk exposing ourselves or alerting the bank. Once the Wanjie Qinzhuang is gone, we'll deal with Meng. Anyone who wrongs Daizhou must die. Because they lacked precise coordinates, and Zhongguo's team could only set the teleportation array toward a rough direction, where they would actually land was anyone's guess. The distance covered depended solely on how many spirit stones they fed into the array. And Zhonghua and Zhuge Yu were the first to be engulfed by blinding white light. When they burst from the void, they found themselves standing on a battlefield strewn with corpses. Kill! Clangboom! Shouts, screams, clashing weapons, and explosions of spiritual power merged into a deafening tide that slammed into their ears. They knew this kind of carnage well and reacted on instinct. Form up. Repel the enemy. And Zhongguo barked. Yes, sir. Zhuge Yu and the 108 warriors answered with grim faces, yet excitement flickered in their eyes. The 10,000 World Bank had been impressive, but what truly made their blood boil was the front line where blades flashed and lives were wagered. The two warring factions quickly noticed the squad that had appeared out of nowhere. Huh, where did they come from? Their armor isn't ours or the enemy's. This spot was empty a moment ago. Did they appear out of thin air? Who cares? Anyone in the way dies. After a heartbeat of hesitation, both armies advanced, pinning in Zhongguo's party in the middle. Blood slaughter formation activate. Kill, kill, kill. Splurt, splurt. Blood sprayed everywhere. And Zhongguo stood with his hands behind his back and did not lift a finger. The scale of this clash was perfect for Zhuge Yu and the others to hone their blades. Enemy soldiers rushed in and fell in waves. In mere moments, more than 500 lay dead, the blood slaughter formation cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Since leaving Great Han to follow in Zhonghua, they had gained a mountain of resources, and their cultivation had soared. Zhuge Yu had already reached mid-stage spirit transformation with power to spare. Backed by their formation, the 100-plus warriors could overwhelm even an early-stage soul manifestation expert. Looks like two major sects locked in a death match, hatred as deep as the sea, and Zhonghua murmured while scanning the field. He did not want to make enemies the moment he set foot in the southern domain. So he called out, "We mean no offense. Let us pass, and well leave at once. You've butchered so many of us and still want to leave? Dream on. Finish them first, then settle our own score." A mere 100 men dare tell two great sects to step aside. His attempt at peace only enraged them further. Killing intent from all directions locked onto Zhongguo's squad. Zhuge Yu break through, and Zhonghua ordered, brows knitting. Kill. Zhuge Yu's eyes burned crimson as he led the charge. Battle lust fully ignited. Splurt, splurt. A fresh mist of blood filled the air. Another one-sided massacre. 1,000 corpses. 2,000 corpses. 5,000 corpses lay strewn across the field. Within barely 10 minutes, Zhuge Yu and his companions had pushed 8 kilometers forward, cutting down 5,000 foes. Blood pooled beneath their feet, merging into a dark red river that chilled the disciples of both sects. No one dared step closer. Whether one was in the Lingxian, Lingdong, Hualing, or even the Lingxiu realm, the moment they touched the blood slaughter array, the result was identical, instantaneously crushed to rubble. The two sect masters, merely latest-stage Hualing realm cultivators, were powerless to stem Zhuge Yu's onslaught. After losing several top experts, their sects fell into chaos, abandoning the field of corpses and fleeing in panic. The two masters bolted with the survivors, glancing over their shoulders in mortal fear that Zhonghua might pursue them. Yet Zhonghua did not bother to give chase. He spared the map a casual glance, then turned away with Zhuge Yu and the others, leaving the battlefield behind. Su Qingyu. With a single step, the teleportation light deposited her among towering mountains. Because of the time difference, it was the dead of night, yet the sky glowed crimson from a raging wildfire. Driven by the wind, the blaze devoured pine and cedar while startled beasts fled in every direction. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. Trapped in a mountainside village encircled by flames, a toddler no more than 2 or 3 knelt on the scorched ground, screaming herself hoarse. "Daddy, mommy, come out please. Xiao is scared. Have you stopped loving me? They'll never be naughty again." Sob. Her childish wails sounded heartbreakingly helpless against the wall of fire. She did not know how to flee. She only begged instinctively, dimly sensing that her parents were vanishing with the flames. Whoosh. Su Qingyu landed beside her without a sound and lifted the girl into her arms, her blood-red robe flickering like a phantom in the firelight. "Big sister, can you save my daddy and mommy?" The child looked up at that gentle, pretty face and, finding comfort, asked without a trace of fear. "Of course." Su Qingyu smiled softly, and even the heavens seemed to dim. An instant later, the wildfire surged toward her blood-red robe as if obeying a summons, converging into a roaring river of flame before being swallowed whole. Within a few breaths, every ember vanished, leaving only charred ash in its wake. Xiao never saw the uncanny scene. She merely gaped at the sudden darkness. Tilting her head back, her eyes sparkled. "Big sister, you're amazing. And so beautiful." "Xiao is beautiful too." Su Qingyu tapped the girl's delicate nose. "Because you gave me that compliment, I'll give you a gift." "All right. Yes. I love gifts. But I want to share it with daddy and mommy." Just then, her parents burst through the lingering smoke. The child kicked her legs free and dashed into their arms. Boom. In that moment of reunion, the night sky blossomed with countless fireworks, scarlet, orange, gold, violet, layer upon layer, illuminating the entire valley. The faces of Xiao and her family glowed bright beneath the cascading light. Wong Deo's situation, compared with Zhonghua and Su Qingyu, was considerably more entertaining. Whoosh. A flash of light carried him into an elegantly decorated boudoir. A carved vanity and a gilded screen stood against the walls, while a pile of risque outfits and odd props lay in the corner. Yet the true centerpiece was the sandalwood tub in the middle of the room. Steam curled upward, and inside the bath a stunning woman languidly scrubbed her shoulders, her wet hair clinging to porcelain-white skin. Catching this scene at the height of his youth, Wong Deo's eyes nearly burst from his chubby face. Heat flared in his nostrils as though he might bleed at any moment. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power, forcing the impulse down. I can't embarrass myself. How could an envoy of the Myriad Worlds Bank start nosebleeding here? Then came the inner struggle. I have to leave. A gentleman doesn't spy on a lattice bath. If the bank master hears of this, I could be demoted to some backwater branch's mouth insisted on leaving. Yet his gaze clung to those pale curves, and his feet refused to budge. Classic tough talk, honest body. Ah! His searing stare finally startled the beauty. She spun around, her shriek ringing like struck jade. Whoosh! Wong Deo's face drained of color. He whirled and smashed through the window. Father, catch that lecher. No sooner had she spoken than a mighty aura arose in the courtyard late spirit-linking realm. Wong Deo's scalp tingled. 5th grade swift talisman. He crushed the talisman without hesitation, his figure blurring forward. If they catch me red-handed, even the Yellow River won't wash me clean. Bankmaster, you've doomed me. He cursed Chen Fan silently. Pervert. Think you can dishonor my daughter and just run? Do I, Zong Batian, look easy to bully? Behind him, a burly, rough-featured Zong Batian stepped into the air, igniting an identical swift talisman. His speed surged. Late spirit-linking realm plus the same talisman? I'm finished. Wong Deo almost wept. He was only mid-spirit-linking realm. He couldn't outrun this. The gap closed fast. 2 streaks of light shot across the sky, one ahead, one behind. In less than 10 breaths, Zong Batian cut him off at the waist. Still trying to flee? Pretty wealthy. Aren't you carrying a 5th grade swift talisman? Zong Batian glared. Speak. Whose young master are you? When did the Northern Domain produce a talent your age without me hearing of it? Wong Deo's heart quivered. He raised his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm an envoy from the 10,000 Realms Bank, Wong Deo said, raising both hands in surrender. I was using a teleportation array to travel from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory, but I was accidentally dropped into your daughter's bathhouse. This is all just a misunderstanding. Steam still drifted from his hair, proof that he had indeed fallen straight into the bath moments ago. He tried to explain further, but the burly man across from him cut him off with a wave. This was Zong Batian, Lord of Iron Blood City in the Northern Territory, his bronzed muscles knotted and his eyes sharp as blades. He snorted, the sound echoing through the courtyard. I don't care why you spied on my daughter's bath. You looked, so you pay? Our rule is simple: if you've seen her naked, you marry her. Consider yourself lucky, boy. What? Wong Deo froze. A moment ago he thought he would be torn limb from limb, and now he was about to become the man's son-in-law? Not interested, boy? Zong Batian's face darkened. A flicker of fiery light blossomed in his palm as a 5th grade divine explosive talisman flared to life, its blazing runes dancing in the night and filling the air with killing intent. Senior, please, calm down. Wong Deo waved his hands. The talisman hummed in those massive fingers, and he swallowed hard. I swear I meant nothing improper. Zong Batian snorted. If your cultivation weren't half decent, with that face you'd never meet my standards. He tucked the talisman away but kept his glare fixed on Wong Deo, as though ready to draw another at any moment. A senior, perhaps your eyesight is failing you, Wong Deo said, brushing back his damp hair with a shameless grin. I'm tall, handsome, and charming. Countless young ladies swoon over. What was that? Zong Batian's face turned pitch black, and another 5th grade divine explosive talisman flashed to life in his other hand. Easy. I find I was exaggerating, Wong Deo blurted, swallowing hard. Any girl who likes me must be attracted to my talent, not my looks. Zong Batian eyed him. So will you marry my daughter or not? A grown man shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Marry? That would make me a Livian son-in-law, Wong Deo thought. He was about to refuse when Zong Batian pressed 2 talismans together, ready to detonate both. The runes flared violently, making the air itself tremble. Wong Deo's Adam's apple bobbed. If I refuse, what happens? If you refuse, they'll blow you to pieces. If you agree, come with me. Zong Batian's tone was calm, but the blazing talismans left no doubt he meant it. Wong Deo felt his heart sink. Had only recently redeemed a luck card from the bank's master, and now it seemed every ounce of luck had deserted him. He remembered the startled cry in the bath, the fleeting glimpse of Jade's smooth skin. At least, she wasn't a hag. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back. Senior, he'll go with you. You agree? Good. We returned to the city at once to conduct the wedding. Zong Batian grinned and clamped a hand on Wong Deo's shoulder, his grip iron tight. As he was hauled away, the world spun around Wong Deo, and a powerful sense of foreboding welled in his chest. Right then, Wong Deo knew he was in serious trouble. Linger. This fellow has agreed to marry you. Zhang Batian strode through the gates of the Zhang estate with Wong Deo in tow, his voice booming through the courtyard like a gong. Servants and maids hurried over, whispering. Someone sneaked into the young Miss Bath and peeked at Harris at him. They were ready to curse Wong Deo to his face when Zhang Batian's words marry her stopped every tongue midair. Did I hear that right? Someone actually wants to marry our young miss? Quiet. If she hears you, you'll be running 10 laps around the estate shouting in the ugliest. TSK, he's going to be the young master? Brave man. Respect. Every murmur reached Wong Debeo's ears, sending a chill down his spine. Could the Zhang family's daughter be unattractive? Yet when had stolen a look earlier, even though his gaze had lingered below her neck, clearly seen the outline of a delicate oval face. No, she was a budding beauty. The doors parted and a graceful figure stepped out. Stunning. Gorgeous. Wong Debeo's eyes nearly glued themselves to her. Perfect curves, an exquisite face beauty that could shame moon and flowers alike. Even more astonishing, she was already mid-stage Yuling realm, her talent outstripping his own. Did I just strike gold? He thought, but caution tugged at him. If she was this gifted and lovely, why the strange looks from everyone else? He needed answers. Father, does this gentleman truly wish to become my husband? Zhang Linger's voice was gentle and clear, like spring water over stone. Wong Debeo's heart skipped a beat. Cultured, poised, ethereal, was sure head hit the jackpot. He even considered joining her household, but the servants' odd stares kept him cautious. Absolutely. He said so himself. Zhang Batian thumped his chest, making the air quiver. Your old man guarantees it. Zhang Linger looked at Wong Deo. Sir, do you agree? Meeting Zhang Batian's sharp gaze, Wong Deo gave a wry smile. How could he refuse after spying on her bath? I do. But I am an envoy of the Wanja Bank, a position of honor. I will not become a Livian son-in-law. Wanja Bank? Zhang Batian raised a brow. Is it stronger than the Zhang family? We're the mightiest clan in the northern territory. Every race bows to us. Linger is mid-Yuling realm and unmatched in the north. Modestly speaking, when I stomp my foot, the entire northern territory trembles 3 times. Cold sweat formed on Wong Debeo's back. This was his father-in-law's idea of modesty. The man could brag better than he could. Ahem. Wong Deo snapped back to himself and said, the Bank of 10,000 Worlds rose only recently in the Eastern Territory and already rules the region. I don't know how strong the bank's master really is, but among all the envoys I'm the weakest. Right now our greatest trump card is a single spiritual weapon. Not long ago, with one strike, that weapon erased several spirit command cultivators from Lingyun's sect, including one at the late stage, and those opponents were also wielding a spiritual weapon. What? Zhang Batian shot upright, his eyes nearly popping out. That powerful? The Eastern Territory? I've heard its overall ranking is already ahead of ours in the north. Being first in the east is no idle boast. They can even one-shot a latest-stage spirit commander. The power behind our son-in-law is terrifying. Maidservants and house servants crowded beneath the veranda, chattering all at once. No one had imagined that this seemingly carefree son-in-law carried such weight. Someone whispered, looks like Miss and the young master really are a perfect match. Lingyun secked amid the noise. Zhang Linger stayed far calmer than the rest and seized on the critical point. You're saying the Bank of 10,000 Worlds has already offended Lingyun's sect? Wong Deo nodded, his expression solemn. Exactly. I believe the young cultivators who died held high status in Lingyun's sect. Otherwise, at their age they couldn't have reached that level, much less carried spiritual weapons. When he finished, his playful grin vanished. He locked eyes with Zhang Linger and asked, one word at a time, now do you still dare to be my woman? The sudden seriousness stunned everyone. Zhang Batian frowned, but kept silent, turning his gaze to his daughter. He would respect her choice. Lingyun's sect, that's all. Zhang Linger's face was calm, yet her voice rang out like steel. If they dare set foot in the north, I, Zhang Linger, will erase them. The hall fell instantly silent, her unquestionable dominance freezing the crowd. Magnificent. Zhang Batian suddenly slammed the table and roared. Yikes. Wong Debeo's shoulders jerked. Miss is invincible. The maids and servants shouted in unison. The cheer spread farther and farther. First the neighbors around the Zhang residence joined in. Then the entire city echoed with the cry, Miss is invincible. From that single roar Wong Deo finally understood the Zhang family's sway in the north, powerful and deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Amid the uproar, Zhang Linger spoke again, pulling every gaze back to her. Do you know why I still haven't married? Linger. Zhang Batian tried to stop her, but his daughter raised a hand and cut him off. Father, happiness built on deceit never lasts. My future isn't that cheap. Wong Deo narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and shook his head. I don't. Because I possess a Fiend constitution. Zhang Linger stated it without the slightest hesitation. What? Wong Debeo's face went pale. Zhang Linger looked straight at him, her eyes trembling. Now, do you still dare to marry me? Everyone in the hall, Zhang Batian, the servants, the maids, even the guards peeking in from afar held their breath and stared fixedly at Wong Deo. This Wong Deo furrowed his brow. A Yin Fiend constitution is an extremely cold, lethal physique. By absorbing Yin energy, its bearer can break through cultivation limits indefinitely. However, the same Yin energy relentlessly corrodes the body and drastically shortens one's lifespan. In short, people born with this constitution seldom live long. The only way to extend their lives is through Yang energy, which naturally comes from a husband. The stronger the man's Yang energy, the better the effect. So, if Zhang Linger wants to survive, she must replenish Yin with Yang and feed off a man's vitality. But when a man is drained of Yang beyond his limit, he falls gravely ill, sinks into weakness, and may even lose years of life. With Linger's current cultivation, the Yin energy inside her is overwhelming. Once she shares a bed, it will be nearly impossible to control. If Wong Deo truly marries her, he will likely be squeezed dry. That is the real reason Linger has remained unmarried for so long. That's it. What's the big deal? Wong Deo arched a brow, waved it off, and chuckled easily. I thought it was some unsolvable crisis. Turns out it's nothing. Zhang Beishan's face stayed stern. Have you really thought this through? You agreed so quickly, yet you just arrived in the northern region and met my daughter only once. Father-in-law, do you believe in love at first sight? Wong Deo asked calmly. Zhang Batian was momentarily speechless, his beard trembling. Seeing this, Wong Deo laughed heartily. A man of the mountains always has a plan. Trust me, father-in-law. I trust you, my foot. Zhang Batian glared. Let me be clear. If you take advantage of my daughter and then try to run after the wedding night, he'll hunt you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Wong Deo's mouth twitched. Do you think so little of me? Is it because of the Myriad Realms Bank? Zhang Linger's eyes flickered. She suddenly spoke. Does this involve the Myriad Realms Bank? Ahem, fine, you guessed right. Wong Deo gave a wry smile. Nothing seemed to escape Linger, so he conceded. The Myriad Realms Bank trades in everything. As he spoke, he produced a black gold token etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly. Raising it, he declared, the bank's master can solve any problem for anyone in the world. That is the allure of the Myriad Realms Bank. Silence fell around them. Linger bowed her head in thought, tapping the armrest with slender fingers. Zhang Batian remained skeptical and snorted. Wong Deo, your bragging puts mine to shame. Wong Deo quickly waved his hands and smiled modestly. Not at all. Compared to you, father-in-law, I'm still lacking. Oh, so you're saying I brag too? Zhang Beishan's eyes widened. No, Wong Deo seized the chance to change the subject. By the way, do you know why I came to the northern region on behalf of the Myriad Realms Bank? Debt contracts. He drew a line through the air, and glowing golden words appeared. The Tuoba clan owes us a body-refining technique. The Xianbei tribe owes us the colossal spirit manual. This is the bank's power and mystery. Spirit tools, spirit veins, cultivation methods, battle skills, you name it, we have it. Then he turned to Linger, his expression solemn. Linger, your Yin Fiend constitution shortens your life. Let the bank's master grant you more years. Back in the Eastern Territory, we bought a powerhouse's remaining lifespan 780 years, if I remember right. As long as we can afford the price, Linger, your longevity won't be a problem at all. Seriously? Zhang Beishan's eyes went wide. You can even take someone's lifespan? Kid, don't try to fool me. It's the honest truth. Wong Deo swept his gaze over everyone and lifted his hands in resignation. The details are complicated. After Linger and I get married, visit the Myriad Realms Bank and meet the proprietor yourself. You'll know whether I'm lying then. Deal. Zhang Linger gave a solemn nod. Chen Fan, or rather, Chun Mai arrived in the Central Territory with Lu Xinran, Xiao, and Xiao. A vast stretch of emerald mountains and dense forest unfolded before them. Is this the 10,000-fold mountain range? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. It should be. Lu Xinran nodded, pointing ahead. We head that way next. Have some confidence, Xinran, Chen Fan joked. If it's the right way, it's the right way. If not, it's not. A sister me, am hopeless with directions, Lu Xinran muttered, chewing her lip. Chen Fan instantly turned and strode the opposite way. Then this must be the road. Chirp. With a clear, piercing cry, Xiao unfurled his black wings and streaked across the sky. The feathers sliced through clouds, whipping up a gale that sent the forest canopy rolling like waves. Deep in the woods, ordinary beasts pressed flat to the ground, trembling, while lesser spirit beasts shivered. A few powerful spirit beasts tried to lift their heads and roar, only to be silenced by Xiao's sky-shaking screech. Even with just 10% of his bloodline awakened, Xiao had already cowed the entire mountain range. If the ancient black-plumed eagle were fully revived, its power would be unimaginable. Hands clasped behind his back, Chen Fan stood on the eagle's back, scanning the endless peaks as pride surged in his chest. Sensing his master's mood, Xiao burst forth, ancient energy flaring as he shot through the heavens like a black meteor. At the range's far edge, a grand city gradually appeared. Qing City. Chen Fan's lips curved upward. Looks like we took the right path after all. Recognizing the landmark, the group hurried to check their map of Lingyun continent. Lu Xinran lowered her head in embarrassment. Just then, Chen Fan's brow twitched. Visitors? but I haven't distributed any Myriad Realms tokens in the Central Territory yet. Before finishing, he sat cross-legged and linked his spirit directly into the Myriad Realms Bank System. At the same moment, Zonglinger stood alone before an imposing estate. Golden characters shimmered above the tall vermilion gates. Myriad Realms Bank. So this is the Myriad Realms Bank, she murmured, arching a delicate brow. Myriad Realms Bank, where anything can be traded. Welcome. Please, take a seat. When Zonglinger glided into the spacious, sunlit lobby of Wong Deo, a holographic readout appeared in Chen Fan's mind. Wong Deo's wife. His expression twisted. Was that scoundrel blessed by heaven or cursed by it? One careless spatial jump had dropped him straight into her bath, and the two of them somehow ended up married. Fate could be absurd. Zonglinger sat across from him, back straight, her manner gentle and poised. Master of the bank, I was referred by your Wong envoy. I'd like to know how to resolve my Insha constitution. Simple enough. Chen Fan examined her with interest, voice calm, yet pointed. The real question is the price you're willing to pay. Even relatives of the Wong envoy get no discounts. Dingon electronic chime interrupted. Zonglinger, Insha constitution, midstage spirit tamer realm, 33 spirit meridians, virgin, 90 million spirit stones, darkwind claws, demonine technique, soul hooking rope. When the data finished scrolling, Chen Fan raised a brow. An exceedingly rare Insha body. All her techniques and weapons steeped in cold energy, yet she projected the warmth of the girl next door. Her willpower was clearly extraordinary. The Insha hadn't tainted her optimism. Master, please outline the solution first, she said steadily. Once I hear it, I'll name the price I can pay. Is that acceptable? Fine. Chen Fan stopped circling the topic. Two paths. First, lean into your Insha traits. As long as you keep receiving a steady supply of Yang energy, you'll extend your life. Second, switch to Yang-based techniques. Use outside Yang to balance the Insha and survive that way. Zonglinger nodded. Years of poring over ancient texts had led her to the same conclusion. Execution was the hard part. Her eyes dimmed slightly. You're still untouched, Chen Fan noted. Clearly you refuse to harm others and haven't forced any man to supply your Yang. That says a lot about your character. Zonglinger was shaken. The master of Wong Deo was indeed as unfathomable as Wong Deo had claimed. Trust welled up within her. You've made a smart choice, Chen Fan continued. Wong Deo is ideal decent strength, endless stamina, and he never stops talking. For now, he can easily meet your needs. Treat him well, and he might even live a long life. Chen Fan could already picture Wong Deo's future, wandering around with dark circles under his eyes, panting, yet still chattering nonstop. The image of that drained, frazzled man made Chen Fan's lips twitch. He almost looked forward to Wong Deo's married life. Zonglinger clearly hadn't expected the master of the Myriad Realms Bank to be so direct, and even someone as forthright as she felt a little embarrassed as she explained, my husband peeked at me while I was bathing, and by our custom, he must take responsibility for me. Chen Fan nodded slightly and replied with conviction, I understand, and I support your decision to keep Wong Deo. It looks like you've chosen the first option, which is also the safest for now. The second option is to cultivate a Yang-aligned technique, he continued, lifting his gaze, his tone calm, yet warning. That path is prone to chi deviation. Yang and Yin will clash within you, and you may lose control. Best case scenario, you're injured. Worst case, you die. Besides, the Yin fiend energy inside you is already at its limit, so cultivating a Yang technique is nearly impossible. Changing tack, Chen Fan analyzed further. Since you've taken Wong Deo, two roads remain. First, raise his strength so his Yang energy grows stronger. That's a long-term plan, but it takes time, and his eyes rested on Zonglinger, clearly don't have much left. Zonglinger nodded, her voice grave. Exactly. I can feel my body nearing its limit. I might lose control of the Yin fiend Qi at any moment. I need a huge amount of Yang Qi, or I'll survive but lose years off my life. Which means we need an assist, she added. That's the second road, Chen Fan said, plainly aware of her plight. Seek out Yang-type heavenly materials and treasures to wear or ingest. I'm guessing those are what's kept you alive until now, right? Zonglinger sighed softly and admitted, yes. They're the only thing keeping me together, but they won't hold much longer. Chen Fan nodded again and concluded, given your condition, the only way through this crisis is to consummate with Wong Deo and draw on his Yang Qi. Whether he can handle it, that's hard to say. Please, master, lend me your aid. Zonglinger rose, bowed, and pleaded earnestly. A mutually beneficial deal, Chen Fan said coolly. The greater the price you pay, the greater the return you'll receive. After a brief hesitation, Zonglinger finally spoke. I'm willing to join the Myriad Realms Bank and surrender my freedom for life. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and grinned. Oh, both of you want to work for me? Was this Wong Deo's idea? Yes, Zonglinger answered without hesitation. Very well. 100 years of lifespan in exchange for the position of Myriad Realms Bank emissary, Chen Fan declared with a casual wave of his hand. And because Wong Deo brought me business, he'll throw in 5 extra Myriad Realms tokens. A century of borrowed life would let Zhang Linger suppress the Yin Fiend Qi. Combined with her current yang treasures and Wong Deo's innate yang qi, she would be safe for the next 100 years. With that kind of time, the pair could gather even rarer yang artifacts, and the Myriad Realms Bank would eventually eradicate her Yin Fiend constitution entirely. Thank you, Master, Zhang Linger exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Sign the soul contract, Chen Fan said at once. Whoosh. Zhang Linger disappeared. The 100 extra years of life Chen Fan had just granted her instantly calmed the raging yin chill inside her. The icy, venomous aura was pressed down as if by a heavy iron lid and could no longer surge. As a result, she no longer had to drain large amounts of yang energy from Wong Deo. Most the boy would feel a bit weak, but his life would never be in danger. With added lifespan came a bodily transformation. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Linger's skin grew even more radiant, her figure slender, and she actually reverted to the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Chen Fan scratched his head. Seriously, Deo, you'd lay hands on a girl barely in her teens? He grumbled inwardly, as if egging the man on to commit a crime. Luckily, in this realm people could marry at 12 or 13, so he forced the thought aside and, amused, focused on Wong Deo, curious how the fellow would cope after losing some vitality. Linger you. When Zhang Linger appeared again, Wong Deo and Zhang Batian were stunned and failed to recognize the young girl in front of them. That tender face looked as though time had rewound, identical to Linger at 13 or 14. Isn't this how you looked as a child? How did you end up like this? Zhang Batian's voice trembled with disbelief. He had never seen the Myriad Realms Bank's methods firsthand. Father, I joined the Myriad Realms Bank as an emissary and traded with the owner for 100 years of life, so I look like this now, Zhang Linger explained. Zhang Batian's heart pounded. So lifespan really can be traded. The evidence before him left no room for doubt. The Myriad Realms Bank truly is miraculous. Zhang Linger's eyes sparkled. She turned to Wong Deo. Husband, you didn't lie to me. Seeing his father-in-law astonished and his lover praising him, Wong Deo felt proud and straightened his back. Of course. Wong Deo never brag facts only. He immediately leaned closer, Adam's apple bobbing. Linger, can you fully suppress the yin chill now? Can we consummate our marriage? Yes. A blush crept over Zhang Linger's cheeks. However, if we do it now, they'll still need to absorb some of your yang energy to finish the suppression. She understood Wong Deo's intentions all too well. His little calculation was obvious. No problem, no problem. Wong Deo, am full of vigor and brimming with yang energy, he said, grinning from ear to ear. Joining the Myriad Realms Bank had brought him benefits, and a young bride life couldn't be sweeter. Linger's even younger appearance ignited both his protective instinct and certain desires. He was itching to head straight to the bridal chamber. Ahem. Zhang Batian cleared his throat twice and threw Wong Deo a fierce glare. Brat, is it appropriate to discuss this in front of your father-in-law? Wong Deo rubbed his hands awkwardly. Then he'll be off, father-in-law. I won't disturb your rest. With that, he grabbed Zhang Linger and tried to sneak away. Rest my foot. I'm in no mood to rest. Zhang Batian smacked Wong Deo on the back of the head. Do you still have a Myriad Realms token? I want to visit that bank myself. Huh. Wong Deo froze. Zhang Linger was equally puzzled and reminded him. Father, the Myriad Realms Bank doesn't care about personal ties, only about deals. The strength and body I possess cost me a lifetime of freedom, and all I gained was an extra 100 years. Zhang Batian's rough voice boomed through the hall as he pounded his rock-hard chest. Then he widened his bull-like eyes. What's wrong with me, huh? My talent's pretty impressive, isn't it? Up in the northern region, in the top dog, are you saying I'm not qualified to deal with Wanja Bank? When the people opposite him hesitated, he snorted and waved dismissively. Relax. I understand the rule. You get what you pay for. Wong Deo hurried forward, scratching his head. But what exactly do you need? Linger's problem is covered for now, and she and I will figure out the rest. There's no need for you to worry. To be fair, Wong Deo really was filial. Orphaned at a young age, he felt a natural closeness to Zhang Batian and instinctively took his side. Zhang Batian snorted back. Since when do I need your permission? Wong Deo spread his hands helplessly. Even if you want to go, you don't have a Wanja token anymore. I do. Zhang Linger stepped up and raised several palm-sized black gold tokens. The bank owner gave me 5 Wanja tokens. What? 5? Wong Deo's eyes lit up. The owner is generous. For now you get 1, father gets 1, and the rest stay with me. Linger decided in a single breath. Whatever my wife says. Wong Deo grinned, stuffed a token into Zhang Batian's hands, scooped Linger up bridal style, and headed for the door. Over his shoulder he called, take your time, father-in-law, chat with the owner as long as you like. No rush. Shameless brat. Zhang Batian cursed, half amused, as Deo vanished. He lowered his eyes to the token in his palm. Desire flared immediately. Not yet. I need more leverage before I negotiate. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. He charged into the cultivation chamber, slammed the door, and entered seclusion goal. Break through to the spirit commanding realm. With that in hand, he would bargain from a position of strength, and he already knew exactly what he planned to trade. Chen Fan had watched in silence, completely unsurprised. The moment he handed Linger those 5 tokens, he had foreseen this outcome. Everyone looks out for their own. It's normal that Linger cares about her father, he mused. But he'll have to keep situations like this in check. Wangjia Bank isn't a charity, it has to make a profit. Under his breath he added, most of the time the Wangjia tokens should choose their clients on their own. With a sweep of his hand, he erased the risque scene Debeo and Linger were about to create. He had no interest in watching that. Right now, most of the tokens were scattered across the eastern region. Since the next phase would focus on the central region, he decided to recall them. With a single thought, every token in the east turned into a streak of light, and, like birds returning to a nest, converged beneath the bank's dome where they hovered silently. Scatter. He flicked his sleeve again. The tokens shot toward the central region, falling like stardust. The clientele there was stronger. The tokens would surely lock onto worthier prospects. Looks like I'm about to get busy, Chen Fan murmured, eyes gleaming as he watched the sky fill with light. Now, time to see what rewards this round of trades has earned. While Wong Deo was reveling in his night of passion, Chen Fan began to review the latest transaction rewards. Ding. 13th transaction complete. Achievement rate 200. Rewards issued. 100 universal tokens, 1 grade 6 weakening talisman, and 1 special item. Chen Fan wasn't surprised by the 200 rating. He nodded to himself. A century of lifespan was valuable, and had even thrown in 5 extra tokens. Besides, Zhang Linger was a mid-stage spirit master with an Fiend constitution. As long as she kept absorbing Fiend energy, her power would soar, practically guaranteeing a meteoric future. With potential like that, a 200 score was only natural. He pulled up the reward details. 1. Universal tokens 100 pieces, usable for transactions or for allowing beings other than the host to enter and leave the universal bank system. 2. Grade 6 weakening talisman 1 piece, capable of temporarily suppressing all combat strength of a spirit master, reducing the target to spirit practitioner level. 3. Special item 1 piece, able to upgrade a soul puppet with no side effects. The special item was perfect for his secretary puppet, so Chen Fan didn't hesitate. Use it. Buzz. The puppet's body shuddered. Her figure became even more flawless, height increasing by 3 centimeters, and her limbs realigning to perfect proportions. Chen Fan exited the system, projected his consciousness into the puppet, and opened those cold, alluring eyes. When her jade-like hand tightened, power surged through her like a tide. Latest-stage spirit master. With the innate advantages of a soul puppet, she could now sweep through the entire spirit master realm and stand unrivaled below the royal spirit stage. After stabilizing her condition, Chen Fan re-entered the universal bank system and took advantage of the lull to inspect the central region's debt contracts. 188 contracts in total, with as many as 123 in default. He raised an eyebrow. One document suddenly drew his attention. Nia Tian borrowed a blessed grotto heaven from the Universal Bank to found a sect, term, 10,000 years. Upon default, all current profits generated on that land will be reclaimed. The clause is airtight, but as far as I know, Nia Tian is the founding patriarch of Lingyun's sect. Could this grotto heaven be the very site of Lingyun's headquarters? Interest flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. The mighty Lingyun sect's foundation actually belongs to my Universal Bank. There's no way I can let that slide. He had long since deduced that Lu Xiao, Chu Changfeng, and the others who had assaulted the bank were from that sect. He had originally intended to let the matter rest, but now he could no longer pretend nothing had happened. A debt is a debt, and it must be repaid. He glanced at the contract's effective date. Nia Tian hasn't shown up in 10,000 years. No one knows whether he's alive or dead. Chen Fan's brows knitted tight. If Nia Tian really was dead, this contract might turn out to be an uncollectible debt. There is no proof that the land now occupied by the Lingyun sect was ever the blessed grotto heaven of the Myriad Worlds Bank. The loan arranged years ago came with neither a soul contract nor a written agreement. Everything relied on a simple verbal promise. The bank had probably never imagined anyone would dare default, so it left no evidence behind. Human greed knows no bounds, and now Chen Fan faces a troublesome but manageable mess. Deep inside the archives, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and ran his fingertips over stacks of scrolls while dust floated lazily in the air. He felt no anxiety. If his subordinates failed to collect the debt, he would do it himself. The Lingyun sect's grotto heaven was already his in his mind. Seizing it would make his name in the central domain, boost the bank's prestige, push his reputation past 10,000 points, earn a handsome system reward, and provide the perfect site for a new branch. With that thought, he shook the dust from his sleeves and kept sorting the mountain of contracts tied to the central domain. Then, so fast, he sensed that Wong Deo and Zhang Linger's breathing had steadied, as though they were already finished. It had barely been any time at all. To avoid intruding, he waited another moment, then waved his hand. An image formed in his mind's eye. Wong Deo looked utterly drained, face ghost white, dark circles under his eyes, shoulders slumped. Dizziness, ringing ears, aching waist and knees, hot flashes, night sweats, parched throat, and burning cheekbones tormented him. In stark contrast, Zhang Linger's cheeks glowed, her skin was luminous, her eyes lively, her spirits high. Husband, your kidney yang is weak. It can be nurtured. Her voice was gentle as she crouched to straighten his collar. You need more exercise. I've sent a maid to brew a tonic. She'll bring it soon. Disbelief spread across Wong Deo's face. His lips quivered as he muttered, it can't be only 5 seconds. How is that possible? The words slammed into him like a lifelong humiliation. 5-second real man echoed in his mind. Watching through the image, Chen Fan paused, his expression odd. Tragic, he murmured. Suddenly agitated, Wong Deo tried to stand, collapsed back down, and gasped for breath. Medicine. I need medicine. Exercise. I must exercise. I have to prove myself. Linger. Don't let this get out, or he'll never live it down. The outburst left him wheezing, his chest heaving, torment piled atop exhaustion. Relax, husband. I understand, Zhang Linger said, patting his back. If we stay inside, no one will suspect a thing. Linger, you won't look down on me, will you? His grip tightened around her hand, fear lacing his voice. How could I, unless next time is still 5 seconds? Impossible. Wong Deo rasped, psyching himself up. Huff, I'm exhausted. Qin stood before the sprawling Myriad Realms Bank, his mind awash with competing thoughts. The most formidable commercial titan in the Eastern Domain now belonged to him, and from this day forward, he would steer its course. The eternal spotlights atop Lingyun Mountain flashed across his memory, and a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes as he mapped out his next move. Running the Myriad Realms Bank would be no simple feat. Its reputation was already immense. Every faction wanted to trade, and almost no one dared antagonize it in public. Even so, the Great Zhao dynasty and various detritan powers remained lurking threats. Qin listed each external risk and underlined the most pressing. First, I need to see what the former master actually left behind, he muttered. He plunged into the vault. Half an hour later, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Plenty of goods, but still nowhere near enough. What happens if a client asks for something I don't have? An idea sparked. If everyone in the Eastern Domain is desperate to trade with us, why not choose our clients ourselves? Once the notion took shape, inspiration poured in. 1. Serve only selected clients. 2. Open trading windows at fixed intervals. 3. Publish a catalog and reserve prices ahead of time. 4. Use auctions to prevent endless haggling. 5. Put every supplementary clause in writing. He jotted each point down, refining the plan until no detail was left unchecked. Another half hour passed before he added the final line. Always preserve the bank's reputation and mystique, and remember. With that, he exhaled in relief, staring at the densely packed page that gave him an unfamiliar surge of accomplishment. General Meng should look this over, he decided, snapping the notebook shut. Determined to restart trading as soon as possible, he left the bank at once. Stepping through the main doors, he muttered, I really need a flying beast for these trips, or I'll waste half my time on the road. Only now did he grasp the weight his predecessor had carried. The position he once envied was far from effortless. He had just stepped off the final stair when the air around him shifted. 3 figures converged from different directions, sealing every path of retreat. Qin, the middle-aged leader said, his gaze cold and predatory. We thought we'd wait much longer, but you couldn't resist stepping out on your own. Looks like we'll finish our assignment ahead of schedule. Qin narrowed his eyes, his voice low. Who are you? If you know him with the Myriad Realms Bank, you must realize the price of raising a hand against me. In the underworld, you'll have all the answers you need. The man raised his hand in a curt signal. Go. The trio closed in, their strikes aimed at every vital point. They were cautious, precise, and utterly convinced Qin was as good as dead. All 3 attackers were in the late spirit transformation stage. Yet when facing Qin, whose cultivation was only at the early spirit movement stage, they still chose to strike together. Myriad Worlds Token. Qin flicked his finger, a pale gold token snapped into his palm. In the next instant, he vanished, as if swept away by a gale. Where is he? The 3 spirit transformation experts paled. Their divine senses swept the area, but they found no trace of him. Inside the Myriad Worlds Bank, Chen Fan was watching Wong Deo wobble from kidney weakness when the air suddenly rippled. A faint golden halo flashed, and Qin appeared. Chen Fan frowned. What happened? Qin would never spend a token unless his life was on the line. Qin cupped his fists, speaking rapidly. Boss, I was heading for Qin capital. The moment I stepped beyond the defensive array, 3 latest-stage spirit transformation cultivators ambushed me. I had no choice but to use the token and teleport here. Do you know who they were? A cold light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. Anyone in the eastern region who dared touch the Myriad Worlds Bank clearly wanted to die. Qin recalled the brief clash. I heard one of them say, we'll finish the job first. It sounded organized, and I doubted their only target. Boss, could it be Ling Yun's sect? Chen Fan shook his head. Impossible. The timing doesn't fit. Ling Yun's sect just sent Lu Xiao and Chu Chongfeng to visit us. They don't even know those two are dead yet, so they couldn't have planned an assassination already. Then who? Qin Zheng muttered, brows knit. Whoever at ice, if they dare touch the Myriad Worlds Bank, they die. Chen Fan's tone was ice. Those who knew him understood. He was truly enraged. The enemy had clearly targeted his most trusted subordinates first. He swept a hand through the air. And Zhonghua, Su Qingyu, Wong Deo, blind sword return. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From Myriad Worlds, tokens tore through the sky. Almost simultaneously, each of the four saw a pale gold token appear before them. They grabbed it without hesitation. Light swallowed them, and they emerged outside the bank's main hall. Step. They entered the hall, and, spotting Qin Zheng, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The boss would never summon everyone at once otherwise. Qin Zheng summarized what had happened. Faces turned grim. Wong Deo, exhausted, said nothing, and Chen Fan spared no time for teasing. Rewards in advanced in years of cultivation time for each of you, he announced. Yes, thank you, boss. The five cupped their fists, delight gleaming in their eyes. Right now, nothing mattered more than time. Buzz. Chen Fan swiped a time card. 50 years of cultivation time vanished at once, reappearing as streams of light that poured into the five. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They sat cross-legged while spiritual power surged like a tidal wave. Breakthroughs followed one after another. Fierce auras clashed, and then quickly settled. When the five opened their eyes, their gazes were razor-sharp. Their strength had risen to a whole new level. For these 10 years they cared about nothing but raw power, no new techniques, no fancy combat arts, only the drive to break through. This single-minded focus sent all five of them soaring. And Zhonghua was the first to leap from early Yuling realm straight into early Huangling realm, skipping an entire tier and stopping just short of mid-Huangling. Su Qingyu, younger and still in her rapid growth phase, followed half a beat later and also reached early Huangling, though she is yet to touch the mid-stage threshold. Wong Deo staged a late-game surge of his own, stepping into early Huangling as well. The blind swordsman advanced steadily to mid-Tongling realm, while Qin Zheng broke into early Tongling. 10 short years utterly reshaped the strength of the team. Not bad. Chen Fan nodded, clearly pleased. Those assassins lurking in the dark will never see this coming. Their little plan is finished. His voice hardened. But in Zhonghua, Su Qingyu, Wong Deo, blind swordsman you, four haven't been attacked yet. From here on, you're in the open and they're in the shadows. I want every last one of them dead. Hide your current strength for now. When you collect the debts, fight as if you're still at your old level and lure them out. Yes, sir. The four clasped their hands, feeling the weight of the master's anger. Go. Chen Fan flicked a ripple of power, signaling them to leave the Wanjie Bank. Master. Wong Deo suddenly called, his voice soft and feeble, completely unlike his usual self. And Zhonghua and the others turned, puzzled, to see him clutching his waist, looking as if the word exhausted were about to appear on his forehead. What is it? Chen Fan asked. Linger, does she have a task? Wong Deo was still dreaming of another 10 years. In his mind, if Zhang Linger got a full decade and enough Yin energy, she might charge straight into mid-Huangling, and he could hold on to her coattails in peace. Who is she? Qin Zheng asked curiously. The new Envoyme wife, Zhang Linger. Wong Deo said proudly. She's mid-Yuling realm. No wonder you look so drained. And Zhonghua said coolly, and the others broke into knowing grins. Wong Deo waved his hands frantically. Oh, that's not the point. It's her strength. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. He caught his breath, afraid of being teased again, and switched topics. Master, what mission? They'll run right back and tell her. Have her come to the central domain, Chen Fan said calmly. There are several loan contracts that need handling. Wong Deo's eyes lit up. About her cultivation, should the master grant her 10 years in advance. That would help her carry out the job even better. She hasn't earned it, Chen Fan replied, his voice ice cold. If she wants to draw her reward ahead of time, she'd better prove she's worth it. Wanjie Bank is no charity. The moment those words fell, Wong Deo shut his mouth, aware had gotten greedy. I don't want to hear a request like that again. Chen Fan decided to give Wong Deo a hard knock. The man was starting to lose his footing. Yes, sir. Wong Deo snapped to attention, fists cupped, remorse flooding his voice. I was too greedy just now. Please punish me, master. His expression was earnest, clearly new head crossed the line. One warning. I'm counting it as one failed mission, Chen Fan said, voice icy and uncompromising. I accept the punishment. Wong Deo shuddered, his face twitching as though he could hear his heart bleeding. 3 strikes total, and he had just burned 1. 2 more, and head dropped from Chief Manor Lord to Branch Lord. With a flick of Chen Fan's sleeve, space rippled, and the group vanished from the lobby of Wanjie Bank. Qin Zheng's figure disappeared in an instant, and the 3 latest-stage transformation realm experts besieging him stared in shock. What sort of technique is that? He vanished right before our eyes. Hold the perimeter, can't be far. Illusion maybe. They spread out into a triangle, sealing off a 100-meter radius, no longer daring to slack off. 10 seconds later, Qinzheng seemed to squeeze out of thin air, not even stirring a speck of dust. What? Their pupils shrank, and they pounced in unison. Waiterly spirit communion realm. Their faces went ashen. Moments ago, Qinzheng had only been early spirit movement realm, yet now had leapt 2 full realms. Even swallowing pills takes time. How could that happen in a blink? Bang, bang, bang. Qinzheng didn't kill them. Lightning fast, he kicked each man square in the back of the knee. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp, brutal chorus of bones breaking rang out. The 3 transformation experts crashed to their knees, sweat pouring down their faces. Talk. Who sent you? Are others targeting Wanja Bank? Qinzheng's voice was ice cold. The middle-aged leader clenched his teeth, eyes fixed on Qinzheng. So you can boost your cultivation out of nowhere. No wonder Wanja Bank trusts you. But I don't believe everyone has your tricks. He'll wait for them on the road to the underworld. With that, he slammed a palm into his chest. Blood gushed through his fingers. His fierce glare lingered even as life left him. Thud, thud. The other 2 followed suit, crushing their heart meridians and falling dead. Dead men tell no tales. Watching through the system, Chen Fan frowned. Convincing 3 latest-stage transformation cultivators to die without hesitation meant the mastermind either had unfathomable backing or a blood feud with Wanja Bank. He closed Qinzheng's feed. With Nzhonghua and the others interrogating prisoners at their current pace, they likely wouldn't uncover much. Given the bank's present resources, he chose not to waste more effort on it for now. His consciousness withdrew from the system, and back in the little secretary's body, Chen Fan continued on his way. Over an hour later, just as he was considering sending Lu Xinran to collect another debt, his heart stirred. Another customer already? The Wanjia tokens had barely been distributed. The central region truly is a gold mine. Suzhou was only at the early stage of the Lingdong realm, an entirely unremarkable level in the central territory where ambitious cultivators swarmed. Yet he had one advantage: the Su clan behind him, a house solidly ranked among the third-tier families. He had already made up his mind to walk away from martial cultivation and immerse himself in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting the world he truly loved. Competing for the clan's succession or scheming for power held no appeal. A lifetime of quiet self-cultivation sounded perfect. 3 years ago, at a poetry gathering, he met Lin Lan. That day she unveiled a new poem that instantly outshone every scholar in the hall, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Suzhou was enchanted on the spot. They became friends over verse, attended gatherings together, and polished couplets side by side. Inevitably, their bond deepened. In time, Suzhou discovered he loved Lin Lan deeply, though he locked those feelings in his heart and showed them only through silent support. With his discreet help, Lin Lan's income rose steadily and the hardships at home eased bit by bit. Then one day she failed to keep an appointment. Fearing something had happened, Suzhou rushed to her house in the dead of night. The moment he stepped through the gate, he found a few debt collectors blocking the door. Inside, Lin Lan's mother was bedridden, while her brother, Lin Keidel, and hopelessly addicted to gambling had piled up heavy debts. Trapped by the collectors, Lin Lan had been forced to stand him up. When Suzhou saw her tear-streaked face, his heart twisted, and he paid the men on the spot to send them away. Thank you, Lin Lan repeated over and over. Suzhou, for his part, felt a secret joy. He had been able to help her again, and the distance between them seemed to melt. The reprieve was short-lived. Realizing someone would bail him out, Lin Chi only grew worse. Whenever he lost money, he would pound on Suzhou's door. Suzhou, if you like my sister, then cover my debt. The Su clan is filthy rich. How can you claim to like her if you want spare a little change? Suzhou tried to reason with him again and again, but Lin Chi ignored every word and called him long-winded. Not wanting to see Lin Lan weep, Suzhou noted the sums were still manageable and reluctantly paid them. Lin Chi's wagers soon spiraled out of control. In just half a month, he owed a full 1 million spirit stones, an astronomical sum, to Suzhou. Despite his family's status, the Su clan had many descendants, and with his average talent and lack of interest in cultivation, his monthly allowance was modest. Poetry salons and cultural gatherings were already draining his purse. Money was tight. Now Lin Chi, wildeed with fear, threw himself at Suzhou's feet. Brother Zhe, you have to save me. The gambling hall will kill me if I don't pay. They set me up this time. I swear I'll quit for good. Please, you have to believe me. 1 million spirit stones is just too much. Suzhou frowned, disappointment written all over his face as he stared at Lin Chi. I can't come up with it, he said. Impossible. Lin Chi's voice rose, pressing hard. Of course you can. Aren't you going to marry my sister? You'll need a betrothal gift, right? She's famous, beautiful, talented, easily worth 1 million spirit stones. The outrageous demand sent anger surging through Suzhou, but he kept his tone low. You want me to marry your sister, yet begrudge me these spirit stones? Break us up if you like. Suzhou's chest heaved, but he forced the fury down. Your sister isn't a commodity. Our feelings aren't measured in spirit stones. Right? True love is priceless. Lin Chi leaned back, grinning shamelessly. Since love has no price, handing me 1,000,000 spirit stones shouldn't be a problem. I don't have it, Suze repeated. Humph. Lin Chi's expression hardened. Fine. If you want pay, they'll sign an IOU at the casino and sell my sister. They'll jump at the chance to give me 1,000,000 spirit stones. What did you say? Stop right there. Suze seized Lin Chi by the collar, ice cold. If you dare, they'll kill you. Lin Chi, only a 9th rank spirit cultivator, couldn't withstand Suze's pressure. His face went pale, voice trembling. I don't want to do it either, but the deadline is in 2 days. If I don't pay, they'll kill me and seize our house. My whole family will be on the street. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the house? Didn't the Su family give you that place in the most prosperous part of the city? It must be worth a fortune. No. Suze shook his head. That's where Lin Lan and I will live. I won't sell it. What future are you talking about? Lin Chi slammed the table. If we can't settle the debt now, our family is finished. Do you think my sister will still feel like marrying you? Suze fell silent. If the house were taken and Lin Chi killed, his bedridden mother would likely die of grief, leaving Lin Lan utterly alone. The thought of her tears pierced him like needles. At last he clenched his teeth and agreed. He thought saving Lin Chi would make him quit gambling and deepen his own bond with Lin Lan. But a few days later, Suze realized she was growing distant. She declined invitations to poetry gatherings, outings, and hunts, clearly avoiding him. Uneasy, he sought her out, only to see her often meeting with a man named Chu Yang. His chest went hollow, couldn't fathom what had done wrong. How did it come to this? Where did I go wrong? Despondent, he drowned his sorrows in wine, his spirit drained. Yet when the haze cleared, he finally understood. If Chu Yang is better for Lin Lan, if he loves her more than I do, then I'll wish them happiness. Is there a kind of love that's called letting go? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on Suze. Yes. Suze drew a deep breath and nodded slowly. I respect Lin Lan's choice, even if it means never loving again and never finding happiness. Before he could finish, pain washed the color from his face. His fingers tightened around the armrest until his knuckles turned white. Chen Fan lifted his teacup, his eyes calm. Cats can't swim, so mice become their feast. Fish can't live on land, yet shrimp still fill their bellies. Cherish what's in front of you. No one is truly irreplaceable. You simply refuse to accept it. A cat enjoys its mouse, a fish its shrimp. You can be happy without loving her. The word struck Suze like ice. He froze, then dipped his head. Maybe you're right, but I'm drained. I don't want to love anyone anymore. Chen Fan set down the cup, offering no further comfort. As the owner of the Myriad Realms Bank, he dealt in transactions, not counseling. Since that's settled, why have you come to my bank? Because of Chu Yang. Suze's voice shot up, anger flashing in his eyes. He doesn't truly love Lin Lan. Oh, Chen Fan arched a brow. He had assumed this was a simple by Tandhook story, Lin Lan as the lure, with Lin Chi, or perhaps Lin Lan, and her ailing mother reeling in an earnest fish named Suze. Clearly, it was far more complicated. Suze answered his own unspoken question, words tumbling out. You probably think they're trying to con me out of my house and spirit stones, right? They're not. Lin Lan is kind, her eyes are clear and honest. She couldn't fake that. The problem is Chu Yang and Lin Chi. Uttering the names nearly unhinged him. After a moment to compose himself, Suze laid out what he had discovered. He had already decided to bury his feelings and step aside if Chu Yang could make Lin Lan happy. Still cautious, he investigated Chu Yang, and what he found chilled him. Chu Yang was actually the true owner behind the gambling den Lin Chi frequented. Digging deeper, Suze uncovered an even darker web. Chu Yang and Lin Chi were in close, secret contact. Suze had once paid 1,000,000 spirit stones to clear Lin Chi's gambling debt, only for the man to fall back into old habits and rack up the same staggering sum. This time, when Lin Chi reached out for help, Chu Yang intercepted him. If you help me marry your sister, the casino is yours, Chu Yang said bluntly. Your wins are yours, your losses are mine. Faced with such temptation, Lin Chi agreed without a moment's hesitation. Next, Chu Yang and Lin Chi orchestrated a drama of their own. Debt collectors from the gambling house barged in again, and this time they demanded 1,000,000 sum so huge it scared Lin Lan and her mother out of their wits. No ordinary family could repay that kind of money in a lifetime. Helpless, the two women watched as they were evicted. The collectors carted off the house, the furniture, even the bowls and chopsticks, and finally threatened to kill Lin Chi. At the critical moment, Chu Yang appeared. Single-handed and unarmed, he knocked out the entire gang of thugs, shielded Lin Chi, and stormed into the gambling den. After a few sharp words, the debt was erased. From then on, Chu Yang was firmly planted in Lin Lan's life. Chu Yang went on to help Lin Chi turn over a new leaf. Everywhere he went, Lin Chi told stirring tales of Chu Yang's rise from hardship, while smearing Suze as a hopeless gambler who had even lost an entire estate. Lin Lan loathed gambling and had idolized powerful martial artists since childhood. A few honeyed phrases from Chu Yang sent her feelings for him soaring. Hearing all this, Chen Fan could only shake his head. Lin Lan was far too naive if she took a lowlife like Lin Chi at his word. Exactly. The world's a cruel place, and Lin Lan is too trusting. Suze said, his face gray with despair. Can you help me? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Lay the evidence out in front of her. Even a fool can tell black from white once the facts are there. Chuyang never leaves evidence. Everything spreads by word of mouth, a sly old fox, Suze said with a bitter smile. I tried telling Lin Lan the whole story, but she wouldn't believe me. She said Lin Chi was right, that I'd do anything to smear them. She wasn't sure at first, but the moment I showed up, she lost all faith in me. Chen Fan took a deep breath, piecing together the melodrama in his head. Chuyang had both Lin Lan and Suze dancing to his tune, and he was already set on marrying Lin Lan, who seemed ready to agree. As long as you help Lin Lan see Chu Yang's true colors, he'll pay any price, Suze pleaded. I can help, Chen Fan said coolly. What can you offer? I don't have many resources, Suze replied without hesitation, but anything is on the table, even my life. Your life? Chen Fan arched an eyebrow. Then give me 500 years of it. Done. Suze agreed immediately. But how are you going to do it? Soul exchange, Chen Fan answered evenly. Put Lin Lan's soul in Lin Chi's body and vice versa. Once she lives his life, she'll see Chu Yang for what he is. A soul exchange? That's impossible. Suze gasped. Buzz. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply reached out and stripped Suze of 500 years of life. The instant Suze felt himself age from a young man to a withered elder, he believed. The soul exchange card was a dark gold chip traced with eerie, intricate patterns, mysterious at first glance. Holding it between his fingers, Suze left the bank of 10,000 realms. A chill breeze skimmed the card, and a faint metallic gleam flickered across its surface. He did not trigger its power right away. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chi across the street and followed at a distance, silent as a shadow. Lin Chi had no idea that the hunched, slow-moving old man behind him was Suze in disguise. With nothing more than latest-stage spirit-refining senses, he could not detect the watcher on his trail. Suze was in no rush. With only a sliver of life left, he had one shot, and one shot only could not afford to fail, not for Lin Lan's sake. A short while later, Lin Chi headed west, just as he always did, toward Chu Yang's gambling den. Suze's heart lifted. The proprietor had said this was the perfect moment, when the two targets would meet. Soul exchange card activate. In his mind, he whispered, Lin Lan, Lin Chi. At once, pale light flared at each end of the card, forming the characters Lin Lan and Lin Chi. The glow dissolved into the air and vanished. At the mouth of the alley by the casino, Lin Chi was talking to Chu Yang when the scene warped before his eyes. His heart lurched. Clutching his temples, he looked around in confusion. Wasn't I at home a moment ago? How did I end up here? He muttered. Lin Lan's soul now occupied Lin Chi's body, and the sudden change left her utterly bewildered. Chu Yang shot Lin Chi a sidelong glance, disdain and irritation flashing in his eyes. His voice was ice cold. Lin Chi, didn't I warn you? Suze's people are watching, best we don't meet. If you're short on cash, see a biao and take it off the house account. Lin Lan blurted, frozen in place. Chu Yang waved impatiently. And you want me to teach you my cheating tricks? Dream on. That's how I make my living. Why would I hand them over so you can win my money? He stepped closer, studying Lin Chi as if inspecting an idiot. Weren't you the one bragging you were orphan young, trained alone to the spirit-refining realm, then served as a guard for the Four Seas caravan? Now you're playing the victim? Still struggling to process, Lin Lan stared at him. Are you threatening me? Chu Yang snorted, voice low and chilling. Planning to tattle to your sister about the nonsense I fed you before? Think that gives you leverage? I could kill you right now, pin it on Suze, or toss you to the dogs, and it wouldn't slow me down one bit. His gaze drifted to the distance, a spark of murder flashing. I've carved my path in blood. One more corpse won't matter. And your mother's illness, that was my handiwork. Without it, the old woman would be walking by now. I keep her relapsing so I can save her in time. That way your sister will be grateful to me, not Suze. Lin Lan's heart clenched. She stared at him in disbelief. Then you swoop in as the hero, right? Exactly. Congratulations, you got it. Chu Yang's lips curled as he clasped his hands behind his back. Anything I want, I take. Your sister should feel honored I chose her. Rage surged in Lin Lan, strangled by an undercurrent of fear. Her voice quivered. You all those gambling debts Lin Chi owes, did you set him up? Remembering what Suze had said, Lin Lan suddenly understood and questioned him. Chu Yang, oblivious to the tension in her voice, glanced at her and smiled faintly. Lin Chi, you've grown clever. From the moment Suze put your sister on a pedestal, I wanted her. But I didn't want to cross Suze outright, so I made you my target. He brushed imaginary dust from his cuff, speaking lazily. I set up that first game to saddle you with a million-stone debt, certain Suze couldn't cover it. Who knew he'd sell his house, empty his savings, and even borrow another 100,000. Clearly, he loves your sister. Too bad he's as gullible as she is. So, his voice turned icy, I arranged a second trap. Now you owe another 1,000,000 spirit stones. The truth hit Lin Lan like a hammer. She staggered, pointed at Chu Yang, but no words came. Chu Yang's eyes went cold. I hate being pointed at. With a flick of his wrist, a butterfly knife flashed. Lin Shi's right hand hit the floor, blood spraying as a scream tore from his throat. Lin Lan's shriek echoed through the gambling hall corridor, and she collapsed. Chu Yang sheathed the knife, snorted, and walked away without a backward glance, leaving her broken and despairing. Suze arrived, heart pounding. Wanting to comfort her yet mindful of his own poverty, he merely whispered, "Lan Lan, please be happy." He turned away, a murky tear rolling down his lined face. Men are sentimental and steadfast, women are devoted yet ruthless. Because the soul exchange card was still active, Chen Fan watched everything through the contract's power. "You can't leave yet," he said calmly. "This isn't over." Sure enough, after the swap, Lin Lan grasped the truth, while Lin Shi, now in her body, went from panic to elation. "If I have my sister's looks and fame, I can make a fortune. Chu Yang is small fry, Suze is worse. I need a stronger patron and endless gambling money." Thought became action. Over the next few days, he flirted with the pampered heirs who once pursued Lin Lan. Their father, seeing one child maimed and the other behaving wantonly, was driven into a rage. Their bedridden mother died on the spot from fury. When Xu Yang heard that Lin Lan was seducing other men, he flew into a rage, blamed Lin Shi for leaking secrets, and sent assassins after him. The soul exchange card was meant to last 10 days and could not be broken by force, but if either host died, it ended automatically. Lin Shi, along with the body that had once been his, was cut down, his soul scattered to the winds. Lin Lan's soul snapped back early, returning to a body covered in wounds and missing its right hand. Even so, Chu Yang had no intention of letting Lin Lan go. "Chu Yang, you destroyed my whole family." For days Lin Lan had been battered by one disaster after another. Grief and despair tangled inside her, pushing her to the brink of collapse. The moment her eyes met Chu Yang's hateful face, a chill of murderous rage surged up, and she screamed in venomous fury. "No, your family was simply stupid." Chu Yang's lips curved in mockery as he leisurely brushed the dust from his sleeve. "You can't tell who's truly on your side. Your brothers, even worse, addicted to gambling. In the end, you brought every bit of this on yourselves." With a defenseless woman before him, he took his time, savoring the pleasure of psychological torture. "Yes, I was blind, unable to recognize the man who genuinely loved me." Tears streamed down Lin Lan's cheeks, her shoulders shaking. "Suze, I failed you. If there's another life, I'll cherish you. Lin Lan, obey me and I'll spare you of my concubine. How about that?" Chu Yang looked down, eyes glacial. "This is your last chance. Refuse, and I'll make you beg for death. Get lost. As long as I live, I'll never forgive you. Chu Yang, may you die a wretched death." Lin Lan snarled through clenched teeth. Her voice was raw yet powerless. With a thud, Chu Yang kicked her to the ground and sneered. "Even stupider than I thought. Since you want to die, I'll oblige. Boys, have your fun. Let every man take a turn." A vicious grin twisted his mouth. "When you're done, they'll strip her and toss her in the street so everyone can admire the talented Bowtie's perfect body. That's what happens when you cross Chu Yang. Brother Yang rules." The four thugs cheered, lunging at Lin Lan. "Chu Yang, they'll haunt you even as a ghost." Lin Lan's heart turned to ashes. Determined, she bit down on her tongue, ready to end her life. Living was meaningless if Chu Yang's threat came true. "Stop!" A hunched yet swift old man darted forward, spreading his arms to shield her. "Where'd this cripple come from? Tired of living?" The thugs roared, raining blows on him. In seconds he was coughing blood, staggering on the edge of death. "Enough!" Chu Yang suddenly frowned and raised a hand, halting them. His gaze locked onto the battered face, a chill creeping over him. "Who are you? Why do you look so much like Suze?" The old man wiped blood from his lips, his voice raspy yet defiant. "I'm Suze's grandfather, Su Rue. Kill me if you dare, see whether the Su family won't come for your head." "What?" Chu Yang's pupils contracted, and even his henchmen blanched. Suze's grandfather had been missing for years, shan't he? Chu Yang had fought his way up through every level of society, so he clearly knew a thing or two and had information to spare. He opened his mouth to speak. Yet Suze acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He drew a flare custom-made for the Su clan, squeezed the trigger, and sent it roaring into the sky. Scarlet light blossomed overhead, tearing the night apart. "Go!" Chu Yang's face drained of color. Without a second thought, he spun and ran. For all his scheming, he had never imagined that the once youthful Suze could turn, in an instant, into the blood-streaked, white-haired figure before him. The Su clan ruled these streets, and Suze's grandfather carried real weight inside the family. If someone died tonight, Chu Yang was a dead man walking. Run. Grab everything. Get as far away as possible. The command pounded through his head as he dragged his men off and vanished into the night. When they were gone, only Lin Lan and the barely breathing old man were left at the mouth of the dark alley. You're Suze's grandfather? Why did you save me?" "Let me die, I wronged Suze." Tears blurred her vision, choking her voice. Suze coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He tried to lift a hand to her face, but it fell limp, and his chest heaved in ragged waves. "I'm worthless. Because of me you're dying. Please don't die. Somebody help us. Lin Lan's scream cracked the night, her knuckles bone white with strain. Guilt, terror, and despair hit her all at once. Someone watched from a shadowed street corner. Lovers don't always get a happy ending. Chen Fan shook his head, ready to walk away. He wasn't a philanthropist, and pity alone wasn't reason enough to risk his neck for a single client. A low hum cut through the air. A bronze token flickered into view, its chill authority echoing in every ear. Bank of 10,000 realms, trading in all things. Instinctively, Lin Lan reached out and clutched it. Chen Fan's brow lifted. The token choosing her now was an unexpected twist. The ground vanished beneath her feet. The next heartbeat, she was standing in the bank's grand trading hall, with Chen Fan seated on the high dais. Bank of 10,000 realms, save Su Ze's grandfather. He'll pay any price. She spoke through her tears. Agreed. Chen Fan's gaze stayed calm. He didn't need the records. You're a first-realm spirit cultivator with a lifespan of about 150 years. Well, use your years to save him. Deal. She answered without hesitation. By regulation, the bank keeps 50 years as a fee, uses 50 to extend his life, and leaves you the last 50. No. Give him everything. Her voice trembled but held firm. It's my fault. He'll bear it alone. Chen Fan raised a finger. A pale shadow tore free from the crown of her head, 100 years of life unraveling into threads of light. He summoned the token again, pulled the dying Su Ze across space into the hall, and poured 50 years into him. Age rushed over Lin Lan. Ebony hair turned snow white, skin furrowed with wrinkles, spine bent under an unseen weight. Wrapped in light, Su Ze's breathing steadied, his eyelids fluttered. The moment he saw Lin Lan's white hair, he understood everything. When Lin Lan saw the old man's face grow younger and more like Su Ze's, her heart tightened. So lifespan can be traded. Could Su Ze have paid for her earlier soul deal with Lin Qi by sacrificing his own years? You're Su Ze? You're Su Ze, aren't you? Her voice quavered as tears blurred her eyes. Silly girl, don't cry. Su Ze was still covered in wounds. Yet after gaining 50 extra years, fresh vitality flooded his body and dragged him back from death's edge. Unable to hold back, Lin Lan threw her arms around him. You're the fool, I'm crying for joy. A short distance away, Chen Fan felt the sudden blast of public affection sting his single heart. Is being unattached a crime? He cleared his throat. All right, the misunderstanding is settled. Everyone's happy. They'll see you two out. Thank you, master. Su Ze and Lin Lan finally remembered they had company. They released each other, cheeks flushed, and bowed in unison. No need for thanks, we each took what we needed, Chen Fan said with a casual wave. Su Ze bowed again. Without you, master, I'd never have ended up with Lan Lan. Lin Lan bent at the waist as well. Without you, I wouldn't have realized how terribly wrong I was, or how good Zeej has been to me. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Another round of PD. Was this really gratitude? With a flick of his wrist, he sent them both outside the manor. A flash of white light, and Su Ze and Lin Lan were back on the mountain path where all this began. The air between them was clear at last, and the two lovers well into their 50s gazed at each other with deep, gentle affection. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures burst from the sky. The leader stepped forward and fixed his eyes on Su Ze. You, who are you? I'm Su Ze's grandfather Su Rue. Su Ze answered without a flicker. Su's sixth elder. The man's pupils shrank. He bowed at once, and the rest of the Su clan followed suit. Su Rue wasn't the strongest, but his past merits made him revered. After years of disappearance, his return left no room for disrespect. Knowing this, Su Ze slipped into the role with ease. He had always resembled his grandfather, and their power was comparable. Lin Lan watched his flawless performance and couldn't help laughing. She slipped her arm through Su Rui's. Greetings, sixth elder's lady. The clan members chorused. Lin Lan's face turned crimson, while Su Ze laughed heartily. Excellent. Let's go home. Elsewhere, Chen Fan closed the observation window. The deal had taken plenty of twists, but in the end, everyone got what they wanted. Time to see what reward this transaction earned, he muttered. Ding. The 14th deal, another chain transaction completed. The cumulative completion rate hit 300%, and the rewards were delivered instantly. 100 Wanjia tokens, a Longyang pill, a lottery card, and a special item all dropped onto Chen Fan's personal interface. More loot. His eyes blazed as he stared at the Longyang pill, the lottery card, and the mysterious, faintly glowing item. He already knew a chain deal counted as one transaction while its completion rate stacked. The last time he reached 300%, the payout was unforgettable, and this haul was equally generous. He skimmed the details. 1. Wanjia tokens, 100. Spend them in trades or give them to others so they can enter and leave the Wanjia bank freely. 2. Longyang pill, grade 6. Greatly boosts the bonus yang energy. 3. Lottery card, 1 draw. The prize pool includes every reward the system has ever issued. 1 item will be granted at random. 4. Special item. Grants Ain's soul puppet a trace of sentience. This consciousness can't grow on its own and must be upgraded through future system rewards. That's downright lavish. Chen Fan nearly slapped the table in excitement. Fixing his gaze on the lottery card, he activated it without hesitation and letting it gather dust. Ding. Lottery card used. Prize pool activated. Tokens, special items, talismans, fortune cards, time cards, countless rewards scrolled past his mind, like a dazzling light curtain. Suddenly, ding. The screen froze. Two words appeared, special item. Chen Fan's fist clenched. Every special item had ever drawn was a treasure. This one would be no different. He opened its info at once. Special item. Upgrades a soul puppet with no side effects. Exactly as had hoped. The system offered these items often enough that the odds weren't low, yet their value remained astounding. Xiaomi, stuck at late spirit tamer realm in the central domain, would be a completely different force one tier higher. Use it. He confirmed in a heartbeat. Golden light erupted from the item, enveloping Xiaomi. The transformation finished in a flash. Her aura soared straight to late spirit sovereign realm. Exiting the Wong Bank, Chen Fan felt power surging through his limbs, as if one punch could shatter the sky. Inside the room, Lu Xinran noticed nothing, though Xiao Qing sensed that Xiaomi seemed heavier. Xiao felt it most clearly. She staggered back a few steps under the gale Xiaomi kicked up, because the puppet had just become dozens of times heavier. Chun-Mi was never light to begin with. As a spectral puppet, the substance of her body was incredibly dense. With every breakthrough she made, the soul power inside her compressed again, her density skyrocketed, and her weight multiplied many times over. Her latest advance was no exception. Even Xiao, the flying beast whose strength sat in the late spirit-linking realm, felt the sudden pressure at the tips of its talons. The creature chirped softly, steadied itself with a light flap, then dismissed the matter. The extra weight was still within its limits. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat and joked, girls care a lot about their weight. If Xiao reacts like this, imagine what Xiaomi will do to it once she can think for herself. Sentience. A spark flashed through his mind. The special item he had just obtained was meant to grant intelligence to spectral puppets. Without hesitation, he activated the item and pressed it against Chun-Mi's forehead. The moment it fused, dark violet ripples rolled across her skin. Chen Fan remained calm. Once Xiaomi awakened, he could no longer cultivate inside her body, but that was fine. The system held plenty of spectral puppets. At worst, he would spend another decade refining his own soul to the heavenly soul stage and then rebuild a new body. While he weighed his options, a city rose on the horizon. To observe her changes undisturbed, he ordered a landing and called for a rest. After entering the city, they rented an entire courtyard. Chen Fan shut the doors, brought Chun-Mi into the deeper layers of the Myriad Realm Bank System, guided her up to a second-floor bedroom, and locked the door again. Under the dim wall lamp, violet patterns flowed beneath Chun-Mi's pale skin, as though fresh blood were being injected into the puppet's body. He watched intently. The soul power and the puppet's material were being rewoven, a miracle no chronicle had ever recorded. A spectral puppet can develop sentience. Does that mean it's fundamentally different from ordinary constructs? He murmured, mind racing. Not wanting to miss a moment, he pulled out the encyclopedia, summoned Yen Ruyu, and gave her a quick briefing. A spectral puppet can gain a mind? That's almost impossible, the learned Yen Ruyu said, stepping closer, brows furrowed. I think it's absurd too, Chen Fan agreed, standing beside her. They fell silent, completely absorbed. Had someone barged in, the sight would have been bizarre. A man and a scholarly woman staring at a breathtaking beauty while Yen Ryu prodded the puppet's joints and scribbled rapid notes. After several breaths, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. She opened her eyes. Yen Ryu held her breath. Chun-Mi gave a soft, questioning hum. Her long lashes fluttered as clear eyes slid between Chen Fan and Yen Ryu, then swept over the room. She tilted her head slightly, a childlike innocence on her exquisite face. The charm that washed over them was not a forced sweetness but the natural adorableness that radiates from a newborn. Her once vacant eyes now sparkled with Lithia, a clear sign that consciousness had awakened. Chen Fan gave a slight nod and broke the silence. Chun-Mi, do you know who I am? The girl shook her head, yet when she looked up, a trace of dependence flickered in her pure eyes. Beside them, Yen Ryu hurriedly scribbled. Chun-Mi understands spoken language. Watching this clumsy record-keeping, Chen Fan couldn't help but silently shake his head. Come, follow my master. Pai ma master. Chun-Mi's first attempt was muffled, but within a few breaths her pronunciation became crisp and accurate. A look of delight flashed across Chen Fan's face. Yen Ryu added another note. Exceptional learning ability, can speak human tongue. For the next while, Chen Fan patiently conversed with the girl, guiding her through more words and phrases, finding the process surprisingly enjoyable. Yen Ryu, meanwhile, documented every detail in her odd yet thorough style. Elsewhere in the inn's main hall, Lu Xinran's ears pricked up when she overheard several travelers discussing the Alchemists Guild. This year's Alchemists Convention is going to be unprecedented. I hear all 8 outer domains are hosting it simultaneously, and the central domain has set up over a dozen testing sites. Lei City was chosen as one of the exam grounds. Lucky us. The Alchemists Guild was the premier authority on the Lingyun continent, The Holy Land every pill-making prodigy longed to reach. Factions great and small took pride in currying favor with the guild and hiring its masters to refine pills. A spectacle like this came once in a century. Excitement surged through Lu Xinran, and she resolved to witness it herself. Back upstairs, she padded to Chen Mi's door. Worried about disturbing them, she raised her hand to knock, hesitated, and stopped. Xiao Qing, however, was far less considerate. He swung the pommel of his sword. Thud, thud. Inside, Chen Fan, in the midst of a pronunciation drill, arched an eyebrow. Xiao, keep coaching me, you'll see who it is. Got it. Yin Ruyu replied, her gaze still locked on Chun Mi. She didn't even glance at him. Chen Fan laughed softly. Such a scholar. While he walked out, his thoughts churned. Now that Mi had developed awareness, forcing continued control over her body would destroy that hard-won sense of self. He needed another proxy. Another female spirit puppet? He remembered the trouble of masking one with veils and robes, plus warding off lecherous rogues, and his head throbbed. Forget it. He would use that unused male spirit puppet instead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.